Conventional wisdom holds that the Omni class has no signature moves and is considered the most useless trash. Yet, right at level 1, you casually summoned a long-lost, forbidden divine technique. The scions of noble families were laughing their heads off, waiting to see you get kicked off the stage. After all, in this world, the Omni class is synonymous with a joke. But just as you clenched your fist to step off the stage, a string of crimson commands flashed before your eyes. Frowny face ding. Legendary gift pack distributed. Skill acquired, Blade Call. No cumbersome incantations, you simply raised your eyes slightly and murmured a single word, Blade Call. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The void was forcibly torn open by golden fissures, and 15 flying swords, each dealing 1,000 times the normal damage, poured out in full force. The ferocious sword pressure swept through the front row, and that spoiled brat who'd been pointing at you in mockery instantly collapsed to the ground in terror. The entire school, teachers and students alike, thought you'd awakened the most useless Omni class in history. Even the principal was so enraged he fainted on the spot. But they had no idea that, at that very moment, the notification sound of a god-tier system was echoing in your mind. On the playground, the rich kid pointed at your nose and mocked you shamelessly, saying that a commoner like you was only fit to be a background extra for the rest of your life. You stared at him expressionlessly, as if looking at a clown. Just as the crowd erupted in boos and everyone was convinced your future was ruined, a line of dazzling golden text flashed frantically across your retina. Frowny face ding. Hostess Omni class awakening detected. Level up gotcha system activated. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary ultimate skill, Blade Call. The corner of your mouth curled up slightly as you raised one hand toward the sky. In an instant, 15 flying swords radiating a terrifying aura hovered in midair. Their blinding golden light instantly silenced everyone's mocking laughter. Wu Gang, Basic Class, Swordsman. Su Lei, Basic Class, Brawler. Li Shui, Basic Class, Archer. On the school playground, the seniors of Northwood Academy were divided into several groups, taking their class tests one after another. The students looked tense, and many were silently praying in their hearts. After all, this was the only chance for ordinary people to make it big. Only Lee looked relaxed. Having been transported to this world 3 years ago, he had finally waited for this most crucial day. In this world, everyone awakens to a class on the day they graduate from high school. Classes are broadly divided into 3 tiers: basic class, rare class, and legendary class. Those who awaken to a basic class are likely to lead ordinary, unremarkable lives. Only a very small number can become powerful through their own effort and luck. Those who awaken as a rare class are destined to become powerful. Their future is bright, and they will serve as the backbone of major factions. As for the legendary class, nearly every awakener becomes a powerful figure who dominates their region. Unfortunately, fewer than 1% of people awaken as a rare class, let alone the legendary class, which exists only in legend. At the same time, this is a world overrun by demon beasts and ravaged by monsters, where the law of the jungle reigns supreme. Without formidable strength, one is nothing more than a background figure in this era or cannon fodder during monster invasions. Therefore, Lee has only one goal: to work hard to grow stronger and reach the pinnacle. The prerequisite for achieving this goal is to first awaken to a class that is truly impressive. Just as it was almost his turn, the slender, graceful figure in front of him suddenly turned around. Lee, what class do you want to draw? The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, with features as delicate as a painting, skin whiter than snow, and a gentle, radiant smile playing on her lips enough to make every boy in the school's heart race. Her name was Luna. She was Lee's best friend and the school beauty of Northwood Academy. Yet this stunning beauty only ever reserved such a smile for him. This had sparked envy, jealousy, and resentment in countless boys, and because of it, Lee had practically become the public enemy of every boy in the school. The legendary class, of course. Lee said calmly. You, a commoner like you, want to awaken to the legendary class? You're just dreaming. A shrill voice rang out. Lee didn't even have to guess. It was that playboy Jack, who'd come running out of jealousy after seeing Luna walking too close to him. Sure enough, Jack stepped out from the back of the line, his eyes brimming with contempt. Lee! You don't even have a family lineage. You're destined to draw only a basic class. A toad like you had better stay away from Yunshi. Class awakening is inextricably linked to bloodline inheritance. If one is a rare class themselves, their first direct descendant will also have a high probability of awakening as a rare class. And he, Jack, was the eldest legitimate son of the Chen family of Northwood. He was highly likely to awaken as a rare class. It was precisely for this reason that he looked down on these commoner students. However, before Lee could say a word, Luna coldly interjected, "I'm talking to Lee. Why are you butting in?" This made Jack's expression stiffen, and he retorted indignantly, "Yunshi, I really don't get it. In what way is this poor kid better than me? Why do you spend all day fawning over him?" Hearing him belittle Lee, Luna's gaze grew even colder. "Next up, Luna." At that moment, her name was called from the testing platform. "Yunshi, it's your turn. Good luck." Lee raised his right hand. "Okay." Luna raised her hand to high-five Lee, then walked onto the stage, her heart full of joy. Jack, meanwhile, was ignored by both of them like a clown, and even felt as though he were just a pawn in their little game. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and his pent-up rage was about to erupt. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling purple light burst forth from the stage. Whoa! Look! Purple light! Someone has awakened a rare class. It's Campus Queen Lin. She really is my goddess. Gasps of astonishment rang out, and the students in the lineup stirred, their eyes brimming with envy. Not far away in the stands, the long-awaited principal rose from his seat in excitement. Wonderful! Finally, a rare class. Which class is she from? Give her special attention. Principal, it's the student from the capital, the dean of students reminded him from beside him. So it's her. The principal looked as if he'd expected nothing else, but a look of disappointment immediately crossed his face. Luna was a transfer student from the capital. She wasn't exactly a genius produced by their school. And third high school had been at the bottom of the rankings in Northwood for several years in a row. If this year's test didn't produce at least 2 rare class students, the school's ranking would continue to drop, and his tenure as principal would effectively be over. Whoosh! The purple light faded, and 4 large characters appeared on the testing stone on the stage. Spirit Blade. Spirit Blade? It's actually a new rare class, and judging by the intensity of the light just now, this is at least a high-grade rare class. Lee was happy for Luna. In the stands, the dean of students' eyes welled up with tears of excitement. I never imagined that a small place like Northwood could produce a top-tier rare class, and a new class at that. What a pity. If only this genius had come from our school, she alone could have swept aside every student in Northwood. The principal's eyes were filled with heartache. Down below, the students were all envious and excited. Being able to witness the birth of a new profession was a stroke of luck in itself. It might even be the only profession of its kind. On the testing platform, Luna's composed expression stood in stark contrast to the excited crowd around her. This result seemed to be exactly what she had expected. See? Yunshi has awakened to a top-tier rare class. She has a bright future ahead of her. You and she are, after all, from 2 different worlds. Jack burst out laughing. Only someone like him who could also awaken a rare class was worthy of Luna. I haven't even drawn my class yet, Lee said calmly. For someone of commoner lineage like you, drawing a decent basic class would be a miracle. You're not seriously hoping to draw a legendary class, are you? Jack burst out laughing again. Just then, Luna stepped down from the stage. Jack was about to step forward to congratulate her, but she completely ignored him and walked straight toward Lee. Good luck. No matter what class you draw, I'll take you leveling and running dungeons from now on. Luna raised her fist to cheer Lee on. Yunshi, what do you take me for? I, Lee, will eat anything, but I want to be a freeloader. Lee dropped that defiant line and strode step by step onto the testing platform. Deep down, he was actually quite nervous. Even though he'd said that, if he really did awaken as a basic class, he'd still have to rely on others. But a man's pride couldn't be compromised. Even if he had to rely on others, he'd do it with dignity. Looking at the testing stone, which stood as tall as a person, Lee took a deep breath and pressed his right hand against it. Below the stage, Jack was still mocking Lee for overestimating his abilities, and the rest hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Luna awakening as a high-grade rare class. Boom! Dazzling golden light instantly filled the entire arena. The students, who had been noisy moments before, fell silent in an instant, all staring blankly at the scene. Golden light. Legendary class. On stage, the entire testing stone was glowing, like a blazing sun, and Lee, standing at the front, appeared towering against the golden light. It really is a legendary class. A look of excitement flashed across Leah's face. In the stands, all the teachers rushed to the railing, overcome with excitement. This is unprecedented. This is the first legendary class ever to emerge from our third high school. I never imagined I'd have the privilege of witnessing the birth of a legendary class with my own eyes. From now on, our third high school, no, the entire Northwood will be famous nationwide. A future great figure was about to emerge right here at their third high school today. The principal was so overcome with excitement that he couldn't catch his breath. Clutching his chest, he collapsed. The principal has fainted. Quick, call a healer. But the entire stands were in such chaos that no one paid any attention to the fainted principal. The students lined up on the field also erupted in cheers. If Luna's awakening to a rare class had still sparked a bit of envy and jealousy among them, Leah's awakening to the legendary class had long since transcended the realm of jealousy. Such a massive gap left them in the dust, unable to muster even a shred of competitive spirit, only the excitement of witnessing history and sharing in the glory. It's really the legendary class. Why? Why can a commoner like him awaken to the legendary class? Jack looked as if he'd lost his soul. A radiant smile lit up Luna's face. Seeing Lee awaken to the legendary class made her 100 times happier than when she herself had awakened to the superior rare class. On stage, the light gradually contracted, and 4 large characters finally appeared on the testing stone, Omni class. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent once again. Omni class? Isn't that the most useless class of all? At least the basic class still has a chance to become a top-tier powerhouse. Awakening to the Omni class means you're completely screwed. In the stands, the teachers who had been so excited moments ago were now just as disappointed as they had been thrilled. Many students on the field wore expressions of schadenfreude. Jack laughed the loudest. Ha ha ha. I thought you were the chosen one, but it turns out you're the chosen loser. Omni class, as the name suggests, allows you to learn skills from any class and equip gear from any class. However, you can only learn basic skills from other classes. You cannot acquire powerful ultimate skills or class-exclusive abilities. The only advantage is that there are no skill slot restrictions. The number of skills you can possess is unlimited. It's a classic example of a class that's jack of all trades, master of none. Therefore, even though it's classified as a legendary tier class, it's considered the most useless class. What the hell is this? Lee almost let out a curse. Just a moment ago, he thought he'd gotten some insanely powerful legendary class, but now it turned out to be the so-called most useless Omni class. Ding! Hostess Omni class awakening detected. Level up gotcha system activated. System, you're just in time. Lee was so excited he was on the verge of tears. Every time the host levels up, they may draw from the system treasury, including but not limited to equipment, skills, summoned beasts, massive amounts of experience, massive amounts of gold, and massive amounts of free attribute points. Equipment, skills, and summoned beasts are at least epic tier. Holy crap, is this for real? Lee's heart raced with excitement. In this world, item tiers are divided into common, fine, excellent, rare, epic, and legendary. Epic tier gear and summoned beasts are generally only possessed by powerhouses above level 60, while the pinnacle legendary truly exists only in legend. Current level 1, you have earned 1 draw opportunity. Draw right now. Lee immediately chose to draw. A flurry of flashy gear, skills, and other items flashed through his mind, finally settling on a golden legendary class item. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the legendary class Sword God Ultimate Skill, Blade Call. Holy crap! A legendary class ultimate skill. Lee was shaken to the core. A skill of this caliber couldn't be learned even from the highest level skill books. In fact, there was only one person in all of Huagua who possessed this ultimate skill, Blade called the legendary figure Garrick, whose fame had long reverberated across the nation. Garrick himself likely never imagined that anyone else would possess the Sword God Class S ultimate skill, let alone a level 1 rookie who had just awakened to his class. Blade Call summons any number of flying swords to attack enemies using mental power. Each sword deals 1000% of the user's attack power. Flying swords with 10 times the attack power? What if he summons hundreds or even thousands of them like Senior Lee did? For the first time, Lee felt the sheer terror of a legendary tier class. This single skill alone was enough to sweep away all rare class players. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the strongest ultimate skill. Getting a skill this insane at level 1? What's the point of playing any other class? Of course, this was also thanks to the perfect synergy between the Omni class and the gacha system. If other classes drew a skill not specific to their own class, they wouldn't be able to use it at all. Only the Omni class could fully utilize the rewards from the gacha. In the stands, the principal awoke from his unconscious state under the healer's treatment. Ha ha! Our third high school has produced a legendary class. The moment the principal opened his eyes, his face lit up with ecstasy. Quick, I have to report this to the city lord. The dean of students tugged at the principal's sleeve. Principal, it's not a legendary class, it's an Omni class. All powerful. The principal's vision went black, and his body fell straight backward. Healer! Quick! The principal has fainted again. Chaos erupted once more in the stands. Commoners' bloodlines are just that, commoners' bloodlines. They'll never rise above their station in this lifetime. They're destined to be trampled under my feet. Jack was so excited he was bordering on madness. These words sparked intense resentment among the students around him, yet they had no way to refute him as commoners themselves. None of them had ever awakened to a rare class. Luna furrowed her brow slightly. What's wrong with the Omni class? It's not certain yet who will be strong and who will be weak in the future. Don't be silly, Yunshi. The Omni class has no ultimate skill, no class-specific traits, just a bunch of junk skills. It has absolutely no future. Jack said with brimming confidence. The students around them nodded silently. The fact that the Omni class lacked powerful skills was common knowledge, deeply ingrained in their minds. On stage, Lee was still figuring out how to use the blade call ED just acquired. Whoosh! A colossal surge of sword intent converged from all directions, coalescing in midair into a series of flying swords radiating an imposing aura. What is this? It's Blade Call, the ultimate skill of the sword god, Senior Garrick. I've only ever seen this move on TV. Could it be that Senior Lee has come here in person? At that moment, everyone from the students on the field to the teachers in the stands stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the scene. As all these flying swords converged above Lee's head, the crowd erupted in gasps once more. Some even blurted out expletives. Holy shit! It's Lee is using Blade Call. Holy crap! How come Lee's Omni class can use an ultimate skill? He must be cheating. Who gets an ultimate skill at level 1? That's impossible. Whether it was the ability to use an ultimate skill at level 1 or the fact that the Omni class possessed an ultimate skill, this was something no one had ever heard of before. Damn, how did I accidentally trigger that skill? Lee looked at the flying swords above his head, then glanced at the excited crowd around him. It's just an ultimate skill, is it really such a big deal? You couldn't blame the crowd for reacting so strongly. After all, this wasn't just any ultimate skill, it was the sword god Garrick's Blade Call. Jack was so stunned he couldn't say a word, seemingly unable to believe what was happening right before his eyes. His face even felt a bit numb. Principal! Wake up! It's Blade Call! Lee just activated the sword goddess ultimate skill, Blade Call. The dean of students frantically shook the unconscious principal. Where? The principal hurriedly opened his eyes, sat up, adjusted his old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses, and looked out toward the playground, it really is blade call but the number of flying swords. The flying swords above Lee's head stopped at 15, and he could feel his mental energy reaching its limit. It seems that with my current mental energy, I can only summon a maximum of 15 flying swords. Whoosh! Lee dispersed all the flying swords and stepped down, so as not to delay the tests of the other students behind him. Below the stage, Lee checked his stats. Class, Omni Class Legendary. Level, 10%. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Defense, 10. Mental power, 40. Skill, Blade Call Legendary. All attributes for level 1 basic and rare classes hovered around 10. Not bad. The Omni class far surpasses other classes in Spirit, Lee said with satisfaction. Spirit is equivalent to mana and spell power. The strength and application of skills are also tied to Spirit. He would draw many powerful skills later on, so having sufficient and robust Spirit was essential. As for Blade Call, he had no intention of holding back. Only by demonstrating his true strength could he earn the respect and resources he deserved. Besides, he would acquire even more ultimate skills later on. What was a single Blade Call, after all? In the stands, the principal and numerous teachers were still reeling from the spectacle. Although Lee's Blade Call was still a far cry from Senior Garrick's, he was, after all, only level 1. He has a bright future ahead of him. Keep a close eye on Lee tomorrow in the novice dungeon, the principal said, adjusting his glasses. After Lee's test, the students who followed were all brimming with confidence, hoping to draw a gold or rare class, but reality was harsh. Of the remaining students, only Jack awakened to a rare class. The rest were all basic class. As the test concluded, Principal Howard took the stage to deliver a speech. Students, as of now, you have officially graduated from this school, but I hope you won't let your guard down. The grand exam is just 10 days away. You could say these are the most important 10 days of your lives. I hope you'll work hard to level up during this time and strive to get into the university of your choice. By the time the speech ended, evening had fallen, and the students began leaving the school one by one. Principal Howard, meanwhile, called Lee, Luna, and Jack, the 3 students who had awakened to special professions, into his office to praise them. He urged them to give their all in tomorrow's novice dungeon, noting that it was a great opportunity to level up. This made Lee even more excited for tomorrow's novice dungeon, and he looked forward to seeing what great items he might draw after leveling up. After giving them some special attention, Howard finally let the 3 of them leave. Lee and Luna walked out of the office side by side, while Jack watched their backs with obvious displeasure. Lee, don't think you're better than me just because you got lucky with Blade Call. His face was etched with defiance. Let me tell you, my family lineage is something you commoners could never hope to match in a lifetime. Is that so? Does your family lineage also give you a legendary class ultimate skill at level 1? Lee retorted. Jack was left speechless by the rebuke and could only issue a threat. Tomorrow's novice dungeon is when we'll really see the gap between us. In his eyes, Lee was nothing more than an Omni class with just a Blade Call, and his future prospects were nowhere near as bright as his own. That guy is really annoying, Luna said, watching his retreating figure. But he's right about one thing. Tomorrow is when I'll really pull ahead of him. Lee smiled slightly, wondering what expression Jack would have when he saw that Lee still possessed the ultimate skill. Here, this is for you. Luna suddenly pulled a ring out of her pocket. Is this a spatial item? Lee held the ring in his hand and, after infusing it with his spiritual energy, immediately saw the vast storage space inside. A spatial item of this size wasn't sold on the market at all. It was something money couldn't buy, making it incredibly precious. That's right. There's also the graduation gift my family gave me inside, and I've set aside half for you, Luna continued. Lee probed the spatial ring with his spiritual sense and discovered there were indeed several exquisite wooden boxes inside. Yinchi, you're so good to me, I guess I'll just have to pledge myself to you, Lee said half-jokingly. You rascal. Luna rolled her eyes, then turned her face away, looking slightly bashful. We did agree to get into the Imperial Academy together. I'm just worried, what if I get in but you don't? The Imperial Academy was the nation's top institution, and the minimum requirement for admission was to reach level 15 within these 10 days. For ordinary people, this was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Don't worry. I'll get into the Imperial Academy with the highest score in the country. Lee already had a clear goal in mind: to rank first nationwide, enter the Imperial Academy with the most impressive credentials, and receive the very best training. Alright then, future national champion. See you tomorrow at the novice dungeon. Luna waved goodbye with a smile and turned down another street. Miss, did you give him all the resources the clan sent this time? A hunched figure had appeared behind her at some point. Don't tell the clan. Miss, this is the clan S. I'll do as I please. As Lee walked home, he channeled his mental energy into his storage space. Is this a vigor pill that boosts strength? No, the quality is much higher than that. Lee hesitated for a moment before swallowing it. Consumed ether pill, strength plus 10. As his strength increased by 10 points on the stats panel, Lee was left completely speechless. A 10-point increase in strength, that's double. His strength attribute at level 1 was only 10 points to begin with. This was even more than the increase he gained from advancing to level 2. After all, an ordinary vigor pill could only increase strength by 2 points, yet it sold for over 200,000 yuan on the market, and such a pill was only effective the first time it was taken. Although he could guess that Luna came from an extraordinary background, he was still stunned by the effects of this ether pill. Lee then quickly consumed the remaining 3 pills one after another. Consumed swiftness pill, speed plus 10. Consumed focus pill, spirit plus 10. Consumed iron bone pill, defense plus 10. Each attribute increased by 10 points, giving him twice the stats of other classes at level 1, putting him ahead right from the start. With my current attack power, a single flying sword could easily take down a level 6 monster in an instant. Lee returned home in high spirits. The moment he opened the door, a figure rushed toward him. Brother, what class did you awaken as today? It was a young girl of about 14, not very tall, with a round face that made one want to pinch her cheeks. Lee's parents had died long ago during a monster invasion, and he had lived with his aunt and cousin since childhood. This situation was quite common among their generation. Most of their peers' elders had perished in the Great War against the demon race. It was precisely because their parents' generation had fought valiantly against all manner of monsters, sacrificing their lives, that they had carved out a space for humanity to survive. The curious little girl standing before him was Lee's cousin, Joy. Legendary class. Lee smiled faintly. Oomph, you're lying. The little girl put her hands on her hips, feigning anger as she turned her head away. Why would I lie to you? The test stone was glowing gold. I don't believe you. Lee didn't bother explaining. He simply stepped forward, pinched her cheeks, and pulled them slightly apart. Joy hurriedly wriggled free from Lee's clutches and ran to the kitchen to tattle. Mom, my brother pinched my cheeks again. Grace, who was busy in the kitchen, said with a smile, stop fooling around. Today's the big day, your brother's class awakening. I made something delicious for you both. Joy's attention was immediately drawn to the food, and Lee quickly washed his hands and went to the kitchen to help. Grace had wanted Lee to rest properly, but she couldn't persuade him otherwise. Over the years, their aunt had single-handedly covered both their tuition and living expenses, which had naturally been very hard on her, and this only strengthened Lee's resolve to get into the Imperial Academy. In this world, most ordinary people who awaken as basic class choose to work regular jobs in the city rather than risk their lives killing monsters in dungeons or occupied zones to level up. While this is safe, the income is very meager, and Grace had been supporting both of them on that meager income all along. At the dinner table, Grace didn't ask Lee what class he had awakened as. It wasn't until after they finished eating that she said, no matter what class you've awakened to, as long as you come back safe and sound, that's all that matters. Since 99% of commoners awaken as basic class, she naturally assumed Lee had done the same. Lee nodded. Even though he now possessed the Omni class and the system, venturing out to level up still carried risks. He didn't want to worry his aunt, so he didn't say anything more. At the grand tournament, he was determined to give his aunt a pleasant surprise. Early the next morning. Lee headed out early. Today was the day all new students would enter the novice dungeon. For every student who had just awakened to a class, this was a rite of passage, their first time facing terrifying, eerie monsters and ferocious, brutal beasts. It was also a rare opportunity to level up. After all, the novice dungeon was carefully designed to be much safer than the fallen zones outside the city. Its original purpose was to help newcomers acclimate and level up. However, opening a novice dungeon required a significant amount of spirit stones. While the first entry was free for all students, each subsequent entry cost 10 spirit stones, equivalent to 100,000 yuan. Students from ordinary backgrounds could only seize this possibly once-in-a-lifetime chance to gain experience points and level up. Early in the morning, a long line had already formed outside the dungeon. Everyone wanted to be the first to enter so they could spend more time inside. Party up! Party up! Brawler warriors preferred. Looking for a party to tackle the normal dungeon? One spot open. Anyone familiar with the normal dungeon, step up. Easy dungeon 2 for 1. Players with gear, come on. Guaranteed to reach level 2. Classes like the Brawler and Swordsman, which are particularly powerful in the early game, were in high demand at this time, and players whose families could afford to buy them gear were also highly sought after. Based on past experience, reaching level 2 on your first run through the novice dungeon was considered a good result. Anyone who made it to level 3 was a genius. But Lee's goal was to reach at least level 5, so he walked alone toward the dungeon entrance where no one was queuing. Only by soloing the dungeon could he maximize his experience points. Lee! Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. Lee turned around and saw Jack, decked out in rare gear. This gear also drew the attention of quite a few people around them. Whoa! That gear set must be worth at least 3 or 4 million. If you traded that gear for spirit stones, you could run the dungeon 30 or 40 times. It sure is nice to be rich. Envy was evident in everyone's eyes. Most of them couldn't even afford a single run through the dungeon. A smug smile curled at the corners of Jack's mouth. Thanks to his persistent pleas, the clan had invested heavily in him, equipping him with rare tier gear even at level 1. See the gap between us? You couldn't afford this set of gear even with all the money you'll earn in your lifetime. Jack thoroughly relished the envious glances around him. Lee looked at his gear and immediately began calculating in his head. The gear's nice, but it's a waste on you. What do you mean? Are you saying I'd be weaker than you without this gear? Jack snapped, glaring at him. No, don't get me wrong. What I mean is. Lee forced a smile at first, then changed the subject. Even if you wore this gear, you'd still be a loser. The moment those words left his mouth, Jack's rage was completely ignited, and his gaze was fierce enough to devour someone. Lee quickly added, I know you're in a hurry, but don't get ahead of yourself. Strength isn't something you just talk about. If you don't believe me, let us settle this with a contest. How do you want to settle this? Jack glared at Lee. By now, he was consumed by rage and wanted nothing more than to humiliate Lee and wipe the smile off his face. Let us see who comes out of the dungeon with a higher level. If you lose, this gear is mine. Lee said. This set of gear would significantly boost his combat power, and if he sold it, it would fetch at least 3 million, undoubtedly a huge sum for him. As for Jack, that arrogant jerk, now that he'd been provoked, would most likely not refuse. Do you know how much this gear is worth? Do you, a commoner, even have that kind of money? Jack sneered mockingly. Just as Lee was about to pull out his space ring as collateral. I'll pay for him. Luna rushed over and pulled a card from her pocket. There's enough money on this card to buy your entire set of gear. Lee didn't refuse, because he knew he wouldn't be the one footing the bill this time. Yunshi, you. Jack said in a deep voice, think carefully. Once that money is out, it's gone for good. Lee snapped impatiently, cut the crap. If you don't dare. I don't dare? It's a deal, then. 3 or 4 million was a huge sum for him, and if he could win that money, it would be a massive boost to his standing. At the same time, it was sure to disappoint Luna. Why not go for it? Most importantly, he didn't think he'd lose to Lee while equipped with gear like this. Both men hurriedly signed their names on the contract, afraid the other might back out. Lee, I can't wait to see the look on your face after you lose to me. Jack was so excited he was practically delirious. Me too, Lee replied with a smile. Among the crowd waiting in line, few believed Lee would win after all. Jack's gear was the real deal. Jack walked straight to the entrance of the adventure-level dungeon, where no one was waiting, and turned to Lee, saying, "Let me tell you one more thing, I plan to solo the adventure-level novice dungeon. If you don't dare to solo a dungeon at this difficulty, you might as well admit defeat right now." Dungeon difficulties are divided into easy, normal, hard, adventure, nightmare, and hell. The level and number of monsters vary by difficulty. To level up faster in a dungeon, you naturally have to tackle higher difficulty ones. But for a noob with no gear, going solo into a dungeon at hard difficulty or higher is a death wish. Lee walked toward Jack. Just as Jack thought Lee had been goaded into taking on adventure difficulty, he saw Lee walk right past him. Lee headed straight for the innermost hell difficulty entrance. "I forgot to tell you, I'm going to solo the hell difficulty. If you don't dare enter a dungeon at this difficulty, you might as well admit defeat now." With that, he took a step into the entrance of the highest difficulty hell level novice dungeon. This scene startled even Luna. She didn't even have time to try to talk him out of it. Holy crap! Hell difficulty? Am I seeing this right? It's been years I've never heard of anyone daring to enter hell difficulty. He.S. asking for trouble. He.S. literally asking for trouble. Everyone was utterly stunned. Is this kid crazy? Or does he have something up his sleeve? Jack was particularly taken aback. However, upon seeing Lee enter hell difficulty, his competitive spirit kicked in, and he finally decided to take a chance, stepping into the nightmare difficulty dungeon. You have entered the novice dungeon hell difficulty. Lee found himself in an abandoned metropolis, surrounded by dilapidated skyscrapers. The roads were lined with abandoned cars, and the pavement was cracked. Most shops were shuttered, their signs long since faded, and a sense of desolation and decay permeated the air. Even the sky is blood red in hell difficulty. Lee looked around. The scene matched the descriptions in his textbook almost exactly. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind several abandoned cars. The next second, humanoid shadows with twisted forms rose to their feet. The cracking sounds were the creaking of their joints. Their skin was ashen white, with some areas already rotting away to reveal stark white bones, and their bodies radiated a black, demonic aura. Undead Demon Level 3. Description: formed from corpses infected by demonic energy, moves swiftly. Skills: pounce, bite. 5 Level 3 Undead Demons. Right off the bat, this really is hell mode. Even a level 1 rare class character would fall here under such an onslaught, and this was merely the first wave of monsters upon entering the hell difficulty dungeon. Blade Call. With a thought, 5 flying swords materialized above Leah's head. Roar. The 5 hideous undead demons roared furiously as they pounced on Lee from all angles. Lee didn't flinch. With a slight flick of his fingers, the 5 flying swords each locked onto a target and, in the next second, shot out like streaks of light. Put! The flying swords pierced through the bodies of the 5 zombie demons, instantly reducing their health to 0. Killed level 3 zombie demon, plus 15 EXP. Killed level 3 zombie demon, plus 15 EXP. He took down 5 zombie demons in a single strike. Congratulations! Player has leveled up to level 2. Attribute boost: Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Defense plus 5, Spirit plus 10. Lottery attempts plus 1. Not bad. I leveled up to level 2 in just one wave of monsters. Lee didn't bother checking his stats. He went straight to the system to draw a prize. Whoosh! A dazzling array of items flashed by, finally settling on an item featuring the image of a furious ape. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the legendary summoned beast, Vajra Ape. Boom! A massive creature materialized out of thin air, instantly crushing a small car parked nearby. Lee looked closely and saw that it was a golden giant ape standing nearly 2 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in golden fur. Its frame was as sturdy as an iron tower, with bulging muscles, and every inch of its skin seemed to harbor explosive power. Its head was broad and majestic, with deep-set eyes that gleamed with both wisdom and ferocity. At that moment, the giant ape bent its knees, pressed its right arm against its left chest, and assumed a posture of submission toward Lee standing before it. I actually drew a summoned beast. And a legendary Tier 1 at that. As an Omni class, he could naturally possess his own summoned beast, just like a summoner. However, even for a summoner who is already a rare class, there is only a chance to obtain a legendary tier summoned beast after reaching level 50. Possessing a legendary tier summoned beast at level 2, if word got out, it would be enough to make the big shot summoners in their 80s and 90s spit blood. Lee hurriedly checked the Vajra Ape's stats. Vajra Ape. Level 10%. Strength 200. Agility 100. Defense 200. Spirit 100. Skill, Iron Fist Smash, slams the ground, dealing area of effect damage and stunning surrounding enemies. Invincible passive skill, blocks 50% of damage, doubles armor stats. Holy crap! These stats! This passive skill! You're the dungeon boss, aren't you? Lee was stunned. These stats alone were more impressive than those of a level 10 warrior, not to mention the 50% damage reduction and doubled armor bonuses. This made Lee wonder. Is this really level 1? The giant ape scratched his head with a slightly dazed expression. Crackle, crackle. A series of joint-crunching sounds rang out, and on the dilapidated street, hordes of zombie demons twisted their bodies as they rose from the ground, swarming the entire street. This spine-chilling scene, however, filled Lee with immense excitement. Bring it on, the more, the better. To him, this all meant a massive haul of experience points. Go for it, monkey. At Lee's command. The Vajra ape let out a furious roar, leaped high into the air, and slammed a fist down into the horde of undead before him. Boom! The ground shook, dust swirled, and a large number of undead were killed by the shockwave. Killed a level 3 undead, plus 15 EXP. Killed a level 3 undead, plus 15 EXP. A string of kill notifications popped up, and Lee pocketed a massive amount of experience points. So experience points are this easy to get, and leveling up is this simple. All he had to do was stand back and watch Monkey put on a show. It was like getting a taste of what it's like to be a top-tier summoner. Roar! Vajra Ape could be seen swatting several zombie demons away with a single swipe, while simultaneously using nearby abandoned cars as weapons to smash into the horde. Before they could even get close to the Vajra Ape, the zombie demons were either sent flying or crushed underfoot. It was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Soon, fueled by this massive surge of experience points, Vajra Ape successfully leveled up to level 2. Vajra Ape. Level 29%. Strength 280. Agility 150. Defense 250. Spirit 150. Strength increased by 80 points, with all other attributes increasing by 50 points. Leveling up once was equivalent to other classes leveling up 5 or 6 times. Is this what a legendary summoned beast is like? Monkey, you're way too strong. Even Lee couldn't help but envy these stats. With the Vajra Ape's current stats alone, it already surpasses what any player below level 10 would gain through normal leveling. If it were to reach level 10, its stats would likely be even more staggering. The experience gained from a summoned beast's kills is shared with its owner. After the Vajra Ape pounded 2 more lich corpses to death, Lee also leveled up to level 3. Congratulations! Player has reached level 3. Stat boost: Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Defense plus 10, Spirit plus 20. Lottery attempts plus 1. I can draw again. I wonder what I'll get this time. Lee couldn't wait to start the lottery once more. This time, the lottery screen finally settled on a purple staff. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the epic weapon, Purple Gold Wood Staff. A long, purple gold staff appeared in his hand. Its shaft was covered in intricate patterns, and the pommel was shaped like a dragon's head. Purple Gold Wood Staff, attack plus 200, critical hit chance plus 40%, converts 80% of your defense stat into attack. An epic weapon. Lee weighed it in his hands a couple of times. Although the Omni class could use any equipment, this staff was incredibly heavy, clearly meant for heavily armored classes like warriors or knights. With his current strength, it didn't feel quite right in his hands, and besides, he rarely needed to fight himself. Monkey. Catch this. Lee tossed the purple gold water staff to the Vajrat ape, who was still fighting fiercely. Clang. The Vajrat ape grabbed the staff in one swift motion. The staff, which had seemed heavy and massive in Lee's hands, looked much smaller in its grasp. Equipped with the purple gold bind iron staff, the Vajrat ape's attack power reached a terrifying 680 points thanks in part to its already high defense stats. A critical hit could even deal over 1000 damage. With a single swing of the staff, a whole swath of zombie demons was instantly smashed into a mist of blood. Armed with its new weapon, the Vajrat ape was clearly much more excited and dispatched the remaining few zombie demons in just a few swift strikes. Killed a level 3 undead demon, plus 15 EXP. Killed a level 3 undead demon, plus 15 EXP. After dispatching the swarm of undead demons here, Lee checked his stats. Level 3 8.5%. Strength 35. Agility 35. Defense 35. Spirit 80. Skill Blade Call Legendary Summoned Beast Vajrat Ape. I just leveled up to level 3 as soon as I entered. Looks like reaching my goal of level 5 today will be a piece of cake. Lee grew increasingly confident and, accompanied by the Vajrat ape, pushed deeper into the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the entrances to the normal and easy difficulty modes were still crowded with onlookers, all eager to see who would win this wager. For a level 1 player to last 10 minutes in either Nightmare or Hell difficulty is a sign of extraordinary talent. As a result, everyone believed this wager would be settled very soon. Those two are absolutely crazy. One went into Nightmare difficulty, and the other into Hell difficulty. I don't think they'll even be able to kill any monsters. They'll be lucky to make it out alive. Jack is still okay. He's decked out in rare gear, but Lee's in for it. He doesn't have any gear and still dared to go into Hell difficulty. Because of this wager, Luna didn't even have the heart to enter the dungeon. She paced back and forth outside with a worried look on her face. Whoosh! Outside the Nightmare difficulty entrance, a flash of light appeared, and Jack landed on the ground in a disheveled state. Covered in dust and blood, he struggled to his feet, muttering, "Nightmare difficulty isn't meant for humans." At that moment, his level was still stuck at level 1. In Nightmare difficulty, he managed to kill only 2 level 2 mobs before being overwhelmed by the swarm of monsters closing in on him, forcing him to log out of the dungeon. But he didn't let it get him down. If Nightmare difficulty was this tough, Hell difficulty would be even worse. Lee was definitely no match for him. After Jack got up, he quickly looked around but couldn't find Lee anywhere. Where's Lee? Shouldn't he have quit as soon as he entered Hell difficulty? He hasn't come out yet. A flash of anxiety crossed Luna's face. He hasn't come out yet? Jack paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha, that idiot Lee, he must have died in there. Although the novice dungeon was designed so players could exit the instance at any time, there was always a chance someone might not have time to select exit before meeting their end at the hands of monsters. Just to settle a bet with me, he dared to go into Hell mode to get himself killed. That's hilarious. Jack felt a surge of satisfaction. Luna, however, was getting anxious. She'd already been worried that Hell difficulty was too dangerous, and now that Jack had only lasted a short while in Nightmare difficulty, it only confirmed her fears. Unless they'd chosen to party up together upon entering, she wouldn't be able to find Lee in Hell difficulty now. Otherwise, she would have already rushed into the Hell difficulty dungeon by now. Yunshi, forget about Lee, he is definitely dead in there. Jack was absolutely certain of this. Only someone who had just escaped from Nightmare difficulty understood exactly what Hell difficulty entailed. No, I have to go find the principal. Luna ignored him and turned to run toward the principal's office. At that moment, her mind was consumed by thoughts of Lee, and the principal was the only one with the authority to open the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Lee pressed forward with the Vajra ape. Every zombie they encountered along the way was smashed into a blood mist with a single swing of its club. With the Vajra ape's current attack power, dealing with these level 3 zombies was practically a walk in the park. And so, the man and the ape made their way unhindered to the entrance of an abandoned gymnasium. This is where the elite monsters spawn. I wonder how strong the hell difficulty elites are. Lee gave the Vajra ape a nod, and the creature immediately shouldered its club and strode inside. Boom! Boom! 2 massive bears plummeted from the sky. They had thick, powerful limbs, claws as sharp as knives, and were covered head to toe in thick fur. Frenzied Bear Level 5. Description: a strength and defense-oriented demon beast with an extremely violent temperament. Skills: Tear, Slam, Roar. The moment the 2 level 5 frenzied bears hit the ground, they let out furious roars at the Vajra ape. The Vajra ape wore a look of disdain as he gripped the purple gold steel staff resting on his shoulder and swung it twice at the frenzied bears before him. Boom! One swing struck one of the frenzied bears on the left shoulder, sending it flying through the air. Upon hitting the ground, its body turned into a spirit stone. The other swing shattered the remaining frenzied bear's skull. Killed a level 5 frenzied bear, plus 30 EXP. Killed a level 5 frenzied bear, plus 30 EXP. Monkey, you're being a bit brutal, aren't you? Lee stepped forward and pocketed a spirit stone. The Vajra ape slung the staff back over his shoulder and wiped his nose, as if he'd just swatted 2 flies. It was like a ruthless enforcer, completely obedient to Lee, while Lee simply collected the spoils from behind the scenes. Boom! The golden ape kicked open the door to the abandoned gym and strode in with a swagger. Lee followed closely behind, on high alert. Since the 2 level 5 frenzied bears had been guarding the entrance, the elite monsters inside would surely be even stronger. Roar! A furious roar echoed through the air as an even larger bear, its back and shoulders covered in rock armor, rose to its feet from the center of the gymnasium. Raging Rock Bear Level 7. Apparently roused from its slumber, it appeared exceptionally agitated. Why so angry? Monkey, go help it blow off some steam. Lee gave a light flick of his finger, and the Vajra ape shot forward, charging toward the Raging Rock Bear like a truck. Roar! The Raging Rock Bear roared back, meeting the charge head-on without backing down. The 2 ferocious beasts seemed poised for a fierce battle, but after just 2 swings from the Vajra ape, the Raging Rock Bear was lying on the ground. Killed a level 7 Raging Rock Bear, plus 60 EXP. Is that all an elite monster escort? Lee shook his head slightly, not sensing the slightest bit of difficulty. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, many other demon beasts began gathering outside the gymnasium. They seemed to have been drawn by the commotion from earlier. Monkey, don't let our EXP get away. At Lee's command, the Vajra ape charged furiously at the gathering beasts. At that moment, it was a relentless bulldozer, plowing through everything in its path. Whether it was frenzied bears, gray-backed wolves, or other beasts, they were all instantly killed by its staff. Lee wasn't idle either. He cast Blade Call, using flying swords to slay the beasts trying to escape. Killed a level 5 frenzied bear, plus 30 EXP. Killed a level 4 gray-backed wolf, plus 23 EXP. Killed a level 3 shadow rabbit, plus 15 EXP. Thanks to the coordination between the man and the ape, most of the gathering demon beasts met their end here. Congratulations! Player has reached level 4. Attribute boost: Strength plus 15, Agility plus 15, Defense plus 15, Spirit plus 30. Lottery attempts plus 1. Great, I can draw again. Lee didn't care about the attribute points gained from leveling up. His full attention was on the lottery. Whoosh! A dazzling array of items flashed by, finally settling on a golden skill icon. Golden! Another legendary tier item? Congratulations, host, on obtaining the legendary class Death Raider exclusive skill, Attribute Plunder. Attribute Plunder passive skill: upon your first kill of a specific type of demon beast or monster, you'll gain a permanent attribute bonus based on the opponent's strength. Permanent attribute boosts after a kill? This growth skill is awesome. Lee could now feel the power of the legendary class. Just by leveling this passive skill up to level 10, his stats would be significantly higher than those of players at the same level. Moreover, the further he progressed, the more obvious the advantage of this growth-type skill would become by the late game. His stats could even be several times higher than other players. The legendary class is truly insane good thing and just as insane as they are. Every legendary class has extremely powerful ultimate and exclusive skills. He was already incredibly excited to see what he would be like once he had gathered all the exclusive skills of the legendary classes into one. Monkey, clear out this area completely, then we'll move on to the next stage. Since he made a bet with Jack, he naturally couldn't let any experience from minor monsters go to waste. After all, he had plenty of time. Vajra Ape patrolled the ground with his staff, while Lee kept an eye on the surrounding high rises. Whoosh! A monkey with a tail covered in spikes leaped back and forth among the surrounding high rises, seemingly convinced that Lee and Vajra Ape, moving on the ground, couldn't touch it. Lee gave a soft snort, and a flying sword shot out from above his head. Thud! The flying sword pierced the monkey's body, knocking it out of the air. Killed a level 4 spiked tail monkey, plus 24 EXP, plus 6 strength. Not bad, not bad. A single level 4 monster gives me 6 attribute points. Lee was very satisfied with this and felt even more strongly that attribute plunder passive skill was downright overpowered. At the same time, it further solidified his resolve not to let a single monster slip by. By then, not only would his skills far surpass those of his classmates, but his stats would also be far superior to theirs. Just then, 8 or 9 wolves with jet black fur suddenly leaped out onto the street ahead, glaring menacingly in their direction. Shadow Speed Wolf Level 6. Description: moves in packs extremely territorial. Skills: Shadow Speed Dash, Iron Hardbody. Looks like we entered their territory. Lee signaled with his eyes for the golden ape to go first. Facing a pack of level 6 wolves in a group fight would still be somewhat dangerous for him. Monkey LLB fine, he has got thick skin. At this moment, the difficulty of the hell dungeon became apparent. If this were a party's first time entering the dungeon, the members' levels would likely be around level 2 or 3 by the time they reach this point. It would be virtually impossible for them to withstand the swift level 6 wolf pack. The golden ape charged forward, club in hand, while the shadow wolves began sprinting down the street toward them. Whoosh, whoosh! 2 shadow wolves pounced from the front, their sharp fangs aimed straight for the golden ape's throat. Boom! The Vajra ape swept his staff horizontally, sending both swift shadow wolves flying. Killed level 6 swift shadow wolf, plus 45 EXP, plus 5 agility, plus 4 strength. Killed level 6 swift shadow wolf, plus 45 EXP. Even the hardest heads and strongest bones pale in the face of these stats. After slaying the 2 swift shadow wolves, the Vajra ape leveled up to level 3, and its stats surged once again. Vajra ape. Level, 32%. Strength, 380. Agility, 230. Defense, 350. Spirit, 250. The remaining 6 swift shadow wolves pounced on the Vajra ape from different directions. Whoosh! The swift shadow wolves' attacks left only shallow white marks on the Vajra ape's body. They couldn't even break through its defense. In contrast, the Vajra ape smashed one swift shadow wolf to death with a single swing of its club, then grabbed another with its free hand and crushed it to death with a single squeeze. Killed a level 6 swift shadow wolf, plus 45 EXP. Killed a level 6 swift shadow wolf, plus 45 EXP. Such is the power of stats. No matter how well the swift shadow wolves coordinated, it was all for naught. Whoa! Realizing they couldn't harm the diamond ape, the swift shadow wolves immediately turned and charged toward Lee. They think I'm a pushover. Lee's mind snapped into action, and 2 flying swords appeared above his head once more. Whoosh, whoosh! The flying swords pierced the 2 swift shadow wolves at blinding speed. With a 10-fold attack power boost, they were instantly killed. The other 2 swift shadow wolves were intercepted by the golden ape, which struck each one down with a single blow of its club. Killed a level 6 swift shadow wolf, plus 45 EXP. These higher level demon beasts really do provide a lot of experience points. After killing all the swift shadow wolves, Lee's experience bar was nearly full again. Third high school, principal's office. Howard sat in his office chair with a worried expression. The grand tournament hosted by the city lord was just 2 days away, and strictly speaking, this year's graduating class from their school had produced only one rare class player. Rumor had it that Luna Woon-T be participating in the grand tournament. Lee, on the other hand, was an Omni class. Although he possessed Blade Call, he wasn't sure how powerful the skill was or how effectively he could use it at his current level. Slam! The office door suddenly burst open, and Luna stormed in. Yoon-shi? Howard hurriedly stood up and greeted her with a smile. Come, have a seat. Principal. Lee, he. Luna was panting heavily as she briefly explained what had happened. This is outrageous. Howard immediately bristled with anger. Do you think you can just walk into the Hell Dungeon whenever you want? This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Although he was extremely furious inside, he still rushed to the dungeon entrance as fast as he could. Lee was a rare, promising talent for their third high school. Of course, if Lee and T used Blade Call back then, Howard certainly wouldn't be this anxious right now. At the dungeon entrance. It's been so long, and Lee still hasn't come out. He couldn't possibly. Not necessarily. Maybe he is hiding inside the dungeon? That's possible. He probably saw how terrifying the Hell difficulty dungeon is and is hiding to avoid the bet. Outside the dungeon, a crowd of students speculated on the various possibilities. Jack, however, stood to the side, smirking smugly, hiding. Won't do him any good. The dungeon closes automatically at night. If he is still alive by then, he'll have to pay me for this entire set of gear. Move aside, everyone! Howard shouted, and the crowd quickly parted to make a path. When he reached the Hell difficulty entrance and pulled out a spirit stone to force it to close, he noticed that Lee's glowing marker on the dungeon map was moving deeper into the dungeon. How could this be? Inside the dungeon. Lee, accompanied by the Vajra ape, effortlessly swept through the demon beasts and monsters. Any monsters or demon beasts blocking his path were struck down with a single blow from the Vajra ape's staff, while those out of its reach were mowed down by Lee using Blade Call. Killed a level 5 demon eagle, plus 30 EXP, plus 6 agility, plus 2 strength. Killed a level 4 demon hoe, plus 24 EXP, plus 6 strength. Killed a level 6 Azure Corpse demon, plus 45 EXP, plus 4 strength, plus 8 spirit. After killing these minor enemies, his EXP increased, and his stats continued to rise. Not bad, not bad. At this rate, my stats will far exceed those of other classes at the same level. Lee was very satisfied. Clearing out this area had maximized his growth potential, with both experience and stats increasing simultaneously. He stowed the spirit stones and common equipment that dropped into his storage ring. Boom! Boom! From the abandoned food street ahead, a massive zombie demon bloated and covered in pus-filled boils staggered out. Mutant Zombie Demon Level 7. Description: mutated from a zombie horde, contains corrosive fluid within its body. Skills: Barbaric Charge, Death Explosion explodes upon death, releasing a large amount of corrosive fluid. Roar! Upon sensing an intruder, the mutated zombie charged toward them like a mad beast. The Vajra ape, shouldering his purple gold steel staff, was about to step forward and strike it with a blow. Monkey, let me handle this. Lee summoned 3 flying swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 flying swords pierced the mutant undead demon's bloated belly, causing it to explode like a balloon pricked by a needle. Boom! Yellow corrosive liquid spurted out, splashing onto the road and the abandoned cars nearby, instantly sending up plumes of white smoke. Defeated a level 7 mutant undead demon, plus 60 EXP, plus 8 defense, plus 8 spirit. Congratulations! Player has reached level 5. Attribute boosts: strength plus 20, agility plus 20, defense plus 20, spirit plus 40. Lottery attempts plus 1. I reached level 5 this fast. Lee immediately chose to draw. After a flurry of shifting lights, the cursor finally settled on a purple icon. Acquired rare class Tai Chi Grandmaster Ultimate Skill, Tai Chi Bagua Pom. Tai Chi Bagua Pom, using the power of Tai Chi Bagua, absorb all damage from the opponent's attacks, then return the same amount of damage plus 200% of your own attack power. Whoa! That's the crown jewel of the Tai Chi Master's signature skills. Lee looked completely surprised. This skill was the very foundation of the Tai Chi Master's prowess, capable of true damage reflection. If anyone else were to face a Tai Chi master, they'd be on guard against this ultimate skill and wouldn't use a move that deals massive damage in a single strike. But Lee was an Omni class perfect for catching opponents off guard. After drawing the skill, Lee took another look at his stats. Level 5 1.6%. Strength 102. Agility 91. Defense 88. Spirit 196. Skills: Blade Call, Legendary Summon Beast, Vidra Ape, Tai Chi Bagua Pom Epic. Passive skill: Attribute Plunder, Legendary. A level 5 player's stats should typically hover around 60 points. Thanks to Attribute Plunder, Lee's strength had already surpassed 100, and his spirit was more than 3 times that of a typical player at his level. Of course, this is also thanks to the Omni class itself, which naturally possesses higher spirit than standard classes. And these are just stats on paper. In actual combat, there are likely only a handful of players below level 15 who could defeat him. With my current strength, if I enter the grand tournament the day after tomorrow, I doubt anyone will be a match for me. Lee's confidence soared, and he was already looking forward to Northwood's annual grand tournament. However, his goal was to be the national champion, so he couldn't afford to let his guard down even for a moment. Accompanied by the Vidra Ape, he continued searching the area for demon beasts. An hour later, after slaying several more demon beasts, the Vidra Ape had also leveled up to level 4. Vidra Ape. Level 42%. Strength 530. Agility 330. Defense 500. Spirit 350. Along with this massive boost in stats, the Vidra Ape also acquired a new skill, Wild Roar. Wild Roar emits a wild, soul-shaking roar that deals damage to enemies while inflicting psychological effects such as stun and fear. So it's a control-type skill. Lee nodded slightly. With the Vidra Ape's attacks bolstered by the purple gold Wudong staff, its offensive power was more than sufficient. This control skill had come at just the right time. After an hour of clearing the area, Lee noticed that the number of demon beasts and monsters here had plummeted. It was now very difficult to encounter any more monsters. It seemed he had to enter the final stage of the dungeon. Lee rubbed his chin. He had complete confidence in his own strength. Monkey, let us go face the hell difficulty dungeon boss. Vidra Ape, shouldering the purple gold wormwood staff, nodded and strode confidently forward. In this dungeon, it hadn't yet encountered any monsters or beasts capable of holding its own against it. Just as they were heading toward the final stage of the dungeon, preparing to take down the boss. Outside the dungeon. Principal. Is there really no way to close the dungeon? Luna was so anxious that tears were welling up in her eyes. Howard narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head. Lee is too deep inside right now. If he were just at the edge of the dungeon, I could close it and rescue him, but now sigh. Ha, that idiot Lee, just to escape the monsters chasing him, he panicked and ran deeper and deeper without thinking. Jack laughed loudly. Wait. Lee actually. Howard watched the light dot on the dungeon map. It was actually moving closer to the boss's location. Luna hurried over and, upon seeing this, asked, Principal, if Lee accidentally wanders into the boss's territory, can he choose to exit the dungeon? Theoretically, yes, but... Howard hesitated, then finally spoke the truth. The hell difficulty dungeon boss is simply not something you're capable of defeating at this stage. In fact, when this boss was designed, the creators never intended for new players like you to beat it. I'm afraid Lee might. The City Lord had originally designed the hell difficulty dungeon boss to keep the city's top geniuses from getting too cocky, to knock some of the arrogance out of them. If Lee accidentally wandered into the boss's territory, there was a very high chance he'd be instantly killed by the boss inside. Luna naturally understood the implication in his words, but all she could do now was pray that Li wouldn't go any further. However, things didn't go as planned. Inside the dungeon, Li, accompanied by the Golden Ape, entered the final stage of the dungeon, the abandoned parking lot. The vast parking lot was filled with abandoned cars. There were no grand scenes here, only a deathly silence. Everything around them was a dull grayish-white, showing not a trace of life. No sooner had the man and the ape stepped into the parking lot than an abandoned car flew toward them from midair. Boom! The Golden Ape stepped forward and sent the flying car flying with a single swing of its club. In another corner of the parking lot, a 3-meter-tall humanoid figure strode toward them, moving at a steady pace yet exuding an overwhelming sense of menace. Corpse Demon Tyrant Level 15. Strength, 700. Agility, 450. Defense, 550. Mana, 200. Skills: Vehicle Throw, Barbaric Charge, Powered Strike, Earthquake. Its skin was grayish-white, its entire body a mass of iron-hard, knotted muscles. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its mouth was twisted, revealing jagged, razor-sharp teeth. Holy crap, look at those stats! What new player could possibly beat a boss like this? Li was taken aback at first, but then got fired up. Monkey, go get him! The Golden Ape, who had been itching to fight, immediately charged forward upon receiving the order. Boom! The two stat monster behemoths grappled with each other. Although the Golden Ape was already massive, the undead tyrant still towered over it by nearly half a head. However, in combat, the Golden Ape held its own, wielding the purple gold wudong staff. It even forced the undead tyrant into a steady retreat. In terms of attack power, the Golden Ape, boosted by the purple gold wudong staff, boasted an attack rating of 1130 and a 40% critical hit rate, far surpassing the undead tyrant's 700 points. Although their defenses were nearly equal, the Golden Ape possessed the invincible skill, granting a 50% damage reduction, which gave it a significant edge over the zombie demon tyrant. However, as a dungeon boss, the zombie demon tyrant had a much thicker health bar. Boom! 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 The battle between the Vajra Ape and the undead demon tyrant caused the ground to crack as the purple gold wudong staff relentlessly pounded the undead demon tyrant's body, each strike accompanied by a deafening roar. The undead demon tyrant's health was steadily dropping. So this is all a level 15 dungeon bosses? Its stats aren't even as high as my monkey's. Even a hell-level dungeon boss was no match for a legendary-level summoned beast. Whoosh! Li summoned 10 flying swords at once, ready to help the Diamond Ape end the fight quickly. With his current strength of 117, each flying sword dealt a whopping 1,170 points of damage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The flying swords moved at blinding speed, instantly piercing the undead tyrant's chest and leaving gaping holes. This strike immediately dealt a massive blow to the undead tyrant's health, while also drawing its attention to Li behind it. Roar! A strange roar erupted from its mouth, and it then shoved the Golden Ape aside in an awkward stance, charging rapidly toward Li. Barbaric Charge! Li realized that his previous strike had been too powerful, drawing the boss's aggro onto himself. Perfect timing. Let me test my new skill on you. Li didn't dodge or flinch with a thought, his hands traced the pattern of the Tai Chi Bagua. Whoosh! A layer of white Tai Chi energy emerged, forming a Tai Chi Bagua diagram in midair. Boom! The undead tyrant slammed squarely into the Tai Chi Bagua symbol, as if hitting a wall of bronze and iron. It didn't budge an inch. At the same time, an unprecedented surge of power flooded Li's arms, propelling his palms forward. Smack! 2 palm strikes instantly sent the undead tyrant flying. This strike combined the undead demon tyrant's savage charge with Li's own 200% attack power, causing its health to drop significantly once again. Boom! The moment the undead demon tyrant hit the ground, it was met with a barrage of blows from the staff. The Vajra Ape, wielding a purple gold steel staff, pounded it relentlessly until it was completely helpless, and its health quickly hit rock bottom. Defeated the dungeon boss, Undead Tyrant. Experience plus 1000, strength plus 20, agility plus 15, defense plus 15, spirit plus 10. Obtained a Hell Tier exclusive treasure chest. Congratulations! Player has reached level 6, strength plus 30, agility plus 30, defense plus 30, spirit plus 50. Lottery attempts plus 1. The experience gained from defeating the dungeon boss allowed both Lee and the Golden Ape to level up by 1. The Golden Ape's stats skyrocketed once again, while Lee was able to continue drawing prizes. I wonder what it'll be this time. The various prize icons kept changing until they finally settled on one he'd never seen before. Obtain 200 free stat points. Free stat points. That many? Lee looked astonished. He knew that the number of free attribute points in the draw was determined by his level. He was currently level 6, and for a standard class at that level, all attributes typically hovered around 85 points. Suddenly gaining 200 free attribute points was undoubtedly mind-blowing. He could allocate all of them to the attribute he needed most, making that stat reach an absurdly high level. Which attribute should I allocate these points to? For him, strength and spirit were currently the most important attributes, as both were closely tied to Blade Call. One increased the power of his flying swords, while the other increased the number of flying swords he could summon. After a moment's hesitation, Lee decisively allocated all 200 free attribute points to strength, bringing his strength to a staggering 367 points. After using Blade Call, the flying sword's damage would skyrocket to 3,670 points. If he had that much attack power earlier, he could have instantly killed the corpse demon tyrant in just a few hits. I never thought even I would turn into a stat monster. Lee marveled at how absurdly high his attack power had become. No one would have imagined that a level 6 player could deal 3,670 points of damage with a single casual strike. And that was with just a single flying sword. If he were to condense all his current mental energy into a flying sword, the power would be beyond imagination. Right now, Lee felt like he could obliterate the heavens, the earth, and even thin air. Of course, this was also because Blade Call, that ultimate skill, was simply overpowered. With 10 times the attack power and no cooldown, he could summon a flying sword as long as he had enough spiritual power. Lee was already using the flying sword as a basic attack. Every strike dealt 10 times the damage, and enemies found it nearly impossible to block. I'll just have to buy some gear to boost my spiritual power once I get out of here. If it weren't for the spiritual power gained from leveling up, he would have run out long ago. After some thought, Lee turned his attention to the Hell Tier treasure chest he'd just obtained. Successfully opened the Hell Tier treasure chest. Obtained Rare Tier Armor, Tyrant's Blood Armor. Obtained Novice Dungeon Hell Tier Metal 1. Obtained Spirit Stones 150. 150 Spirit Stones, that's 1.5 million. Lee then looked at the other two items. Tyrant's Blood Armor, defense plus 50, blocks 10% of damage, restores 2% of maximum HP per minute. Novice Dungeon Hell Tier Medal, a symbol of clearing the Hell Tier Novice Dungeon. Collect 3 Hell Tier medals to receive a special reward. Lee tossed this piece of armor to the Golden Ape, since he'd be receiving more suitable gear once he went out. The Tyrant's Blood Armor itself comes with a 10% damage block, which, combined with the Golden Ape's innate 50% invulnerability, brings the total damage block to 60%. Plus, with the automatic HP regeneration feature, the Golden Ape no longer has to worry about running low on health. As for collecting 3 Hell Tier medals, that wasn't a difficult task for him. It was just a matter of clearing 2 more Hell difficulty dungeons. Come back, monkey. Lee recalled Vajra Ape, then chose to exit the dungeon. The principal's office. Howard, completely disregarding his dignity, was rummaging through drawers and cabinets behind his desk, his backside sticking out, until he pulled out 2 boxes of tea he'd been hoarding for years. What kind of tea would you like? I have Long Jing and Biluakun. Principal, actually, I prefer Coke. I'll go buy some for you right away. Howard immediately got up to leave. Lee quickly stopped him. No, Principal, you're too kind. Seeing that Lee didn't like tea, Howard set the tea aside and got straight to the point. The grand tournament, which will determine the school's ranking, is the day after tomorrow. Don't worry, principal. I'll definitely give it my all at the grand tournament. Even without Howard's reminder, Lee knew he'd give his all at the grand tournament. It was a much bigger stage. It would draw the city lord's attention to him. After all, he'd be representing Northwood in the grand exam, and perhaps he could secure the city lord's resources and investment after the grand tournament. That would give him a better chance of claiming the national top spot. Since you cleared the hell-level novice dungeon, I have complete confidence in you. A smug smile involuntarily spread across Howard's face. With you in this class, I'll see how those old fools dare to mock me for third high not producing any talent. Just thinking about proving those principals wrong the day after tomorrow made him want to laugh out loud. But the grand tournament isn't until the day after tomorrow. What are your plans for the time in between? Hearing the principal's question, Lee outlined his plan. He intended to run the dungeon a few more times, then head to the occupied zone outside the city to hunt monsters and beasts. Howard shook his head upon hearing this. The novice dungeon is too slow for you to level up right now, and the occupied zone is just too unpredictable. He then opened a drawer and took out the principal's token, a symbol of his authority. First thing tomorrow morning, the garrison camp outside the city will be boots of agility, agility plus 40, movement speed plus 50%. I'll keep these boots, too. After examining these 4 pieces of gear, he decided to sell the elemental orb and head to the Binahing Merchants Guild to see if there was any gear there that suited him. The Binahing Merchants Guild is Northwood's largest trading hub, where players can buy and sell gear, materials, skill books, and more. Located in the busiest district of Northwood, its patrons are mostly high-level powerhouses and influential figures from the region. After all, ordinary players can find what they need at small shops and have no reason to visit this money pit, where spending hundreds of thousands is commonplace. This was Leah's first time at the Binahing Merchants Guild, and as soon as he entered, he was greeted by a lavishly decorated hall. The space was filled with all kinds of high-end items consigned here, all displayed in glass cases. A sales associate in the hall, upon seeing that Lee was a student, gave him a slightly disdainful look before calling over a trainee sales associate nearby to handle him. Soon, a young, somewhat inexperienced sales associate jogged over. "May I ask what you'd like to purchase?" "I have a few items I'd like to sell." Lee decided to sell the spirit stones and equipment he didn't need first, then use the money to buy new gear. "Alright, please follow me." Led by the trainee sales associate, Lee arrived at the sales counter. The manager there barely lifted his eyelids to glance at Lee, then tapped his finger on the desk. "Put the items you want to sell on the counter." His contempt was plain to see, but Lee didn't say anything. He first took out a few basic pieces of gear from his space ring looted from dungeon mobs and placed them on the table. "These items need to be appraised first. Go wait outside." The manager waved his hand impatiently, showing no sign of starting the appraisal. "I'm in a hurry. Please hurry up." No matter how much of a hurry you're in, procedures are procedures. "You." The manager's words trailed off when he saw Lee pull a pile of spirit stones from his spatial ring and place them on the table. "Here are another 187 spirit stones. Convert these into cash as well." These spirit stones were all obtained from dungeons, 150 from hell chests and the rest from mobs he'd defeated. "And this rare grade mage weapon, I want to sell that too." Lee pulled out an elemental orb and placed it on the table. This made the manager's eyes widen, and the trainee sales clerk behind him was stunned. She had never seen so many spirit stones all at once. "Now, are there still any procedures?" Lee asked. "To hell with the procedures." The manager hurriedly stood up, pushed his chair in front of Lee, and said obsequiously, "Please have a seat, sir. I'll calculate the total for you right away." Lee didn't hesitate and sat down immediately. "Xiaoqing, what are you standing there for? Pour some tea for our distinguished guest." "Oh, okay." The trainee sales assistant finally snapped out of her daze and hurried off to fetch tea. Sure enough, bolstered by the status of a distinguished guest, the manager quickly calculated the total price of all the items. The total comes to 3.48 million. Let us round it up to 3.5 million. "Are you satisfied with that figure?" the manager asked, holding up the itemized list he'd prepared. Lee sipped his tea as he looked it over. He had priced those basic pieces of gear at the highest market rates, and he had estimated the value of the elemental orb at 1.4 million. That was 100,000 more than a rare mage weapon of the same tier. Although the manager's snobbery was quite annoying, one had to admit he was a shrewd businessman. Lee was very satisfied with this itemized list. He had originally estimated the total value to be around 3 million, but now it was a full 50,000 higher. The manager naturally knew this would mean a loss in profit, but for someone as young as Lee to be spending so lavishly, he must either be exceptionally talented or have the backing of a powerful family. Either way, it proved he had a bright future ahead of him. As long as he could build a good relationship and secure this future major client, what did a little loss in profit matter? Agreed, Lee nodded in consent. In that case, would you prefer to sell them on consignment or sell them directly to our Chamber of Commerce? The manager's face remained beaming with a smile. With consignment, he could set the price himself, and the chamber would only charge a 5% commission, though it would take time to sell the items. A direct sale meant selling them to the chamber at the price just agreed upon, with the funds credited to his account immediately. Lee set down his teacup. Direct sale. I need the money right away. Right away, we'll transfer the funds to you right away. The manager waved his hand, and several staff members stepped forward to take all the items away. Lee also checked his account through the chamber's terminal and saw that it had increased by a full 3.5 million yuan. If my aunt saw this money, she'd probably be terrified. But for now, he planned to spend this money wisely. Only by becoming stronger could he easily earn even more. He stood up and said to Xiaoqing, the trainee sales associate, "Show me the weapons here that boost mental power. Any class is fine." Now, the only thing missing from his gear was a weapon. Okay, what about the level and price range? Xiaoqing asked cautiously. Under 3.5 million. Lee said. As soon as he said that, Xiaoqing's eyes lit up, and she immediately thought of a suitable weapon. The two walked out of the consignment section and happened to run into the sales clerk from the lobby. They're out already? So he really isn't a big spender after all, she thought to herself. The sales counter only processed transactions this quickly when the items were extremely low value and didn't require appraisal, which made her even more relieved. She'd pass Lee off to the intern. But when she saw Xiaoqing leading Lee toward the center of the hall, she couldn't help but say, "Xiaoqing, the basic gear is over there. You must have taken a wrong turn." "Sister Sue, I didn't take a wrong turn," Xiaoqing replied with a faint smile. Under her guidance, Lee arrived at the center of the hall. This area displayed the most valuable items among the guild's consignment stock, including quite a few high-level skill books, all priced at over 5 million. Wow, are these skill books really that expensive? Lee marveled to himself. Thank goodness he could acquire skills through lotteries, otherwise, this would be another huge expense. In this world, skills are actually far more important than gear, but one's class also determines the limit on the skills one can obtain. After all, skill books can mostly only be drawn for skills specific to one's own class. What do you think of this weapon? Xiaoqing pointed to an ice blue long sword in a glass display case. Ice Soul Cloud Sword, attack plus 80, spirit plus 80. Equipping this sword causes all attacks to slow the target's speed. Although this was only a rare tier weapon, its stat bonuses were already on par with epic tier gear, and Lee was particularly fond of its special effect. As long as he equipped this sword, his flying sword would also have a slowing effect. Plus, he'd been lacking a means of close-range combat. With this longsword, he wouldn't have to fear demon beasts or monsters closing in on him. Xiaoqing, you're not kidding, are you? Bringing him here to look at a top-tier rare grade item worth 3 million? The saleswoman, known as Sister Sue, looked utterly astonished, as if she thought Xiaoqing had lost her mind. Lee completely ignored her and said directly to Xiaoqing, "I'll take this one. Where do I pay?" Xiaoqing was just about to begin explaining the sword's origins and other relevant details when, to her surprise, Lee decided to pay after just a single glance. 3 million worth of gear, and you're just going to buy it on a whim? Sister Sue naturally found it hard to believe. But Xiaoqing pulled out a device, and after Lee completed identity verification, he immediately paid the 3 million. Slap! Sister Sue plopped down onto the floor. She'd been working here for nearly 10 years and had never encountered a major client who made such a decisive purchase. And this opportunity to earn a massive commission had slipped through her fingers. Xiaoqing beamed with joy. With this deal, she'd earn a hefty commission and could even get promoted to a permanent position ahead of schedule. After paying, Li took the Ice Soul Cloud sword in his hand. Once drawn from its sheath, the blade resembled a flowing glacier, its entire body glowing with a deep, clear icy blue. The edge was incredibly sharp, as if capable of slicing through space, and a faint chill emanated from the blade. Along the spine, delicate ice patterns intertwined like intricate winter snowflakes, both beautiful and mysterious. It's so cool. Li couldn't help but admire it. After equipping this sword, his base attack power reached 447 points, and the power of his flying swords reached 4,470 points. With his current mental power of over 400 points, he could summon at least 100 flying swords simultaneously. So, with over 100 flying swords attacking simultaneously, the combined damage would reach 447,000 points. No boss could withstand his barrage of 100 swords now. Li couldn't help but exclaim, "That damage is a bit over the top, isn't it?" If this were a game, only someone using cheats could deal such high damage at level 6. But Li had actually achieved it. Still, he didn't let it go to his head. He headed straight for the occupied zone. He knew that the high-level monsters and demon beasts there all possessed powerful skills and special abilities. They wouldn't just stand there and let him attack. There was a chance he'd be instantly killed before he even noticed them. Moreover, his flying swords weren't infinite. Once his mental energy was depleted, they'd vanish. A single 100 swords attack would use up nearly all of it. I'd better follow the principal's plan and head to the garrison camp first thing tomorrow morning to explore. That way, at least he wouldn't encounter any insanely powerful high-level monsters or demon beasts, and there would still be plenty of them. Far better than going into the occupied zone alone to feel his way around. By the time he left the Binding Merchants Guild, it was already evening. Li first went to a nearby mall and bought his cousin a dress she'd had her eye on for a long time but had always been too hesitant to buy, then transferred the remaining money to his aunt. Once he entered the occupied zone tomorrow to farm, he'd earn even more money. By transferring this money to his aunt now, he could spare her from having to work so hard. But the moment he returned home, his aunt approached him with a serious expression. "Where did you get all this money?" "I earned it today by running a dungeon," Li said casually. Joy, hands on her hips and mimicking her mother's stern expression, demanded, "Can you really make that much money from a dungeon run?" Li handed her the bag he was holding. "Go play somewhere, little girl." Joy curiously stuck her head inside the bag, let out a scream, and rushed eagerly into her room to try on the dress. "Auntie, you won't have to work anymore. The money I've earned is enough to support the family." Having been raised by his aunt since childhood, he was finally able to say those words. Grace's expression softened. "Did you really earn this money in the dungeon?" Li nodded. "Of course. Is it dangerous?" Grace's eyes were filled with concern for Li. "I promise you, there is no danger at all." Li raised his right hand, making the promise with a hint of unease. "All right, then. I'll save this money for you for now. You'll have plenty of uses for it in the future." Grace got up to bring the dishes from the kitchen. Li's lips curled into a smile without him realizing it, and his heart felt warm. The care of a close relative always made him feel at ease, both physically and emotionally. After the meal was served, Joy came out wearing a new dress. Having received her gift, she couldn't stop grinning. She was so happy she almost wanted to plant 2 kisses on Li's face. The next day, Li left early again, heading straight for the city gate. Since the monster crisis began, every city had erected massive city walls to keep all monsters and beasts at bay. As a result, the inside and outside of the city were essentially 2 different worlds. The area outside the city was known as the infected zone, where beasts lurked and monsters ran rampant. If you were unlucky, you might even encounter a beast horde or a massive swarm of monsters. Students are not allowed to leave the city alone. The captain of the city guard stationed at the gate stopped Li. Li was prepared and produced the principal's token. "I'm heading to the military camp outside the city to participate in today's land clearing operation." The captain took the token and swiped it on the device. Ho Yong's information immediately appeared on the screen. After checking his rank and position, the captain respectfully returned the token and signaled his soldiers to let him pass. As Li stepped through the city gate, a faint scent of blood hit him. In the occupied zone, beasts and monsters sometimes clashed with one another. In short, once he left the city walls, he had truly entered a world where the strong prey on the weak. Phew! Li took a deep breath and set off across the endless wilderness. Since it was early morning, a faint mist still hung in the air, but fortunately, he had clearly memorized the location of the garrison camp. After walking through the mist-shrouded wilderness for over 10 minutes, Li arrived at a military camp surrounded by concrete walls. After presenting the principal's token once more at the camp entrance, he was granted passage and walked inside. Inside the camp, aside from soldiers fully equipped and ready for action, there were also some civilian players who, like him, had come to participate in this frontier expedition. In addition to the soldiers from the garrison camp, this expedition had attracted many powerful civilian players who had heard the news and come to train and level up. Li's gaze was immediately drawn to a familiar figure among them. There, dressed all in black, Luna stood quietly among the crowd. Her aura was extraordinary, like an ink-black lotus in the night, making her stand out strikingly and causing everything around her to pale in comparison. Just then, a blue-haired young man walked up to Luna. "Hey, beautiful, did you come alone?" the young man asked with a mischievous grin. Luna shot him a glance, then coldly turned her head away. "Whoa, you're quite the ice queen, but that's exactly my type." The blue-haired young man still wouldn't let it go, his expression growing even more provocative. "You seem so aloof on the surface, but who knows what you're like behind closed doors." Luna's fingers twitched slightly beneath her sleeve, just as she was about to strike. "She doesn't want to talk to you, can't you tell?" Li walked over. The blue-haired young man turned his head in exasperation. "Where do you come from? Do you know who I am? If you don't know, go home and ask your mom," Li retorted bluntly. Luna couldn't help but chuckle, and the others around them burst into laughter as well. The blue-haired young man was stunned for 2 seconds by the retort, then, in a fit of rage, laughed sarcastically. "My name is Xue Haiyang the Xue from Northwood's House of Xue." As soon as he said that, many people around them backed away respectfully. The House of Xue was one of the top families in Northwood. Not only did they monopolize numerous industries in Northwood, but the family also boasted a large number of rare class members. "If this were the occupied zone, you'd already be a corpse by now," Xue Haiyang threatened with a menacing look. "You can try." Li's mind flashed, and Blade Call was primed and ready. If this were the occupied zone, he would have already sent a flying sword to slice off the man's head. Luna also stepped up beside him, ready to strike at any moment. As the two sides stood locked in a standoff, a middle-aged man in military uniform, his face bearing a terrifying claw mark, walked over. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, he simply looked at Li. "Are you the kid Principal Ho recommended so highly?" Li glanced at him and nodded. "Principal Ho sent me here." The middle-aged man didn't ask any further questions. He just held out his hand. "My name is Wu Feng. I'm the camp commander here. Feel free to come to me if you need anything." Li reached out and shook his rough hand. Xue Haiyang could clearly see that Wu Feng was trying to save Li from an awkward situation. He snorted coldly, brushed off his clothes, and turned away. However, having run wild within Northwood since childhood, he certainly wasn't going to let it go. He couldn't take action within the camp, but once they entered the occupied zone, this Wu Feng wouldn't be able to control him anymore. After shaking hands with Li, Wu Feng walked straight to the raised platform in the center of the camp. "Everyone! I am Wu Feng, commander of the garrison camp." His voice was firm and resonant, capturing the attention of everyone present the moment he spoke. "You're all here to take part in this frontier expedition, so I won't waste time on small talk." Standing at attention on the platform, Wu Feng laid out the rules for the mission. "All loot obtained from kills during the expedition is yours to keep. If you encounter powerful monsters or a beast horde, use the distress beacon to call for help. I'll now distribute maps of the expedition area and distress beacons. Once you're ready, you may set out." The soldiers handed out maps and a phone-like distress beacon to each of Li and his group of elite civilians. Yunchi, what are you doing here? Lee tucked away his map and distress beacon and looked over at Luna standing beside him. Luna tilted her head playfully. I was about to ask you the same thing. What are you doing here? Exploring and leveling up, Lee shrugged. I'm here for a trial. Luna put on a mysterious expression. A trial? Lee only then noticed she wasn't holding a map or an emergency beacon. After this trial, I'm definitely going to level up past you. Luna lifted her fair chin. I won't be waiting around for you, Lee chuckled. Then let us make a bet the next time we meet. My level will definitely be higher than yours. Sure, it's a deal. The two crossed fingers to seal the deal, then Luna suddenly leaned in and whispered, watch out for that Shui Haiyang. Lee glanced at Shui Haiyang, who was standing not far away, then nodded with a smile. He didn't take that spoiled brat seriously at all. His strength posed no threat to him whatsoever. I'll let you in on another secret. Actually, my main goal for this trial is to get an epic rune. Luna whispered. Runes? Lee's heart skipped a beat. Runes were far more valuable than equipment or skill books. In fact, they were among the most precious items, things money simply couldn't buy. There were 4 types: attack runes, defense runes, speed runes, and spirit runes. These corresponded exactly to the 4 attributes, and when equipped, they would boost that specific attribute by a certain percentage based on the rune's quality. Some extremely high-quality runes can even boost a stat by 40% when equipped, but only 1 rune of each type can be worn at a time. These items are essentially the key to what sets top-tier players apart in the late game. The difference in stats between wearing runes and not wearing them is enormous. However, the only ways to obtain these runes are either through official factions or academies, or they're monopolized by the major clans. Ordinary high school students don't even have a way to obtain them, so Lee could only put his hopes for runes on hold for now. Well, I wish you luck in getting a rune and taking your stats to the next level. Luna replied, my 4 rune slots have been filled for a long time. Then why are you still? Lee blurted out, but upon seeing Luna's eyes, he realized something. Just then, an officer from the camp approached. Miss Lin, the trial site is ready. Good luck to you, too. Don't forget, next time we meet, let us see who's at a higher level. Luna waved goodbye. Lee nodded, already understanding in his heart that she was participating in the trial to earn runes for herself. She would always remember the favor Luna had done for her, but with her current strength, she couldn't even begin to repay it. This made Lee even more eager to grow stronger. At the same time, she realized from their earlier conversation that the scions of prominent families had access to all kinds of resources, making them exceptionally strong in terms of level, attributes, and skills. If she wanted to become number 1 in the country, she couldn't afford to let her guard down even for a moment, nor could she become complacent with her current strength. After familiarizing himself with the map, Lee set out from the camp. In a corner of the camp, a pair of eyes watched him walk out. You like playing the hero, do you? I doubt you've considered that a moment's impulse might cost you your life. Shui Haiyang's face was etched with a cold smile. This time, the area to be cleared was a town that had been overrun by monsters for many years. The garrison had decided to thoroughly clear out the town and establish a safe zone. Not long after leaving the camp, Lee arrived at the exploration area marked on the map. The place bore little resemblance to the town it once was. Ruins overgrown with green vines were everywhere, with only a handful of buildings still intact. I wonder how many monsters are here. I hope they don't disappoint me. Lee took all his gear out of his spatial ring, equipped it, and gripped the Ice Soul Cloud Sword. Generally, players only put on their gear when entering a fallen zone or a dungeon. Only someone like Jack, who loves to show off, would wear his gear and strut around when there's no need to fight. Come out, monkey. Lee summoned the Vajra ape from his summoning space. Boom! Boom! Once the Vajra ape emerged, it couldn't resist pounding its chest a few times, as if it had been itching to move while trapped in the summoning space. You lead the charge. To be on the safe side, Lee had the Vajra ape go first. Whoosh! As they passed a pile of rubble, a crimson, dog-like creature suddenly pounced from behind the wall. Sharp-toothed hound level 10. Description: a demon beast infected with demonic energy. Skills: sharp-toothed bite, lethal claw strike. The Vajra ape stepped forward and swung his staff with all his might. Boom! The purple gold wu iron staff struck the creature with a heavy thud, sending it flying and slamming it into the crumbling wall. Boom! The crumbling wall collapsed, and the sharp-toothed hound was dead beyond any doubt. Defeated level 10 sharp-toothed hound, plus 140 EXP, plus 13 strength, plus 9 agility. A level 10 monster right off the bat, not bad luck at all. The experience points and attribute bonuses made Lee's lips curl into a smile. He set out with the diamond ape to sweep through the area. There were plenty of demon beasts and monsters here, but none of them could withstand a single blow from the golden ape's club or Lee's sword. Killed a level 7 magic wolf, plus 56 EXP, plus 6 strength, plus 4 agility. Killed an level 8 ghost-faced cat, plus 80 EXP, plus 10 agility, plus 4 strength. Killed a level 7 magic wolf, plus 56 EXP. After an hour, all the monsters and beasts in this area had been wiped out. The golden ape leveled up again, and Lee's experience bar was nearly full. Thanks to the attribute plunder skill, his stats had skyrocketed. Strength, 412 plus 80. Agility, 195 plus 40. Defense, 157 plus 20. Spirit, 293 plus 110 plus 80. With the bonus from the Ice Soul Cloud Sword, his strength stat was nearing 500 points, and his other stats far exceeded those of players at the same level. No one would question that these stats belonged to a level 15 player. This exploration mission was definitely worth it, Lee remarked. Not only were the demon beasts here higher level, but there was also a greater variety, allowing him to maximize his stat plundering. Just as he was about to head to the next area with the Vajra ape, a long, piercing cry rang out from the sky. Whoosh! A male eagle, its body covered in black feathers, appeared high in the sky, seemingly searching for prey below, unaware that it had already become Lee's target. It's this far away, my mental power should be enough. With a thought, Lee conjured a flying sword, which shot straight into the sky. The flying sword's range, speed, and ability to lock onto targets all depended on the strength of Lee's mental power. Thud! The flying sword pierced the eagle's body, knocking it from the sky. Killed a level 7 black wind eagle, plus 64 EXP, plus 6 agility, plus 3 strength. Congratulations! Player has reached level 7, plus 35 strength, plus 35 agility, plus 35 defense, plus 60 spirit. Lottery attempts plus 1. Finally, I've leveled up again. The higher the level, the more experience points are required, so ED need to defeat higher level monsters to level up faster. Lee chose to draw a prize immediately. Obtained Rare Class Explorer exclusive skill, Scouting. Scouting detects all hidden monsters, beasts, and humans within a certain range. The detection range is tied to the player's own mental strength. Scouting? Lee couldn't wait to use it. Whoosh! In an instant, the layout of monsters and beasts as well as the other pioneers within a radius of several kilometers appeared clearly in his mind. Whoa! This is awesome! I can clearly see where the monsters and beasts are and exactly how many there are. This means I don't have to waste time searching for monsters at all. And I don't have to worry about ambushes either. Lee was thrilled this skill had come at just the right time. After getting a clear picture of the demon beast's distribution, Lee immediately mapped out a route. Monkey, you head this way. Let us split up at LL, be more efficient that way. Lee pointed Vajra ape in a specific direction. The demon beasts and monsters were relatively dense in that area, and since their levels weren't very high, Vajra ape would be unstoppable there. Vajra ape nodded and set off, staff in hand. Lee, meanwhile, headed toward another area teeming with demon beasts. He had previously kept Vajra ape by his side for fear of encountering high-level monsters or packs of beasts, but now that he possessed the scouting skill, he no longer needed to worry about that at all. As he passed a vine-entwined structure, Lee pointed a finger, and his flying sword shot toward it instantly. Whoosh! The flying sword sliced through the thick tangle of vines, sending a spurt of blood flying. Killed a level 9 red venom snake, plus 110 EXP, plus 10 agility, plus 5 strength, plus 3 spirit. He didn't even bother to look at what it was, he simply killed the venomous snake hiding in the shadows. What a great skill! No matter where a monster hides, it can't escape scouting. Guided by the distribution map displayed by the scouting skill, Lee used his flying sword to slay these demon beasts one after another, working much more efficiently than before. Killed a level 6 demon wolf, plus 45 EXP. Killed a level 9 ripper, plus 110 EXP, plus 10 strength, plus 10 agility. Killed a level 7 demon wolf, plus 56 EXP. With Lee's current strength, killing these demon beasts was as easy as wielding a flying sword. He spent most of his time traveling between them. Sigh, if only all these demon beasts would gather in one place. No sooner had Lee uttered this sigh than he noticed a large group of beasts and monsters on the map actually converging in one direction. Strange, it's actually happening. He took a closer look and discovered a tiny dot representing a human who was constantly hurting them, forcing them to move rapidly in one direction. And that direction was straight toward him. Is this for real? Lee felt a surge of excitement. Wouldn't this save him a tremendous amount of time? Meanwhile, in the wilderness of the occupied zone, a vast number of demon beasts and monsters, startled, were running frantically in one direction, constantly drawing other demon beasts and monsters along with them as they went. As their numbers swelled, they gradually formed a sizable tide of beasts. Behind them, Shui Haiyang, clutching a glowing blue talisman, was chasing after these beasts and monsters at breakneck speed. This was a monster-repelling talisman his clan had specifically given him when he entered the occupied zone. When activated, it emitted the aura of a powerful human warrior. Upon sensing this aura, the beasts and monsters would retreat of their own accord. The clan had prepared it to protect him from encountering beast hordes or high-level monsters in the occupied zone, but they never expected him to use it to proactively drive away the beasts there. Kid, as long as you die at the hands of a beast, I'll see who dares to say anything. Shui Haiyang sneered. He was doing this, of course, to get back at Lee. At the garrison camp, inside the monitoring room. Camp Commander, there's an anomaly in the power trajectories of the beasts in the frontier area. A staff member spoke up to alert them. They couldn't accurately monitor the number or level of the beasts here, but they could detect the power they emitted. At that moment, a massive surge of beast power was rushing in one direction. Wu Feng took 2 steps forward and glanced at the monitoring screen. Someone is stirring up trouble. Check the name on the distress beacon behind that surge of beast power. Every distress beacon issued by the camp was equipped with a tracking function, and the user's name was recorded at the time of issuance. It's Shui Haiyang, the staff member said. Wu Feng immediately understood. Rubbing his chin, he remarked, that rich kid really does hold a grudge. Camp Commander, should we intervene? That kid was personally recommended by Old Ho. If anything happens, how am I supposed to explain this to him? Wu Feng thought for a moment and said, send a clearing squad to Lee's location immediately. In the occupied zone. Lee was quietly waiting for this massive wave of experience points and stats to hit, and he had also summoned the Vajra ape back to his side. There were quite a few monsters in this wave. His flying sword might not even be enough. Having Monkey by his side made him feel safer and was much more efficient. Through his scrying skill, he had also determined that this group of beasts was extremely large, with the highest level 1 reaching level 12. This would pose a lethal threat to other players below level 20. But for Lee, who possessed Blade Call and the Vajra ape, they posed no threat at all. They were merely a source of experience points and stats. Boom! A sensation of the ground shaking came from the distance, spreading rapidly, and soon a rumbling sound could be heard. In the distant wilderness, a vast cloud of dust swirled, as if an army of thousands were charging toward them. Bring it on! Lee gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand, a surge of excitement welling up within him. Beside him, the Vajra ape pounded its chest a few times, ready for battle. A man and an ape facing off against an army of demon beasts. They exuded the aura of a lone warrior holding the pass against 1,000 enemies. Soon, they caught sight of the front ranks of the demon beast army. Most of them were speed-oriented wolf-like demon beasts. They were charging toward them at breakneck speed. Go, monkey! At Lee's command, Vajra ape suddenly unleashed his skill, Wild Roar. Roar! A deafening roar instantly sent the frontline beasts tumbling head over heels. This area of effect crowd control skill completely disrupted the demon beast army's formation already on the defensive. They were now thrown into utter chaos. Vajra ape charged forward, staff in hand. It leaped into the air and landed with a crushing iron fist. Boom! The ground shook violently, and many of the agile, fragile beasts in front hit by the area of effect skill were instantly killed. Killed a level 7 demon wolf, plus 56 EXP. Killed a level 6 demon wolf, plus 45 EXP. Killed a level 6 swift shadow wolf, plus 45 EXP. A string of kill notifications accompanied the massive amount of experience points Lee pocketed. Awesome! This is definitely a more efficient way to kill them. At that moment, the Vajra ape charging into the horde of monsters was like a tiger among sheep. With every sweeping blow of its club, large numbers of beasts perished, while their attacks against it felt no more than a tickle. It was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. These beasts were terrified by this terrifying giant ape, but with the terrifying aura emanating from the monster-repelling talismans behind it, they had no choice but to bypass the Vajra ape and charge straight toward Lee. Blade call. Lee drew the Ice Soul Cloud sword. With a single thought, over 100 flying swords instantly appeared above his head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Lee thrust his sword forward, the hundreds of flying swords shot out ahead of him simultaneously. Converging into a single torrent, they swept through the charging horde of demon beasts like a flood. Each flying sword possessed a power rating of 5,370, not only capable of instantly killing these demon beasts, but also retaining residual power after each kill. Splatter! In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and all the charging demon beasts perished beneath the torrent of flying swords. Killed a level 9 Ripper, plus 110 EXP. Killed a level 8 Ink Poison Spider, plus 80 EXP, plus 8 Strength, plus 5 Agility, plus 3 Spirit. Killed a level 10 Demon Hound, plus 140 EXP, plus 12 Strength, plus 8 Agility, plus 5 Defense. With countless experience points and massive attribute gains, Leah's notification panel was flooded with kill notifications. This was the first time he had truly experienced the terror of Blade Call firsthand. Whether it was a horde of monsters or high-level beasts, under the torrent of flying swords, everything was reduced to dust. Congratulations! Player has reached level 8. Strength plus 40, Agility plus 40, Defense plus 40, Spirit plus 70. Lottery attempts plus 1. The torrent of flying swords wiped out the vast majority of the demon beasts. Even the Vajra ape fighting at the front scratched its head in bewilderment. It seemed to be saying, "Master, how did you get so powerful?" The remaining demon beasts were also terrified by the torrent of flying swords. They didn't dare to charge toward Lee anymore and scattered in all directions. At the rear of the demon beast horde, Shui Haiyang, clutching his demon-banishing talisman, was instantly dumbfounded. He had clearly witnessed every moment of Leah's earlier display. First, the Vajra ape charged forth like a war god to take on the entire horde single-handedly, followed by the utterly terrifying torrent of flying swords. Holy shit! What the hell is this? Is this really a high school student? Shui Haiyang felt as if he'd seen a ghost. However, no matter how stunned and shocked he was at that moment, he knew he couldn't let Lee discover him. He quickly stowed away the monster-repelling talisman, then concealed his presence and slipped away quietly. As far as he was concerned, there was no way Lee could know he was behind all this. Besides, he had the House of Shui backing him. As long as he avoided a direct confrontation with Lee, he'd be fine. What he didn't know, however, was that Lee was clearly tracking his movements through his detection technique. Even his stealthy escape at that moment was fully within Leah's sight, though he had no intention of dealing with Shui Haiyang right then and there. Doing so would arouse suspicion, and he did indeed need to be mindful of the House of Shui backing him. Besides, since Shui Haiyang had given him so much experience and stats, it would be impolite not to return the favor. Lee had already figured out a way to repay him. Before taking action, he didn't forget to loot the items. Acquired rare class Shadow Assassin ultimate skill, Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth, upon use, enters stealth mode. While stealthed, attack power plus 50%, speed plus 50%. Can re-enter stealth mode after killing a unit. Not bad, an assassin type skill that's good for both assassination and self-preservation. No sooner had he finished the draw than Lee noticed a squad of soldiers rushing toward him. When the soldiers saw the field of monster corpses surrounding them, they all froze in their tracks. They just received orders from camp that a large number of monsters had gathered here, and yet, in such a short time, they all turned into corpses. This what on earth is going on? The officer in charge exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lee clapped his hands. We're pioneering new lands, isn't killing a few monsters perfectly normal? Normal my ass. The officer raged inwardly. He'd never seen anyone capable of slaying so many demon beasts in such a short time. He glanced at the Vajra ape in the distance, and scathed, then looked back at the field of demon beast corpses on the ground, all slain by flying swords. What kind of monster is this? Is he really just a high school student? He couldn't help but echo Shui Haiyang's exact thoughts. Just then, his communicator beeped. He answered it, and Wu Feng's voice came through. The energy detector's broken. The demon beast's energy fluctuations suddenly vanished. How's it going over there? Do you need backup? Battalion commander, the energy detector isn't broken. Those demon beasts, they're all dead. The officer could hardly believe it and scanned the area once more. After he spoke, there was silence on the other end of the communicator for several seconds. Are you sure you're not joking with me? It's true. By the time I arrived here, all the demon beasts were already dead. In the monitoring room. Wu Feng put down the communicator, his mind still reeling. Old Ho, I'm sorry. A genius like this is exactly what our military headquarters needs. He had already begun plotting in his mind how to recommend Lee, this prodigy, to military headquarters. In the occupied zone. After parting ways with the pioneering squad, Lee cast the scouting spell once more. Thanks to Shui Haiyang's south earlier drive off, there were no longer any areas with dense concentrations of demon beasts here, though a few high-level monsters still remained. Among these high-level monsters, Lee ultimately chose an 18th-level demon Jin as a return gift for Shui Haiyang. Not only was its level high enough, but this monster was also extremely vicious and bloodthirsty. It would kill any living creature it encountered, whether demon beast or human. You're the one. Lee led the Vajra ape toward the demon beast's location. When he arrived, a small exploration party had already beaten into it and was engaged in combat with the level 18 demon beast. Demon beast level 18. Description: a monster that combines speed and strength, and is extremely bloodthirsty. Skills: Bone Spike Ambush, Blood Sea Terror. It had the head of a bull and the body of a human, stood over 2 meters tall, and was covered in tiny green scales, with 2 sharp bone blades protruding from the backs of its arms. Thick black hair surrounded its bull's head, and its entire body was muscular and incredibly burly. Judging by their gear, the exploration party currently fighting it consisted entirely of casual players. Quick! Use the distress beacon. At this point, the 4-person party was on the verge of collapse. In fact, they had stumbled into this area by accident and were immediately attacked by the demon beast. 2 warriors were already severely wounded and nearly incapacitated, while 1 swordsman was still using his superior swordsmanship to maneuver and buy time. The remaining female archer was just about to pull out the distress beacon. Whoosh! A blood-red beam suddenly shot from the demon Jin's eyes, instantly filling the vision of all 4 with blood. They were all plunged into the fear-inducing effect of the sea of blood. Now, all it needed to do was raise its hand and strike to kill all 4 of them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air. It looked up to see a giant ape wielding a purple staff descending from the sky. It raised the bony spikes on its arm to block the attack. Crack! The bony spikes were easily shattered by the purple gold steel staff. The Vajra ape followed up with another blow, sending the demon beast flying. Monkey, go easy on it, don't kill it. Lee stepped out from the side. After all, he still needed this magic Jin to carry out his retaliation. The 4-person squad also broke free from the terror of the sea of blood. As soon as their vision cleared, they saw the golden ape drive the magic Jin back with 2 swings of its staff. Who is this guy? He has got such a powerful summoned beast. All four of them were around level 12, yet even working together, they hadn't stood a chance against the demon beast. But Li looked like just a high school student, and yet he possessed such a formidable summoned beast. It made them wonder if he was the young master of some prominent family, here to gain real-world combat experience. Li noticed people watching him, so he gave the golden ape a look. Whoosh! The golden ape, in a slightly clumsy act, revealed an opening. The demon beast seized the opportunity and fled in the direction Li had predetermined. Monkey, chase it! Don't let it get away! Li and the golden ape, one on the left and one on the right, deliberately kept adjusting their course as they gave chase. Both were moving at high speed. Using the location of Shui Haiyang detected by his scouting spell, Li accurately herded the demon jin into a dilapidated village. He then slowed down, allowing the demon jin to believe it had shaken off Li and the golden ape. Having sustained severe injuries during the chase, it now desperately needed to feed on blood to restore its health. Inside the village, Shui Haiyang was leisurely hunting monsters. Thanks to the experience he gained the previous day, his level had already reached level 6. Equipped with top-tier gear and skills, he had no trouble hunting the monsters in this area. As the eldest legitimate son of the current generation of the Northwood House of Shui, his path to advancement had long been paved. All he needed to do was follow the family's arrangements step by step. In the future, he would become a powerful figure in the region and might even succeed to the position of head of the House of Shui. He didn't have to struggle like the vast majority of people, fighting tooth and nail just to earn a sliver of a chance to become powerful. However, what he didn't know at that moment was that he had already been targeted by a pair of blood-red eyes lurking in the shadows. Boom! A dilapidated house was knocked down, and a terrifying monster charged toward him on all fours. An 18th level demon beast? Shui Haiyang panicked instantly and instinctively reached for his monster-repelling talisman. Whoosh! But he had already exhausted the power within the monster-repelling talisman. It was now useless. How could this happen? How could there be such a high-level monster here? Shui Haiyang's face was etched with terror. Having never experienced real combat before, his mental fortitude was extremely weak. Faced with the high-level monster's onslaught, he simply stood there frozen in place. Whoosh! The demon beast lunged forward violently. Whoosh! Another talisman on Shui Haiyang's chest glowed, instantly knocking the charging demon beast away. That's right. I still have my protective talisman. He hurriedly pulled the talisman from his chest. This was a protective talisman his clan had prepared to prevent any mishaps. It would automatically activate upon receiving a fatal blow, forming a defensive shield around him. After being knocked back, the demon beast shook its head and readied itself to pounce once more. As a high-level creature, its intelligence naturally far surpassed that of lower-level monsters. By now, it had realized that Shui Haiyang had relied on an external force to fend off its attack. This human's own strength was very weak. Desperate for blood to replenish its vitality, it would certainly not let this prey slip away so easily. Whoosh! The demon beast launched another attack, only to be repelled once again by the amulet's power. However, after this strike, the light shield emanating from the amulet visibly dimmed. Clearly, the energy contained within the amulet was limited. Realizing this, the demon beast was even less likely to let this prey, which was practically within its grasp, escape. Shui Haiyang finally remembered he could use the distress beacon to call for help. But when he pulled out the beacon, he noticed Li standing on a low wall nearby, his gaze fixed on them. At that moment, seeing Li was like seeing a lifeline. His voice trembling with tears, he cried out, Save me." Li, however, acted as if he hadn't heard a thing and remained standing where he was. The demon beast also noticed Li in the distance, but saw that the terrifying golden ape hadn't appeared, and Li showed no intention of coming over. So it continued to attack Shui Haiyang. Now Shui Haiyang was completely panicked at this rate. He wouldn't be able to hold out until help arrived from the garrison camp. He would meet his end right here. I am Shui Haiyang of the House of Shui. If you dare to stand by and watch me die, the House of Shui will not spare you. Shui Haiyang used his family as leverage. Li, however, laughed. When you lured the horde of demon beasts toward me just now, did you ever imagine a day like this would come for you? At those words, Shui Haiyang's expression changed completely. He hadn't expected Li to know any of this. You did this on purpose? You're the one who lured this demon beast here? Shui Haiyang's eyes widened in fury. That's right. You led the horde of demon beasts toward me, and I led the demon beast toward you. That's only fair. Li said calmly. If he hadn't been absurdly powerful, he would already be a dead man at the claws of the demon beasts. Shui Haiyang must have realized this as well. Clearly, Li had been out to kill him from the start. Since that was the case, there was no way he was going to go easy on him. Fair? Shui Haiyang was on the verge of tears. I survived on my own merits. Whether you survive or not depends on your own merits. Li sat atop the wall, looking on as if watching a show. Under the emotion's relentless assaults, the protective talisman's power was growing ever weaker, and Shui Haiyang's heart was already filled with fear. But even though he was filled with hatred toward Li, he dared not show it. He could only plead desperately. Please, save me. As long as you spare my life, I'll give you anything. All I want is your life. Li had long since decided that, having gone this far, there was no way he would let Shui Haiyang walk out alive. A flash of malice crossed Shui Haiyang's eyes, and this time he dropped to his knees, pleading, I was wrong, Li. I truly realize my mistake. Li shook his head, you just know you're about to die. Boom! The demon beast finally broke through the protective shield, and the amulet in Shui Haiyang's hand shattered along with it. He was utterly despairing. Until that very moment, he had never imagined that a single small decision he'd made after leaving the garrison camp would directly cost him his life. Li! The House of Shui will never let you get away with this. Shui Haiyang let out a final, desperate roar of rage. Splatter! A spurt of blood sprayed from under the demon beast's sharp claws. The scene was incredibly gruesome. In just a few moments, Shui Haiyang was reduced to a blood-soaked corpse. Just as the demon beast, having feasted to its fill, was about to flee, a flying sword pierced the back of its skull from behind. Defeated level 18 demon beast, plus 1500 EXP, plus 25 strength, plus 18 agility, plus 19 defense, plus 15 spirit. That's more EXP than killing 10 level 10 monsters. Li's heart leapt with joy, and just as he was about to check what items Shui Haiyang had left behind. Whoosh! A figure instantly appeared on the scene. He glanced around, then charged toward Li. What's going on? Where is Shui Haiyang? Only then did Li get a clear look. It was Company Commander Wu Feng. Pointing at the pool of blood on the ground, he said, I'm too late. He has already been killed by the demon beast. What? A look of panic flashed across the face of this battle-hardened soldier. He took half a step back and sighed heavily. Do you have any idea what Shui Haiyang's status is within the House of Shui? He died at the hands of a monster. It has nothing to do with me. Li hadn't expected Wu Feng to show up so quickly. He thought that as long as he stayed away from this place afterward, no one would link what happened here to him. But the tracker records it clearly. You chased the demon beast all the way here, and then it killed him. Wu Feng, of course, knew exactly what had happened here. He rushed over to stop it all, but he'd still been a step too late. Detectors? Li pressed his hand to his forehead. He underestimated the garrison's control over the frontier zone. By the time Wu Feng saw him driving off the demon beast, they'd likely already been on their way here. He truly had no way to defend himself against Wu Feng. When he lured that pack of demon beasts toward me, did he even consider whether I'd live or die? Even if I don't kill him today, do you think he'll spare me in the future? Li demanded. Wu Feng was at a loss for words, but he knew how to choose between a spoiled brat and a genius. He certainly didn't want the human race to lose a genius just because of a dead spoiled brat. The records on the detector can't be erased. The House of Shui will soon find out that you were behind all this. Now, there's only one path left for you. Li stared at him, listening as he continued. Enroll early through special admission at the first military academy. No matter how powerful the House of Shui is, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on the military department's future genius. Wu Feng revealed his plan. The first military academy? Li had, of course, heard of this renowned institution. It was hailed as the cradle of generals and commanders, on par with the Imperial Academy, and a gathering place for the military department's brightest minds. However, his goal was to take the grand exam, rank first nationwide, and gain admission to the Imperial Academy. I can personally recommend you. Given your abilities, getting early special admission shouldn't be a problem, Wu Feng said. But my goal is the Imperial Academy. This was the promise he made with Luna to enter the Imperial Academy together. But how will you withstand the wrath of the House of Shui? Wu Feng countered. He could already imagine the frenzy the House of Shui would fall into upon learning of Shui Haiyang's death. Right now, the only person in all of Northwood who can protect you is the City Lord. Even in his capacity as a company commander, he was completely unable to stand up to the House of Shui. Wu Feng continued his analysis, but whether the City Lord would be willing to risk offending the House of Shui, a long-established local powerhouse that has dominated Northwood for years, for your sake, is still an unknown. Li found himself caught in a dilemma. This decision had come far too suddenly for him. Wu Feng sensed his hesitation and said, "You don't have to decide right now. I've already notified Old Ho. Come back to camp with me for now." Back at camp, Li waited anxiously for the principal, unsure how he would react upon learning that Li had killed Shui Haiyang. If the principal didn't take his side, it seemed his only option would be to enroll in the first military academy early. Although he knew Luna also came from a powerful background, he didn't want to drag Yunxi's family into this. Besides, he acted alone. How could he let a woman take the blame for him? As these chaotic thoughts swirled through his mind, Li suddenly noticed a pair of feet in cloth shoes at the doorway. Looking up, he realized Principal Ho had arrived without him noticing. Impressive. I heard from Old Wu that you can now take down level 18 monsters all by yourself. Howard's face was beaming with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. Li was about to explain what had happened, but it seemed Wu Feng had already told him everything. Principal, did I do something wrong? Li was also at a loss. Turning their own tactics against them, what's wrong with that? Howard's voice rose a few notches, and his expression turned serious. Shui Haiyang dares to act so brazenly simply because he is counting on the House of Shui to take the fall for him. And behind you, Li, I'm here to take the fall for you. Those resounding words made Li feel for the first time that he had someone to rely on. But Commander Wu said my only option is to be specially recruited into the first military academy early. Do you want to go? Howard asked. Li shook his head. If I don't want to, I won't go. Howard waved his hand dismissively. Why should you be afraid of them? You just did exactly what he did, except he didn't have the guts to die at the hands of the monsters. These words instantly cleared Li's mind. In the occupied zone, there were no rules or laws to speak of. It was a world of survival of the fittest, where murder and robbery were commonplace. Everyone who set foot in the occupied zone should understand this, and everyone must take responsibility for their own actions. Li had merely fought back, and besides, Shui Haiyang had also died at the hands of a monster. Just then, Wu Feng hurried over. Old Ho. The head of the House of Shui has come in person. Li's heart sank. This was a level 50 powerhouse, second only to the City Lord in Northwood. Howard patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. Soon, a group of lavishly dressed people entered the tent. Where is my son, Shui Haiyang? Where is my son, Shui Haiyang? A wealthy lady, dressed in opulent finery and adorned with gold and silver, screamed hysterically the moment she entered. Your son met his end at the hands of a monster. No body remains, Wu Feng said, standing ramrod straight. The noble woman froze, then collapsed to the ground. The elderly man leading the group exuded an air of natural authority. After scanning the room, he fixed his gaze on Li. In that moment, Li felt an immense pressure, as if he were being stared down by a lion capable of tearing him to pieces. At that moment, Howard stepped in front of Li, blocking the elder's line of sight and all the pressure. Head of the House of Shui, it's been a long time. Howard stood with his hands behind his back, neither subservient nor arrogant. Old Howard, what are you doing here? The head of the House of Shui was deeply calculating even now, he showed no sign of emotion. I'm taking my student home. Him? The head of the House of Shui glanced at Li behind him, then back at Howard, his tone firm. You won't be taking him away. He dared to endanger my son's life, I will have him killed. The noblewoman's eyes were filled with venom. Hand him over. The head of the House of Shui's tone left no room for argument. Howard said nothing, but his unwavering stance spoke volumes. Howard, you can't stop me. You'll have to try to find out. If you want to take him away, you'll have to kill me first. Howard didn't back down an inch. Li felt uneasy. His principal was only just over level 40, while the head of the House of Shui was rumored to have broken through the level 50 bottleneck. The disparity in strength between them was vast. The principal was now prepared to risk his life to protect his student. If the head of the House of Shui dared to kill this principal who had such powerful connections, the House of Shui would be finished, and the city lord would certainly not spare them. Whoosh! In the next second, the auras of both sides clashed head-on, though Howard was the one being overwhelmed. This is a military camp. No violence allowed. Wu Feng also displayed his power, attempting to mediate between the two sides, but he remained firmly suppressed by the head of the House of Shui alone. Such is the terror of high-level powerhouses, they need not even strike, merely emanating their aura is enough to exert a level-based suppression. Father, Haiyang is your most beloved grandson. Hurry and kill them to avenge Haiyang, the noblewoman cried out from behind. The head of the House of Shui took another step forward, and the aura emanating from him grew even more profound. This time, even Li felt a powerful pressure bearing down on him, yet Howard remained firmly in front, not budging an inch. Stop! A crisp yet slightly anxious voice rang out. Li looked in the direction of the voice and saw Luna charging toward him while enduring the pressure of the aura. The head of the House of Shui merely glanced at her, showing no sign of stopping the pressure, and continued walking forward. Luna, however, walked straight up to him, raised her arm to block his path, and said, If you want to touch Li, you'll have to get past me first. Yunshi. Li tried to step forward but was stopped by Howard. Humph. The head of the House of Shui snorted lightly and continued walking forward. Whoosh. In an instant, all the auras in the room vanished, and everything returned to stillness except for the head of the House of Shui, whose face was etched with sheer terror. Take one more step, and you'll die. A voice echoed in his mind. Who are you, sir? The head of the House of Shui asked, his voice trembling. You're not worthy of knowing. Get out of here. Hearing this, the head of the House of Shui felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. Without looking back, he turned and led the few members of the House of Shui away. The members of the House of Shui were all filled with confusion, but the head of the House of Shui gave them no chance to speak. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he led them swiftly away from the scene. The noblewoman tried to struggle, but he enveloped her with a single spell and carried her away. They came and went in a flash. Li was equally puzzled, while Howard and Wu Feng looked deep in thought. I was only gone for a moment, and you've already gotten yourself into trouble. Luna turned her head and looked at Li playfully. Just now. Li pointed in the direction the leader of House of Shui had left. I saved you, you fool. Luna lifted her chin, looking as if she expected praise. Li knew full well that, given her strength, there was no way she could have flustered the head of the House of Shui like that, and he also gained a deeper understanding of her background. Thanks. He wasn't one for flattery, so he simply asked, Did your trial go well? At that, Luna quickly pulled out a red stone covered in intricate patterns. It went okay. It's just a shame that this trial only featured attack-type runes. Seeing her pull out this rune, Howard and Wu Feng's expressions both changed. They were both well aware of the value of this rune and just how brutal the trials one had to endure to obtain it. However, the very next second, Luna handed the rune to Li. Is this kid really that charismatic? Wu Feng's eyes widened, while Howard watched with a smirk. Attack rune epic, increases strength by 18% when equipped. Holding the rune in his hand, Li's heart leapt with joy. With it, his strength would increase by 18%. For a player like him, whose strength attribute already far surpassed that of his peers, this was undoubtedly an even greater boost. Yunshi, I. It's okay, I know you're not good with words, but I understand how you feel. Luna smiled. Miss, it's time to head out. A voice rang out in her mind. With a touch of reluctance, she said, all right, I'm off to the trial dungeon in the next provincial capital. After this, I'm sure I'll surpass your level. Ever since she had awakened her class, the clan had long since mapped out her path, and she had no choice but to follow the route they had set out for her, step by step. Goodbye, Principal. Goodbye, Camp Commander. Luna said her goodbyes one by one, finally turning to Lee and grinning. Goodbye, silly. Goodbye. Lee waved goodbye. As Luna stepped out of the tent, a figure suddenly appeared at her side. Uncle Fu, since clan members will be accompanying me to the trial dungeon in the provincial capital this time, you don't need to come. But clan leader. The old man had barely begun to speak when Luna cut him off. Oh, I actually have a favor to ask of you. Even though you scared those people off just now. But there is no guarantee they won't try to harm Lee and his family again. I want you to stay behind and protect him in secret. The old man replied, Miss, I know how much he means to you, but there are some things I simply must say. There are plenty of people in the capital who are more talented and have better connections than him. Why do you? Luna quickly raised her hand. Enough. I've heard this so many times my ears are calloused. My father not only told you to protect me, but also gave you full authority to follow my orders. Now, I order you to protect Lee and his family. Otherwise, I won't go to the provincial capital. Miss. Inside the tent. Wu Feng cast an admiring glance at Lee, while Howard continued to look at Lee with a smile. Principal, that look of yours is making me nervous, Lee said. Howard kept smiling and replied, I used to think you were out of your league with Yunshi, but now it seems the two of you are a perfect match. Lee, however, had no time for jokes. He said with some concern, Principal, I'm afraid the House of Shui won't just let this slide. Howard's smile faded, and he nodded. They won't let it go, but it's nothing to worry about. What do you mean? The grand tournament is tomorrow. As long as you catch the city Lord Si during the league matches, Shuekui's temperament means he won't cause you any more trouble. Howard folded his arms behind his back and analyzed, the only thing we need to worry about now is the time leading up to the grand tournament. Lee nodded, but then suddenly thought of his aunt and cousin still in the city. Principal, we need to hurry back to the city. Although the city had rules and laws prohibiting the use of force against ordinary people, they still had to guard against the House of Shui resorting to desperate measures. However, when the two rushed back to the city, they discovered that their aunt and cousin had vanished as if they evaporated into thin air. How could this happen? Lee immediately began to panic. Howard furrowed his brow and reassured him, don't worry. I know Shuekui very well. He is extremely calculating. He would never let a minor issue cost him the bigger picture. He would absolutely never dare to harm ordinary people. In Huagua, there are several red lines that must never be crossed. One of them is this: feuds between players must never involve ordinary people. Nor is it permissible to use one's power to harm ordinary people. There was once a level 80 legendary class player who severed an ordinary person's arm over a minor incident. Afterward, he was put on trial by the military. As punishment, one of his own arms was severed, he was required to apologize to the victim, and he was subsequently permanently exiled to the occupied zone, barred from entering any city. These measures have greatly ensured the safety of ordinary citizens within the city and deterred even the most powerful players from acting with impunity. But my aunt and the others were still taken away by the House of Shui. Lee clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. All he wanted to do now was storm the House of Shui and rescue them. Don't act impulsively. That's exactly what the House of Shui wants. If we storm the House of Shui now, we'll be playing right into their hands. On the other hand, the House of Shui certainly won't dare harm your aunt and the others. Howard pressed his hand on Leah's shoulder and said calmly, after all, harming ordinary people is far more serious than killing us on the spot at the camp. Shuekui didn't dare lay a hand on us back then precisely because he understood the consequences. His words gradually calmed Lee down. If Shuekui had truly been that impulsive, he would have struck at the camp long ago. Why else would they keep putting pressure on the principal but dare not take action? Their current tactics are simply meant to force us into submission. So what do we do now? Lee asked. Wait one night. Tomorrow, at the grand tournament, your performance will dazzle everyone. Then, you'll personally inform the city lord of all this and all of the House of Shui's schemes will crumble on their own. Howard said with absolute confidence. Lee nodded slightly. He understood all too well that an ordinary high school student and a genius of unparalleled talent carried completely different weight. Moreover, since his aunt and the others had vanished without leaving any evidence, it would be difficult to prove that the House of Shui was responsible. Only by proving his own worth could he attract the attention and respect he deserved. That's just how realistic this world is. Howard breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that Lee, in his youthful impetuosity, might go after the House of Shui to fight to the death. That wouldn't only be useless, it could cost him his life. Time flew by, and the first rays of dawn began to shine. Grand tournament. Here I come. Lee stepped out of the principal's office. Today, he would make a name for himself throughout Northwood and force the House of Shui to bow before him. The Grand Tournament is a league competition held among the 10 schools in Northwood during the Grand Exam, with each school sending a team of 5 to compete in a round-robin format. The losing side is eliminated, while the winning side remains in the arena. The school whose entire team of 5 is defeated is considered to have lost. The champion team and students who perform exceptionally well will receive rewards of varying degrees from the city lord. Every grand tournament is an absolute major event in Northwood. Not only does the city lord attend in person, but the entire city follows the competition closely. Some students who perform exceptionally well may even be accepted early into certain guilds or factions within the city, where they receive extensive training and support. After stepping out of the principal's office, Howard had already assembled the other 4 members of this tournament's team. Among them was Jack, and the other 3 were also the 3 students with the strongest overall abilities at 3rd high school. However, Lee didn't bother to find out much with him around. There was simply no need for these 4 to compete. Ever since losing the dungeon run to Lee last time, Jack now seemed to have 3 words written all over his face whenever he saw Lee: I've learned my lesson. You will represent our 3rd high school in the competition. Lee will be your captain. You must follow his orders regarding the order of appearance and all other matters. Howard appointed Lee as captain, and the other 4 raised no objections. The mere fact that he had cleared hell difficulty was enough to win their complete respect. Lee and the other 4 walked out of the academic building and joined the procession of teachers and students outside, heading toward Northwood's largest gymnasium, the venue for the grand tournament. That day, the entire campus of Northwood was bustling with excitement, and interest in the tournament was sky high. After all, whoever stood out at the grand tournament today would most likely become a major figure at Northwood in the future. Inside the main arena, every seat was filled with students from this year's participating schools, as well as representatives from major guilds, merchant associations, and family clans who had come to scout for potential investment prospects. Below the stage, 10 school principals sat in the front row, with a vacant seat in the center clearly reserved for the city lord. Old Ho, are you ready for your school's ranking to drop even further? Asked a portly principal with a smile. Another female principal chimed in with a smile of her own. Old Ho is about to be dismissed. Let us not tease him at a time like this. These 2 were the principals of 1st and 2nd high schools, respectively, and had long dominated the top 2 spots in the rankings. Along with 3rd high school, these 3 public schools were directly administered by the city lord's office, but 3rd high school's ranking among the top 10 schools had been falling steadily. As its principal, Howard was always the target of their verbal jibes. However, Howard didn't argue his case as he usually would. Instead, he just smiled and remained silent. Laugh all you want, laugh your hearts out now. It'll be my turn soon enough. Howard thought to himself with a smug grin. As the arena's announcement sounded, the city lord finally made his entrance. He was a middle-aged man with a very refined and scholarly demeanor. His stride was steady, neither hurried nor slow, and his composure was calm and confident, as if everything around him were moving to his own rhythm. The 10 principals rose simultaneously to greet him, but he merely raised his hand slightly to signal them to sit down, then walked to the center of the arena to begin his speech. In the third high school S lounge at the back of the venue. So that's the city lord. He really looks different in person. One of them remarked, watching from afar. Jack said with a hint of disdain, "You're so uninformed. I've always called him Uncle Goo. I used to see him all the time at the family estate." Lee and the others completely ignored him. The Chen family simply wasn't influential enough to warrant a visit from the city lord. Jack was just bragging again. "Ladies and gentlemen, I won't dwell on the rules, you're all well aware of them. Instead, let me tell you about an extra reward for this grand tournament." Everyone in the 10 schools' locker rooms perked up. An extra reward for this grand tournament? There are only 2 spots available, and I'll be the one to decide who gets them, the 2 who perform the best in this tournament. Those words were like a bucket of cold water, making most of the competitors feel they didn't stand a chance. This year, there happened to be 2 exceptionally strong competitors, the captains of First High and Second High. Lee's eyes lit up, though. He was absolutely confident he'd secure one of those 2 spots, and even if there were only 1 spot, he'd be the one to get it. As for the specifics of the rewards, the city lord kept them under wraps before officially declaring the grand tournament open. The 10 teams began entering the arena one by one. Third high school, ranked lower, was among the first to enter. "Lee, what's our order of battle for later?" Jack asked. "Once I lose, it's your turn." Lee strode toward the stage. He hadn't even considered the possibility of losing. Jack was about to mutter something about Lee being too cocky, but when he remembered that Lee had cleared hell difficulty, he opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say a word. As the captain of 3rd middle school, Lee led the way at the front. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he felt the eyes of the entire audience upon him. As he walked, he scanned the people seated in the front rows, representatives of the major factions, and sure enough, he spotted the head of the House of Shui, whom he'd met briefly the day before. Upon seeing Lee take the stage, the man showed no expression. It was impossible to discern any emotion. Soon, it was 2nd middle school's turn to take the stage. The moment they appeared, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted. This was not only because 2nd high school had consistently ranked in the top 2 for years, but also because this year's team featured a prodigy renowned throughout Northwood, Joey. When it was 1st high school's turn to take the stage, the cheers grew even louder. Their captain was a tall, aloof beauty, this year's favorite to win the championship, Iris. As she entered, the city lord, seated in the center of the front row, broke into a smile for the first time. The arena contained 4 virtual battle arenas, allowing 4 matches to begin simultaneously. The grand tournament's bracket was straightforward. First High and Second High, the 2 teams with a commanding lead in strength, advanced directly. The remaining 8 teams would compete against each other. The 4 winners would then face off to determine the 2 teams that would ultimately challenge First High and Second High. 3rd middle school's first opponent was Maple Leaf Middle School, another low-ranked team, a private school affiliated with the Maple Leaf Guild. Lee was the first to step into the virtual arena. Whoosh! It felt as if there were a thin membrane here. Once he passed through it, his body seemed to become ethereal. Inside the virtual arena, fighters could let loose and attack freely, as the entities entering were akin to sentient beings whose true strength was unrestricted. Even death merely meant that the consciousness within the arena was severed, and one would immediately return to the Maple Leaf High School team also sent one person forward to face him. Just as the battle between the 2 sides was about to begin, Lee did something that took everyone by surprise. He pointed at the 5 opponents across from him. "All 5 of you, come at me at once. It'll save time." This remark left the 5 Maple Leaf High students as well as the 4 members of Jack's team standing behind Lee, stunned. The principals and city lords in the front row in front of the arena also heard what he said. "Ha, old ho, what's going on? Has your school's captain lost his mind?" Even Iris, the strongest competitor in this tournament, wouldn't dare say she'd take on 5 opponents at once. "Old ho, is 3rd middle school planning to throw in the towel early? At the very least, pick some reliable people to compete. The grand tournament has been held for so many editions, and while there have been madmen in the past who've proposed taking on 5 opponents at once, without exception, they've all suffered crushing defeats. After all, the participants in the grand tournament are all newcomers. It's hard to create a significant gap in skill in just 2 short days. Faced with the principal's collective mockery, a look of admiration flashed in Howard's eyes. That's the spirit. If you've got the skills, you should be bold. The city lord also glanced sideways at Lee, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of his chair. How arrogant! This kid doesn't take Maple Leaf High seriously at all, does he? We've got to teach him a lesson. But Lee had no intention of targeting Maple Leaf High specifically. In his eyes, everyone present was just a bunch of clowns. Although the Maple Leaf High students were furious, they didn't rush forward en masse. After all, there were rules here, and attacking as a group required the city lord's permission. At that moment, the city lord turned his gaze toward Howard in the VIP section, clearly seeking his opinion. City lord, I trust my student. Howard stood up and declared resolutely. Very well. The city lord raised his hand, granting permission for the 5 students from Maple Leaf High to enter the arena simultaneously. I hope this year's 3rd high school team will bring me a pleasant surprise. The crowd in the arena hadn't realized what was happening until they saw the 5 students from Maple Leaf High step onto the virtual arena together. Someone was taking on 5 opponents at once again this year. Whoa! How intense is that? Going 1-on-5 right off the bat. Why is it someone from 3rd high taking on 5 opponents? Isn't that just asking for trouble? He is probably here for the publicity, trying to catch the attention of the representatives from the major factions in attendance. The audience buzzed with speculation, and the arena came alive with excitement. The 2 teams that hadn't yet entered the fray, 1st high and 2nd high, also turned their attention to Lee. However, Iris and Joey wore expressions of contempt in their eyes. Lee was nothing more than a show-off clown desperate for the crowd's attention. No one had ever successfully taken on 5 opponents at once in the grand tournament. Not even the 2 of them had ever considered doing so in this year's league. On the arena, the 5 members of Maple Leaf High had been seething with anger for quite some time. Think you can use us as a stepping stone to fame, huh? Let us go all out and take him out in an instant, the Maple Leaf captain said to the other 4. Only by taking Lee out immediately could they save face and reduce him to a mere clown. Go ahead, I'll let you strike first. Lee stood his ground and spoke up. These words were undoubtedly fuel to the fire, and the 5 from Maple Leaf High instantly lost their tempers. You're asking for it. We'll grant your wish. Boom! The 5 unleashed their class's most powerful attacks: arrows, beams of light, flames, and dashes, all rushing toward Lee in an attempt to take him down in a single strike. Whoosh! A layer of white Tai Chi energy emerged, forming a Tai Chi Bagua diagram in front of Lee. Boom! All 5 of their skills were absorbed by the Tai Chi Bagua diagram, and at the same time, a powerful surge of energy flowed into Lee's body. He immediately channeled all that power outward. Whoosh! The immense power transformed into a pale white palm strike that slammed toward the 5 of them. This strike contained not only the full force of their combined attacks but also twice Lee's own attack power. Boom! The palm strike swept through the 5 of them as if crushing rotten wood, and their bodies vanished from the ring simultaneously. Whoosh! The 5 reappeared below the ring, looking at each other in utter bewilderment. Whoa! A collective gasp filled the air. The entire arena fell instantly silent. Lee had wiped out all 5 Maple Leaf High students with a single move, while battles on the other 3 stages were still raging. But on Lee's stage, he was the only one left. Jack, who had been ready to laugh at Lee's expense, was now filled with disbelief. Below the stage, the principals had been chatting and laughing just moments ago, but now their faces were etched with shock. Way to go! Howard couldn't help but clench his right fist and shout. The city lord leaned forward slightly, muttering, the ultimate skill of a Tai Chi grandmaster. Once the other principals had recovered from their shock, they all recognized this distinctive skill as well. It's actually Tai Chi Bagua Pong. Old ho, you folks at 3rd high school have been keeping quite a secret. A level 10 Tai Chi grandmaster, he should been a contender for the championship. That's right. Too bad he used his ultimate skill right off the bat. He had nothing left to counter Joe E and Iris afterward. Facing the principal's comments, Howard remained silent on the surface, but inwardly he was already looking forward to the moment when Lee would unleash Blade Call and leave them speechless. In the stands, a brief silence was followed by a burst of heated discussion. One-hit kill. He actually took out all 5 of them with a single move. This is the first time in league history that someone has pulled off a 1 versus 5 feat. This captain from 3rd high school is sure to become the object of a bidding war among all the major factions today. But since he used his signature ultimate skill right away, he doesn't stand a chance of winning the championship now. The Tai Chi Masterclass has only this one ultimate skill, which is incredibly overpowered but also has a very long cooldown, meaning it can only be used once during the entire league. In their eyes, Lee had played his most important trump card just to take on 5 opponents at once. Iris and Joey, watching from the audience, were surprised that Lee had unlocked his ultimate skill so early, but neither of them considered the loss of that skill a significant disadvantage. Upon witnessing this scene, Shuekue, the head of the House of Shui, unconsciously clenched his fist inside his sleeve. After instantly defeating the 5 players from Maple Leaf High School, Lee did not step down from the stage but remained there, waiting for his next opponent. Soon, the matches on the other 3 stages also concluded. This time, number 3 high school's opponent was Wanjun High School, which had consistently ranked in the top 5. If we beat them, 3rd middle school's ranking will go up. Howard watched the stage with great anticipation. The principal of Wanjun Middle School, however, sneered that last match was just a fluke. You don't really think you can beat us, do you? Their school had 4 rare class practitioners and had always been far ahead of 3rd middle school in terms of raw strength. That's right. The attributes and other skills of the Tai Chi Masterclass aren't particularly strong. I doubt they'll be able to beat Wanjun High School. The other principals also didn't believe 3rd high school stood a chance in this match. On the stage, Lee drew the Ice Soul Cloud Sword and pointed it at the 5 members of Wanjun High School. You can all come at me together. What? The 5 students from Wanjun High looked completely baffled. This was just too arrogant. The principals were even more surprised. Without his ultimate skill, how could he possibly take on 5 opponents alone again? This time, the city lord simply raised his hand, granting permission for all 5 to enter the arena simultaneously. Seeing that the city lord had agreed, the 5 students from Wanjun High wasted no time. They stepped onto the arena and formed their formation. The 3 frontline classes warrior and the others stood at the front, while the 2 mages and the archer, the backline classes, took their positions at the rear. From this alone, it was clear they were far stronger than Maple Leaf Middle School. But to Lee, it made no difference. Gripping the Ice Soul Cloud Sword, he vanished from the stage the moment the battle began. Where is he? I can't see him anymore. He suddenly disappeared. Everyone, watch out! Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. One of the mages in the back row was impaled through the heart by a sword before he even had a chance to see his attacker. Whoosh! After landing the strike, Lee vanished again, only to reappear behind another opponent a moment later, eliminating him with another sword strike. The remaining 3 were completely overcome by fear. Lee was like a ghost lurking in the darkness. They already lost 2 teammates without even seeing him. While in shadow stealth, Lee's attack power and speed were boosted by 50%, on top of his already absurd stats and the bonuses from his attack runes. In his eyes, these opponents were mere fish on a cutting board, at his mercy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The elusive Lee struck twice more, killing the other 2. At this point, only 1 warrior remained on the field, clutching a battle axe and shakily shuffling his feet, on guard against Lee, who could appear from anywhere. Thud! Suddenly, everything went black before his eyes, and the next second, he found himself lying on the ground below the stage. I'm out? But I didn't even see how he swung his sword. The rare class warrior was still completely bewildered. Lee sheathed his sword. Just now, he had used only the shadow stealth skill to effortlessly eliminate all 5 members of Wanjun High School. Given his current stats, taking them on like that was indeed a bit of a mismatch. In the stands, the crowd who had just moments ago thought Lee was a show-off was now completely blown away by his coolness. 1 sword, 1 kill. That's so cool. Another 1 versus 5. And a total domination at that. He is too strong. The 5 from Wanjun High didn't even see how he struck before they were eliminated. The principal of Wanjun Middle School, along with the other principals who had spoken disrespectfully earlier, were now at a loss for words. Judging by that battle, Lee wasn't just skilled, his stats were off the charts as well. Howard was overjoyed. After all these years, third middle school had finally cracked the top 5. A look of approval also appeared on the city lord's face, and he offered a rare word of praise, "Not bad." After watching this match, the expressions of the students from first and second high schools grew somber. They realized their top 2 rankings for this tournament might be in jeopardy. Joey furrowed his brow, while a fierce fighting spirit flashed in Iris's eyes. After this 1-against-5 showdown, the atmosphere on the field was reignited, and no one even paid attention to the other match anymore. Soon after this round of battles ended, the draw began. This time, third high was matched against the second high team led by Joey. Joey felt uneasy at that moment. If it came down to a one-on-one match, Lee's invisibility skill would be a major challenge for him. Both the audience and the principals watching from the stands were eagerly anticipating whether Lee would choose to take on 5 opponents again this time. After all, their opponent this time was second high school, and they had Joey, a top-tier rare class cursor. On the stage, Lee stowed the Ice Soul Cloud sword back into his spatial ring. He had no intention of fighting in this match himself. Seeing this, everyone was a bit puzzled. From below the stage, Joey raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Are you too scared to take on 5 of us again? I don't need a sword to fight the 5 of you." Lee stood with his hands behind his back, his expression impassive as he said, "Come at me all at once." Arrogant. Joey was extremely annoyed. After all, he was one of Northwood's top geniuses. Wasn't Lee looking down on him? Although he refused to admit it verbally, his actions spoke for themselves as he summoned his 4 teammates to join him on the stage. Their formation was quite interesting. The other 4 firmly surrounded Joey in the center, clearly having discussed this beforehand below the stage. Their goal was to ensure there would be no opening to kill the cursor, Joey, once Lee went into stealth. Below the stage, several school principals offered their commentary. Not bad. That adjustment is very targeted. Lee is definitely overreaching by trying to take on 5 opponents alone this time. Joey's class is a curse user. His skills can be cast out of thin air onto opponents, making them impossible to defend against. That's right. Combined with the ironclad formation formed by 4 sturdy frontliners, the 5 of them together are unbreakable against any class of the same level. Howard furrowed his brow as well. Although he knew Lee was powerful, the combination of a cursor and an iron barrel formation was a headache just to look at. On the arena stage. "You'll regret your decision." Joey issued a threat as he raised his staff to cast a curse spell. Whoosh! A green light descended upon Lee, and he felt all his stats drop significantly. Whoosh! Another curse skill struck, making Lee feel as if the air around him had become much thicker, drastically slowing his movement speed. Joey kept swinging his staff, unleashing several more curse skills that left Lee mired in multiple debuffs. Meanwhile, the other 4 remained frozen in place, surrounding him, terrified that Lee might go invisible and launch a sneak attack on their absolute core, Joey. As long as Joey wasn't eliminated, he could keep casting these unblockable curse skills, and Lee would eventually be worn down to death. "All your skills used up? My turn now." Lee raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! Suddenly, a golden giant ape over 2 meters tall appeared on the stage. Clad in black Tyrant's blood armor and wielding a purple gold iron staff, it looked truly imposing. What the hell is that? Where did that come from? The appearance of the golden ape left everyone in the audience filled with confusion. Isn't Lee a Tai Chi master? How could he possibly have a summoned beast? The school principals all widened their eyes, some even sat up straight. Howard looked equally astonished. Lee actually had a summoned beast? The city lord's finger, which had been tapping the gavel, froze in mid-air as he stared intently at the stage. On the stage, after the Vajra ape landed, it raised its purple gold bintai staff and swept it across the formation of 5 people standing in a circle. Boom! With a single blow, it scattered the 5 people huddled together, and they vanished from the stage. Lee couldn't help but smile. They huddled together to guard against a stealthy ambush from him, but they hadn't expected that this would actually create the perfect opportunity for the Vajra ape to wipe them all out with a single strike. Whoosh! 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 The 5 figures appeared simultaneously below the stage. They looked at one another, not even realizing what had just happened before they were eliminated. Excellent! The city lord rose directly from his seat and clapped excitedly. With such a prodigy, he was sure to shine brilliantly in the provincial capital's trial dungeon and showcase Northwood's might. The 10 principals also rose to celebrate, which lifted the atmosphere throughout the venue. In the stands, the students from 3rd High School couldn't help but brag to everyone else. Down below, only Shuekue stood in stark contrast to the others. His face was clouded with worry, but his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. The principals were stunned to see Lee break through the iron barrel formation with a single move. Is there any move he doesn't know? Is this really the Omni class we know? What level is he, anyway? How could he possibly have so many insane skills? Just this single summoned beast alone could sweep aside the champion teams from every grand tournament in history. On another stage, Iris had also chosen to take on 5 opponents at once, something that would have been major news in previous tournaments. But with Lee in this tournament, taking on 5 opponents at once was no longer a big deal. He already fought 5 opponents at once in 3 consecutive matches, and almost every time, it was an instant kill. During the battle, she was also keeping an eye on Lee's side, because she knew that this year, only Lee was qualified to be her opponent. But when she saw the golden ape, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Lee also looked over in that direction and realized that Iris was indeed very strong. Her class appeared to be a swordsman-type rare class, and she was only level 7. Yet, even in a 1-against-5 situation, she held her own without faltering, and when she unleashed her full power, she ended the battle in no time. In previous tournaments, a player of this caliber would have been significantly stronger than even the captain of the champion team. But unfortunately, I'm here this year. Lee stood on the stage, quietly waiting for Iris to walk over with the other 4 members of First High. When they saw the golden ape standing on the stage, a hint of a resigned, wry smile appeared on each of their faces. They had, of course, witnessed how the golden ape had eliminated the entire 2nd high school team with a single swing of its staff. Since they weren't much stronger than those from 2nd High, they seemed to have no chance of winning in a fight. Come up here together. By the time Lee spoke those words, no one thought he was being arrogant anymore. Instead, they felt it was only natural. Then prove you've got what it takes. Fight without your summoned beast and let me see what you're really made of, Iris said with a touch of defiance. Down below, the city lord shook his head with a smile, and the other principals also thought the request was utterly unrealistic. After all, the summoned beast was part of his combat strength. Why would he voluntarily tie his own hands just to fight you? All right. Lee, however, raised his hand and recalled the golden ape into his summoning space. Iris looked completely taken aback. Even she hadn't expected Lee to actually agree. This restored her confidence. As long as he was without that powerful summoned beast, no matter what other tricks Lee had up his sleeve, she was confident she could win. Bring it on. I definitely won't lose to you. Iris stepped onto the stage. It was clear she had a strong competitive spirit and wanted to settle the outcome one-on-one with Lee. Lee, however, shook his head. Why don't you all come at me together? It'll be less of a hassle. You'll regret this. Seeing that Lee was adamant, Iris agreed to let her 4 teammates join the fray as well, determined to make this guy pay for his arrogance. I feel like I've heard that before, Lee said, scratching his ear. In truth, it didn't matter to him how many opponents he faced because he was about to use Blade Call. As the battle began, Iris charged forward at the head of the pack, wielding a snow-white longsword. Whoosh! The sword energy surging around Lee intensified, and flying swords began to coalesce behind him. With a flick of his finger, the flying swords coalesced and surged forward. Iris raised her snow-white longsword, and a white light shield materialized before her. She intended to use her defensive skill to block the flying swords. Boom! The white light shield shattered as easily as a sheet of paper against the flying swords, and a look of shock flashed across her face. Splash! The flying sword effortlessly pierced through her body. Confusion and resentment flashed in her eyes, but her body vanished from the arena. Behind her, the other students from First High School also launched attacks or put up defenses, but these efforts seemed utterly feeble and powerless in the face of the torrent of flying swords, whose destructive power was absurdly high. Boom! The torrent of flying swords, seemingly unstoppable, shattered all their defenses and swept them off the stage with overwhelming force. One move. Once again, with just a single move, she had instantly defeated all 5 of them. For matches, 4 different methods used to take on 5 opponents at once. This staggering record was absolutely unparalleled in the history of the Grand Tournament. Below the stage, Iris had shifted from confusion and resentment to a deep sense of helplessness. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one truly understand how terrifying those flying swords were. No matter what skill she used, she couldn't stop them. Over the years, she had access to top-tier resources and had prided herself on being unmatched among this year's Northwood class. But it wasn't until just now that she truly understood the saying, "There is always someone better out there." If I'm not mistaken, is that the sword goddess Blade Call? This is incredible. His strength is on par with even those well-resourced geniuses from the provincial capital. With him in this year's Northwood team, we have a real shot at breaking into the top 50 in the grand exam. The principals were no longer focused on the competition among the 10 schools. Leah's prowess was enough to make them look forward to the grand exam, that hallowed arena where the nation's geniuses gather. The city lord stood up, looked around, and announced, "The champion of this year's grand tournament belongs to Northwood Academy." At that moment, Howard's eyes welled up with tears as he listened to these words, his face radiating with joy. The spectators in the stands also erupted into wild celebration. They had just witnessed the most extraordinarily talented individual in the history of the Grand Tournament. Lee stepped down from the stage, and all eyes in the arena were now fixed on him. The city lord also walked toward him of his own accord. "Excellent, excellent. You are the first genius who makes me feel there are limitless possibilities." These were words he meant from the bottom of his heart, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Lee was filled with approval and anticipation. "As the champion, you may choose any 3 rewards from the city lord's treasury." Leah's eyes flickered briefly. In the past, the captains of winning teams had chosen no more than 2 items. However, his mind wasn't on those treasures right now. "Lord Mayor, there is something I need your help with," Lee said. "Go ahead, speak freely." The Lord Mayor was in a very good mood. Lee immediately gave a brief account of the feud between himself and the House of Shui. "The House of Shui, they've got some nerve." The city lord's expression instantly darkened. Attacking ordinary citizens without cause was a serious crime in itself, especially when it involved Leah's family. "Shui, get over here this instant." The city lord bellowed without hesitation throughout the hall. Down below, Shui, who had been pondering how to mend his relationship with Lee, jolted and immediately began jogging over cautiously. "City lord, I swear here and now that I will never be Leah's enemy again." "Cut the nonsense. Release those people right now." "People? Who?" Shui was a bit bewildered in front of the city lord. He dared not put on any airs as the head of his family. "My aunt and my cousin." Lee fixed his gaze on Shui. Shui was even more bewildered. He looked at Lee, then at the city lord. "Your Excellency, how could I possibly harm ordinary people? I haven't captured anyone from Leah's house of he." A look of confusion flashed across the city lord's eyes. He knew Shui well. Though he was assertive, he would never dare to overstep his bounds. This sort of thing really wasn't his style. Lee, however, was even more puzzled. If it wasn't Shui, then who could it be? The city lord gave a cold snort and immediately exercised his authority to launch a citywide search for the 2 women. "Lee, don't worry. I've already issued a city lord's decree. As long as they're still in the city, we'll definitely find them," the city lord said gently, trying to reassure her. Lee nodded slightly and said, "City lord, I'd like to go home and check on things." If the House of Shui hadn't been involved, could it be that her aunt had been delayed by something and returned home a little later than usual? He had spent last night in the principal's office and hadn't he returned home all night. If his aunt was at home, wouldn't she be very worried by now? All right. If you have any questions, come find me anytime. The city lord handed Lee a communicator that could contact him directly. In the entire city, there were no more than 5 people who could contact him directly via communicator. This scene also made Xuekui even more hesitant to set his sights on Lee. Lee didn't have the heart to dwell on it. After accepting the communicator, he hurried straight home. Back at the apartment complex, Lee rushed into his home, and the moment he opened the door, his heart finally settled. His aunt and that girl, Joy, were both safe and sound at home. "Auntie, where did you two go?" Lee asked, both surprised and delighted. "Nowhere at all. For some reason, your sister and I overslept today. We just woke up," Grace said, rubbing her forehead. Joy was lying on the sofa, looking listless. Lee furrowed his brow. "What time did you guys get back last night?" "Same as always. We were actually planning to wait for you to come home for dinner, but we ended up falling asleep without even realizing it." Grace didn't seem to notice anything amiss. But Lee found it increasingly strange. Could it really be the house of Xue? She'd have to ask the city lord to look into it later. "Ugh, today's the day of the grand tournament. I was planning to go watch the matches, but I overslept," Joy complained as she lay on the couch. "What's so great about the grand tournament?" Lee said offhandedly. "Pfft, you just don't get it. This year's tournament features our idol, Iris." Mentioning this perked Joy up, her eyes brimming with admiration. Just yesterday, she fought 3 opponents of her own level at the arena in town and defeated all 3. Her? She's decent, I guess. Lee offered his assessment. Decent? What do you mean, decent? She's the beautiful prodigy who is a shoe-in to win this year's grand tournament. Joy stood up from the couch. A shoe-in? If it weren't for me, she'd definitely win. Lee nodded. Hearing this, Joy froze for a moment, then placed her small hand on his forehead with a serious expression. "Bro, you don't have a fever, do you?" Lee brushed her hand away. Go on, go on. If you don't believe me, go ask around." "Ask around about what?" "That my brother's bragging again." Joy giggled. "You'll be scared out of your wits when you find out." Lee stepped forward and pinched her round cheek. The two immediately started roughhousing. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, Lee suddenly spotted a hunched figure appear downstairs, a figure he recognized well, one he wouldn't have noticed at all if the person hadn't been trying to catch his attention. He quickly wriggled free from Joy's clutches and headed downstairs. "Senior, did you need something?" Lee recognized this man as Uncle Fu, the one who had always been by Luna's side and likely the same person who had intervened at the military camp back then. Uncle Fu nodded slightly and got straight to the point. "Those two spent the entire night in the dream realm I created." Lee's mind raced, and he bowed his hands slightly. "Thank you, Senior, for your protection." He guessed that Luna must have asked Uncle Fu to protect him, but since he was in a different location from his aunt and cousin, Uncle Fu had no choice but to place them in a safer dream realm. "There's no need to thank me, I was merely following the young lady's orders." Uncle Fu suddenly changed the subject, "But while this is protection for them, it's also a warning for you." "What do you mean?" Lee furrowed his brow. "A warning that you'd better stay away from the young lady from now on. You and she aren't from the same world. Her path has long been mapped out, and it's unlikely you'll have any further interactions." Uncle Fu hunched over and was about to turn and leave. "That's not up to you to decide," Lee called out after his retreating back. Uncle Fu stopped abruptly. He slowly turned around, his gaze becoming unusually sharp. "Do you believe or not that I could wipe you off the face of the earth right now without a soul knowing?" "You can try." Lee showed no fear, channeling all his spiritual energy to unleash Blade Call. However, these flying swords weren't aimed at Uncle Fu. Instead, they shot off in all directions. He knew the gap in strength between himself and this old servant was enormous. He had absolutely no chance of winning. So he had no choice but to make a scene. At worst, it would be a case of going down together. The two stood in a standoff for a few seconds, as if sensing Li's resolve to go all out. Mr. Fu suddenly laughed again. Good, you've got some backbone. If you don't want to be separated from the young lady, you'll have to prove your worth. I know you were the talk of the town back in Northwood. But Northwood is just an ordinary city in northern Huagua. Being a big shot in a small town isn't anything to write home about. If you want the Lin family to recognize you, you'll have to stand out among the nation's geniuses. I will. Li's goal was, in fact, to take first place nationwide in the grand exam. It's no use just saying it. I'll be watching your performance from now on. Uncle Fu's voice grew fainter and fainter, and his figure vanished from Li's sight. What a charlatan! Li snorted lightly. Once he grew stronger, he would definitely get his revenge. Li! Suddenly, someone called his name from behind. Li turned around and realized the city lord had appeared behind him at some point. So, did you find your aunt and the others? The city lord asked. Li nodded. I did. They're all at home. The city lord didn't ask any further questions. He glanced at the spot where Uncle Fu had just vanished and nodded slightly. Given how quickly he appeared, Li began to wonder if the lord had been following him the whole time. The lord withdrew his gaze and smiled. In that case, come with me to the Lord's manor to choose your 3 rewards. The Lord's manor was situated in the heart of Northwood. Contrary to outside rumors, it wasn't opulent or gilded. Instead, it exuded a quiet elegance with a scholarly atmosphere. Led by Lord Arthur, Li arrived at the Lord's treasure chamber, reputed to be Northwood's finest repository. Here you'll find Northwood's highest grade equipment, skill books, items, and more. You may choose any 3 at your leisure. Lord Arthur looked at Li with admiration. However, there aren't many pieces of equipment suitable for your current level. Would you like me to recommend a few? Li thought for a moment before speaking up. Lord Arthur, do you have anything here that boosts experience points? For him, leveling up meant earning chances to enter a lottery, and the prize pool was filled with the very best items and skills currently available. The value of these items was unmatched not just by Northwood's treasure vault, but even by the treasure vault in the capital. Don't call me Lord Arthur. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Gu. City Lord Arthur said as he considered his options. Uncle Gu, Li called out. Arthur nodded with great satisfaction and said, there is a way to increase your experience points. I can use spirit stones to activate the experience tower and infuse you with experience. However, experience infusion consumes a significant amount of spirit stones and rare spirit stones. One session is equivalent to selecting 1 item. Uncle Gu, then I'll choose 3 experience infusions. Li said without hesitation. Arthur was somewhat surprised and cautioned, 3 experience infusions will only let you level up 3 times at most. The boost to your combat power is very limited. It's nowhere near as good as choosing 3 pieces of good equipment or skill books. Uncle Gu, I've made up my mind. Li said with a determined look in his eyes. Arthur furrowed his brow, then relaxed it again. Geniuses always have their own ideas, and their paths are different from those of others. All right. Arthur agreed, and under his guidance, Li entered the stone tower next to the treasure vault. As Arthur initiated the experience infusion, Li felt a powerful force surging through him, and his experience points began to rise steadily. Experience plus 450. Experience plus 236. Experience plus 643. Congratulations! Player has reached level 9. Strength plus 45, agility plus 45, defense plus 45, spirit plus 80. Lottery attempts plus 1. Congratulations! Player has reached level 10. Strength plus 50, agility plus 50, defense plus 50, spirit plus 90. Lottery attempts plus 1. Congratulations! Player has reached level 11. Strength plus 55, agility plus 55, defense plus 55, spirit plus 100. Lottery attempts plus 1. As the power within the stone tower waned, Lee sensed that the 3 rounds of experience infusion had ended, and his level had finally plateaued at level 11. The 3 rounds of experience infusion allowed him to level up 3 times in a row and earned him 3 lottery chances. Vajra Ape's level also increased by 3, and its stats even doubled. Vajra Ape. Level, 10-3%. Strength, 2,980. Agility, 2,480. Defense, 2,450. Spirit, 2,400. The further one progresses, the more absurd the stats of legendary tier summoned beasts become. Currently, the Vajra Ape's stats are about 10 times higher than those of an average player at the same level. Lee opened his own character panel to check his stats. Level, 11. Strength, 692 plus 80. Agility, 459 plus 40. Defense, 411 plus 20. Spirit, 721 plus 110 plus 80. Not bad. These stats far exceed those of players at the same level, and I still have 3 more chances to draw. Lee was very satisfied and immediately couldn't wait to start drawing. Whoosh! This time, the pointer landed on a golden item. Acquired legendary class battle god ultimate skill, Sovereign Fist. Sovereign Fist delivers a single punch that deals massive area of effect damage to the front, with a power equal to 800% of the user's total stats. Sovereign Fist. Leah's face lit up with delight. This was arguably one of the skills with the highest burst damage among all classes. Not only is it incredibly powerful, but it also requires no charge up and has no cast time, leaving opponents no time to react. One more pull. Acquired rare class reviver ultimate skill, Full Recovery. Full Recovery restores all stats to full upon use. Cooldown, 3 hours. Not bad. Now I'll have double the HP and MP consumption. As he acquired more and more skills, his mana requirements would only increase, so this skill was crucial for him. One last time, let us see what else I can draw. This time, the pointer actually stopped on a green icon. Gained a large amount of experience. Congratulations! Player has reached level 12, strength plus 60, agility plus 60, defense plus 60, spirit plus 110. Draw count plus 1. I actually leveled up again. Not only did he level up, but Lee also got another chance to draw, essentially getting a second draw plus a level up. Let us keep drawing. Gained 500 free attribute points. That many? Lee was thrilled. A typical level 12 player only has a little over 300 points in any single attribute. I'll put them all into strength and max out my attack power. After allocating all 500 attribute points to strength, Leah's strength stat soared to a staggering 1,300 plus points. Combined with the boost from the attack rune, his strength exceeded 1,500 points. When using Blade Call, the power of a single flying sword had already reached over 15,000 points. Whoa! At this thought, even Lee himself couldn't help but gasp in awe. That's fucking terrifying. Who at my level could even survive a single strike from me? He figured that with a single strike, his opponent would lose over 10,000 HP. Just as Lee was thinking this, the voice of City Lord Arthur drifted in from outside the stone tower. Only then did he realize he'd been inside the stone tower a bit too long. After stepping out of the stone tower, Arthur led Lee into the reception hall. To Leah's surprise, Iris was there as well. She was lounging lazily on the sofa. Seeing Lee arrive, Iris quickly sat up and asked curiously, "Lee, how on earth did you do that?" "What?" Lee furrowed his brow. "How did you manage to have Blade Call and a powerful summoned beast at the same time?" Iris's tone was urgent. Her thoughts still seemed to be stuck on the grand tournament. Only then did Lee realize what she was referring to. He chuckled, "It's the Omni class. It's normal to have skills from other classes." "Normal my ass." Iris clenched her teeth, nearly letting out a curse. "All right. I called you all here to talk about the bonus rewards," Arthur interrupted. Leah's attention was instantly captured. He'd been wondering all along what the extra reward would be. The provincial capital has opened a trial dungeon, and all cities within Dongshan province have received invitations. We in Northwood have 2 spots. Come on, is that supposed to be an extra reward? Iris complained. Arthur continued, as far as I know, this trial uses a points system. The more points you earn in the trial dungeon, the more rewards you can exchange for at the provincial capital's treasury. For the mediocre, this certainly isn't much of a reward, but for true geniuses, it's a rare and valuable opportunity. As he spoke, Arthur looked at Lee. A fire of determination ignited in Lee's eyes. What he needed right now was an opportunity to level up quickly and a bigger stage to prove himself, and the trial dungeon clearly fit both criteria. The scions of influential families naturally had no shortage of such opportunities, but for a commoner like Lee, the chance to level up and prove himself was crucial. Even Northwood couldn't offer him much help in this regard, just like the stone tower used for experience infusion earlier, which could only be used 5 times a year. Lee alone had used it 3 times, yet he'd only reached level 11. There were surely items in the provincial capital that provided better experience bonuses and could be used more frequently. The prodigies in the provincial capital had access to superior resources. Their levels and stats would far surpass those of prodigies from smaller towns. If Lee wanted to secure better resources, he'd have to fight hard for them. He knew that to stand out among the nation's prodigies, he'd first have to surpass these provincial capital prodigies. This opportunity is indeed crucial, Lee said. It's important to you, and it's just as important to me, Arthur replied solemnly. Seeing that Lee looked slightly puzzled, he continued, this provincial trial dungeon brings together geniuses from across the entire province. If you can trample the geniuses from other cities underfoot, wouldn't that reflect well on me, too? Northwood's overall strength in Dongshan province was mediocre. It didn't even rank among the top, which was why it had only been allocated 2 spots for this trial dungeon. He had always been a minor figure among the city lords and had long lacked an opportunity to make a name for himself in Dongshan province. It wasn't until Lee's arrival that he realized this opportunity had finally arrived. I'll do you proud, Lee said. Arthur patted Lee on the shoulder and said, all right, go home and get ready. I'll pick you up later, and we'll head to the provincial capital together. Now. Lee was a bit surprised. It was getting dark outside, and the Fallen Zone was very dangerous at night. The trial dungeon in the provincial capital opens first thing tomorrow morning, so leaving tonight is perfect. Arthur raised his wrist to glance at his watch. You can rest in the car, too. Northwood wasn't exactly close to the provincial capital, and most of the occupied zone was wilderness. Some areas didn't even have roads, so the trip would indeed take quite a while. With my dad personally escorting us, are you worried something might go wrong? Iris asked, leaning back on the sofa. Dad Lee had already suspected as much, and now it was confirmed she really was the city lord's daughter. Still, with the city lord personally escorting them, nothing was likely to go wrong along the way. With the city lord's strength over level 50, as long as they didn't enter the demon clan's territory, no monsters or beasts would be able to threaten him. Under his protection, they could essentially run rampant throughout this region of Dongshan province. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Lee headed straight home. He didn't try to hide anything. He told his aunt right away that he was heading to the provincial capital and recounted everything that had happened at the grand tournament. Before Grace could say anything, Joy chimed in, Bro, are you saying you defeated Iris at the grand tournament, and now the city lord is personally escorting you to the provincial capital? That's right. Lee nodded. Put. Joy burst out laughing, throwing her head back. Grace, however, looked at Lee with a complex expression, be careful on the road. Make sure you come back safely. Don't worry. The mayor will be with me the whole way. There won't be any danger. Hearing Lee's words, Grace finally nodded slightly. Mom, you don't really believe my brother's tall tales, do you? Joy stopped laughing. Your brother won't lie to me, Grace said with certainty. Even though it might sound like a tall tale to her, she still believed Lee won't lie to her. Lee immediately gave Joy a light tap on the head. Do you not believe your brother defeated Iris? Or do you not believe the city lord is personally escorting us? I don't believe either. Joy covered her head and stuck out her tongue. Just then, the sound of a car pulling up came from downstairs. A black minivan fitted with special alloy steel plates had stopped in front of the building. Lee went to the window and saw the city lord and Iris getting out of the vehicle. "If you don't believe me, come take a look for yourself," Lee said, turning back. "I'm not falling for your trick," Joy said, making a face. "Hey!" In a flash, Lee stepped forward, gently turned her face back toward the window, then quickly said goodbye to her aunt and headed downstairs. "Mom, look at him." Joy frowned, about to tattle, but then saw that Lee had actually left. Now curious, she went to the window to look down. When she saw those two familiar figures below, she was completely stunned. Soon, Lee came down as well. He deliberately said to Iris, "You did really well at the grand tournament, too bad you ran into me." To Iris, this sounded like a deliberate provocation. She retorted indignantly, "Humph, don't get too cocky, I'll win it back in no time." With that, she stormed into the car. Lee looked up at Joy, who was standing by the window in shock. He winked at her, then got into the car with the city lord. "Mom! My brother," he was telling the truth. Joy turned around, still finding it hard to believe, only to find Soo-Yun sitting motionless, her face clouded with worry. "Sigh, your brother, he has gone down the same path as them after all." The custom black executive sedan cruised unimpeded through Northwood. Even the city gates had been opened early for them. Set against the backdrop of the night, the city gates now resembled a bottomless maw. As the black SUV drove out, it was as if it were plunging into an abyss with no end in sight. Inside the vehicle, however, Lee and Iris remained completely at ease with Northwood's most powerful figure, the city lord, by their side. The car was even safer than the city itself. Shortly after the vehicle left the city, demon beasts and monsters began racing toward it from the distance. Boom! Lee heard only a muffled thud, and then all movement in the distance ceased. This made him marvel inwardly at the terrifying power of high-level warriors. He hadn't even seen how the city lord had struck. Over the years, the situation in the occupied territories has become increasingly dire. In the past, it was rare to encounter demonic creatures on these main roads. The city lord, seated in the front row, remarked with a sigh. Lee, who followed the news regularly, was well aware that the Demon Clan's territory was constantly expanding, and casualties along the front lines where Huagwa bordered the Demon Clan's territory were rising year by year. As a result, more monsters and demon beasts have emerged in the occupied zones within human territory. Is there no way to wipe out the Demon Clan's forces within human territory in one fell swoop? If the 5 great masters were to intervene, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Lee voiced his question. In addition to occupying vast swaths of territory, the Demon Clan had also transformed wilderness areas in various human provinces into occupied zones by digging underground tunnels. Although the monsters and beasts in these occupied zones within human territory were not of high rank, they still posed a significant threat to lower-level humans. Actually, the balance of power between the human and demon races has always been delicate. A single move can set off a chain reaction. As the city lord, Arthur naturally knew far more than Lee, and he was more than happy to educate Northwood's most gifted prodigy. That's why both sides' top combatants have fixed positions they must hold. Neither dares to act rashly. When speaking to Lee, the usually taciturn Arthur became quite talkative, leaving even Iris, standing nearby, secretly amazed. Of course, that isn't the main reason. The decision to maintain these occupied zones was made by the higher-ups after careful consideration from multiple angles. First, we want the people inside the city to remain vigilant and not grow too complacent. The human race is currently at a critical juncture in its struggle against the demon race. If the balance of our top-tier combatants is disrupted, either the human race's territory will shrink once again, resulting in massive casualties, or the human race will launch a counteroffensive into demon territory. Lee nodded slightly. It had been a long time since a major war had broken out between the human and demon races. It seemed this was because the top-tier combat power of both sides was so evenly matched that neither side was confident of victory. Secondly, the demons and demon beasts in these occupied territories can provide you newcomers with a wealth of experience points and combat experience. As he spoke, Arthur raised his hand slightly once more. A bolt of thunder struck from the distance, and yet another powerful demon was struck to pieces. Lee agreed with this point. The main battlefields where humans and demons clashed were far more brutal than these occupied territories. Most low-level humans were merely used as cannon fodder. There was little room for growth there, whereas the low-level monsters and beasts in the occupied territories had indeed nurtured quite a few powerful human warriors. Although dungeons could also yield experience points, they required a massive expenditure of human resources. Therefore, those dungeons are generally reserved for true geniuses and the scions of noble families to hone their skills. Ordinary players rarely have the opportunity to enter them. The carriage sped through the night. Lee asked the city lord a few more questions before finally falling into a deep sleep late into the night. When he opened his eyes again, the carriage had already arrived at Imperial City, the provincial capital of Dongshan Province. The buildings lining the streets of Imperial City were indeed far more grand and imposing than those in Northwood, and there were also more powerful players on the streets wearing high-grade gear. So this is the provincial capital. Lee murmured in awe. To him, this was a bigger stage one he was about to conquer. What's so great about the provincial capital? It's just a bit bigger and has more people, isn't it? Iris said dismissively. Once you've gone head-to-head with the provincial capital's prodigies, you'll understand the difference, Arthur reminded her. He knew that over the years, he despoiled Iris rotten in Northwood. This encounter with the provincial capital's prodigies was meant to make her realize the difference between a small-town prodigy and one from the provincial capital. I haven't let up for a single moment these past few days. I'm eager to see exactly how they're better than me, Iris retorted, still defiant. Ever since her class awakened, she had consistently received Northwood's very best resources for her training. Whether it was access to leveling dungeons, experience infusions, or advanced skill books, Northwood provided the very best of everything. Arthur shook his head slightly and said no more. In his view, his daughter was far behind Lee not only in terms of strength, but also in natural talent and character. In terms of natural talent, Lee had achieved his current strength entirely through his own hard work, and a stroke of luck. A genius like him would only grow stronger once given the resources to cultivate his potential. As for character, Lee had single-handedly swept aside Northwood's geniuses, yet he remained humble even after arriving in the provincial capital. This only deepened Arthur's admiration for Lee. But what Arthur didn't know was that, at that very moment, Lee was thinking, geniuses of the provincial capital, huh? Get yourselves ready, I'm about to crush you all. Just as Lee had anticipated, the car pulled up to the square outside the trial dungeon, where numerous vehicles from various cities across Dongshan Province were already parked. After they got out of the car, Arthur joined two city lords he knew well for some small talk. Lee, meanwhile, looked around the square and saw many young people from other cities as well. They were undoubtedly among the very best in their respective cities. At this moment, the strongest group of geniuses from this year's Dongshan Province had gathered here. Hey, do you know what the trial dungeon entails? Iris asked. If even you, the daughter of a city lord, don't know, how would I possibly know? Lee's gaze kept sweeping the area, as if he were looking for someone. Then why don't you seem nervous at all? Iris asked curiously. Nervous? Lee chuckled softly. I can't wait to face off against the geniuses from the provincial capital. This reminded Iris of his performance in the league, and she couldn't help but think to herself, he really is a monster. Just then, Lee, who had been keeping a close watch on his surroundings, noticed a group of over a dozen young men on the other side of the square. They exuded an air of distinction, each with a unique demeanor. As they looked out at the geniuses from various cities gathered in the square, they carried an air of superiority. From that alone, Lee could tell they must be the geniuses from the provincial capital. Many people in the square had also noticed them. As their gazes met, the provincial capital geniuses mostly looked down on them with disdain and contempt. This naturally provoked resentment among the geniuses from the other cities. As some of the strongest in their respective cities, they certainly didn't think they were much worse than the provincial capital geniuses. What are you staring at, Hicks? You'll be the first ones eliminated, a short genius from the provincial capital said, pointing at someone in the square below. These words instantly ignited the tempers of the geniuses from the various cities in the square, and a verbal brawl broke out immediately. The geniuses from the provincial capital looked down on those from the smaller cities with arrogance, while the smaller city geniuses refused to back down. With hotheads on both sides, a clash was inevitable the moment they met. Iris was also extremely annoyed. Seriously, what is there to be so cocky about? When she turned and saw Leah's calm expression, she couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you angry at all?" Lee folded his arms. "The best response to them is to crush them underfoot in the dungeon later." On the other side of the square, the city lords simply smiled as they watched the verbal brawl unfold. Sigh, I hope they don't get crushed too badly this time. Getting crushed is actually a good thing. Those brats from Sichuan City have swept through their peers in town and have long since lost touch with reality. This is a good chance to knock some air out of their egos. I'm just afraid we'll knock them down too hard and drive them into despair. Only these city lords knew the gap between the provincial capitalist geniuses and the geniuses from their small towns. Not only do the provincial capitalist geniuses have far superior resources, but even their innate class awakenings are stronger than those of the small town geniuses. After all, the provincial capitalist geniuses come from larger clans, some of which have even produced legendary class individuals, and most of them have awakened to the upper rare class. This is a gap that the small town geniuses simply cannot bridge. Arthur, however, was deep in thought. Seeing this, an old friend sitting beside him asked, "What are you thinking about, old goo?" "I'm thinking that this year, our Northwood might just break that pattern," Arthur said. Another old friend replied, "Old goo, you're usually such a level-headed guy, how come you've started joking around?" The two city lords exchanged a smile. Arthur shook his head with a smile and said no more. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a black jacket, plain-looking but with an extremely powerful aura, stepped forward. The city lords immediately stopped their conversation and respectfully turned to face him. "Your Excellency, the provincial governor." This unassuming middle-aged man was Zhang Yueshan, the top official of Dongshan province and its undisputed strongest figure. With a stern expression, he walked through the crowd of city lords and made his way to the front of the square. "The trial dungeon is about to begin. I'm here to personally explain the rules of this dungeon to you." His deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the venue, and the two sides that had been arguing immediately fell silent and turned to look at him. The prodigies of the provincial capital naturally all recognized him, and they were all greatly surprised that the provincial governor himself had come to preside over this trial dungeon. This spurred them all on, eager to make a good impression in front of the provincial governor. "The provincial governor is actually explaining the rules himself," Iris exclaimed in surprise. "He is the provincial governor?" Lee realized for the first time. Provincial Governor Zhang Yueshan, with his hands clasped behind his back, wasn't he particularly tall, but the aura he exuded stood before the crowd like a towering mountain. "This trial dungeon operates on a point system. Each of you will receive a point card. Killing designated demon beasts and monsters within the dungeon will earn you points. Points can be exchanged for various resources and treasures from the provincial capital's treasury." They were all familiar with this point system. It was a standard rule in many trial dungeons. Players entering a trial dungeon would attack and eliminate one another in fierce competition for the monsters and demon beasts that granted points. "However, for this trial dungeon, I will divide you into two factions, the hunters and the escapees. The 20 participants from the provincial capital will join the hunters faction, while the 50 from other cities will join the escapees faction." As soon as these words were spoken, tensions flared once again between the geniuses from the provincial capital and those from the other cities. Zhang Yueshan paid no heed to this and continued, "For every escapee a hunter eliminates, they will receive all of that escapee's points plus an additional 100 points. Once an escapee accumulates 300 points, they may choose to exit the dungeon and escape successfully. For every escapee who successfully escapes, all hunters will have 100 points deducted." After the rules were announced, both camps began to buzz with discussion. It seemed the hunters' primary objective was to chase down the escapees, securing points from them while preventing the escapees from having enough time to hunt monsters in the dungeon and earn points. As for the escapees, while evading the hunters' pursuit, they had to quickly slay monsters to accumulate 300 points and then choose to exit the dungeon. "Excuse me, can the escapees eliminate the hunters?" Just as everyone was still deep in thought, a voice broke the silence. Zhang Yuashan was somewhat surprised and looked with interest at the handsome young man in the crowd who had asked the question. Of course they can. If an escapee eliminates a hunter, they'll receive all of the hunter's points plus an additional 300 points. Li nodded slightly now he felt at ease. Otherwise, joining the escapee's camp would only limit his potential, wouldn't it? However, this move also drew the attention of the geniuses from the provincial capitals. He wants to eliminate us? He must be dreaming. Looks like he has never been beaten up before. Keep an eye on him once we're in the dungeon. We've got to take him out first. We've got to teach that big talker a lesson. Otherwise, these hicks will actually think they can beat us. This made the geniuses from each city realize that, given the situation, they could just as easily turn the tables and eliminate the hunters. There were 50 of them, while the hunters' faction had only 20. If it came down to a real fight, they'd see who was stronger. After Zhang Yuashan finished explaining the rules, he stepped down, and staff members began distributing scorecards to everyone. The city lords also stepped forward one after another to give pep talks to their participating geniuses. Once you're inside the dungeon, don't even think about turning the tables on the hunters. Just play it safe, earn your 300 points, and get out. You little brats, listen up. Once you're in the dungeon, hide like rats. If you earn 300 points and make it out, you'll have done me proud. You're no match for the provincial capital's geniuses. Otherwise, there'd be no need to split into two factions. Just escaping alive will be your best retaliation against them. The city lords all pleaded with them earnestly, but most of the geniuses from each city merely nodded in agreement while their defiance was clearly written on their faces. This left the city lords feeling rather helpless. Arthur, however, didn't say any of that. Instead, he turned to Li and said, once you enter the dungeon, focus on points, earn at least 300 points first. That way, even if you run into trouble, you can choose to exit the dungeon and end up with nothing to show for your efforts. Li nodded slightly. I understand, Uncle Gu. Also, if you display too much strength, the hunters might gang up on you. You need to be prepared for that as well. Arthur frowned, anticipating all the possible scenarios Li might face inside. Dad, why are you being so talkative all of a sudden? Iris couldn't believe it. Was this really her usually taciturn dad? Arthur glanced at her, then said to Li, I've spoiled this girl rotten since she was little. Once we enter the dungeon, I'll need you to keep a close eye on her for me. I don't need any looking after. Iris blurted out. Don't worry, Uncle Gu, I'll take care of her. Li agreed. Protecting Iris was just a small favor. Just as the trial dungeon was about to open, 5 more people walked over to the hunters' camp. With these 5 joining, the hunters finally reached a total of 20 members. Moreover, with the arrival of these 5, the once arrogant provincial city geniuses all backed away. Clearly, the newcomers were even stronger. Dad, are these 5 also provincial capital geniuses? Iris asked. 4 of them are, and the other one. Arthur frowned. Li was still looking at the points card in his hand. When he looked up, he was startled to see Luna, who had just appeared in the hunters' camp. Even among the provincial capital geniuses, she still maintained an elegant and distinctive aura. At that moment, standing in the hunters' camp, Luna was scanning the entire arena, as if searching for someone. When her gaze met Li's, her icy expression finally gave way to a radiant smile, as brilliant as the first light of dawn. This scene left the provincial geniuses in the hunters' camp completely dumbfounded. Below, the geniuses from various cities began jostling with one another. Hey! Look, that beauty from the provincial capital is looking at me. What a narcissist she is, clearly looking at me. Isn't she? Put. She must be smiling at me. I'll go say hi to her again just to prove it. Just then, Luna walked straight over, and Li also made his way toward her. Hey, what are you doing? Iris asked, taken aback. Hey, I'm telling you, that guy has some serious nerve. How dare he go up and hit on her like that, someone nearby grumbled. Luna stopped in front of Li. I knew you'd show up. I figured you might be here too, Li smiled. I'm on the hunters' faction. Once we're in the dungeon, I want to go easy on you. Luna raised her fist in a playful gesture. Don't worry, I won't go easy on you either. Before the two could exchange many more words, the trial dungeon officially opened. Everyone began entering one after another, not wanting to watch the two of them show off their affection. See you in the dungeon. Luna waved. See you in the dungeon. After Lee said goodbye to her, Iris stepped forward. Are you close with her? Just as Luna was about to step into the dungeon, she suddenly turned her head. Spotting Iris standing next to Lee, her expression grew pensive. Lee noticed her gaze but ignored Iris, following the crowd toward the dungeon. Hey, I'm talking to you. Iris caught up to him again. At the dungeon entrance, Luna cast a meaningful glance back before stepping inside. Phew. Lee sighed. Are women really that prone to jealousy? Did you do that on purpose? What do you mean, on purpose? We're on the same team, we're allies now. She is a hunter, she is our enemy, Iris said with a straight face. Alright, ally. Lee gritted his teeth and stepped into the dungeon. Whoosh! The space around them shifted. When the surreal visuals faded, Lee found himself in the middle of a wilderness. It was twilight, the red afterglow of the setting sun bathed the land. In the distance, rolling hills stretched as far as the eye could see. Scattered across the ground were the skeletal remains of all manner of monsters and beasts, along with broken weapons. Whoosh! After a ripple in space, Iris appeared at his side. Escapees from the same city were grouped together, and upon entering the dungeon, they would randomly spawn in the same area. Where are we? Iris looked around in confusion. Lee opened the dungeon map to take a look. We're in luck, we've been teleported to the ancient battlefield at the center of the dungeon. There are plenty of spots around here where we can earn points. The map marked the locations where high-level monsters roamed, the lairs of demon beasts, and the number of points to be earned by destroying and capturing these areas. Iris finally thought to check the map, but when she read the monster information for these point-earning locations, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. There are only the two of us in the Northwood group. I think we should first. Hey! Where are you going? If you want me to protect you, just stay right behind me. After studying the map, Lee already had a plan and set off toward the northeast. Iris was about to let her temper get the better of her, but the thought of facing the hunters alone without Lee made her realize she stood no chance, so she swallowed her frustration. Well, you'd better at least tell me where you're going. Iris obediently followed behind him. The central den of evil, Lee said as he walked. This was the closest location to their current spot and one of the few checkpoints offering the highest reward points for this dungeon run. Are you crazy? The map says there are hundreds, even thousands of scarlet flame bats there. How on earth are just the two of us supposed to handle that? Who said it's just the two of us? Lee glanced back at her. Iris finally relaxed. Looks like you're thinking the same way I am. Let us find some fellow escapees to team up with first. There's strength in numbers, after all. What I meant was, I can handle it all by myself. You? Lee had been treating her as nothing more than a pretty face. He hadn't expected her to be of any help. Just then, in the escapees' private chat channel, someone called on them to join forces and counterattack the hunters. This call was quickly met with numerous responses. After all, there were 50 of them combined, while the hunters numbered only 20. Keep in mind that they had to work themselves to the bone just to kill a monster of the same level as themselves, earning only 1 point, and the highest rewarded point on the map was only 500. Killing a single hunter, however, would net them 300 points, not to mention that they'd already been annoyed by those provincial geniuses in the square. The escapees planned to gather at General S platform on the map. Lee. Let us go to General S platform too, Iris said, clearly tempted. General S platform was also one of the points on the map where they could ambush hunters looking to claim points. No. Lee refused decisively. Why? It's too far, and eliminating hunters doesn't grant experience. Lee explained his reasoning. To him, the experience points from the hundreds or even thousands of scarlet flame bats in the central abyss were far more important. Besides, his ambition wasn't limited to a mere 300 points, he wanted all the points from everyone in the arena. According to the rules, a large number of escapees would inevitably be eliminated by the hunters in this trial dungeon, and their points would ultimately fall into the hunter's hands. This would ultimately create a winner-takes-all scenario. He simply needed to eliminate these hunters to secure the vast majority of the points in the arena. Since players from the same faction weren't allowed to kill each other, he planned to wait until the hunters had killed a number of escapees and claimed their points. Then, by taking them out himself, he could maximize his gains. As the saying goes, fatten the sheep before slaughtering them. His goal was to secure every single point in the trial dungeon. In the entire dungeon, aside from Lee, no one else dared to entertain such an audacious plan. Meanwhile, as they rushed toward the central demoness lair, a large number of escapees were also converging on General S platform in the south, hoping to join forces there to ambush and kill some of the hunters. In the monitoring room of the trial dungeon, Provincial Governor Zhang Yuashan and the various city lords were all using scorecards to track everyone's locations. When the city lords noticed that a large number of escapees were converging on a single location, they all looked grim. "Sigh, I told those brats long ago not to even think about going up against the hunters, it was a waste of breath. You can't teach some people no matter how hard you try, only reality can teach them a lesson. What a pity. This trial dungeon was meant to be a good training ground for them, but now quite a few might be eliminated early." At that moment, Zhang Yuashan spoke up, "Don't be so pessimistic. Look at how many of them there are, they might actually manage to ambush and kill one or two." These words did indeed comfort quite a few city lords. Although the provincial capital's geniuses were strong, they weren't powerful enough to take on 10 opponents at once. Right now, there were over 30 escapees approaching General S platform, and working together, they certainly constituted a formidable force. But just then, on the monitoring map, a hunter marker representing Zhu Hong, accompanied by 3 other hunters, was rapidly moving toward General S platform. This sent a chill down the spines of many city lords. Zhu Hong was one of the 2 strongest geniuses in the provincial capital. Together with Cui Yujie, known as One Battle, One Art, they were the 2 most promising candidates from Dongshan province to break into the national top 10 this year. Inside the trial dungeon, a 4-person hunter squad was moving swiftly toward General S platform. "Xiao Fei, the energy readings are accurate, right?" The burly Zhu Hong strode ahead. "Don't worry, boss. My scouting skill has these country bumpkins in the palm of my hand," said the short man who had earlier mocked the geniuses from various cities. The class he had awakened was the Explorer, which possessed the scouting skill. That was why he had become a member of Zhu Hong's team. The fleeing survivors gathering there had overlooked one crucial point: just as they banded together, the hunters would also form teams. Elsewhere, Lee and Iris arrived at the entrance of a pitch-black cave, which sloped downward like a chasm. The map indicated this was the central demon lair, home to at least several hundred scarlet flame bats. If they destroyed this monster lair, they would earn 400 points. Of course, what Lee was really after was the experience points these scarlet flame bats could provide. There is only one entrance here, and there are enough scarlet flame bats to fill the entire cave. "What's your plan?" Iris folded her arms, looking at him as if to say, "It's your move, monkey." With a snap of his fingers, Lee summoned the Vajra ape, then motioned for it to go inside and lure the scarlet flame bats out. The Vajra ape, wielding its purple-gold steel staff, strode confidently inside. "You're sending a summoned beast in to lure the monsters? Well, then why don't you go?" Lee looked up at her. Sending a summoned beast in does seem like a reasonable idea," Iris quickly backtracked. Lee drew the Ice Soul Cloud sword and gripped it in his hand. He certainly had no intention of engaging the swarm of fire bats in close quarters combat, he was only doing this to boost his attack power. Roar! Before long, the roar of the Vajra ape echoed from the demoness lair, and a glow illuminated the cave as the Vajra ape sprinted toward the entrance on all fours. Behind it, a pillar of fire like a cluster of flames shot skyward, hot on the Vajra ape's heels. As they drew closer to the cave entrance, Lee could finally see clearly that the pillar of fire thick enough to fill the entire opening was actually composed of countless crimson flame bats with wings ablaze. The sheer force and heat wave generated by their collective presence filled Iris with intense dread. There are so many of them? How can we possibly block them? How can we ever kill them all? Once these crimson flame bats burst out of the cave, a single coordinated assault could reduce her and Lee to charcoal. That was the terrifying thing about the crimson flame bats. As long as there were enough of them, they could swarm together to form an incredibly powerful pillar of fire. Although dying in a trial dungeon merely meant being eliminated, the overwhelming pressure she could feel right now and the fear welling up from the depths of her heart were very real. "Let us get out of here," Iris tried to persuade Lee. Staying here was a death sentence. But Leah's face was lit up with excitement. "There are so many of them, just think of all the experience we'll get." Blade call. Whoosh. A massive swarm of flying swords instantly materialized behind Lee, and the aura emanating from each one sent a chill down Iris's spine. These flying swords gathered behind him, poised and ready. Boom! The Vajra ape burst out of the demonic lair. Lee took a step forward, gripping his sword and pointing it toward the cave entrance. Whoosh! A torrent of over 100 flying swords surged toward the towering pillar of fire formed by the crimson flame bats inside the cave. The torrent of flying swords also filled the cave entrance, and in an instant, the pillar of fire inside the cave collided with the torrent. Boom! The torrent of flying swords crushed the pillar of fire with overwhelming force, and the blood and remains of the crimson flame bats instantly splattered all over the cave. Defeated level 7 Scarlet Flame Bat, plus 60 EXP, plus 8 Strength, plus 7 Agility. Defeated level 7 Scarlet Flame Bat, plus 60 EXP. Defeated level 6 Scarlet Flame Bat, plus 45 EXP. A flood of kill notifications filled the notification bar, and Leah's experience bar grew rapidly before his very eyes. The power of the flying sword torrent was also being depleted quickly, and the number of flying swords was steadily decreasing. Nevertheless, the batch of flying swords he had summoned managed to wipe out the entire swarm of scarlet flame bats inside the cave. Congratulations! Player has reached level 13. Strength plus 65, Agility plus 65, Defense plus 65, Spirit plus 120. Lottery attempts plus 1. Vajra Ape has reached level 11. Successfully cleared the scarlet flame bats from the central demon lair. Points plus 400. Not bad. Counting the points from the kills, that brings my total to 526 points. Lee was fairly satisfied, and now he could enter the lottery again. In dungeons, killing monsters and demon beasts earns points, with the exact amount calculated based on your own level and the level of the target you've killed. The higher the target's level compared to yours, the more points you earn. The lower the level, the fewer points you get. This. Beside him, Iris had long since frozen in place. The swarm of fire bats she thought unstoppable had just been wiped out like that? And what about those flying swords from earlier? Was that Blade Call? Was that the real Blade Call? Although she had been eliminated by flying swords on the arena earlier, there had only been a few, nothing compared to the sheer impact of the torrent of flying swords she just witnessed. When she saw that torrent of flying swords just now, she even caught a glimpse of the sword goddess' presence. In the monitoring room, Zhang Yuashan and most of the city lords were watching the changes unfolding at the General's platform. Only Arthur, who had been keeping a close eye on Lee and his companion, noticed that in just a moment, the scoring point at the central demoness lair had vanished. This meant the mission at that scoring point had been completed. I wasn't wrong about you after all, Arthur thought to himself. At that moment, a wave of sighs rose from the surrounding city lords. Sigh, those brats don't know their place now. They finally face reality. Having their group of over 30 crushed by just Zhu Hong and his 3 companions, their confidence will surely take a hit. It can't be helped. Zhu Hong is the top genius in the provincial capital, ranked among the top 20 in the country. They deserved to lose. On the monitoring screen, General's platform, where more than 30 escapees had originally gathered, now held only a handful of scattered figures fleeing in all directions. Zhang Yuashan remained expressionless. All of this had been exactly as he anticipated. This trial dungeon appeared to offer geniuses from various cities an opportunity to earn points, which they could exchange for higher quality gear, skill books, and various resources. But as CD predicted, all the points would ultimately go to the Hunters faction. The escapees from all the cities were merely stepping stones for the provincial capitalist geniuses, serving to enhance their training experience that was their sole purpose. Still, these escapees are a bit too weak. Zhang Yuashan was somewhat disappointed. It seems pitting them against the provincial capitalist geniuses won't provide much in the way of training at all. Inside the dungeon, the Hunters faction had also noticed Zhu Hong's sudden surge in points, which spurred them to search for escapees with even greater urgency. If they didn't act soon, all the points carried by the escapees would go to Zhu Hong alone. The escapees' chat channel, however, fell into a deathly silence, and their numbers instantly dropped by nearly 30. The few who had narrowly escaped from General S platform felt utterly disheartened. They had witnessed firsthand the terrifying might of the Hunters and Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong alone had been able to break through their ambush as if no one were there, making them keenly aware of the gulf between themselves and the provincial capitalist prodigies. Central Demon S Lair. The 30-plus people who went to ambush General S platform were actually routed by just 4 hunters. Iris read the message in the chat channel, her face filled with astonishment. Are all the provincial capital S geniuses this strong? Earlier, she had looked down on those provincial capital geniuses, but now she just wanted to quickly rack up 300 points so she could exit the dungeon. But when she looked up, she noticed 2 provincial capital geniuses, clearly hunters, standing on a small hill not far away, gazing in her direction. Hey, what a stroke of luck! Who'd have thought that coming to the Central Demoness Lair to farm some monsters would land us 2 pieces of prey? 1 each. Let us see who gets their hands on them first. The 2 hunters leaped down from the hill and charged toward the pair at breakneck speed, clearly already treating them as prey. Lee. Iris was a little flustered. Lee, however, remained calm and collected, continuing to claim the rewards for this level. Acquired legendary class Dreamweaver ultimate skill, Dreamweave. Dreamweave weaves a dream to envelop all targets within an area, trapping them in a dream and rendering them completely unable to act. Another legendary class ultimate and a wide area crowd control skill at that. Lee was overjoyed. This skill was the perfect addition to his arsenal. In the monitoring room, 2 points of light representing the hunters converged on Lee and his companion. Arthur's heart sank. Although Lee had just managed to take down the swarm of fire bats, that didn't mean he could definitely handle 2 hunters. After all, lower-tier demon beasts had only a limited repertoire of skills, whereas these rare-class hunters possessed a wide variety of abilities that were impossible to guard against. Quite a few city lords had also noticed this encounter in the Central Demoness Lair. Old Goo, it looks like your promising young talent from Northwood is going to be eliminated early. What a shame. If only he'd run into the hunters a little later. The 2 old friends offered words of consolation, but Arthur's eyes were fixed on the monitoring screen, filled with anticipation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 hunters moved at blinding speed. They both appeared to be assassin-type rare-class hunters, skilled in ambushes and assassinations. Yet at this moment, they were striding toward them with utter confidence, clearly not taking Lee and his companions seriously. Lee raised his hand and swept it forward. Whoosh! A hazy aura enveloped the area ahead. Everything within that zone seemed to sink into a dreamlike haze. The 2 hunters' movements froze instantly, trapped deep within the dreamscape, unable to break free. Why aren't they moving? Iris was still preparing to fight. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 flying swords shot out from behind Lee, instantly piercing through the bodies of the 2 hunters. Hunter eliminated. Plus 300 points. Hunter eliminated. Plus 300 points. With 600 points in hand, Leah's total score jumped to 1,126. What a shame neither of these guys had earned any bonus points yet. As Lee mused, Iris stood there wide-eyed. Instant kill? Is it that easy? Taking out 2 hunters in an instant, is it really as easy as mowing down some random mobs on the side of the road? Iris stood frozen in place, once again unable to believe what she just witnessed. In the escapees chat channel, people were still talking about how terrifying the hunters were, warning others not to even think about engaging them if they encountered them, just run away immediately. Yet, the two hunters were instantly wiped out by Lee the moment they crossed paths. On the monitoring screen in the control room, the two light dots representing the hunters vanished simultaneously in an instant. Holy shit! The two city lords who had been watching closely couldn't help but blurt out an expletive. The gravity on Arthur's face faded, giving way to a relieved smile. The other city lord's attention was also drawn to the screen, and when they saw the two hunters eliminated, the surprise and shock on their faces were equally impossible to hide. An escapee had turned the tables on the hunters. Someone had actually pulled off this incredible feat. But this Lee, he is in for a rough time from now on. The hunters have taken notice of him. Let us hope he can evade their ambushes. Naturally, the city lords all hoped to witness the rise of a genius from a small city. Zhang Yuashan stared at the monitoring map and made a mental note of the name Li. Inside the dungeon, the hunters' faction had also noticed that two of their own had been eliminated. As geniuses from the provincial capital, they naturally knew each other, so they communicated more frequently in the chat channel. Before they were eliminated, Shuang and Shen Feng said they were heading to the central demon lair, but the points there have already disappeared. Could it be that an escapee ambushed them while they were dealing with the fire bats? It looks like that's the case. They dared to turn the tables on us hunters. We absolutely cannot let them escape the dungeon, or it will be a disgrace to us. Hunters near the central demon's lair began rushing toward this location. They wanted to avenge their comrades, and naturally, they also wanted to earn more points. After all, taking out a swarm of fire bats plus two hunters was worth a substantial number of points. Central demon's lair. Using the scouting skill, Lee could clearly see the surrounding hunters rushing toward him. However, he had no intention of sitting here waiting for them to come to him. After all, the trial dungeon was still far from over, and he needed to head to the next point to complete his mission. He would maximize the rewards from this dungeon run. There would be plenty of time later to take down these hunters. His next target was the Rakshasa, the highest level, most powerful, and highest rewarded boss in the trial dungeon. This was the strongest boss in the Rakshasa Dojo dungeon. The map indicated that defeating it would yield not only a massive amount of experience points but also a 500-point reward, along with a mysterious special reward. Let us go to the Rakshasa Dojo. Lee set off toward the dojo's location. Having witnessed what had just happened, Iris no longer objected to Lee's decision and obediently followed behind him. But she was still curious about exactly what skill Lee had just used. He managed to instantly subdue, out of nowhere, two rare class players whose levels were no lower than his own. What skill was that you just used? The Dream Wanderer was a rare legendary class, so Iris naturally hadn't seen this class's ultimate move before. It's a secret. Lee had no intention of telling her. If she found out it was a legendary class ultimate, she'd probably be startled all over again. Iris was merely curious. She wasn't foolish enough to pry for details. Just as the two were passing through a small canyon, Lee suddenly stopped. He scanned both sides of the canyon, his gaze finally settling on a spot behind a boulder. Come out. As soon as he spoke, Iris, who had been looking bewildered, immediately drew her snow-white longsword and went on high alert. Whoosh! 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 Three figures instantly darted out from behind the boulder, each wielding a weapon as they stood atop the gorge. To be spotted like that, it seems this year's country bumpkins have some skills after all, said the bespectacled man at the front, holding a white feather fan and adopting a haughty demeanor. So what if you spotted us? You still want to escape your fate, said the long-haired female assassin wielding dual blades coldly. The muscular man, clad in armor and wearing two gauntlets, clenched his fists. Whereas the rest of your crew? Just the two of you aren't enough to take on me alone. Lee wasn't the least bit surprised by their appearance. In fact, thanks to his scouting spell, he had long predicted that he would encounter them in this canyon. What do you mean, the rest? There's only the two of us here. Iris didn't quite understand what he meant. Where are your backup? Do you really think the two of you alone can take out Shuang and Shen Feng? The muscular man sneered. The bespectacled man fanned himself, go ahead and call them over. Come at me all together, that'll make this fight a bit more interesting. The three of them were clearly far stronger than Shuang and Xianfeng, which explained their overwhelming confidence. Li smiled. These provincial geniuses were indeed quite cocky, but he loved nothing more than taking down such arrogant types. You mean those two hunters who got wiped out just now? Iris finally caught on. I was more than enough to handle them on my own, and I'll be just as capable against you three. Li cracked his knuckles. He'd already figured out exactly how to take them all down. The bespectacled man snorted, you sure know how to brag. In that case, let me help you face reality. The muscle-bound man leaped down from a gorge over 10 meters high, his fist slamming toward the ground below. This was a fist from the heavens technique. Leaping from a great height maximized its power. It'll be an honor for you to die under this punch of mine. The muscle-bound man had already locked onto Li, plummeting toward him like a meteorite. If you can block my punch, you win. Li continued to flex his wrists, waiting until the muscle-bound man's fists were about to strike before he struck back. Sovereign fist. Li's right fist slammed violently toward the muscle-bound man. He'd been itching to try out this newly acquired ultimate move on someone. Whoosh! A colossal force gathered in his right fist, then swept forward with the all-conquering might of a sovereign. Boom! The shockwave generated by this golden fist imprint instantly reduced the muscle-bound man to dust. High above the canyon, both the bespectacled man and the long-haired female assassin were stunned. That single punch instantly took out the muscle-bound guy, the one with the highest stats and strongest direct combat power among the three of them? What they didn't know was that, under this legendary class ultimate skill, the muscle-bound guy's health had actually dropped even further into the negative. Eliminated the hunter. Plus 345 points. Not bad. This guy has finally racked up some points. Li nodded slightly. At least it wasn't just the 300-point minimum. He turned his gaze to the two remaining figures in the canyon. Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to avenge your comrade? The two were clearly shaken by the sheer power of that punch. After a 2-second pause, the long-haired female assassin vanished from sight and launched a surprise attack on Li. Whoosh! But at the same moment, Li vanished from where he stood. Where is he? The long-haired female assassin instantly lost her target. Behind you! Li's voice rang out behind her. The long-haired female assassin's whole body jerked. Just as she was about to spin around to strike, she felt a chill on her neck and was teleported out of the dungeon. An assassin class rare class, specialized in assassination, had been instantly killed in a single move by Li using an assassin's technique. After all, Li's shadow stealth was the ultimate skill of the top-tier assassin class. No other assassin skill could surpass it in terms of stealth. Plus, he had the detectability, so the female assassin's invisibility was effectively useless against him. With the stat bonuses from shadow stealth, defeating her was a piece of cake. Eliminated the hunter. Plus 415 points. That's even more points. Li actively cancelled shadow stealth, revealing himself, and looked at the man with glasses. Your turn. I'll give you a chance to strike. The man with glasses had originally been preparing to flee, but when he saw Li reveal himself, he waved his white feather fan, causing rings of flame to appear around him. You brought this on yourself. Heavenly Fire Blast. This was his ultimate skill as a heavenly fire mage, possessing immense burst damage. The rings of flame gradually coalesced into a massive fireball that hurtled toward Li. Whoosh! A layer of white Tai Chi energy materialized, forming a Tai Chi Bagua diagram in front of Li. Boom! The power of the heavenly fire blast was completely absorbed by the Tai Chi Bagua diagram, transforming into a surge of immense energy that flowed into Li's palms. As Li gently pushed his palms forward, a massive palm strike erupted from his hands. No! The bespectacled man, his eyes filled with terror, frantically cast defensive skills in front of him, but these fire barriers were no match for the palm strike. The palm strike swept through his defenses as effortlessly as a gentle breeze blows away dust. Hunter eliminated. Plus 444 points. Having eliminated the last hunter here, Leah's total points had reached 2,430. Whoa! Iris gasped. Although she had witnessed Leah's terrifying strength many times before, seeing it with her own eyes never failed to shock her. This time, Lee had used each of their own signature styles to completely crush these three arrogant provincial geniuses in every aspect. Thinking back to the arrogant, haughty attitudes these three had displayed at the start, and then seeing the expressions on their faces as they were eliminated, Iris felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. At the same time, she gained a new appreciation for Leah's combat prowess. Outside the trial dungeon, the three from the canyon emerged one after another from the dungeon, where Shuang and Xianfeng, who had just been eliminated, were also waiting. How come you three got eliminated too? Did you go challenge the dungeon boss? Xianfeng found it hard to believe that any of the escapees could have eliminated them, given that they teamed up. The three exchanged glances, then finally admitted the truth with a sigh of resignation. Defeated in such a manner, they had no face to make any excuses. You guys were eliminated by him too. Xianfeng and Shuang shared a smile. Now they felt much more at peace. The muscular guy asked, "How did you guys lose?" "We had a dream, and when we woke up, we were here. At first, I even thought it was a dungeon bug," Xianfeng said, shrugging. "He possesses top-tier skills across every major class: warrior, assassin, mage, and more. What kind of monster is this, anyway?" The guy with glasses tugged at his hair, looking completely frantic. The other four all gave a wry smile. When facing Lee, they'd all been instantly wiped out without putting up any resistance. Even after reviewing the match following their elimination, they couldn't see any hope of winning. This terrifying level of strength left them feeling a bit hopeless. They were, after all, among the top 20 geniuses in the provincial capital. How could they possibly be crushed by a genius from a small, resource-poor town below them? Just then, the long-haired female assassin mused, "Do you think, could he be the provincial governor, a top-tier genius transferred from another provincial capital sent to spur us on?" "Exactly. That must be it. Yeah, with that kind of strength, even Zhu Hong and Cui Yujie might not be able to beat him." These words brought them to their senses and salvaged what little pride they had left. In the monitoring room, the city lords watched as three light dots vanished almost simultaneously on the monitoring screen, and the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Another instant kill? Just how high is his upper limit? His score has reached 2,430 points, surpassing Zhu Hong to take first place in the dungeon rankings. The city lords were all taken aback. At first, they thought his instant kills of the two assassin hunters might have been due to his opponent's carelessness or a stroke of luck. But these three had clearly come prepared, targeting Li specifically, and yet they were still wiped out instantly. Zhang Yuashan, however, furrowed his brow. He had originally intended this trial dungeon to provide Zhu Hong or Cui Yujie with an opportunity to earn points. This would allow them to later exchange those points for a batch of top-tier resources, rapidly boosting their levels and stats. But now, with Li holding a massive amount of points, his plans had clearly been thrown into disarray. After all, the provincial capital had only a limited amount of resources available to cultivate this cohort of prodigies, and he intended to concentrate all those resources on nurturing one or two prodigies capable of breaking into the national top 10. If resources were dispersed to a third person, his plan to break into the national top 10 would be ruined. Zhang Yuashan silently hoped, "I hope you don't exit the dungeon just yet. Ideally, Zhu Hong or Cui Yujie will take all the points from you." Compared to the completely unfamiliar Li, he much preferred that Zhu Hong and Cui Yujie, whom he already knew well, secure the points and ultimately receive the resources needed to train and challenge for a spot in the national top 10. Inside the dungeon, the elimination of the three hunters sent shockwaves through the hunter faction, causing several teams of hunters who had come to surround and eliminate them to halt in their tracks. After all, they had been counter-killed by the escapees while traveling in a group of three, and the remaining teams couldn't claim to be much stronger than those three. There are actually escapees capable of counter-killing us hunters. I bet they banded together to stage a surprise attack. These escapees are really sneaky, everyone, be careful. The hunters exchanged remarks in their factionist chat channel. Naturally, they were unwilling to believe that a genius from a resource-poor small town could defeat them, the geniuses of the provincial capital, in a head-on battle. However, even though they refused to admit it, they no longer dared to run rampant in the dungeon with impunity. Yet two individuals reacted in exactly the opposite way. At General S platform, Zhu Hong, who had just finished hunting down the escapees there, saw the message in the chat channel. Interesting. This trial dungeon is finally getting a little less boring. Zhu Hong's spirits soared, and he called over the explorer in his party. Xiao Fei. Use your scouting spell. Find those guys for me. Meanwhile, at a dimly lit altar somewhere deep within the dungeon, a white-robed mage, supported by two companions, used a variety of dazzling spells to slay the three-headed demonic boss. After collecting the loot, one of the female companions said to the white-robed mage, "Yujie, 3 more hunters have been eliminated." "Was it the escapees?" asked Chui Yujie, the white-robed mage. "Yes. They were eliminated in the canyon near the central demon's lair. They must have fallen into an ambush," the female companion stated her assessment. "Let us go to the central demon's lair." Chui Yujie made his decision immediately. "But we're still very far from there," the other companion reminded him. But Chui Yujie analyzed, Zhu Hong has already secured a large number of fugitive points from the General's platform. If he takes down the remaining fugitives as well, his points will far exceed mine. Especially since those fugitives had eliminated 5 hunters one after another and were already carrying a large number of points. This trial dungeon was of utmost importance to both him and Zhu Hong. It could even be said to be the best opportunity for either of them to surpass the other. He absolutely could not allow that to happen. "No matter what, I must take down these escapees before Zhu Hong does." Chui Yujie felt a sense of urgency. Originally, he had planned to secure all the nearby point locations first before searching for the escapees' trail, but the situation forced him to set out earlier than planned. Both Zhu Hong's and Chui Yujie's teams began rushing toward the center of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Luna, who had been traveling alone the whole time, naturally noticed the news in the chat channel that a hunter had been killed in a counterattack. But she had no intent. It seems Zhu Hong and Chui Yujie both want to get their hands on Li. He has a real prize. It all comes down to who encounters him first. Do you think they'd fight each other over the points if they both ran into Li at the same time? It's possible. Li has 2,430 points on him, and that's crucial for both of them. The city lords discussed this and even began placing bets on which of the two would secure Li's points. After all, these two were the top geniuses of this generation, renowned throughout Dongshan province. Even compared to geniuses from other provincial capitals, there was a chasm-like gap between them and the rest. Naturally, they didn't believe Li possessed the strength to stand up to them. Once he encountered these two in the dungeon, Li would be nothing more than a fish on a cutting board. At their mercy, it was just a matter of which one would strike first. "Arthur, who do you think will ultimately defeat Li?" asked a particularly powerful city lord in a brash manner. Ever since Li made a name for himself in the trial dungeon, Arthur had ceased to be an obscure figure among Dongshan province's city lords. "I think." Arthur raised his head slightly. "He'll win." The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell silent for 2 seconds. The city lord who had asked the question couldn't help but laugh. "Arthur, you're really brimming with confidence." The other city lords also shook their heads and laughed. The idea of a genius from a small town trying to defeat the two top geniuses in Dongshan province sounded like a pipe dream. In truth, even Arthur wasn't sure if Li could defeat Zhu Hong and Chui Yujie, but he knew Li was capable of creating miracles. At the grand tournament, he hadn't believed at first that Li could take on 5 opponents in a row, just as these city lords now didn't believe Li could win. Yet in the end, Li miraculously pulled off one 5-on-1 victory after another. On the monitoring map, the light representing Li was about to reach the Rakshasa dojo, while Zhu Hong's team, as if they knew his exact location at all times, was heading straight for him. "Looks like Zhu Hong is going to run into Li first." Someone on their team must have awakened a scouting skill. Not a single escapee who gathered at General's platform earlier got away. This is bad. Li should just quit the dungeon earlier. If they clash, he'll be giving away all those points. Although the city lords couldn't see the exact situation, judging by the light dot on the map, Zhu Hong and his group were about to catch up. The Rakshasa dojo was a circular arena, with several massive stone pillars standing tall around its perimeter. Lee strode confidently ahead, while Iris followed cautiously behind, afraid of encountering another ambush. What she didn't know was that, thanks to Leah's scouting skill, he was fully aware of every slightest movement in the vicinity. In fact, Lee was well aware at that moment that 4 hunters were heading straight for him. However, he didn't slow his pace and continued walking toward the dojo ahead. Roar! Suddenly, a soul-shaking roar erupted from the center of the training ground. Whoosh! A red light shone down, and a blood-red demonic Rakshasa materialized in the center of several stone pillars. It sat cross-legged on the ground, with a crimson battle spear planted beside it. This demonic Rakshasa was hideous in appearance, with twin horns on its head. It was tall and bare-chested, retaining a human-like physique overall. This was also a symbol of a high-level demonic creature. The higher the level of a demon or demon beast, the more its appearance resembled that of humans. Noticing someone's arrival, it raised its eyelids slightly, its gaze brimming with contempt. Demon Rakshasa level 25. Strength, 4,500. Agility, 4,500. Defense, 3,000. Spirit, 3,000. HP, 150,000. 150,000. Only then did its level bar and stats become visible. What incredible stats! Another stat monster. Lee also found the situation quite daunting. If the demon Rakshasa's attacks hit him, he'd likely be taken out instantly given his current defense stats. At the same time, its agility was extremely high, making it much faster than him. A level 25 dungeon boss? Are these stats really meant for our class? Iris was completely dumbfounded. With stats this outrageous, plus 150,000 HP, she even felt that this single boss could take on everyone in the dungeon by itself. A boss of this level and with these stats would require at least several rare class players above level 25 working together to stand a chance of defeating it. But in their class, the highest level player was currently no higher than level 15. How are we supposed to fight this? Let us just leave. Iris was a bit disappointed. She'd originally planned to tag along with Lee to get a piece of the action, but now it looked like she'd have to find another place to earn points. Lee, however, was determined to claim the mysterious reward marked on the map. After a moment's thought, he'd already come up with a plan to defeat the boss. Wait for me outside the dojo. I'm going to take this guy on. Lee drew the Ice Soul Cloud sword and headed toward the dojo. Are you crazy? It can one-shot you. Iris's voice came from behind him. It can one-shot me, but I can certainly one-shot it too. Lee replied without looking back. It only had 150,000 HP. A single flying sword of his could deal over 14,000 damage, even if the demon Rakshasa had 3,000 defense. That was nothing more than a matter of a dozen or two flying swords. The only thing he needed to worry about was getting hit by its first strike. As for that, he still had the dream-weaving skill. Even if the demon Rakshasa was 12 levels higher than him, this was a legendary class ultimate skill. Moreover, the fewer units in the cast area, the stronger the effect. Targeting only the demon Rakshasa as long as he could keep it immobilized for a second or two. His flying swords would be enough to wipe out its health. However, in Iris's eyes, this move was nothing short of madness. Monitoring room. Governor Zhang, are you really going to let these little ones take on this level 25 demon Rakshasa? The city lord couldn't help but ask. It wasn't until Lee approached the Rakshasa dojo that the city lords checked the demon Rakshasa's specific stats, and what they saw gave them all a shock. Placing a boss with these stats in this dungeon was practically a blow from a higher dimension. Oh, that one. Zhang Yushan finally explained, I happened to capture it from the human Great Wall not long ago. I put it in the dungeon just to fill space, not for them to fight. He hadn't even thought through what the special reward would be, because it had never crossed his mind that anyone would actually be able to defeat it in the dungeon. Placing it in the dungeon also served to confine it, and he had other plans for it later. Just to fill space, the city lords were at a loss for words, yet they found it somewhat reasonable. Putting a boss like that in the dungeon and actually letting players fight it would be truly outrageous. Zhu Hong and his group have arrived. Looks like all these points are going to end up in his hands. On the monitoring map, Zhu Hong and his 3 companions had already reached the Rakshasa dojo, right behind Li and Iris. Inside the dungeon. Xiao Fei. Is your scouting spell working properly? Why are there only 2 people here? The burly Zhu Hong asked the shorter Su Fei standing beside him. There have only been those 2 around here the whole time, and that Gaia's energy fluctuations are really strong, Su Fei confirmed once more using his scouting spell. Another mage suddenly spoke up, Boss Zhu, that guy seems to be heading to challenge the boss. This is our perfect chance to strike. Zhu Hong shot him a withering glance, then strode forward and bellowed, so you're the ones who took out 5 hunters? Li had, of course, known they'd arrived all along and had originally planned to take care of them later, but he hadn't expected them to come out on their own. Iris, seeing more hunters in pursuit, wisely stepped aside this time, choosing not to get involved in their fight. That's right, it's me. Li said, turning around. You alone? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhu Hong's eyes, but then he became visibly excited. Excellent. Finally, in Dongshan province, aside from Cui Yujie, there is someone who piques my interest. He drew his twin axes and strode toward Li, his aura growing ever stronger as his eyes and hair gradually turned red. I hope your skills don't disappoint me. Behind them, the 3 hunters saw their boss unleash his ultimate move and felt the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion. The boss is taking him way too seriously. He has actually unleashed his ultimate move. What do you guys think? How many swings can this kid take from the boss? 3 at most. I bet this will be over in a matter of seconds. They stood there, ready to watch their boss take Li out in an instant. Li, however, showed little interest in fighting Zhu Hong as he charged toward him at the moment. The only thing that truly piqued his interest was the demonic Rakshasa. He turned once more and leaped into the Rakshasa dojo. This scene left the 3 hunters who had been waiting to watch the show stunned, as well as Iris and Zhu Hong, who was in a frenzied rage. Entering the Rakshasa dojo meant triggering a boss battle. The demon clan Rakshasa would launch relentless attacks against anyone who entered. What on earth was he trying to do? This was the question weighing on everyone's minds. It wasn't until Zhu Hong and his 3 companions noticed the demon Rakshasa level and stats that they finally realized what was going on. So this kid was scared by Boss Zhu trying to walk into the boss's territory to die. How despicable. He'd rather let the points go to waste than let us get them. I guess you can understand why he's doing this after all. He doesn't stand a chance against the boss. Given the demon Raksasa's power, it could wipe out Li in a single blow. It seemed to them that Li had deliberately gone in to die. That way, although he'd still be eliminated, it would be by the boss, meaning they wouldn't get any points. Exiting the dungeon required a teleportation cast, which could generally only be initiated after leaving combat, and ensuring there were no enemies nearby. Trying to cast it after encountering a hunter would obviously be too late. Coward. Zhu Hong muttered under his breath. For him, losing points was one thing, but losing the chance to face off against a rival from his own class was another matter entirely. As a combat maniac, he was always craving a thrilling battle. Li, having entered the dojo, naturally didn't notice their reactions. He had other plans. Upon entering the dojo, he made a move that shocked the others even more. You guys come at me too. Li beckoned to Zhu Hong and the other 3 with a flick of his wrist. What did that mean? Their minds went blank. They didn't even understand what Li was up to. What did he say? It sounds like he wants us to join in too. Join in? Does that mean he is going to solo the boss while taking us on at the same time? Crazy. That is so freaking crazy. Who would VE thought there was someone this crazy in the world? Whether he was serious or not, Li had certainly opened their eyes. If you can avoid getting one shot by the boss, Zhu Hong, will admit you're something else. Naturally, Zhu Hong didn't take Li's words seriously. Inside the dojo, a sharp gleam flashed from the eyes of the seated demonic Rakshasa. It suddenly reached out and gripped the red battle halberd beside it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hazy sensation enveloped it, freezing its movements. Li immediately used dream weaving to immobilize it, then summoned over 20 flying swords, which coalesced into a single stream and charged toward the demonic Rakshasa. According to the stats, these flying swords were more than enough to wipe out its health. But just as the flying swords were about to pierce the demonic Rakshasa's chest, a blood-red shield spontaneously materialized around it. Clang! The flying swords struck the blood shield with a crisp clang, and many shattered on impact. After sapping most of the flying sword's power, the blood shield finally shattered. The remaining flying swords struck the demonic Rakshasa, dealing damage that knocked out 1/3 of its health. The flying sword attack caused the demonic Rakshasa to awaken from its dream prematurely. The moment it gripped its blood-red battle spear, it vanished from where it stood. Quick! It was moving way too fast. With 4,500 points in agility, Li could barely make out its movements. A level 25 boss really isn't that simple. Li summoned flying swords around himself, but with his current mental strength, he simply couldn't T-lock onto the demon Rakshasa as it moved at such high speed. Whoosh! He activated Shadow Stealth and vanished from the dojo. Outside the dojo, Zhu Hong and the others watched the boss's health bar drop, recalling the scene of their recent clash, and they couldn't help but stare in astonishment. This boss had 150,000 HP, and it lost 1/3 of that in one go. That's 50,000 HP. And that was after the blood shield had absorbed most of the flying sword's damage. If all the flying swords had hit, wouldn't the boss have been one shot? Is he really in the same class as us? While they were still grinding level 11 and 12 mobs, Li was already capable of one-shotting a 150,000 HP boss? At that moment, no one thought Li was bragging when he told them to join the fight. Asking them to join was actually a sign of respect. Inside the dojo, the demon race Rakshasa continued to move at high speed. Highly intelligent, it recognized the flying sword's power and naturally dared not stand still to take another hit. Li, now in stealth mode, immediately summoned the Vajra Ape. Vajra Ape. Level 12. Strength 4,380. Agility 3,980. Defense 3,850. Spirit 3,500. At level 11, its stats had reached 3 or 4,000 in each category, and it was only slightly outmatched by the level 25 demon Rakshasa. Roar! As the golden giant ape appeared, it let out a furious roar, hoisted its club, and smashed it down toward the demon Risetsu. Clang! Clang! The demon Risetsu could only swing its halberd to counterattack. The two stat beasts clashed in battle, but the demon Risetsu kept moving while fighting, constantly on guard against the invisible Li. Boss! Let us go for it together, this might be our only chance to beat him. Su Fei stepped forward and said to Zhu Hong. Alright. Zhu Hong let out a deep sigh. He had originally wanted to face Li in a one-on-one battle, but now he realized he didn't seem to have what it took. Su Fei immediately cast another explorer's skill on the arena, no place to hide. Whoosh! A beam of light shot from his hand, instantly enveloping the invisible Li on the dojo in a strange glow. This nearly broke his invisibility. Charge! At Zhu Hong's command, the other two warriors and the brawler class frontline rare class charged forward first. At the same time, the demonic Rakshasa also noticed Li, now visible on the battlefield, and violently hurled its battle spear at him. Whoosh! The spear was instantly enveloped in a blood-red gale, transforming into a crimson streak of light as it hurtled toward Li with a destructive, bloodthirsty aura. Faced with enemies both in front and behind, Li did not panic. He raised his hand and summoned a Tai Chi Bagua diagram in front of him. Boom! The blood-red halberd slammed heavily into the Bagua diagram. The powerful impact even sent ripples through it. Yet in the end, the halberd's full force was absorbed by the Bagua diagram. Li felt immense power surge through his arms, propelling him to spin around and strike at the two figures charging from behind. This palm strike appeared as soft and supple as a Tai Chi move, yet it contained terrifying power. Whoosh! A cotton-white palm imprint swept toward the two frontline classes. Let me show you the power of a boss skill. The two who faced the palm print head-on clearly felt its power. As a wave of sheer terror swept through them, they unleashed their respective skills against the palm print, hoping to reduce its force. But this Tai Chi Bagua palm contained the full force of a Rakshasa skill, something they were simply unable to withstand at their current level. Boom! The palm strike swept over the two, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. Hunter eliminated. Points plus 720. Hunter eliminated. Points plus 813. They had both eliminated escapees from the General S platform and already had several hundred points to their names now. All of those points went to Li. Seeing his two companions instantly wiped out, Su Fei's face instantly turned ashen. Zhu Hong, however, let out a roar, raised his twin axes, and charged forward. He had also activated the second stage of his ultimate move, his entire body turning golden. Bring it on! Even though Li had demonstrated terrifying power, Zhu Hong showed no fear or hesitation. Instead, he charged forward with boundless boldness. Enveloped in golden light, Zhu Hong's aura and stats had both doubled once again at this moment. A single swing of his axe was enough to eliminate an escapist. This was the first time he had activated the second stage of his ultimate ability. Even during his previous clash with Cui Yujie, he hadn't revealed his full strength. Right now, all he wanted was to have a thrilling battle with Li. On the arena, the unarmed demonic Rakshasa was gradually losing ground in his battle against the Vajra ape. Li also noticed Zhu Hong charging toward him. Even after witnessing Zhu Hong's power, he did not flee or strike while Li was attacking the Rakshasa. Instead, he chose to face him head-on in a fair fight. A worthy opponent. And the greatest respect one can show an opponent is to give it your all. Li had no intention. Holding back, he unleashed a punch toward Zhu Hong, whose entire body was bathed in golden light. Sovereign Fist. Boom! The punch seemed to be accompanied by the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger. The golden fist imprint transformed into a shockwave that instantly killed Zhu Hong on the spot, even shattering the stone pillar behind him. Hunter eliminated. Points plus 2,315. That's an incredible number of points. It seems most of the escapees were eliminated by him. After claiming all the points from his opponent, Li's total points had reached a staggering 6,278. Not far away, Su Fei watched as Zhu Hong, the man he admired most, was instantly killed with a single punch. He lost all courage to fight back and turned to flee. Li raised his hand slightly, conjuring a flying sword that shot toward Su Fei. Put! The flying sword turned into a streak of light and pierced right through Su Fei. Hunter eliminated. Points plus 512. While dealing with the Rakshasa demons, Li casually took them all out as well. Iris, who had been watching the entire time, was completely stunned. If there was anything Li couldn't do right now, she simply wouldn't believe it. Besides her, the city lords in the monitoring room were also completely stunned. Am I seeing things? Are you sure it was Zhu Hong and his group whose light points disappeared? What on earth is going on? Li entered the Rakshasa dojo. How did Zhu Hong and his group end up being eliminated? Is this a bug? Did the dungeon malfunction? Apart from a bug, the city lords simply couldn't think of any other explanation. Even Zhang Yuashan's composure had cracked. He immediately ordered that Zhu Hong be brought to the monitoring room. Outside the dungeon, Zhu Hong and his three companions appeared one after another in the square. Aside from the escapees, everyone else there was a hunter who had been personally eliminated by Li. Most of the escapees had been eliminated by Zhu Hong themselves and had witnessed his terrifying strength firsthand. Seeing him eliminated now came as a complete surprise to them all. I gave it my all and yet I couldn't even block a single punch? Zhu Hong's face was etched with a bitter smile. In the past, he was the one who'd take others out in an instant. Now it was his turn to be taken out in an instant. This feeling was indeed not a pleasant one. Before the other hunters could ask for details, Zhu Hong was escorted into the monitoring room, where he truthfully recounted the events inside the dungeon to Zhang Yuashan and the other city lords. He took you out with a single punch? One city lord couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. The other city lords exchanged bewildered glances, while only Arthur smiled. Li had once again accomplished what seemed impossible. But why would he enter the Rakshasa dojo? Zhang Yuashan asked again. To solo the boss, of course, Zhu Hong replied. Solo the boss? Solo a level 25 dungeon boss? The city lords were once again taken aback by this. It was one thing for a genius from a small town to defeat the top genius from the provincial capital, but for him to go solo against a level 25 dungeon boss? Zhu Hong, are you sure you didn't misread that? Zhang Yuashan couldn't help but ask again. Zhu Hong immediately gave a wry smile, of course not. Actually, I was just there while he was soloing the boss, and he took me out in the process. Whoa! Hearing this, the city lords couldn't help but gasp in shock. Just what kind of monster had Dongshan province produced this time? To be able to solo a level 25 dungeon boss at just level 13, not even the top 10 players in the country would possess that kind of strength. Zhang Yuashan was completely stunned. He had originally planned to use the points earned from this event to exchange for resources and cultivate a genius capable of breaking into the national top 10. But now, didn't he already have one right here? If he invested some resources into training him, he might even win the national championship. His name is Li, right? This year, Dongshan province will spare no expense to cultivate him. Zhang Yuashan's heart skipped a beat. This was the most promising class in Dongshan province's history to make it into the national top 3. With a little more effort, they might even have a shot at the national championship. The city lords all understood that a genius destined to make a name for himself nationwide was about to emerge from Dongshan province. In the past, the national top 10 had almost always been dominated by Beijing and Magic City. This year, Dongshan province was bound to make the list as well. Inside the Rakshasa dojo, the Vajra ape was still locked in a fierce battle with the demon clan Rakshasa. Both were melee monsters with extremely high stats, and every punch landed with brutal force, making for an exceptionally intense fight. However, the Vajra ape's level was still relatively low, and its health pool couldn't match that of the demon Rakshasa. By now, the demon Rakshasa still had half its health remaining, while the Vajra ape was down to just 1/3. Moreover, every time Li summoned his flying sword, the demon Rakshasa dodged it with its lightning-fast movements. Damn it! This level 25 boss not only has high stats, but it's also incredibly cunning. Li was getting a little annoyed by it. You're forcing my hand. Monkey, come back. He recalled the Vajra ape, then cast Blade Call once more. Whoosh! This time, hundreds of flying swords instantly appeared behind Li. Let us see how you dodge this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying swords instantly rained down on the demon Rakshasa, covering every possible escape route. Now it was the demon Rakshasa's turn to be stunned. No matter how fast it was, with the flying swords pouring down like a torrential rain, it had nowhere to hide. If it could speak, it might just be cursing right now. Whoosh! Under the barrage of flying swords, the demonic Rakshasa's health rapidly plummeted, soon hitting 0. Defeated level 25 demonic Rakshasa, strength plus 150, agility plus 150, defense plus 100, spirit plus 100, experience plus 12,000. Congratulations! Player has reached level 14, strength plus 70, agility plus 70, defense plus 70, spirit plus 130. Lottery attempts plus 1. Vajra ape has reached level 13. Successfully defeated a demon Rakshasa points plus 500. A series of notifications appeared. The attribute gains from defeating the level 25 demon Rakshasa were far greater than those from leveling up by 1 level. After Vajra ape leveled up once more, its attributes surpassed those of the demon Rakshasa across the board. Vajra ape. Level 13. Strength 5,680. Agility 4,980. Defense 4,850. Spirit 4,500. As a purely stat-based legendary tier summoned beast, its attribute gains per level were exceptionally staggering. Li, however, felt like something was missing. Where's my special reward? In the monitoring room. You actually killed it? Zhang Yuashan was taken aback. This level 25 demon race Rakshasa possessed intelligence far surpassing that of other monsters of its level, and he had originally planned to study it further. He had placed it in the trial dungeon, but never imagined anyone would actually be able to defeat it, so naturally, he and T arranged a special reward in advance. The city lords had initially thought Zhu Hong's words were somewhat exaggerated, but when they saw that the level 25 demon race Rakshasa had truly been defeated, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. A level 13 player single-handedly defeating a level 25 dungeon boss even as city lords, they never heard of such a thing. This is definitely the makings of a national champion. Even the geniuses from the 4 great families of the capital throughout history haven't been any better than this. It looks like this year's grand exam is about to welcome the biggest dark horse in history. The city lords were all thrilled beyond measure. It was an honor to witness a peerless genius rise from their very own Dongshan province with their own eyes. Arthur, too, was filled with mixed emotions. Originally, he had only expected Li to shine in the provincial capital, with strength on par with the city's own geniuses. But he never expected that even the strongest genius from the provincial capital would be taken down in a single move and that Li could even slay a level 25 dungeon boss. Such prowess was more than enough to make him famous nationwide at the grand exam. At that moment, Zhang Yuashan suddenly stood up and said solemnly to the city lords, "I hope none of you will disclose what happened in the trial dungeon today." During the grand exam, when competitors are vying for a spot in the national top 10, there is a phase where they can challenge one another. A successful challenge allows the challenger to directly replace the opponent's ranking. Therefore, before the grand exam, even the top favorites for the championship do their utmost to conceal their classes and skills, to prevent opponents from studying and countering them. The city lords understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in unison, promising to keep the matter confidential. Inside the Rakshasa dojo at dusk, Li decided to wait until he exited the dungeon before approaching the provincial governor to claim his mysterious reward. After going to such great lengths to defeat that level 25 boss, he wasn't going to settle for just experience points and ranking points. To kill the boss, he had just depleted most of his mental energy, but fortunately, he still had the full recovery skill left to use. If a powerful enemy were to attack, he could simply use full recovery and be back in action in no time. He immediately began claiming his rewards. Obtained Rare Class Guardian Ultimate Skill, Holy Shield. Holy Shield summons a layer of light around the user that absorbs damage. It's actually the ultimate survival skill for a support class. Not bad at all. It perfectly fills the gap in my lack of defensive skills. His powerful offensive capabilities had previously made defense unnecessary, but if he ever faced a truly formidable foe, not having any defensive skills would put him at a significant disadvantage. Take his battle against the demonic Rakshasa just now, for example. If he had Holy Shield back then, he could have easily used it to block the creature's attack as it struck, then locked onto it with his flying sword. After claiming his reward, Li glanced at the map. Nearly all the points on it had already been cleared. Now he planned to start hunting down those hunters with his scouting spell. They have nowhere to hide. But just as he was about to set off, Iris walked over. "Li, I'm going to head out on my own." "Why?" Li asked. Iris pointed to the number on her scorecard. "I'm still at 0 points. I was hoping to tag along with you and get a little something out of it, but it turns out I didn't even get a chance to do that." Li instantly understood what she meant. The gap in their strength was too great. She hadn't even had a chance to join in and earn some points. If things continued like this, it wouldn't matter if he protected her. By the time the trial dungeon ended, she'd still have 0 points. Still, Iris held out a glimmer of hope that Li might take her along to farm some monsters. But to her surprise, Li agreed right away. "Alright, just be careful." With that, Li walked away without looking back. He intended to make the most of his time hunting down those hunters, so naturally, he had no time to ponder Iris's thoughts. Standing alone in the wind, Iris felt a bit disoriented. Using his scouting skill, Li immediately locked onto a hunter with strong energy fluctuations who had been traveling alone the whole time. "I'll start with you." Li headed straight for this lone hunter, but when he arrived, he discovered it was none other than Luna. Naturally, he had no intention of attacking her, so he stepped forward. "Yunshi." "Li?" A look of surprise and delight flashed across Luna's radiant face, but she quickly suppressed her smile. After glancing around to make sure no one else was there, she asked, still sounding displeased, "Where's that cute girl you were with?" Hearing this, Lee let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness he sent Iris away earlier, otherwise, Yunchi wouldn't be looking so happy right now. What cute girl? I don't even know her that well, okay? I split up with her as soon as we entered the dungeon. Lee explained offhandedly. Good for you for knowing better. Sure enough, Luna's anger vanished. This made Lee can't help but marvel women's moods change faster than turning the pages of a book. Didn't you say you wouldn't go easy on a lady once we entered the dungeon? Luna asked. Now that she was on the hunter's side, logically speaking, the two of them should be fighting the moment they met. How could I possibly bring myself to lay a finger on you? Lee replied honestly. Luna's bright eyes suddenly locked onto Lee's, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Then let us never be opponents, okay? Lee was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, of course. I'll never consider you an opponent. Hearing his reply, a radiant smile blossomed on Luna's face. Then, she asked curiously, did you really take out Zhu Hong and those four all by yourself? How did you know? A guy named Su Fei posted the news in the Hunter's channel before he was eliminated. Luna glanced through the messages in the Hunter's channel and added, right now, all the Hunters are preparing to band together against you. Hearing this, Lee cast scouting again and discovered that all the Hunters were indeed rapidly converging on a single location. That spot was the dungeon's final major scoring point. It seemed they intended to lie in ambush there, waiting for him to walk right into their trap. What a coincidence! Now I don't have to go looking for you one by one. Lee immediately decided to walk right into this ambush. He wasn't afraid, even if all 10 remaining Hunters were gathered there. You're going to take on all 10 by yourself? Luna's mouth fell open slightly in surprise. She had originally intended to warn Lee not to go to Sunset Canyon, where the Hunters were lying in wait. After all, neither she nor the remaining 10 Hunters knew just how terrifying the demonic Rakshasa at the Rakshasa dojo was or what it would mean for Lee to take it on alone. What? Don't you believe in me? Lee retorted. Of course I believe in you. Luna, like a little sister next door, had an unconditional trust in Lee. Then just wait for my good news. Lee immediately set off for Sunset Canyon, determined to claim all the Hunters' points for himself. Just be really careful, okay? Luna nodded in agreement. After all, she was part of the Hunters faction, so it wasn't appropriate for the two of them to travel together. The trial dungeon was perpetually shrouded in twilight, and in a massive canyon within the dungeon, a sun as round as an egg yolk hung directly overhead. This was another point in the dungeon where points could be earned, Sunset Canyon. At that moment, 10 Hunters had gathered here. They were all busy at their own tasks, burying array flags one by one outside the canyon. It seemed they were setting up an array. Chui Yujie, a mage in a white robe, was engraving runes on a flagpole. His class was one of the less common branches among mages, the formation mage. With this formation in place, no matter how powerful he is, he'll be instantly wiped out. His female companion standing nearby chuckled. Once he is locked in by the formation, even his greatest strength will be useless. Chui Yujie declared with absolute confidence. Of course, this confidence didn't stem from his own strength or the help of the other 9 members, but rather from the fact that the array itself was a third-tier kill-on-contact array designed to target level 30 players. The materials for this array had been granted to him by the Chui family specifically for practice. Once the array was complete, it could lock on and instantly kill any player below the 3rd tier. In other words, any player who hadn't reached level 30 was fair game. This was a classic mechanics-based array that made no exceptions whatsoever. After seeing Zhu Hong and his 3 companions eliminated, Chui Yujie realized just how terrifying his opponents were, and at the same time, he became incredibly covetous of the points Lee was carrying. So he pulled out this formation, determined to leave nothing to chance. But another man with a stern face looked hesitant. Isn't what we're doing against the rules? The rules of the trial dungeon prohibit the use of such mechanism-based items and forbid any player from relying on external assistance. Formation materials and high-tier gear clearly count as external assistance, especially this Tier 3 kill-on-contact formation, which relies entirely on the power of the formation materials themselves. Rules? As long as we don't say anything, who's going to know? If he gets one shot, it's just because he's not strong enough. The short-haired woman, of course, didn't care about any of that. Chui Yujie added, that guy's strength is so absurdly high he definitely isn't from our cohort. So what if we use a few special tactics? The man couldn't argue further. If Li was truly as powerful as Su Fei had described in the chat channel, then this was indeed their only surefire way to defeat him. With the cooperation of the 10 hunters, the formation quickly took shape. In the monitoring room, once the formation was complete, it naturally appeared on the surveillance feed. This Chui Yujie actually led the way in cheating. Sigh, the points from this trial dungeon are just too important to them. In their haste, they've done something wrong. Provincial Governor, the actions of Chui Yujie and his group constitute cheating. Please put a stop to this farce, Arthur requested of the Provincial Governor. The other city lords also felt it was necessary to halt the trial. Resorting to cheating rendered the entire trial meaningless. Provincial Governor Zhang Yuashan pondered for a moment, then said, "Let them continue." The expressions of all the city lords changed. When things go too smoothly, it's easy to let one's guard down. It's better for him to suffer a setback in the dungeon than to suffer a loss on the actual battlefield. Zhang Yuashan explained his reasoning, then added, "Once the trial dungeon is over, I will deduct all the points from Choi Wuqiol and the other 9 hunters. Li's points will remain unchanged." Only then did Arthur feel reassured. It seemed the provincial governor truly intended to cultivate Li and had even considered this detail. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, a figure soon appeared on the distant horizon. "Here he comes." Chui Yujie's whole body tensed. He hadn't expected the opponent to arrive at this scoring point so quickly. The other hunters also felt quite elated. They had been worried that Li might not show up at this checkpoint, which would have meant all their efforts were for nothing. They had all pitched in to set up the formation, and if it took down Li, they would all get a share of his points. What these hunters didn't know was that Li was coming straight for them. Using his scouting skill, Li clearly saw the 10 hunters hiding at the entrance to the canyon ahead. "You're hiding pretty well." If it weren't for his scouting skill, he really wouldn't have spotted them. Li strode right up to them, completely oblivious to the danger ahead. He'd been sweeping through the dungeon with such ease that he hadn't anticipated the threat at all. "Stop hiding. Come out, all of you." He reached the edge of the canyon and shouted toward the small hill jutting out ahead. A moment later, Chui Yujie emerged from behind the hill, followed by the rest of the group. "You knew we were here, yet you still dared to come?" Chui Yujie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, holding the energy stone needed to activate the formation. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Li stood tall, his face radiating confidence. Facing the 10 hunters standing on the hill alone, he still appeared completely at ease. He's really cocky. He's got the credentials for it. He took down Zhu Hong and his 3 companions all by himself. He might even be a genius from out of state, a few grades ahead of us. So what? Even without the formation, if we all gang up on him, how could we possibly fail to take him down? Li watched the hunters on the hill murmuring among themselves and said impatiently, "Are you guys going to fight or not?" Chui Yujie had been hesitating about whether to activate the formation right away, but seeing Li so confident, he no longer wavered. Crack! As he crushed the energy stone in his hand, a powerful surge of energy shot skyward, and the formation flags he had set up behind him materialized one by one. Whoosh! The formation's powerful energy instantly bathed Li in its glow, forming chains of energy that looked like the very laws of the universe. Oh no! Li's expression changed. He prepared to summon his flying sword to counterattack, but all the skills in his skill bar had turned gray. Bound by the formation's shackles, he was suppressed, unable to use any skills, and his stats were also weakened. Can't use skills? What a powerful control effect! Li realized this was some kind of formation, but he never expected that, given their strength, they would actually be able to set up a formation capable of suppressing him. Seeing that the formation was working, The hunters on the hill all broke into smiles. Chui Yujie also let out a sigh of relief. He didn't immediately unleash the formation's finishing blow. Instead, he spoke with the air of a victor. Don't even try to struggle. This is a third-tier finishing formation. As long as you're not at level 30, you won't have the slightest chance of resisting. This is the true strength of formation masters. As long as they possess the necessary materials, they can set up formations far surpassing their own combat prowess. Only then did Li realize his carelessness. The string of instant kills in the dungeon had led him to underestimate these opponents. If he simply used dream weaving right away, followed by his flying sword, he could have easily eliminated them all. But he wanted to give them a chance to strike first. He wanted to test the sacred shield he just acquired, and besides, he never imagined these people had the strength to defeat him. He never expected Chui Yujie to be an array master, one capable of setting up such a mechanistic formation, especially since that's considered cheating in dungeons. The array materials were clearly obtained through outside assistance. With so many of you, don't you even have the courage to fight me fairly? Li's gaze swept over each of the hunters on the hill. These words instantly filled them with shame. No one dared to meet Li's gaze. There were 10 of them here, while Li was alone, yet they still dared only to ambush him using such underhanded tactics. Humph, it's all because you disguised yourself as a student from this class to sneak in. Otherwise, would we have had to resort to such measures, said the short-haired woman standing beside Chui Wuqiol. Disguise? Li gave a cold laugh, then revealed his level. Level 14? Gasps rippled through the hunters. Most of them were also at levels 13 or 14, which meant Li was on the same level as them. That's impossible, the short-haired woman exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Even Chui Yujie, who had always been arrogant, couldn't believe his eyes. He had always believed that Li could defeat Zhu Hong, who was no less skilled than himself. It must have been thanks to a level advantage that Li had eliminated them. Li must have been specially arranged by the provincial governor to motivate them, but the moment he saw Li's level, his self-reassuring thoughts were shattered, and his arrogance vanished completely. You who call yourselves geniuses, you don't even have the courage to face a player of the same rank in a fair fight. Is this what you call the geniuses of the provincial capital? Li spoke while pondering how to break the deadlock. Though suppressed by the formation, he wasn't completely immobilized. He could sense that a powerful, hidden killing move within the formation had already locked onto him, so he refrained from making any rash moves. These words shook some of the hunters. As provincial geniuses, they naturally possessed their own pride. They didn't believe Li could be that much stronger than them when they were all on the same level. However, Chui Wuqiol, who held the deciding vote, tapped the formation with 2 fingers to activate it. He chose to let the formation deliver a killing blow. Chui Wuqiol, born into a distinguished family and an awakened formation master, had long been hailed as Dongshan Province's #1 genius. Even Zhu Hong had only later come to be regarded as his equal. If he were to be defeated head-on by Li, his title as the top genius would be taken from him. Having always taken pride in this, he truly lacked the courage to face Li in a fair fight. What he didn't realize, however, was that this fear of battle had already completely excluded him from the ranks of the top geniuses. Whoosh! The formation was activated once more, and an incredibly terrifying energy rapidly converged at its center. Damn it! You really are shameless. Li quickly retreated outside the formation's range. As long as he was out of the formation's range and could use his skills, he intended to see whether the formation's mechanics were more powerful or if his flying sword torrent was. In theory, a Tier 3 killing array should unleash an attack that no Tier 3 player could withstand, but the flying sword torrent he summoned at full power was also something no Tier 3 player could block. However, he hadn't gotten very far before the energy finished gathering, forming a powerful energy wave that surged toward him. Seeing the speed of the energy wave, Li knew he couldn't escape, but he didn't show the slightest panic. Instead, he looked completely at ease. He had no complaints about losing to a cheater. After all, he hadn't even had the chance to face his opponent in a fair fight. His composure, in fact, left the hunters on the hill feeling ashamed. Whoosh! But just then, a slender figure wielding a sword suddenly teleported in front of the energy wave. Lee's eyes widened as he stared intently at that all-too-familiar silhouette. She held a long purple sword in her hand and charged toward the energy wave without a moment's hesitation. Boom! The powerful energy wave struck her instantly, knocking the sword from her grasp. Her long hair, which had been tied up, cascaded down, its strands dancing in the air. Luna turned her head one last time to look at Lee, leaving behind a hauntingly beautiful smile before vanishing from the spot under the force of the energy wave. Yunshi. Lee's eyes widened, bloodshot veins filling his gaze. He never expected Yunshi to appear here, much less that she would be willing to sacrifice herself at such a critical moment to ensure his survival. It all happened too suddenly. As Luna blocked the Formation S strike, the power of the third-tier extermination formation dissipated completely, losing its hold on Lee. Though the third-tier extermination formation was powerful, its mechanism allowed it to instantly kill only one person. Once that person was killed, it lost all its effectiveness. Whoosh! A green light shone down, instantly restoring Lee's health to full. He jerked his head up, his eyes burning with intense murderous intent. A bone-chilling cold snapped the hunters on the hill out of their daze. They trembled slightly under the intensity of that gaze. Attack! Although Choi Woo-cheol's heart was still pounding with fear, he was the first to cast a skill at Lee. The other 9 snapped out of it as well and immediately unleashed their skills at Lee below. Boom! In an instant, a barrage of skills, ice crystal arrows, fireballs, spear throws, overwhelming fist seals, and mighty blade auras rained down upon him. Any single skill unleashed by these 10 provincial capital geniuses was powerful enough to instantly kill a genius of the same level from a small town. Such a massive barrage of skills was enough to drive any player of the same level to despair. Blade Call. Countless flying swords instantly materialized behind Lee, each one powerful enough to instantly kill a genius from the provincial capital. At that moment, he had only one thought: to give it his all and wipe out everyone here. So he channeled all his mental energy into these flying swords. Their number was several times greater than when he had slain the demonic Rakshasa. Whoosh! With such a vast number of flying swords, he didn't even need to lock onto a target. He simply sent them all sweeping forward like a tidal wave. In the monitoring room, the provincial governor and the city lords stared at Lee on the monitor, his energy blazing brightly, and were momentarily dazed. Is this really the kind of energy a level 10-something player can unleash? That said, this kind of power would be more than enough to instantly kill a third-tier player. In terms of attack power, not even past national champions have ever reached this level. On the hill, the hunters, feeling the overwhelming rain of flying swords sweeping toward them, suddenly felt their own insignificance and helplessness. It was like ordinary people facing a tsunami dozens of meters high. No measure would be effective. They could only wait quietly for death. Boom! 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 Their skill struck the storm of flying swords, but like pebbles tossed into a tsunami, they failed to make even the slightest ripple. How is this possible? Choi Yujie clenched his fists so tightly his pupils trembled slightly. Facing a player of his own level in a fair fight, he didn't even have the slightest ability to put up a fight. Boom! With so many powerful flying swords descending upon them, the hunters along with the hill they stood on were instantly obliterated. However, only Lee witnessed this stunning scene. All the hunters were eliminated. Hunter eliminated. Points plus 720. Hunter eliminated. Points plus 813. Hunter eliminated. Points plus 415. After eliminating these 10 players, Lee's total points reached 13,460. This was a number that even Zhang Yuashan could not have imagined before the dungeon began. In the past, when the trial dungeon opened, only geniuses from the provincial capital were allowed to enter. There were no 2 factions and they could only earn points by completing checkpoints and hunting demon beasts and monsters. Therefore, the highest score in previous trial dungeons had never exceeded a little over 1,000 points. Lee's score was a full 10 times higher than theirs. All hunters have been eliminated. The trial dungeon has ended early. A notification sounded, and Lee, along with the few remaining survivors inside the dungeon, was teleported out. Is it over already? When his vision cleared, Lee found himself standing in the square outside the dungeon. The area was filled with eliminated hunters and survivors. At that moment, the hunters were staring at him as if he were a monster, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Only the survivors were still confused about what had happened. How had all the hunters been eliminated at once? The trial dungeon has ended. The results of this trial are crystal clear. Zhang Yuashan led the city lords out of the monitoring room, and at the same time, the scoreboard lit up on the giant screen. Li escapee, 13,460 points. Shi Huguang escapee, 126 points. Iris escapee, 78 points. Shen Gong Hunter, 0 points. Su Xiao Hunter, 0 points. Apart from a handful of surviving escapees, the rest of the hunters and escapees all scored 0 points, while Li topped the leaderboard with 13,460 points, more than 100 times the score of the runner-up. Over 10,000 points? Am I seeing things? Holy crap! What did he do? How did he get so many points? With that many points, there's only one possibility: he eliminated all the hunters single-handedly. Only then did the escapees realize that he had taken out every single hunter on his own. If it weren't for the points right there in front of them, they would never have believed such a thing. After all, they witnessed the hunter's strength firsthand in the dungeon. It seemed that, if the rules allowed it, Li was capable of single-handedly eliminating every single escapee and hunter who entered the dungeon. A monster. He is nothing short of a monster. The escapees, now aware of the truth, stared at Li with eyes wide with shock. Yet Li's expression remained unusually calm. His gaze swept through the crowd, searching for that figure who had charged forward without hesitation to block a fatal blow for him. That silhouette, long hair flowing in the wind, a long sword in hand, had already been deeply etched into his mind, becoming an indelible, beautiful memory. Provincial Governor Zhang Yuashan walked up to the high platform in the square. As he looked down at the crowd, an aura of authority instantly radiated from him. I witnessed everything you did inside the dungeon from the monitoring room. Cui Yujie. Cui Yujie, who had been in a daze ever since emerging from the dungeon, jerked his head up upon hearing his name and found himself staring directly into Zhang Yuashan's stern eyes. For organizing cheating within the dungeon, all future resource training is suspended, and you are strictly prohibited from entering any dungeons. The remaining 9 participants will also be blacklisted by all major merchant guilds in the province and barred from purchasing any resources. Upon hearing this punishment, Cui Yujie slumped to the ground. The remaining days were the final sprint before the grand exam, without access to the provincial capital's resources for training and barred from entering dungeons. His path to improvement was virtually cut off. He would completely lose his eligibility to compete with other geniuses. The other 9 also looked ashen. Without the ability to trade items, their only way to obtain gear would be through monster drops, but that rarely yielded the specific equipment and items they desired. From now on, they would have to rely solely on defeating monsters to level up and boost their combat power. The city lords were quite surprised. This punishment was clearly severe, not to mention that the 9 were all provincial-level geniuses, and Cui Yujie alone possessed the caliber of a former provincial top scorer. This move would undoubtedly cut their futures in half. And the purpose of this move was nothing more than to vent frustration on behalf of Li, this rising star. The others still didn't know what had happened, but upon hearing that Choi Wuchiol had teamed up with the other 9 to cheat only to be defeated by Li in the end, the shock in their eyes deepened. Oh my god! So it's no wonder I lost to Li. Seeing this, Zhu Hong felt much better. In the crowd, Iris looked at Li with an exceptionally complex expression. She had first met him at the grand tournament. Even back then, Li had displayed astonishing skill, but being naturally headstrong, she refused to admit defeat, convinced she'd catch up to him soon. Yet Li's repeated feats in the dungeon had completely won over this haughty Northwood princess. Her eyes held nothing but admiration and honor, not a trace of the desire to surpass him remained. All the city lords present, including Zhang Yuashan, looked at Li with eyes full of admiration and high expectations. Li, the center of attention, did not savor the moment. There was no smile on his face, and he seemed somewhat lost in thought. Silly, how come you still don't look happy even after scoring over 10,000 points? That familiar, melodious voice came from behind him. Li spun around abruptly and saw Luna standing there, tilting her head slightly as she smiled at him. He turned suddenly, and there she was, standing in the dimly lit corner. A smile finally spread across Leah's face. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have even kept a single point. So how do you plan to thank me? Luna walked over with a smile, her hands clasped behind her back. Give you all my points? Lee feigned ignorance of what she meant. The smile on Luna's face vanished instantly. I don't want that. Of course, that wasn't what she wanted, otherwise, she wouldn't have charged forward so recklessly back then. The next second, Lee suddenly reached out, pulled her into his arms, and held her tightly. Be my girlfriend. At that moment, the single embrace and confession spoke louder than any sweet words. Luna froze for a moment, then clung tightly to Lee as well, nodding firmly in his arms. The escapees and hunters around them all cheered and cheered. Youth is the best. The city lords all wore warm, fond smiles. Many even reminisced about their own youthful romances. In the crowd, Iris watched the scene with mixed emotions, feeling a sense of wistful loss. Ahem, ahem. Just then, an untimely cough interrupted everything. Lee looked toward the sound and saw Uncle Fu, who had been following Yunqi the whole time, standing with his hands behind his back, watching the scene with a grim expression. Beside him stood an older man and a younger man. The unfamiliar elder wore an expressionless face, while the young man in white was ashen-faced. The two let go of each other's hands, but Luna still held onto Leah's hand. Turning her head with a sour expression, she said, Uncle Fu, did you really have to show up at a time like this? Uncle Fu bowed slightly. Miss, there's an urgent matter concerning the family. Luna glanced at the other two again. The young man in white hurried forward and forced a smile. Yunqi, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, Luna nodded slightly. Though she felt displeased inside, she still maintained basic courtesy. Shortly after, Uncle Fu took her aside, citing urgent family matters. As she walked away, she turned back and smiled at Lee. Only an old man and a young man remained where they stood. Provincial Governor Zhang Yuashan took the initiative to walk over, smiling at the young man in white. So it's young master he after all. This scene left the surrounding geniuses and city lords all gasping in astonishment. Their own provincial governor had actually taken the initiative to greet a young man, and in such a manner, no less. Who exactly was this young man? This was the question on everyone's mind. Lee had too, was trying to figure out his identity, and it seemed he had known Yunqi for quite some time. Provincial Governor Zhang, the young man in white said, offering only a slight nod, without even a smile. Zhang Yuashan showed no sign of displeasure, but inwardly, he gained a deeper appreciation for this young master, who, according to rumors, was supremely arrogant and cold-hearted. He knew the young man had every reason to be arrogant, not only because he came from one of the four great families of the capital, but more importantly, because of his rumored rank and combat prowess. It was said that he had already defeated all the top contenders in the capital, making him the overwhelming favorite to win the national championship in this year's grand exam. With that background and such strength, his future achievements would surely surpass even those of the provincial governor. Lee, of course, knew none of this. He felt a certain aversion toward this young man in white, who had been glaring at him with hostility ever since he appeared. When did I ever cross him? Lee was puzzled as he watched the young man in white walk toward him. What is your name? He asked with great arrogance. Lee sized him up. Before asking someone else, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Hugo, he spat out the two words coldly and haughtily. Lee. I don't think there's a Lee family in Dongshan province, is there? Hugo's face remained expressionless. I don't have a family. I'm just a commoner, Lee said matter-of-factly. A commoner? A hint of surprise flashed across Hugo's cold face. You're from Imperial City, and yet you're here. How could you possibly be a commoner? By normal logic, commoners could only awaken to the basic class at best, even if their ancestors' graves were to rise from the ground. They'd be lucky to awaken to a lower-tier rare class, leaving them with virtually no future. First of all, I'm from Northwood. Second, I really am a commoner, believe it or not. Lee made no attempt to hide his background. This left the surrounding hunters and escapees feeling a bit embarrassed, while also leaving them unsure of Leah's true class. They had all been eliminated by Li's various tactics. Some thought he was an assassin, others a mage, and still others a swordsman. What town? Hugo scratched his ear. Hailing from the capital, he had never even heard of this small town. I can't believe you're not even a good-for-nothing from the provincial capital. You're actually from some backwater town at the very bottom, even more of a loser than these provincial capital losers. Hugo's remark was shocking, a blatant, in-your-face mockery of everyone present, yet his face remained utterly impassive, as if he were simply stating a fact. But this had crossed Li's line. He'd only spoken so much to this guy in the first place because of his connection to Yunxi. Before Li could retort, however, Zhu Hong stepped forward from the crowd. Who are you, kid? Talking big like that, do you really think there's no one in my provincial capital? Hugo's gaze suddenly turned icy. The next second, he vanished from where he stood. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Zhu Hong's body was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away. Blood spurted from his mouth. Having lost more than half his health, he was already seriously injured. If you can't even block a casual strike from me, what else could you be but a loser? Hugo coldly withdrew his fist. Not far away, Zhang Yuashan's expression turned extremely displeased, but he said nothing. A sparring match between players of the same tier resulting from a verbal altercation didn't violate the rules, as long as they didn't go for the kill. At that moment, the genius who'd been insulted, along with the other city lords, were all left speechless. What kind of power was this? Even the top 10 players in the country weren't this strong. Even Li was surprised just now. He hadn't even been able to clearly see Hugo's movements. He was simply too fast. Moreover, it seemed Hugo hadn't used any skills at all. He'd effortlessly taken down Zhu Hong, the provincial capital's top prodigy, relying solely on his stats. At the same time, Li realized that Hugo's earlier remarks were meant to provoke him into striking first or retorting, giving Hugo a pretext to attack. If he let his guard down, he might actually end up at a disadvantage. How devious, Li thought to himself. Do you dare fight me? Hugo stopped pretending and simply issued a direct challenge. Why should I fight you? Li was completely baffled. Are you scared? Hugo continued to taunt him. Li replied frankly, I just think you're crazy. Just then, Zhang Yuashan walked over. Young master He, this is Dongshan province, not your house of He. Governor Zhang, I'm determined to fight him today. Hugo's gaze toward Li was filled with hostility. It's not certain who'll end up beating whom. Li wasn't afraid of him, of course, but what intrigued him even more was something else. Do I have a grudge against you? Hugo stared at Li, his gaze a mix of contempt, jealousy, and confusion. Your background, strength, and talent, you fall short in every way compared to me, yet you dare to steal my woman. Your woman? Li was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. It seemed this guy wasn't just arrogantly out of touch, he was also completely out of touch with reality. Fire seemed to blaze from Hugo's eyes as he said, enunciating each word clearly, I grew up with Yunxi. Now that our families have formalized the engagement, she is already my fiancée. In his eyes, he and Yunxi had been childhood sweethearts. She simply disappeared for 3 years after transferring schools in high school, and when he saw her again, she was in the arms of some hick who'd come out of nowhere. It felt as if the moonlight of his heart had been snatched away by some greenhorn who'd come out of nowhere. What did you say? Li was equally surprised. He didn't know much about Yunxi's background, all he knew was that she came from a prominent family. He had been working hard all along, hoping that one day he would be worthy of her and gain the approval of her family. Li had always been confident he could achieve this, but he never expected this day to come so soon. Meanwhile, a political marriage? Why? Luna's eyes were filled with disbelief. It's a last resort, the family's decision, Uncle Fu said, lowering his head. The family? I don't believe it. I'm going to ask my father right now what is going on. Luna was just about to pull out her satellite phone. Uncle Fu looked pained as he said, The patriarch entered the abyss alone 2 days ago and hasn't returned yet. What? Luna's eyes went blank as memories of moments shared with her father flashed through her mind. She knew exactly what the abyss was. No one could survive there for even a single day. She also knew exactly what it meant that her father had been missing from the abyss for 2 days. Yet she remained remarkably composed, forcing back the tears welling up in her eyes. So the arranged marriage was a decision made by my eldest uncle on behalf of the Lin family, correct? Being naturally intelligent, she instantly pieced everything together. As her father's only daughter and the sole heir of the family head's line, she was the most qualified to inherit the position of family head in the future, provided she possessed sufficient strength. Although her eldest uncle's branch had never openly displayed any ambition, now that her father's whereabouts were unknown, they were eager to marry her off, ensuring that the right of succession to the family head would fall exclusively to their branch. Old Mr. Fu's weathered face was filled with heartache. The young lady had always been so clever and quick-witted. Before the head of the family left, his final instruction to me was to make sure I took good care of you. As he spoke, a look of resolve flashed across his face. If you refuse this arranged marriage, I will send you away today, no matter what. Hearing this, Luna finally understood. The elderly man standing beside Hugo had likely come to ensure she could return home. At the same time, she grasped Uncle Fu's resolve. He was prepared to go down fighting. He was willing to risk his own life to send her away, knowing he would face pursuit from both the house of He and the Lin family. But if that happened, Uncle Fu would surely not survive, and Li would be in danger as well. She certainly didn't have the ability to enter the abyss to search for her father. She didn't want Uncle Fu to lose his life, nor did she want to put Li in danger. More than anything, she hoped to one day use her family's influence to enter the abyss and find her father. At the same time, she didn't believe that even if her father wasn't there, the Lin family would become a one-man show run by her eldest uncle. No one could force her into a marriage she didn't consent to. Uncle Fu, I'll go back with you. In just a moment, Luna had made her decision. Uncle Fu sighed deeply, then nodded firmly. He knew the young lady had chosen the most difficult path. Returning to the family to reclaim the power that rightfully belonged to their branch, but with the head of the family, the one who could shield her from the storms, gone, would she be able to handle the Lin family's cunning and treacherous patriarch? In the square, Li was still locked in a heated standoff with Hugo, while the elderly man from the house of He was subtly keeping Provincial Governor Zhang Yuashan in check. Who Yunxi likes should be her own decision. Oof. In what way do you think you can measure up to me? You can't match my background, and as for strength, do you even dare? Are you that confident? Li had had enough. He wanted to step in and teach this supremely arrogant fellow a lesson. Stop. Luna and Uncle Fu stepped out. When Hugo saw them, he realized that Uncle Fu must have told Luna about the engagement. He immediately said, Yunxi, hurry up and tell this arrogant toad who doesn't know his place. Haven't our two families already formed an alliance through marriage? You're already my fiancé, aren't you? In his view, he was the strongest in this class, and his family was a perfect match for the Lin family. He and Luna were truly a match made in heaven. Li suddenly felt a bit nervous. After all, he'd only known Yunxi for 3 years. Could it be that she and Hugo really were childhood sweethearts? Moreover, the alliance Hugo mentioned didn't sound like a lie. Would Yunxi really defy her family for his sake? Luna ignored Hugo and simply walked step by step toward Li. This made Li feel even more uneasy. The next second, Luna suddenly threw her arms around him and declared loudly, Li, I like you. If I can, I'd love to be your woman. This sudden confession left everyone present stunned, including Li himself. Hugo felt as if he'd been struck hard in the chest. Yunxi. Li reached out and embraced her as well. He knew that while Luna was playful and cute around him, she was always the aloof goddess in front of others. The fact that she could say such words in a setting like this showed just how much courage it had taken her. This confession was undoubtedly the most powerful response to Hugo, and Li felt guilty for his momentary doubt. Yunxi, I. Just as Li was about to speak, Luna broke free from his embrace and took a step back. But there are some things I can't control, Li. I hope our relationship ends here, okay? Luna's tone was firm as she spoke, yet tears still streamed down her face uncontrollably. What on earth happened? Tell me, I'll help you figure it out. Li's gaze was equally resolute. Luna said nothing more. Holding back her tears, she turned toward Uncle Fu. Let us go. She knew what awaited her if she returned to the Lin family at this moment, and she knew how bloody the struggle for the position of family head could be. Still, no matter what, her eldest uncle wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her openly. But if Lee, who had no background, got dragged into this, that would be a different story. Lee could sense the resolute heart hidden beneath Luna's fragile exterior, but he certainly wasn't going to give up just yet. If I'm stronger than Hugo, will the Lin family call off the arranged marriage? Lee shouted at their retreating backs. Without waiting for a reply, Lee turned to Hugo standing nearby. You get over here and fight me. What? Hugo, who had been itching for this very moment, immediately replied, fine. If we're going to fight, let us make it a fight to the death. Only one of us can survive. Here is the life or death duel contract. Sign it. Lee acted decisively, flinging a contract at him. The pair's swift action stunned Zhang Yuashan and the elderly man from the house of He standing nearby. A life or death duel was no joke when two geniuses of the same generation faced off. Either could suffer an unexpected defeat. They immediately stepped in to stop them. At that moment, Uncle Fu turned around and said to Lee, things aren't as simple as you think. If you want to help the young lady, then win the national championship at the grand exam. This was just a casual remark meant to placate Lee and prevent further conflict. After all, he knew full well how difficult it was to win the national championship. I will definitely win the national championship. Lee was absolutely determined. Yunshi, you must wait for me. After I win the national championship, I'll go to the Lin family in person and make them change their minds about the arranged marriage. Luna didn't turn around, but her fingers clenched tightly. She knew that if Lee won the national championship, he would become the most dazzling genius of this generation in Huagua. That would be a huge boost to her bid for the head of the family's position, but how could she bear to drag a national champion with such a bright future into her personal affairs? Lee, please forgive my ruthlessness. You have a bright future ahead of you. Given enough time, you'll become Huagua's most brilliant prodigy. But if you get entangled with me, how could my eldest uncle ever let you reach your full potential? Luna walked forward step by step without looking back. Watching her figure gradually disappear, Lee felt helpless for the first time in his life. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to become stronger. If he were strong enough, he wouldn't have to care what the Lin family thought at all. As long as he were strong enough, the world would make way for him. As long as I'm here, you'll never become the national champion. Hugo stared at Lee with an icy glare. I'll challenge you personally at the grand exam and crush you right in front of everyone. Fine. See you at the grand exam. Lee was thinking exactly the same thing, to utterly crush Hugo at the grand exam and let everyone know that, in his eyes, Hugo was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Hugo nodded with a cold expression, then left with the elderly man from the house of He. Lee walked over to Zhang Yuashan and asked, Provincial Governor, I'd like to know how much experience points I can exchange these points for. There were only 5 days left until the grand exam. Right now, all he wanted was to level up quickly and boost his strength, not only to win the national championship at the grand exam, but to do so in the most spectacular way possible. Only then, after winning the national championship, would he be courted by major factions and clans, gain access to more resources, and carry enough weight to make the Lin family change its mind. Zhang Yuashan naturally knew what Lee was thinking, and he was more than happy to see such a genius ignite such a fierce fighting spirit. Follow me. He led Lee to the provincial governor's mansion. Governor, who exactly is this Hugo? Lee asked after getting into the car. Zhang Yuashan had anticipated this question and replied patiently, You know about the 4 great families of the capital, right? I've heard of them, Lee nodded. Those are forces so powerful they're considered behemoths even in our country, Huagua. The House of He is one of them, and Hugo is the strongest genius of this generation in the House of He. You could even say he is the strongest genius in the capital right now. Zhang Yuashan even wanted to add that if he hadn't seen just how strong Lee was, he would already considered Hugo the national champion of this generation. After all, Hugo had already taken on every genius in the capital this year. No wonder he is so cocky. Lee muttered. You were even cockier than him back when you told him to come over and fight. Zhang Yuashan shook his head with a smile. Is the Lin family one of the four great families too? Li asked again. That is right, but the Lin family has lost contact with their family head in the abyss for 2 consecutive terms. It's hard to say whether the Lin family will be able to hold on to its current position. These words gave Li pause. He was beginning to grasp the situation Yin she currently faced. If he wanted to help, his only option was to work hard to improve his strength. As things stood, his current power was simply no match for giants like the four great families of the capital. The car pulled up to the provincial governor's mansion, and Zhang Yuashan, beaming, led Li into the mansion's resource vault. This also piqued the curiosity of the staff at the provincial governor's office regarding Li's identity. There were probably very few young people in all of Huagua who could elicit such a warm welcome from the provincial governor. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to gain experience points? Zhang Yuashan asked as they walked. Li nodded. I'd like to exchange all the points I have for experience points. Well, I know exactly how to put those points to good use. With that, Zhang Yuashan led into an ethereal gate that resembled the entrance to a dungeon. This is the entrance to the Tower of Trials. Every floor inside is filled with demon beasts and monsters. Defeating them will earn you experience points. It's the best way to maximize the value of your points. If the points were exchanged for experience-boosting items or pills that increase experience upon consumption, the experience gained would inevitably be less than what you'd get from grinding monsters in the Tower of Trials, and he knew just how efficient Li was at grinding. The Tower of Trials has a total of 100 floors. If you're strong enough, you can keep pushing upward. You'll only be eliminated if you're killed by the monsters inside. Zhang Yuashan explained. I understand, Li nodded. It only costs 500 points to enter the Tower of Trials once. Let us get started. Zhang Yuashan stood to the side with his hands behind his back. All right. Li immediately stepped inside. Whoosh. The next second, he appeared on the first floor of a massive iron tower. The interior was vast, large enough to accommodate thousands of people. As he appeared, a beam of light shone down, and countless blood-red-eyed rabbits materialized on the first floor. Their expressions were savage, and upon seeing Li, they Level 5 bloodthirsty rabbits? Li immediately summoned the Vajra ape. He didn't want to waste his mental energy on these weak demon beasts. Boom! The Vajra ape crushed a whole swath of bloodthirsty rabbits the moment it landed, followed by a war cry that instantly shook countless more to death. With the Vajra ape's current stats, even the slightest glancing blow was enough to kill these bloodthirsty rabbits. Killed level 5 bloodthirsty rabbit, plus 30 EXP, plus 6 agility, plus 2 strength. Killed a level 5 bloodthirsty rabbit, plus 30 EXP. Killed a level 5 bloodthirsty rabbit, plus 30 EXP. Killed a level 5 bloodthirsty rabbit, plus 30 EXP. In just a few seconds, the Vajra ape had wiped out all the bloodthirsty rabbits. Unfortunately, however, they were too low level, so killing them didn't allow Li to level up. Whoosh! They were immediately teleported to the second floor. The monsters on this floor were level 7 and 8 swift shadow wolves and sharp-toothed hounds. The Vajra ape charged forward, swinging its purple gold-wood staff. The swift shadow wolves and sharp-toothed hounds were instantly turned into clouds of blood, and its speed was extremely fast. It cleared out the monsters on the second floor almost as quickly as a whirlwind sweeps away debris. Killed a level 6 swift shadow wolf, plus 45 EXP. Killed a level 7 swift shadow wolf, plus 58 EXP. Killed a level 8 sharp-toothed hound, plus 75 EXP. He cleared the second floor in practically an instant. Outside the Tower of Trials, Zhang Yuashan watched as Li raced upward floor by floor, as if riding an elevator. His eyes were filled with anticipation, wondering on which floor Li would stop. The current record for Dongshan Province was 14 floors, set by Formation Master Cui Yujie. However, given his performance in the trial dungeon, it was likely achieved by cheating using formation materials provided by his clan. I heard the current record for the Tower of Trials is 16 floors. Li, can you break that record? Zhang Yuashan muttered to himself. He brought Li here not only because experience points were earned faster here, but also to gain combat experience. At the same time, He wanted to see if this genius who had even astonished him could break the record. Inside the Tower of Trials, Lee fought his way through to the 7th floor and finally leveled up again. Congratulations! Player has reached level 15. Strength plus 75, agility plus 75, defense plus 75, spirit plus 140. Lottery attempts plus 1. Vajra Ape leveled up to level 14. While the Vajra Ape was fighting fiercely up ahead, Lee took a moment to draw a lottery behind it. Obtained rare class which ultimate skill, total amplification. All-around boost, select any target to triple all their attributes for 1 minute. Triple the attributes? That's insane. And since it's any target, doesn't that mean I can even choose monsters and beasts? If used effectively, this skill could be a way to let others do the dirty work for you. Even if applied to himself, using Blade Call or Sovereign Fist after tripling his attributes would result in power that could only be described as outrageous. After reaching the 8th floor, even the Vajra Ape could no longer instantly kill the beasts on that level, so Lee used Blade Call to compensate for the speed. Soon, they made their way to the 14th floor, clearing nearly every floor in a single second. Choi Woo Cheol had failed on this very floor, which was also the highest record in the history of Dongshan Province. Whoosh! Upon arriving at this floor, Lee didn't see any monsters appear. Strange, could the Tower of Trials have a glitch? Though puzzled, Lee didn't let his guard down. Instead, he activated scouting to take a look. The moment he scanned the area, his pupils contracted instantly. He saw a speck of light hurtling toward him at breakneck speed, and he hadn't sensed it at all, despite his scouting ability. Whoosh! Lee immediately cast Holy Shield, and a golden shield instantly enveloped him. Clang! A black curved dagger struck the shield, instantly cracking the golden barrier. Vajra Ape also sensed the enemy. With a single swing of its club, it knocked the previously invisible enemy out of hiding. Shadow Witch level 18. She was a woman nearly 2 meters tall with a stunning figure, though her purple skin and the twin horns on her forehead revealed her demonic heritage. What incredible stealth abilities! It seems the racial talents of the demon race truly live up to their reputation. Lee was secretly amazed. He had long heard of the various branches of the demon race, each possessing powerful innate racial talents, and today he had finally witnessed it firsthand. Once forced to reveal herself, the Shadow Witch was no match for the Golden Ape in direct combat and was killed in just a few blows by its staff. Defeated level 18 Shadow Witch, plus 2000 EXP, plus 35 strength, plus 48 agility, plus 10 defense, plus 15 spirit. Not bad. Gaining stats along with experience points means my strength will improve even faster, plus, I don't have to waste time hunting for monsters anymore. This place was nothing short of a paradise for him to boost his strength. Outside the Tower of Trials, Zhang Yuashan watched as Lee sped through the 14th floor without any hindrance, and he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Even the most gifted prodigies can stumble in real combat after all. While their strength and skills are formidable, their health pools are still too low. That's why many dungeons require teams of multiple classes to complete them. They need frontline tanks and support classes. What he didn't know, however, was that Lee not only possessed powerful offensive skills but also defensive and healing support skills. This allowed him to serve as the main DPS, a support, and a frontline tank all at once. While Zhang Yuashan was lost in thought, Lee once again cleared the 15th floor and entered the 16th floor, the current record-holding level. This caused the provincial governor, who was usually as unflappable as a mountain, to clench his fists once more, his heart filled with both anxiety and anticipation. If he could clear just this one more floor, he would make history, becoming the record holder for the Tower of Trials among all geniuses prior to the grand exam. The Tower of Trials leaderboard updates in real time. As long as he cleared the 16th floor, Lee's name would appear at the top, making him famous throughout the land. Inside the Tower of Trials, Lee was naturally unaware of all this, was simply enjoying the process of defeating monsters to gain experience points. The monsters on the 16th floor were 4 colossal level 20 giant apes. With thick, tough skin and terrifyingly high defense, they were classic stat-heavy monsters. It's no wonder the previous record stopped here against such stat-heavy monsters. No matter how clever your tactics, you simply cannot win. You can only clear the floor if your strength surpasses theirs. However, the stats of these 4 giant apes are actually inferior to those of a level 25 demon Resetsu, and with his recent level up, the Vajra ape's stats have surged even further, allowing him to hold his own against all 4 without any trouble. Nevertheless, Lee still used his flying sword to quickly wrap up the battle. Defeated a level 20 giant ape, plus 3000 EXP, plus 60 strength, plus 15 agility, plus 50 defense, plus 15 spirit. Defeated a level 20 giant ape, plus 3000 EXP. He cleared the 16th floor almost effortlessly, breaking the Tower of Trials record with remarkable ease. Congratulations! Player has reached level 16. Strength plus 80, agility plus 80, defense plus 80, spirit plus 140. Lottery attempts plus 1. Vajra ape level up to 15. This monster grinding is so satisfying. The pace is insanely fast. Lee couldn't help but exclaim in just a short while, he de-leveled up twice. This time, the lottery icon finally turned gold. I finally drew a legendary class skill. Acquired the legendary class Spellbreaker Sword Immortal Ultimate Skill, one sword breaks all spells. One sword breaks all spells, swing the sword to unleash a beam of light containing the power to nullify all spells. No matter what skill the opponent casts, it will be rendered ineffective by this beam and shattered by a single strike. One sword breaks all spells? This is practically a natural nemesis for the mage class. If a single sword strike nullifies all of an opponent's skills, doesn't that mean mages are just waiting to die? However, Lee also knew that the power of any skill is determined by one's own stats. If the stats are too far apart, even a skill this powerful would be useless. But if stats are equal, this sword strike could instantly kill a same level opponent even if they used their strongest ultimate skill, it would be useless. For mages, who rely heavily on skills, facing this move truly leaves them with no choice but to wait for death, and it would certainly be effective against a boss's skills as well. Lee happily proceeded to the next floor. Outside the Tower of Trials. Watching Lee advance to the next floor without slowing down in the slightest, Zhang Yuashan could hardly believe his eyes. He just breezed through like that, that's the Tower of Trials record. He immediately checked the National Tower of Trials leaderboard. The list was updated in real time and linked to all towers of trials across the country, so any changes were reflected instantly. When he opened the leaderboard and selected the rankings from the day before the grand exam, he immediately saw Lee in first place. First place, Dongshan Province, Lee 17th floor. Second place, Capital City, Hugo 16th floor. Third place, Capital City, Titan 15th floor. Fourth place, Magic City, Celine 15th floor. Once he confirmed this, tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. Yes. I never imagined that one day, my Dongshan province would top the Tower of Trials leaderboard. As the record was broken, countless people across the country who were currently tackling the Tower of Trials immediately took notice, and the name Lee caught the attention of many. Are the candidates this year really that strong? I remember just yesterday a guy named Hugo broke the record and advanced one floor, and now someone else has actually made it to the 17th floor. Dongshan Province? This must be the first genius in the top 10 of the trials rankings who isn't from the capital or Magic City, and he has gone straight to the top. Looks like we're in for a dark horse in this year's grand exam. Hopefully, he'll crush the geniuses from the capital and Magic City and show them that our provinces can produce geniuses too. The capital, House of He. As the former record holder, Hugo received a notification from his butler immediately. Young master, your record on the Tower of Trials has been broken, the butler said respectfully. Hugo remained expressionless. He stretched his body, preparing to head to the Tower of Trials to break the record once again. Is it Celine from Magic City? No, it's someone named Lee from Dongshan Province, the butler said, glancing at the leaderboard. Oh. Interest finally flashed in Hugo's eyes. It seems this year's competition finally has someone who can wait. What did you say his name was? He seemed to have a sudden realization and lunged forward, grabbing the butler by the collar. The butler said nervously, his name is Lee, young master. Lee. It's you. A fierce fighting spirit instantly flared in Hugo's eyes. The very person he most wanted to defeat had not only broken his record but also stepped over him to claim the top spot. Today, no matter what, he was determined to reclaim that top spot. How many floors did he reach? Hugo began preparing to tackle the Tower of Trials, the record he had set just yesterday, when he had only used 80% of his strength. He de-leveled up twice more recently and had also boosted his skill strength in the skill training hall, so he was confident he could push himself a little harder and climb 2 more floors. Floor 17, no, floor 18. The butler stared at the real-time leaderboard, looking a bit dazed. Which floor is it, exactly? Hugo turned around and asked, clearly annoyed. It was clearly the 17th floor just now. Now it's changed to the 19th floor, the butler exclaimed, his eyes wide. Hugo stepped forward and snatched the tablet from him. This time, he watched with his own eyes as the number 19 changed to 20 in just a few seconds. The 20th floor? Is this thing broken? At that moment, even Hugo was baffled. Was this kind of climbing speed really possible for someone taking the grand exam? It wasn't just the two of them who were stunned. Everyone watching the leaderboard was shocked by the speed. This Tower of Trials leaderboard must have a bug. Can't even climb stairs that fast. Breaking the record is one thing, but keeping up that speed after breaking it is just ridiculous. The Tower of Trials in Dongshan province must have a glitch, or this guy named Lee isn't even a candidate in this session. People across the country who were watching the Tower of Trials leaderboard no longer trusted the real-time rankings. In Dongshan province, even Zhang Yuishan found it hard to believe. He personally contacted the Tower of Trials staff and only truly put his mind at ease after confirming that the system wasn't glitching. Inside the trials. In pursuit of speed, Lee was, of course, using Blade Call to instantly wipe out every monster in sight. As soon as monsters spawned on each floor, flying swords would strike. Now that his strength attribute had reached 2,000 points, each flying sword dealt a staggering 20,000 damage. Few monsters in the Tower of Trials could withstand it. If one flying sword wasn't enough, he'd use 2. If 2 weren't enough, he'd use 3. After all, he still had plenty of mental energy left, and he hadn't even used his full recovery yet. With monsters being cleared this quickly, his experience points were skyrocketing, and he was once again nearing the threshold for a level up. As he continued to instantly eliminate enemies all the way to the 24th floor, Lee finally encountered resistance. Several level 21 lightning falcons were circling at high altitude at breakneck speed, constantly channeling lightning to attack him. They're way too fast, my flying swords can't lock onto them at all. While using a holy shield to block the lightning attacks, Lee pondered a countermeasure. These lightning falcons had maxed out agility stats. Although his flying swords were extremely powerful, his mental energy wasn't strong enough to lock onto these agile, high-level demon beasts. Looks like I'll have to focus on boosting my mental energy from now on. Mental power influences the strength of skills, as well as various other aspects, such as the range of mental influence. Those with stronger mental power have a wider range. Powerhouse like Lord Arthur can detect the movements of demon beasts several kilometers away and instantly kill them with a skill, whereas Leah's current mental power can only cover a range of up to 1 kilometer. Flying swords can also only lock onto enemies within a 1 kilometer radius. Similarly, if one's mental power were strong enough, flying swords could strike down enemies from 1,000 li away. The few lightning falcons circling overhead posed quite a challenge for Lee. Summoning a large number of flying swords to leave them with nowhere to hide would be a waste of mental power. After all, he still needed to save his reserves for the later stages. Looks like I'll have to use this move early. He raised his hand abruptly, and a hazy, dreamlike veil instantly enveloped the lightning falcons in midair, freezing their movements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Taking advantage of the moment they were trapped within the dreamscape, several flying swords pierced through their bodies. Defeated level 21 lightning falcons, plus 4,000 EXP, plus 50 strength, plus 60 agility, plus 10 defense, plus 25 spirit. Defeated level 21 lightning falcons, plus 4,000 EXP. Defeated level 21 lightning falcons, plus 4,000 EXP. Congratulations! Player has reached level 17. Strength plus 90, agility plus 90, defense plus 90, spirit plus 180. Lottery attempts plus 1. Vajra-Ape has reached level 16. By defeating these lightning falcons, Lee leveled up again. In just a short while, he had already leveled up 3 times. What a great place to gain experience! Lee chose to draw again. Obtained rare class Thunder Mage ultimate skill, Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm summons a thundercloud, dealing massive, sustained lightning damage to all targets within range. A wide area damage skill. Too bad I didn't get this earlier. Lee felt a pang of regret. If he had this skill earlier, he could have unleashed it right away to give those lightning falcons a dose of electric therapy. He wouldn't have had to waste dreamweaving after all. This wide area skill doesn't require locking onto a target. Next, floors 25, 26, and 27 were all filled with level 20-something monsters that were purely stat-based. These were exactly the kind of opponents the Vajra-Ape loved most. After tagging along with Lee to level 16, its stats had reached absurdly high levels. Vajra-Ape. Level 16. Strength 12,180. Agility 9,080. Defense 9,250. Spirit 7,500. These stats are many times higher than those of Lee, who possesses stat plunder, giving him a taste of the terror of a legendary tier summon creature. Those low stat monsters stood no chance against such a top tier beast, and just like that, Lee fought his way all the way to the 28th floor. The opponent on this floor was a level 30 demonic general clad head to toe in armor, wielding a long spear and a dagger at his waist, one of the top tier 3rd tier monsters. Its attack power and speed were slightly stronger than those of the Golden Ape, and it knew to strike Lee first, hurling a spear at him right from the start. The spear turned into a blur as it rushed toward him at blinding speed. Lee's speed was nowhere near enough to dodge it, and he knew full well that if he were hit by that spear, even 3 times his current health wouldn't be enough to save him. Boom! At the critical moment, a golden shield appeared around him. The spear slammed into the shield, its force steadily being absorbed. Lee's mental energy was also being constantly drained, but fortunately, as long as he had sufficient mental energy, this shield skill would not be broken. The bad news, however, was that this single spear strike had nearly depleted Lee's mental energy. He had no choice but to use full recovery, then had the Golden Ape take the front line while he summoned a large number of flying swords to wear down and kill the level 30 demon general. After defeating him, he gained a massive amount of experience points and attribute bonuses, and successfully advanced to the 29th floor. As soon as he entered, before Lee could even get a clear look at his opponent, everything went black. He lost all sense of his surroundings and was immediately eliminated. A mental control skill? After stepping out of the Tower of Trials, he figured out what had just happened. It seemed that to clear the 29th floor, he'd have to boost his mental energy to withstand the first wave of mental control and push through. Still reviewing the situation, Lee didn't notice the look of shock on Zhang Yuashan's face. He continued to himself, "What a shame I only made it to the 29th floor and didn't get to challenge the 30th. He had been saving his mechanic-based skill, Tai Chi Bagua Palm, intending to use it against a powerful opponent later on, but he never even got the chance to fight. This made him realize that every floor of the Tower of Trials was designed with a purpose. It was there to reveal his own shortcomings. A pity? Only? Hearing this, the corner of Zhang Yuashan's mouth twitched slightly. Do you know what the record for your cohort's Tower of Trials run was before you? How many? Lee naturally had no idea. 16 levels. They were all that weak? Lee said, speaking from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Yuashan felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, the people on the leaderboard were all the top geniuses of this generation in Huagua. The leaderboard is updated in real time. Right now, your name and the record you've set have already reached the top of the trials leaderboard. I'm confident no one will be able to break this record. You're now the overwhelming favorite to win the national championship. I'm sure the media across the country will soon be swarming with coverage of you." Hearing these words, Lee finally realized he'd accomplished something truly remarkable, leaping from obscurity to become the most talked about dark horse of this year's grand exam. If that's the case, they'll be able to see it too. Lee thought of his aunt in Northwood and Kuxin. As expected, once media outlets across the country verified the authenticity of this record, they scrambled to report on it. The name Li spread like wildfire nationwide, quickly becoming the hottest topic leading up to this year's grand exam. In Northwood, Grace, returning home from work, turned on the TV and immediately saw Li's name, along with record rankings on the Tower of Trials. "Mom, I heard at school about a genius with the same name as my brother. He's got a really good chance of becoming this year's national champion." "What a coincidence," Joy leaned in and said. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Beijing, the Lin family residence. "Hugo is the strongest genius of this year's class and the one the house of he values most. Why are you so determined to call off this engagement?" A middle-aged man, his face full of confusion, sat in the seat of honor and asked. Also present were the Lin family elders. They all turned their gaze toward Luna, waiting to see what reason she would give. "No, he isn't the strongest prodigy of this generation." The figure of Li flickered in Luna's bright eyes. Lin Zhenghao furrowed his brow slightly, but inwardly he chuckled. He had originally thought Luna would oppose the marriage on some other grounds, but the fact that Hugo was the strongest prodigy of this generation was practically a given. The clan elders also shook their heads slightly. They prioritized the family's interests. With the Lin family currently weakened, they urgently needed to form an alliance through marriage with a highly promising prodigy to secure the family's status. "Then tell us, who in this generation is stronger than Hugo? Your great-uncle only has your best interests at heart. If you can find a genius stronger than him, I'm sure he'll change his mind." "That's right. Among this generation's geniuses, Hugo is the strongest." Faced with the clan elders' questioning, Luna furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Just then, Uncle Fu rushed in, holding a tablet. "Miss Li he." Uncle Fu burst in holding the tablet. Upon seeing the clan elders present, he hurriedly bowed in respect. Only then did he hand the tablet to Luna and say, "Li has broken the record at the Tower of Trials and has become the top favorite for this year's grand exam." Li was someone he'd watched grow up all the way from Northwood, though from the very beginning, he'd looked down on this small-town bumpkin. He'd felt Li was in no way a suitable match for his young mistress, and the words he'd spoken during the grand tournament were meant to put an end to any hopes Li might have had. Yet, to his surprise, in just a few short days, Li had managed to grow to such heights. Luna looked at the rankings displayed on the screen, a gleam of pride flashing in her beautiful eyes, as if she were showing off to everyone. "See? My man is just that amazing." However, for Li's safety, she couldn't reveal their relationship just yet, at least not until he'd won the national championship. "Champion, I've always believed you could do it." Luna recalled the day he had just awakened his profession. Li had declared right then and there that he would win the national championship. For an ordinary student from a small town to say something like that, in the eyes of others, was nothing more than chasing a pipe dream. But she believed him. She had always believed him. Although old Master Fu's words had been spoken softly, the clan elders in the council hall had all heard them. "Break the record? I recall the previous record was set by Hugo. I can't believe someone in this tournament actually managed to break it," Lin Zhenghao asked. Uncle Fu replied immediately, "That's right. Hugo's record was 16 floors, but Li's record this time is 29 floors. As soon as he said this, the clan elders, who had been listless moments before, sat up one after another and began checking the Tower of Trials records themselves. Northwood. When Grace opened the door, she found Principal Howard from 3rd High School standing outside with tears in his eyes. "I just spoke with the city lord. It's been confirmed that the Li mentioned in the news reports is indeed the Li we know." Upon hearing this news, Grace did not react with wild joy. Instead, a complex expression flashed across her eyes, and her fingers quietly clenched. Behind her, Joy's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "The future national champion on the news is my brother? Imperial City, Provincial Governor's Office." As Zhang Yueshan explained, Li realized he had become a celebrity, a hot favorite for the national championship and an opponent other prodigies would need to study. "From now on, it's best not to reveal too much of your abilities, or your opponents in the grand exam will be on guard," Zhang Yueshan cautioned. "I understand," Li nodded, though he had so many skills that it would be impossible to guard against them all. "Governor, why didn't I receive any extra rewards for defeating the demonic Rakshasa in the trial dungeon?" Li finally found an opportunity to ask this question. As for that reward, I'll just give you a set of the very best tier 3 gear. Zhang Yueshan came up with a reward on the spot. Of course, such a reward was incredibly valuable, and the very best gear was legendary tier, something money couldn't buy. As the province's top official, however, Zhang Yueshan could hand it out with ease. Such a generous reward, Li's eyes lit up. The gear he was currently wearing was what he'd won from Jack, all low-level excellent gear from before level 10, and it was long overdue for an upgrade. If he could switch to a full set of tier 3 legendary gear, his strength would increase significantly. However, this gear needs to be prepared in advance. I'll give the order right away to have it all ready before the grand exam, Zhang Yueshan said. Even he couldn't produce a full set of tier 3 legendary gear all at once. Got it. Li wasn't in a rush either. For him, gear upgrades offered limited benefits. The most important thing was leveling up and securing more chances to win the lottery. So, he then proposed exchanging all the over 10,000 points he still had on him for experience points. Zhang Yueshan gladly agreed, though he didn't have many items on hand that directly boosted experience points. Such items were extremely rare to begin with and were monopolized by major factions and clans. So even after he emptied the provincial governor's treasury, he could only find items worth 5,000 points for Li, such as experience pills. After using all of these items, Li leveled up twice in a row. Congratulations! Player has reached level 18. Strength plus 120, agility plus 120, defense plus 120, spirit plus 260. Lottery attempts plus 1. Vajra Ape has reached level 17. Congratulations! Player has reached level 19. Strength plus 160, agility plus 160, defense plus 160, spirit plus 360. Lottery attempts plus 1. Vajra Ape has reached level 18. After reaching level 19, Li's strength attribute broke through 3,000, the power of his flying sword reached 30,000, and the burst damage of Sovereign Fist became even more formidable. All of this far exceeds the damage typically expected at this level. Level 19. Strength 2910 plus 80. Agility 1786 plus 40. Defense 1681 plus 20. Spirit 2525 plus 110 plus 80. As for Vajra Ape's stats, they're even more staggering. Whether facing bosses or other players, it has virtually no equal among characters of the same level. Vajra Ape. Level 18. Strength 17,680. Agility 13,080. Defense 14,250. Spirit 8,500. There aren't many people who could handle even just this one monkey, are there? Even Li himself was terrified when he saw these stats, let alone the other geniuses participating in the grand exam. To them, this was definitely a major boss. After his power surged, he received 2 more lottery chances. Received 1,000 free stat points. Free stat points. Not bad. Li immediately allocated all 1,000 attribute points to his mental power. At this stage, the attack power of his skills was already sufficient. Boosting mental power would allow him to better lock onto enemies with extremely high agility, and it would also expand the range of his mental power detection, enabling him to use skills to target opponents from farther away. In combat, this allows him to effectively strike first. Moreover, since the number of flying swords he can summon is tied to his mental power, boosting it is currently the best choice. Obtained Divine Tier Item, Key of the Gods. What is this? The item from the second draw puzzled Li, so he hurriedly checked its function. Key of the Gods unlocks a hidden Divine Tier dungeon. Clearing it grants a unique tier reward. Unique tier reward? Li was secretly astonished. Unique tier meant that this was the only item of its kind in the world. The legendary 9 divine artifacts and 4 primordial stones were all unique tier items. These items were essentially all in the hands of the peak warriors of the human and demon races. The emergence of even one more unique tier item could potentially influence the course of the war between the two races. Li instantly grasped the value of the Key of the Gods he'd drawn. If he could obtain one of the 9 divine artifacts or the 4 primordial stones, it would be a tremendous boost. At the same time, he immediately began checking the location of this hidden realm. As his spiritual energy probed the key of the gods, a map appeared, with the hidden realm's location marked by a red dot. Lee, there are plenty of dungeons in Imperial City suitable for you to level up in, and there are also wilderness areas outside the city where you can grind. Where do you plan to go? Zhang Yuashan walked over at that moment and asked. Li withdrew his mental energy from the key of the gods in his spatial ring and blurted out, I'm going to the Quanshan dungeon. The Quanshan dungeon, located in Nanhu City, Dongshan Province, was a natural dungeon open to players below level 30. There were easily 50 such dungeons in the province. In fact, there were even several dungeons within Imperial City that were better suited for leveling up than the Quanshan dungeon. But this unpretentious provincial governor who, on the surface, looked no different from an ordinary person agreed immediately, without even asking why. Zhang Yuashan waved his hand grandly, I'll take you there. Governor, surely that isn't necessary? Li was instantly flattered. Although he looked like an ordinary person, he was, after all, the real deal, the provincial governor. Having such a high-ranking official personally escort him was truly astonishing. A smile spread across Zhang Yuashan's slightly tanned face. You're a treasure of Dongshan Province right now. What if something were to happen to you? It's settled. And so, under his guidance, Li boarded the provincial governor's exclusive high-speed train and sped toward Nanhu City at top speed. No sooner had they left the governor's mansion than word of their departure reached the capital. The capital, House of He. Hugo entered the Tower of Trials time and time again, only to be eliminated each time, consistently stuck on the 19th floor, unable to advance. Why? How did he do it? Am I really weaker than him? Hugo roared in utter bewilderment. Just then, the elderly man who had once accompanied him to Dongshan Province approached. Third young master, we've confirmed that Li has set out for Nanhu City. This is a golden opportunity to eliminate him. Hearing this, Hugo spun around abruptly and said coldly, Are you suggesting I'm bound to lose to him in the grand exam? Of course not. The old man quickly bowed his head and explained, I just think this is the safest course of action. Besides. Shut up. Don't send anyone to assassinate him. I'm going to defeat him with my own hands in the grand exam. Hugo's fist slowly clenched. But he did make it to the 29th floor, after all. Eliminating him is also the family's wish, the old man said again. The title of national champion and the resources it would bring was too important for the House of He. The family didn't want anything to happen to Hugo's bid for the title. If I lose to him in the grand exam, it's because I'm outmatched. I, Hugo, will accept that. Hugo raised his head slightly. Though he was extremely arrogant, he also possessed his own dignity and pride. Turning back, he fixed the old man with a cold stare, but I will never allow you to use such underhanded tactics against him. Leaving those words behind, he returned to the clan's leveling dungeon to continue strengthening his abilities. Humph, childish, the old man said coldly. The struggle for power and resources is inherently bloody, only the living are entitled, enjoy more resources. Find me 4 clan-sponsored assassins level 30 or below. Nanhu City, Dongshan Province. The provincial governor's special train reached the small city in just 1 hour. After getting off the train, Li headed straight for the Quanshan dungeon. Zhang Yuashan followed discreetly behind. Li, of course, was aware of this and felt both flattered and a bit overwhelmed, thinking the provincial governor's actions were somewhat unnecessary. But Zhang Yuashan understood the stakes all too well. Now that Li had become a front-runner for the national championship, he would inevitably be targeted by numerous factions, some seeking to recruit him, and others determined to eliminate him. After all, there was only one national championship title, and who knew how many top-tier factions were eyeing it? Since Li himself had no established power base, Zhang Yuashan felt it was his duty to protect this promising talent from Dongshan Province. When they arrived at the Quanshan dungeon, however, they found the area swarming with people. A group stood at the entrance, completely blocking access to the dungeon. They were all dressed uniformly, seemingly from a single clan or faction. Though they had sealed off the dungeon entrance, no one present dared to complain. Everyone was waiting quietly. What is going on here? Lee muttered to herself in confusion. Beside her, a girl with delicate features glanced at Lee and said, "The young lady of the Tianque Guild is leveling up inside the dungeon." So they sealed off the dungeon to keep others from entering? Lee found it absurd. This dungeon was clearly public, anyone below level 30 could enter, yet she had blocked it off. However, it seemed the people here were used to it. They waited patiently for the young lady inside to emerge before entering the dungeon. But Lee didn't care about some young lady, he had the provincial governor backing him. While it's true that a powerful dragon doesn't bully a local snake, it all depends on what kind of dragon we're talking about. The provincial governor could crush this local snake with a mere wave of his hand. He walked straight through the crowd toward the dungeon entrance. Holy crap! Who is this guy? He just wants to barge into the dungeon like that? This guy is in for a world of trouble. If he crosses the Tianque Guild, there won't be a place for him in all of South Lake City. He is probably some outsider who doesn't know how much clout the Tianque Guild has in Nanhu City. The crowd watched the reckless young man walk by, buzzing with speculation. Before Lee could even reach the dungeon entrance, a middle-aged man, apparently the leader of the Tianque Guild, stepped forward. "Stop right there." Lee looked at him. Using his scouting skill, he determined that the man was a level 30 warrior class character. "Isn't this a public dungeon open to everyone?" Lee asked. The man immediately sneered, "Public? It's public only if I say it is. If I say you can't go in, then you can't go in." Lee laughed as well and kindly warned, "You'd better step aside right now, or else you and the Tianque Guild behind you are in for a world of trouble." "Is that so?" "That is quite a bold claim." Just then, the young lady of the Tianque Guild, dressed in a blue robe, with fair skin and almond-shaped eyes, suddenly emerged from the dungeon. "I'd like to see how you're going to get into this dungeon today." This pampered young lady blinked her almond-shaped eyes as she watched Lee with interest. Lee scanned the Tianque Guild members surrounding him. The highest level among them was that level 30 warrior. With a single wave of his flying swords, he could wipe them all out in an instant. So, as he walked toward the dungeon entrance, he said, "Anyone who dares to stop me, I'll kill them." He spoke the most domineering words in the most matter-of-fact tone. "So, the Tianque Guild thinks it's all that, huh? Then let us see who is more domineering." As soon as those words left his mouth, not only the members of the Tianque Guild but even the South Lake citizens watching from behind were stunned. This wasn't just domineering, it was downright insane. Ha 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 ha. Sulan, the young lady of the Tianque Guild, burst into laughter as if she heard the funniest joke. "You're quite an entertaining speaker, aren't you?" Beside her, the level 30 warrior's face darkened as he drew a long sword. Lee's mental energy had already locked onto him. If he dared to make a move, Lee's flying sword would instantly kill him and he wouldn't even know how he died. After all, the provincial governor had his back. No matter how big a mess he made within Dongshan province, the governor would cover for him, especially since the Tianque Guild was clearly in the wrong here. "Uncle Su, let him in. Our team is just short of a frontline tank, and judging by his fearless spirit, I think he'd be perfect for the role." Sulan laughed until tears streamed down her face. In her eyes, Lee was nothing more than a naive country bumpkin who didn't know his place, but it was precisely that kind of personality that made him ideal for clearing the way at the front of their team. Hearing her order, the level 30 warrior reluctantly stepped aside. What he didn't know was that he'd already been teetering on the brink of death just moments ago. One more step forward and he would have met his end. "Let us go. Since you're so eager to join us, come along." Sulan waved her hand and stepped into the dungeon. Lee, of course, wasn't there to act as their frontline scout. He intended to enter the hidden sanctuary within the dungeon that no one had discovered yet. That was where he would find what he was looking for. But since these people were no longer blocking his path, he couldn't be bothered to fight them and simply walked straight into the dungeon. The Quanshan dungeon was a mountain shrouded in mist and clouds. Visibility was very low here, and the area was surrounded by lush vegetation. As soon as he entered, Lee saw Sulan joining up with a few young people ahead. Judging by their gear, these people were likely the scions of prominent families in Nanhu City. "Everyone, I found us a frontliner who isn't afraid to die." Su Lan immediately introduced Li. The young scions sized Li up. "He doesn't even have any gear on him. Is this guy reliable? Hey, what is your class? What level are you?" Li sized them up as well. He wasn't familiar with this dungeon, but these local big shots from Nanhu City probably came here often. It wouldn't hurt to have them as guides. "Enough chatter. We're short a front liner, right? I'll lead the way up front, you guys just follow behind and give directions." Li didn't waste any more time and immediately stepped to the front. However, thick fog shrouded the path ahead. Navigating a dungeon like this, with its mist-shrouded mountain trails, made it easy to lose one's way, but with these guys showing the way, he had nothing to fear. "Not bad. He south got some drive. That's exactly the kind of frontliner I like." These clan heirs and heiresses were full of praise for this frontliner Su Lan had found. With someone leading the way, they didn't have to worry about monsters lurking in the shadows, and the group pressed on toward the depths of the Quanshan dungeon. But after walking for a while, the young nobles realized something was off. They hadn't encountered a single monster along the way, which was downright eerie. Only Li, who was leading the way, knew what was going on. Thanks to his scouting skill, the monsters lying in wait all around were nowhere to be hidden. Before the clan members even noticed, he had already used his flying sword to take out those minor monsters. Killed a level 5 ink poison lizard, plus 30 EXP, plus 6 agility, plus 2 strength. Killed a level 4 cloud leopard, plus 24 EXP, plus 6 strength. Killed a level 5 long-armed monkey, plus 30 EXP, plus 5 AGI, plus 4 STR. These monsters were all very low level, and Li found killing them rather boring, but this dungeon was, after all, designed for newbies to level up. It's worth noting that these young clan members were only around level 8 or 9, which made Li secretly marvel at the gap between small towns and provincial capitals. No matter how dominant these small-town prodigies might be within their own towns, their leveling speed pales in comparison to that of the provincial capital's prodigies. No wonder the provincial capital's prodigies look down on those from small towns, while the capital's prodigies, in turn, look down on the provincial capital's prodigies. Something's off. We clearly blocked that group of people outside. Why aren't there any monsters yet? Someone in the party asked. "We only just entered the dungeon. Keep going a bit further and you'll find them," Li, the one to blame, reassured them. "But if we go any further, we'll enter the next stage of the dungeon, a place you can't access until you're level 15, another young lady from a clan said, her eyes filled with worry. "You're all scions of clans, after all. With your clans providing such great gear, and me leading the way, are you already chickening out?" Li goaded them. "If you guys leave, who is going to show me the way?" He certainly didn't want to waste time figuring out the route. "Who's chicken? Let us keep going. We might as well see what the next phase of the Quanshan dungeon is like." A few hot-blooded clan young masters naturally wouldn't stand for such talk, and led by them, the party charged straight into the dungeon's next phase. Whoosh! After passing through a stone gate, they were instantly teleported to the middle of the mountain. The fog had cleared considerably here, but the moment they arrived, they were stunned. There, standing before them, was a level 18 stone giant nearly 3 meters tall. It, too, froze in surprise at the sight of the party that had suddenly appeared before it. Level 18? That level instantly terrified them. To them, even a level 12 monster was a challenging mini-boss, let alone a level 18 one. Whoosh! The young masters who had been bragging just moments ago that they wouldn't back down immediately took off running down the mountain, while Su Lan and the female archer stood there dumbfounded. Having always lived a life of luxury, they'd never seen such an intimidating level 18 stone giant up close before. They were completely petrified. Sigh. Li let out a sigh. These privileged young heirs from wealthy families had terrible adaptability and combat skills. With mental fortitude like that, even the best gear would be useless. If they coordinated properly, they'd still have had a good chance of escaping this clumsy level 18 stone giant, but scattering like this meant one or two of them were bound to die. Just then, the three who'd run down the mountain earlier scrambled back up, stumbling and tumbling. It turned out they were being pursued by a menacing level 16 giant bear. Now, their only escape route down the mountain was completely cut off. "We're done for, we're completely finished now. Why, I told you not to come in here, but you wouldn't listen." Faced with this situation, these clan scions had completely lost the nonchalance and arrogance they displayed just moments ago. Every single one of them was scared out of their wits. Lee, with a bit of a twisted sense of humor, had held back the whole time, wanting to see how these clan scions would react. One of them actually said to him, "Hey, aren't you a frontliner? Hurry up and hold the line so we can deal damage. I'll block your ass." Lee snapped back without holding back. Given how much of a coward this guy looked, Lee had no doubt that if he actually went up front to hold them off, he'd be the first to run away. The guy's face flushed red at the retort. "Stop arguing, everyone. If you want to live, do as I say." Su Lan stepped forward at that moment. To Lee's surprise, the calmest person in the situation was actually the princess of the Tianshui Guild. Watching the giant bear and stone giant closing in, her face tense but her speech rapid, she laid out the plan. "I'll use my skill to stun the giant bear. Then you guys unleash all your skills on it. We only have a chance to escape if we push it back." The giant bear was level 16, they couldn't take it down in one go with their skills, but if they could push it back, they'd have a chance to escape. Lee shook his head slightly. Su Lan's idea was sound, but she overlooked the fact that this giant bear was a Yunshan raging bear, a fiery-tempered beast. A full set of skills wouldn't scare it into fleeing, instead, it would only enrage it further. "Let me handle this." Lee didn't want to waste any more time. He summoned two flying swords behind him. Whoosh, whoosh. The two flying swords flew casually toward the stone giant and the giant bear, piercing right through their bodies and instantly reducing their health to 0. Killed level 18 stone giant, plus 1600 EXP, plus 25 strength, plus 8 agility, plus 20 defense. Killed level 16 cloud mountain raging bear, plus 1200 EXP, plus 20 strength, plus 6 agility, plus 15 defense, plus 5 spirit. Dead? The group, who had been preparing for a last-ditch battle, stared at the fallen bodies of the stone and the giant bear, their eyes filled with disbelief. The formidable foes they had deemed invincible had been instantly killed by a single skill cast casually by Lee? Is this really a frontliner? "Sister Lan, where did you find this frontliner?" the female archer who had been crying earlier asked, wiping away her tears. Su Lan certainly hadn't expected Lee, a young man who looked about the same age as them, to be this formidable. At that moment, these young nobles had lost all their arrogance in Lee's presence. Instead, they were all incredibly respectful. Su Lan had also shed her young lady demeanor and asked cautiously, "Brother, who exactly are you?" Lee stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table. "You guys should be pretty familiar with this dungeon, right? I need to get to the final stage, take me there." The map on the Key of the Gods showed that the secret realm was located at the very depths of the dungeon, but it didn't provide an exact route, otherwise, he would plowed through it on his own long ago. But these young masters and ladies were already scared out of their wits and didn't dare take another step forward. "With me here, what are you afraid of? I guarantee those monsters won't get within a step of you." Lee was extremely confident in this dungeon. For players below level 30, he was invincible. However, none of them dared to speak up. In fact, if it weren't for Lee's overwhelming strength, they would have run down the mountain long ago. "What a bunch of cowards!" Lee sneered right to their faces. Just then, Su Lan timidly spoke up, "I can lead you there. I've seen the dungeon data at my grandfather's place before, so I know the fastest route." "Alright, let us go." Lee nodded. One guide was enough. As for the rest, they could do whatever they wanted. The remaining group members breathed a sigh of relief at last. They wouldn't have to venture deeper into the dungeon. Earlier, they genuinely feared Lee might force them to lead the way. In fact, if no one had volunteered to guide him, Lee had been planning to do just that. And so, Su Lan led the way, while Lee followed behind, constantly using his flying sword to clear out the surrounding monsters. At first, Sulan was a bit nervous, but when she saw those level 18 and 19 monsters get instantly killed by a flying sword before they even got close, she gradually relaxed. Along the way, whether it was rock monsters with extremely strong defenses, mountain spirits skilled in ranged attacks, or iron-armored monkeys passing by in the distance, none could escape being instantly killed by a single sword strike. With my mental power enhanced, killing monsters is much more efficient. A sanctuary is essentially a dungeon within a dungeon, and almost all sanctuaries offer extremely valuable rare rewards. There is even a chance that a divine artifact might drop. The only downside is that once a sanctuary is cleared and its most valuable treasure is obtained, it disappears permanently. This is the place. Lee stepped inside. The only tier 1 item that the key of the gods could unlock was inside. Whoosh! The vortex instantly teleported him to an unknown area. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely enclosed passageway. Ancient torches lined both sides of the walls, providing light. Hey! Tomboy! Why don't we just go straight in and take down the boss? That'll be the end of it. All brawn, no brains. Who are you calling that? Are you looking to pick a fight with me? At the end of the passageway, two people were arguing. Lee approached them with great caution. By the dim light of the torches lining the passageway, he could make out their features. One was a burly man with a crew cut whose age was hard to gauge. The other was a young woman with ear-length hair, a wheat-colored complexion, and unremarkable features. Who are you? Lee asked politely. He hadn't expected to find anyone else in this secret realm. Could it be that they, too, were guided by the key of the gods? That couldn't be possible. Hey, reinforcements! The man's expression was full of enthusiasm. The woman with short hair gave Lee a once-over and introduced herself, Celine from Magic City. I'm Titan, from the capital. The man pointed his thumb at himself. Did you two also enter through the entrance to the Spring Mountain dungeon? Lee asked curiously. Titan replied honestly, what Spring Mountain dungeon? We all got in using secret realm tickets. Secret realm admission tickets. Lee had, of course, heard of these. Once used, they could instantly teleport you to a secret realm suited to your level. It was essentially an extra opportunity, but these items were extremely valuable and existed only within major factions and prominent clans. He hadn't even seen them listed in the provincial governor's office treasury inventory. So that's how it is. Lee once again felt the benefits of having connections and resources. Wait a minute. Since you're also in this secret realm, that means our levels aren't too far apart, but you don't seem surprised at all to hear my name, said the short-haired woman named Celine, sounding a bit displeased. Titan only just realized it then. That's right. My name Titan is famous throughout the capital. Haven't you heard of me? Lee was a bit baffled. Are you guys really that famous? Titan waved his hand grandly and slung his arm around Leah's shoulder. Bro, I'll have to fill you in on this. Do you know who the favorite to win this year's grand exam is? Lee. Lee stated his own name without batting an eye. Him? Titan was about to scoff, but when he thought of the terrifying number of levels Lee had cleared in the Tower of Trials, he changed his tune. He seems to have some skills. Who else? Hugo. That was the only other name Lee knew at the moment. That kid doesn't count. Aside from those two, the most famous favorite to win is me, Titan. Titan's face beamed with pride. Lee stared at him, his eyes slowly widening. Is this guy really one of this year's contestants? Lee would believed it if someone had told him he was in his 30s or 40s. Titan seemed quite pleased with Lee's surprise. What do you think? Surprised, huh? Let me tell you, I'm ranked 3rd on the Tower of Trials leaderboard, and that tomboy is 4th. Celine shot him a glare. So he was on the Tower of Trials leaderboard after all, though he didn't pay attention to contestants ranked lower than himself. Enough with the nonsense. Let us focus on how to clear this dungeon. Celine crossed her arms and stood off to the side. Titan then began explaining the details of this dungeon to Lee. This dungeon is called Beacon Stone Fortress. The entire dungeon is contained within this stone fortress. The boss is the level 30 Blazing Fortress Lord, a pretty overpowered dungeon boss, but once you kill it, you've cleared the dungeon.
Level 30. Lee pondered for a moment. If he could figure out the boss's skills, defeating it wouldn't be too hard. He was just worried it might have some mechanics-based abilities. Still, with the two of them drawing the boss's aggro, it shouldn't be too difficult. So what are we waiting for?
Let us go find the boss, Lee said.
Hee, that is exactly what I was thinking, Titan said with a good-natured smile.
Dude, that's a level 30 boss.
This dungeon isn't nearly as simple as this big guy makes it sound.
Celine continued to elaborate on the dungeon. To defeat the boss, we'll need the help of the neutral factions in this dungeon.
Neutral factions? Lee knew absolutely nothing about this dungeon. They're those neutral monsters locked up in the dungeon. They're highly intelligent and are all in the 20s. As long as we rescue and persuade them, they'll help us fight the boss.
Celine offered her analysis. In my opinion, this dungeon isn't testing our combat strength, but our communication and persuasion skills.
As long as we can win over enough neutral monsters in the end, that level 30 boss won't be a problem.
Titan, however, said impatiently, if you ask me, why go through all that trouble? Just charge straight at the boss.
If we beat it, we clear the dungeon. If we don't, we get eliminated. Who needs all that communication nonsense? Listening to this guy talk gave Celine a headache. She turned to Lee again. What do you think?
I just want to know, do we get experience points for killing those neutral monsters?
Lee asked earnestly.
Huh?
Celine was completely baffled. Dealing with a hothead was one thing, but to encounter someone even more reckless than a hothead?
The trio finally decided to head to the Stone Fortress dungeon first. Along the way, they encountered quite a few level 10-something skeleton soldiers, and each time, Lee swiftly used his flying sword to take them down.
Celine and Titan couldn't even snag a single point of experience in front of him.
Bro, that's an awesome skill.
Titan couldn't help but praise.
Celine looked at Lee, her mind full of suspicion. A player of his caliber at this level and so young surely couldn't be a complete unknown. They fought their way through to the dungeon, and Lee's experience bar was nearly full. He was about to reach level 20. Inside the dungeon, one sealed cell after another stood side by side. Celine stepped forward and opened the stone door of the first cell. Inside, she saw a figure sitting cross-legged, one who looked very much like a human but possessed distinct elven features.
Elven swordsman level 24. Upon seeing someone enter, the figure raised an eyelid slightly, glanced at the three of them, and said with an air of arrogance, "Humans? You're disturbing my meditation."
Disturbing you?
We're here to rescue you, for crying out loud. Titan instantly thought this elven swordsman was utterly shameless. He has been captured, for God's sake, and he is still claiming to be meditating? Oof. How could a noble elf possibly need to be rescued by lowly humans? Get the hell out of here.
The elven swordsman placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. This attitude left even Celine, who had prepared her lines in advance, speechless.
She could only turn to Lee, signaling for him to try persuading him first.
Lee nodded, giving her a look that said, "Leave it to me." Then, he took a step forward and unleashed a powerful punch.
Boom!
In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted. The power of the sovereign fist erupted instantly. At such close range, the elven swordsman didn't even have time to react before he was blown to smithereens. Killed a level 24 elven swordsman, strength plus 120, agility plus 130, defense plus 50, spirit plus 110, experience plus 8,000.
Holy crap, it actually gives experience in stats. Congratulations!
You have reached level 20. Strength plus 200, agility plus 200, defense plus 200, spirit plus 450.
Lottery attempts plus 1. Vajra Ape has reached level 19. After defeating the elven swordsman, Lee and the Vajra Ape each leveled up by 1.
Ignoring the expressions of the two behind him, he immediately began the lottery.
Obtained the rare class Holy Mage ultimate skill, Holy Baptism.
Holy Baptism can be used while under any negative status effect, removes all negative status effects upon use, cooldown
30 minutes. Removes negative status effects. Great, now I don't have to worry about being CCD. This was exactly what Lee needed most right now. With this skill, he was certain he could clear floor 29 of the Tower of Trials, and he wouldn't have to worry about the dungeon boss's crowd control abilities either. Now he could clear this dungeon all by himself. Titan exclaimed, "Whoa, what a powerful punch." Celine stared blankly for a while before finally asking, What are you doing? Didn't you tell me to take it out?" Lee feigned innocence and raised his hand to show off the result. "I handled it perfectly. Not even a scrap remained. It would be hard to call that anything but perfect." Celine gave a dry laugh, feeling both exasperated and amazed by Lee's strength. With the elven swordsman defeated, they had no choice but to seek help from the next neutral monster. After opening the cell door, they found another elf inside, this one burly, clad in green elven armor, and clutching a massive warhammer. Its attitude was just as uncooperative as the elf swordsman's. No matter how much Celine pleaded, it showed no intention of helping. "If you want help, you want help, but enough with the nonsense." Lee looked somewhat impatient. Whoosh! 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 3 flying swords shot out in unison, piercing its body before it even had a chance to swing its massive hammer. Killed a level 24 elven fighter, strength plus 180, agility plus 50, defense plus 150, spirit plus 50, experience plus 8,000. With that much stat boost and experience, Lee had no intention of letting it go to waste. Standing nearby, Celine and Titan watched in astonishment, unable to help but marvel at how efficient Lee's new approach to persuasion really was. "Bro, weren't we here to find some help? It looks to me like you're just here to farm monsters," Titan said, scratching his head. Lee waved his hand dismissively. Just a quick side job." These neutral monsters weren't playing along, so he might as well use them to boost his own strength. When they opened the third cell, they found a huge, jelly-like purple creature inside, but it couldn't even speak human language. Celine had completely lost her patience. "This dungeon is just messing with us. We can't even communicate with it. How are we supposed to convince it?" Titan, however, spoke with great insight. "This is a void creature. As long as you feed it something like a void magnet, it'll do as you say." "So, does either of you have something like that?" Lee asked. Both shook their heads. Anything related to the void was extremely valuable and incredibly rare. "Then I'll handle it." Lee stepped forward and landed another sovereign fist, turning the purple jelly into a purple jelly slurry. Killed a level 25 void creature, plus 10,000 EXP, plus 500 spirit. Whoa! That jelly was pretty good. It actually gave me this much spirit. What Lee needed most right now was spirit. In any case, with all this experience and stat boost, the trip to the secret realm had definitely been worth it. The three continued exploring the dungeon, but the neutral monsters here were one harder to persuade than the next. In the end, Lee had to step in and physically dispatch them. This earned him a significant amount of experience and stats, comparable to what he gained in the Tower of Trials. When they opened the stone door to the final cell, a middle-aged man with dark brown skin who looked very much like a human but had a kind, simple-minded face came forward to greet them. Or were you the ones who saved me?" Finally, someone with some sense, Lee thought to himself. He wasn't the type to attack on sight. He certainly wouldn't lay a hand on someone who knew how to repay a favor. "We saved you. Are you willing to join us in taking down the Lord of Blazing Fortress?" Celine asked. A fierce fire instantly blazed in the eyes of this man, who looked human but clearly wasn't he. "I'm from the Guluo tribe. The Lord of Blazing Fortress slaughtered my entire tribe. My sole purpose in life is to kill him and avenge my people." Titan clapped his hands together. "That's great. Let us go. We'll help you get your revenge." This was way too easy. Lee even suspected that even if they hadn't made this request, the guy would have gone straight to the fortress lord to seek revenge the moment he was rescued. And so, after dispatching several neutral monsters, they finally found an ally in the dungeon. Beaconstone Fortress had 3 floors in total, and under Lee's lead, they made their way unhindered all the way to the top floor.
Along the way, not even elite monsters in the 20s could escape being instantly killed by Lee's flying sword. The terrifying power Lee displayed gave Celine and Titan even more confidence. With that kind of strength, defeating a level 30 boss was indeed a real possibility. At the same time, they naturally assumed Lee was a senior from one of the academies, certainly several years older than them and already at level 28 or 29. Even for a level 28 or 29 player, possessing such power was terrifying. Boom! Titan violently smashed open the door to the third floor of the stone fortress, revealing a vast, open area before them. Whoosh! In the darkness, two balls of flame suddenly ignited and slowly moved toward them. When it stepped into the light, the group realized it was a 3-meter-tall skeleton, with those two balls of flame serving as its eyes. Lord of the Flaming Fortress level 30. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 8,000. Defense, 3,000. Spirit, 10,000. HP, 300,000. Holy crap! Celine and Titan had never seen a boss with such outrageous stats before. Just looking at the displayed stats, they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Lord of Blazing Fortress spread his 5 bony fingers, and a classical sword forged from flames appeared in his hand. Roar! He let out a chilling scream and violently thrust the flaming sword into the ground. Boom! In an instant, flames shot skyward from the ground, sweeping toward them like a tidal wave. Damn it! Let us go all out. Titan slammed his fists together with a thunderous crash, forming a shield wall in front of the group. As a tank, it was only natural for him to shoulder the burden of absorbing damage at this critical moment. Boom! The immense force of the flames crashed into the shield wall, depleting more than half of Titan's health and mana. The Lord of the Blazing Fortress had wiped out his health with a single offhand skill. One more hit and he'd be eliminated. Whoosh! Celine vanished from sight. The moment the fiery force was neutralized, she seized the opportunity to dash behind the Lord of the Blazing Fortress and launch an attack. But just as her dual blades were about to touch the Lord of the Blazing Fortress, a powerful surge of fire erupted from his body. Boom! Celine was instantly knocked back by the flames, but a green glow appeared around her, blocking a significant portion of the fire damage. However, as a fragile assassin, even with the protection of her talisman, her health was down to the last sliver. Facing a level 30 boss, the two of them were on the verge of being eliminated without even managing to land a single hit, and a sense of despair crept into their hearts. Let me handle this! Lee, gripping the Ice Soul Cloud sword, strolled leisurely toward the boss. The Flame Fortress Lord's attention was instantly drawn to Lee. As it watched this human who didn't seem to take it seriously at all, the two flames in its eye sockets blazed even brighter. You're asking for death. A screeching sound rang out as its bones ground against each other. It raised its sword, pointing it upward toward the flame sword. Boom! In an instant, wave after wave of powerful flames radiated outward from the fire sword like ripples spreading across water. Celine and Titan's faces were filled with despair as they witnessed the surging flames. Faced with the area of effect skill of a level 30 boss, they were powerless to defend themselves. Whoosh! Just then, the Ice Soul Cloud sword in Lee's hand burst into an incredibly brilliant light. Boom! Bathed in the sword's radiance, the surging flames around them instantly dissipated. The fire sword in the Lord of the Blazing Fortress's hand also vanished under this beam of rule-defying light. One sword shatters all laws. Lee swung his sword at the dazzling sword, instantly condensed, transforming into a sword energy that seemed capable of severing all the world's rules and constraints. The Lord of Blazing Fortress continuously cast fire skills to defend himself, but wherever the sword light struck, all flames were utterly obliterated. No! The skeleton's face showed no expression, but anyone could see its despair at that moment. Crack! The sword energy sliced through its body, cutting away more than half of its health. Whoa! What a fierce strike! Titan stared blankly, at a loss for words. He couldn't find any adjectives to describe it. It's got quite a lot of health, Lee remarked. He was already quite satisfied with the power of a single strike that shattered all magic. This skill was primarily mechanics-based and held a natural advantage over spellcasting classes. After being struck by that sword, the Lord of Blazing Fortress immediately realized that all his fire magic had failed. As a spellcaster by nature, losing his magic was like a swordsman losing his sword or an archer losing his bow. Looking at the Flame Fortress Lord, who was now at his mercy, Lee didn't rush to strike. Instead, he turned to the Guro tribesman. "If you don't act now, the Fortress Lord will die." The Guro tribesman's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinheads. "How did you know that?" "I just found out." Lee waved his hand, and 3 flying swords pierced the man's body. Killed a level 25 Guro tribe trader. Experience plus 10,000, strength plus 180, agility plus 150, defense plus 100, spirit plus 50. This guy hadn't made a move since he first saw the Lord of Blazing Fortress. Lee had been highly suspicious from the start, but he hadn't been 100% certain what was going on. Not until he baited him into revealing it just now. "Human! You can't kill me!" The Lord of Blazing Fortress roared in rage and actually entered his second phase, his entire body engulfed in flames, and his health surged to 1 million. This health plunged Selene and Titan into despair once again, even if the boss stood still and let them attack, draining their mental energy until they were exhausted to death. They'd never be able to defeat him. Lee, however, smiled. "High health, huh? That's the last thing I'm afraid of." Full amplification. All his attributes tripled, and at the same time, dozens of flying swords materialized behind him. With his attack power tripled, it had already surpassed 10,000, while each flying sword packed a whopping 100,000 in damage. These dozens of swords were more than enough to take him down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flick of Leah's finger, these flying swords instantly reduced the Flame Fortress Lord's health to 0. Insane. That's just insane. Selene and Titan had always prided themselves on being at the same level. Few could match their strength. That was until they just witnessed Lee effortlessly one-shot a level 30 boss with 1 million HP, a feat they knew they couldn't pull off even if they were to level up to 30 right now. Defeated level 30 dungeon boss, Lord of the Blazing Fortress. Experience plus 80,000, strength plus 500, agility plus 300, defense plus 200, spirit plus 800. Successfully cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Obtained 1 Hell tier medal. Another Hell medal. Lee recalled the one he earned from clearing the novice dungeon. He heard that collecting 3 would grant a special reward, but he never had time to tackle the Hell dungeon. He never expected to get 1 during this run. Just 1 more to go. Dungeon settlement begins. A notification popped up, and Lee and his 2 companions all grew tense. The rewards from this dungeon settlement were the real prize and the only way to obtain the dungeon's greatest treasures. Titan and Selene were nervous because the settlement rewards were determined by each player's contribution to clearing the dungeon, and they had contributed almost nothing to the boss fight. Lee, on the other hand, was nervous. What if they didn't give him the divine treasure chest? Whoosh! The settlement was complete, and 3 beams of light descended before them. Divine treasure chest obtained. Divine treasure chest requires the divine key to open. Lee immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He promptly took out the divine key and selected to open the chest. He wondered if it would be one of the 9 divine artifacts or one of the 4 primordial stones. Lee felt both nervous and excited. If it were something like one of the 9 divine artifacts, possessing it at his current level of strength would feel a bit like possessing a treasure that invites disaster. He wouldn't be able to use it openly. However, he could turn it in. He was confident that the human race's peak combatants would be willing to trade all their resources for this artifact, which was powerful enough to turn the tide of battle. If it were a primordial stone, that would be much simpler. No one would be able to detect it if he wore it. Primordial stones are the pinnacle of runes. While ordinary runes typically provide a 5% 20% boost, a primordial stone can double that effect outright. Click. The treasure chest opened, revealing a golden stone inside. Acquired one of the 4 great primordial stones, Spirit Primordial Stone. Spirit Primordial Stone, one of only 4 remaining in the world, increases spirit by 100% when equipped. A primordial stone. And it's the Spirit Primordial Stone, no less. Lee immediately grabbed it and equipped it. This was the primordial stone he needed most right now. He didn't lack damage on the offensive end, and defense and agility weren't particularly useful to him. Only the spirit primordial stone could give him the greatest boost.
It doubles my spirit right away. Lee's current spirit was just over 5,000. Doubling it would push him past 10,000.
If word got out, no one would believe this was the spirit of a level 20 player.
Even some legendary mage classes that specialized in spirit didn't have spirit this high at level 30. Not bad.
Lee suppressed his excitement and glanced over at Celine and Titan, who were also basking in the joy of receiving their rewards.
They actually gave us level up pills. Players below level 20 can level up immediately.
Titan was jumping up and down with excitement. He never expected to receive an item of this caliber just by tagging along.
Mine is a tier 3 epic dagger.
Celine couldn't put her new weapon down either. She didn't come from a prominent family, so she was thrilled to have a new epic tier weapon.
The two looked back at Lee. If D received such great gear just by tagging along, Lee's reward was bound to be even more incredible. A legendary tier 3 weapon.
Lee said casually, after all, the provincial governor had promised to give him a full set of legendary tier 3 gear before the grand exam. Both of them looked at him with envy.
Legendary tier weapons were the highest tier available. Who wouldn't want to own the best weapon at this stage? After clearing the dungeon, they could choose to log out at any time.
Bro, you led us through the secret realm, and we still don't even know your name.
Just as they were about to part ways, Titan finally remembered to ask Lee his name.
Lee smiled, I'm sure we'll meet again soon, and by then you'll find out naturally. He was afraid that revealing it would deal a severe blow to their confidence. After all, with a freakishly strong player like him in this grand exam, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep soundly once they found out.
Whoosh! After exiting the secret realm, Lee reappeared deep within the Quanshan dungeon, only to find Su Lan still standing there.
Why are you still here?
You're finally back.
Su Lan turned her head, her face on the verge of tears. This was the depths of the dungeon. After all, Lee had entered the secret realm directly just moments ago, leaving her here alone. She certainly didn't have the strength to make her way out of the dungeon's depths on her own, so she had no choice but to wait here for Lee's return, all the while constantly worrying about demon beasts passing by.
Lee realized what had happened and said, "Let us go. I'll take you out." Su Lan nodded.
After waiting so long, she finally didn't have to live in fear anymore. Lee gave her a tremendous sense of security. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she said, "Next time, I'll take you into the dungeon."
You can't leave me here all alone. Next time?
He'd never come back to the Quanshan dungeon again, and he probably wouldn't even return to Nanhu City. Even if he did, he'd still have to leave her behind.
He wasn't about to drag a burden around with him.
Of course, he wouldn't voice his true thoughts. He simply nodded in agreement. Lee didn't realize that the way he just plowed through the dungeon had left a deep impression on the young lady from the Tianshui Guild. It had become a ray of light in her heart that she would find hard to shake off in the days to come. The two of them moved swiftly through the dungeon, and just as they were about to exit, they suddenly encountered another party.
"Look, it's my cousin and his group."
Su Lan greeted them excitedly, then said to Lee, "My cousin is also participating in
Provincial City Trial. You must know him."
Upon seeing Su Lan, the other group walked over as well.
"Sis Lan, who is this?"
One of them, noticing the two of them in the dungeon, smiled with a hint of malice. The others joined in the teasing. Su Lan's face flushed slightly, but she felt not a hint of annoyance. He participated in the Provincial City Trial dungeon.
Yes.
Only then did Su Lan realize she didn't even know his name.
Lee.
In the middle of the group, the young man surrounded by his companions looked utterly stunned. The scene inevitably flashed through his mind, this prodigious genius single-handedly wiping out all the hunters in the trial dungeon and ultimately topping the leaderboard with over 10,000 points. This had cast a deep shadow over the minds of the provincial capital's geniuses, and it came as an immense shock to him, a nameless survivor of the trial dungeon.
"Cousin, you two really know each other?" Su Lan exclaimed in delight. Zhou Tian's face was filled with a wry smile.
Just because he knew Lee didn't mean Lee knew him. He wasn't even among the many hunters who had surrounded and attacked Li in the dungeon back then. He was merely one of the countless nameless admirers in the crowd after the dungeon had ended.
Hello? Li reached out his hand first.
Since the other person could call him by name, he must have met him in the provincial capital. Zhou Tian shook hands with Li as if in a dream, never having imagined he'd one day come into such close contact with this prodigious genius.
Just then, Li suddenly looked behind them.
Even without using a detection spell, with his current mental power of over 10,000, he instantly detected two figures rushing toward them at breakneck speed. They made no attempt to conceal the killing intent or energy fluctuations emanating from them, and it was clear they were heading straight for them.
Assassins? Hitmen? Are they after me?
Li pondered this in his mind, but felt not a shred of pressure given his current strength. No matter how many level 30 players came at him, it wouldn't make
a difference.
It wasn't until the two figures had close to within 20 meters of him that the people around him finally reacted. By then, however, they had already been petrified by the sheer intensity of the two figures' presence and killing intent. Of course, it wasn't their fault. Both were level 30 assassins, radiating an overwhelming killing intent that clearly indicated they'd taken many lives. It was only natural that their charge would terrify these newbie players, who were around level 10.
Li casually wove a layer of the dream realm, enveloping the two.
They were instantly trapped within it, unable to break free, and stood frozen in place, helpless and at his mercy.
With my current mental power, I should be able to control them for quite a while.
Li immediately summoned several flying swords, which surrounded the pair and hovered just an inch away from them. The sequence of moves flowed seamlessly. The two assassins were immobilized on the spot before they even had time to react. Controlling an opponent is several times harder than killing them outright, which proves that Li's strength far surpasses that of these
two assassins.
Whoosh! Li waved his hand again to dispel the dream realm. The two men came to their senses, but as their vision cleared, they realized they were already surrounded by the flying swords.
Any further movement would mean certain death. Speak up. Who sent you?
Li wanted to find out exactly who was trying to kill him. The two assassins exchanged a glance and simultaneously crushed a talisman.
Boom!
Two powerful energy blasts erupted, and flames instantly engulfed their bodies, leaving not even a trace behind.
They blew themselves up?
Li looked utterly stunned. He hadn't expected these two to be so resolute. After all, they were level 30 players, by no means weak. In the small town, they were considered upper middle tier fighters capable of living quite comfortably there, yet they ended their own lives without hesitation. It seemed they didn't want to reveal even the slightest hint of their identity. They must be suicide assassins trained by some of the major clans. Li already had a rough idea of who his enemies might be, either the House of He in the capital, or someone from the Lin family who wanted him dead.
This dungeon is no longer safe. You'd better come out with me.
Li glanced at the group, who had yet to recover from their shock. He didn't know if there were any more assassins in the dungeon hunting for him, and he didn't want these people to die needlessly because of him.
They all instinctively nodded.
When they stepped out of the dungeon, the scene outside truly startled these young masters and mistresses with their family backgrounds.
There, the heads of several prominent families in Nanhu City, the president of the Tianshui Guild, and the city lord of Nanhu City were all standing respectfully beside a single man. It was safe to say that every top-tier figure of power and influence in Nanhu City was present. Upon seeing Li, the man in the center stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you all right?"
Just now, two mysterious assassins
used special methods to break in. In response to the provincial governor's inquiry, Li nodded. Two level 30 assassins did come to kill me.
So they were after you, after all.
Zhang Yuashan's eyes flickered briefly as he asked again, "How are you? Did they hurt you?"
Li shook his head. After I subdued them, they immediately self-destructed.
I didn't manage to get a single word out of them.
Behind them, the leader of the Tianshui Guild, the city lord, and the heads of the major clans listened in stunned silence. Two level 30 assassins had attempted to assassinate a newcomer, only to be subdued by him in an instant.
Was he really a candidate in this exam?
Even knowing he was Li, the favorite to win the championship, this feat was simply staggering. Zhang Yuashan nodded solemnly, come with me to the provincial governor's mansion first.
It's best not to go anywhere until the grand exam.
The assassins sent this time had failed. Next time, they would send even stronger ones. Li, of course, didn't dare to be overconfident. He nodded in agreement. The provincial governor's mansion had resources and dungeons for leveling up, so there was truly no need to take risks elsewhere. Before leaving, Zhang Yuashan said expressionlessly, if another instance of a dungeon being locked down occurs, the Tianshui Guild will cease to exist.
Yes, Your Excellency.
The elderly guild master hurriedly bowed. He knew all too well that a single word from this powerful figure before him could bring about the Tianshui Guild's downfall. Even after the two had left, the old guild master still dared not straighten his bowed back. Sulan and the others now understood, this unassuming yet unfathomable figure was none other than the provincial governor of Dongshan province, the most powerful person in the province.
But what was the identity of the young man who had left with him? Cousin, you know him, don't you? Who exactly is he? Sulan asked her cousin Zhou Tian. That's Li.
Zhou Tian watched Li's retreating figure, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. Even though we both participated in the provincial capital's trial dungeon, there's a world of difference between us, one's up in the heavens, and the other's down in the depths. Although he had recognized Li earlier, he had only muttered it under his breath, and the others hadn't heard him clearly.
Li? Yes, the legendary Li.
This time, Sulan and the others finally learned Li's identity. The prodigy hailed as the top contender for this year's national championship. A top-tier prodigy hailing from their own Dongshan province, he was even personally escorted by the provincial governor whenever he traveled. Both his status and talent far surpassed their own. Sulan's fingers clenched unconsciously, her eyes filled with the image of Li strolling through the dungeon, effortlessly slaying monsters. It truly was true what they said, one shouldn't encounter someone too dazzling in one's youth, lest it ruin one's entire life.
Imperial City, provincial governor's mansion.
No sooner had Li and the provincial governor returned here than a hunched figure rushed toward them.
Li.
The old man's face was etched with worry.
Uncle Fu? What are you doing here? Li asked in surprise.
The old man was none other than Uncle Fu, who had always been by Yunqi's side. However, he no longer exuded his usual air of inscrutability and instead looked considerably older.
Miss, we need you now.
Uncle Fu grabbed Li's arms with both hands, his eyes filled with pleading.
Li's heart sank. What's wrong with Yunqi?
Uncle Fu said with deep anguish, a meeting of the clan elders is about to be held to decide on stripping the miss of her inheritance rights as the head of the main branch. Once she loses her status as the heir to the main branch, the miss will find it impossible to move forward from here on out until she is driven to her death by Lin Zhanghao and his son. Only then will their branch be satisfied. In one breath, he recounted the entirety of Luna's current plight within the Lin family. As the most powerful branch of the Lin family at present, Lin Zhanghao's faction was closing in on Luna at every turn. Luna still had the legacy of the head family line left by her father, and she enjoyed the support
of quite a few clan elders.
However, today, Lin Zhanghao's son, Lin Tianyang, had returned to the family. Given the current situation, the vote would likely be a mere formality. Most of the clan elders were willing to endorse Lin Tianyang. It seemed a major upheaval had indeed occurred within the Lin family. Li narrowed his eyes slightly. The reason Uncle Fu had come to see him was simple: he hoped Li would show up to support Yunqi. After all, one more person meant one more source of strength. Moreover, Li was currently a top contender for the national championship, a figure fiercely courted by major factions and clans alike, and a force of immense potential that could not be ignored under any circumstances. Even if he didn't hold the title of national champion, the mere fact that he had reached the 29th floor of the Tower of Trials was enough to prove his potential and value. No family would want to easily offend a future powerhouse, and no family or faction would want to miss out on courting such a genius. Whether he joins the military, enrolls in the Imperial Academy, or enters a guild's special training program, he would receive the very best training and have a bright future ahead of him. He had already begun to show his sharp edge and had gained considerable influence in the capital. My lady told me not to come find you, but now you're the only one who can help her.
Uncle Fu's tone was sincere.
Although he knew the chances of success were slim, for the young lady's sake,
he was willing to take a chance on even the faintest glimmer of hope. I was in the wrong back at Northwood, but I beg you for the young lady's sake please help her. As he spoke, he set aside his pride as a powerful figure and was about to drop to his knees. Even he himself never would have imagined that the young man he had completely looked down upon back in Northwood had, in just a few short days, grown to the point where he now found himself begging on his knees. Lee suddenly placed both hands on his arms, stopping him from kneeling. Given Uncle Fu's willingness to travel such a long distance to seek his help on Yunqi's behalf, he no longer felt any resentment toward him. Lee didn't answer him right away. Instead, he turned to look at Zhang Yueshan standing beside him. Traveling to the capital would be much easier with the provincial governor's support, but even without it, he would go regardless. So that glance wasn't a request for the governor's approval, it was a plea for his support. Zhang Yueshan, a man of deep insight, could naturally see right through Li's intentions at a glance. He couldn't help but let out a wry smile. This prodigious genius truly had a strong personality. Moreover, from that single glance, he knew he couldn't stop Li. From the provincial governor's perspective, I don't want you to go, but as an elder, I have no reason not to support you. Li smiled faintly and quickly corrected himself. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. That address of Uncle Zhang brought a smile to Zhang Yueshan's face. I'll personally escort you there. Whether it's open attacks or hidden threats, I'll shield you from them all. After all, he was the provincial governor of Dongshan province, a high-ranking official within Huaguo, and held considerable influence in the capital. Even one of the four great families could not completely disregard his opinion. Early in the morning, the first rays of sunlight began to shine down. It infused the capital Huaguo's largest city with a touch of vitality, complementing its classical and solemn atmosphere. This was a gathering place for major powers and top families. As one of the four great families, the Lin family was undoubtedly one of the titans among them. In the heart of the capital's main district, the Lin family occupied a vast tract of land upon which stood a complex of classical buildings, resembling an ancient princely mansion. Lin Mansion, Council Hall. The clan elders, various sectors of the family, entered the council hall one after another. At the long table, Luna and Lin Zhenghao sat facing each other. Today's meeting would determine which branch held the legitimate right to the family headship and would inherit the position. It would also bring an end to this internal power struggle within the Lin family. Yunqi, there is no need for you to keep fighting. I'm sure you're well aware of the elders' intentions. Lin Zhenghao still wore his false smile. Luna replied impassively, it's not that I want to fight for it, I simply don't want to lose the rightful succession to the family head that my father left behind. The position of family head rightfully belonged to their branch. She merely wanted to do her best to preserve what her father had left behind. Only then would she have a chance in the future to mobilize the clan's resources to search the abyss for her father's whereabouts. It seems the only way to truly make you give up is to wait until the clan elders make their stance clear. Once all the clan elders had taken their seats, Lin Zhenghao stood up and addressed the elderly man in the seat of honor. Elder Wei, let us cut the nonsense, let us put it to a vote right away. Elder Wei was currently the most respected and influential clan elder in the Lin family. Having served as an advisor to 3 successive heads of the family, he was a true veteran of the clan. Elder Wei sat upright in the seat of honor, his hands resting on his cane, and said in a deep, solemn voice, those in favor of Luna continuing as the heir to the family head, raise your hands. Only a handful of clan elders present, those who had always remained loyal to the. If Li were already the national champion and had come to support Luna, it would indeed be a headache for him, but as things stood, Li wasn't yet powerful enough to sway the elders' opinions. Li, however, remained unflappable, because I'm unbeatable at my level. Because I will one day surpass every powerful fighter in the Lin family and reach the pinnacle of human combat prowess. Arrogant. Conceited. That was the elder's assessment of this rising star and national championship favorite. Even if he could break the Tower of Trials record, these words still sounded far too boastful to their ears. Unrivaled at my tier? Not even past national champions would dare say that, Lin Zhenghao said, his hands clasped behind his back. Each 10 levels constitute one tier. To be unrivaled at 1's tier means being invincible within that 10-level range. Most of the top geniuses participating in the grand exam were around levels 17 or 18. That is, tier 2 players.
Lin Zhanghao said this specifically to set a trap for Li. The Lin family had numerous powerful fighters in Tier 2. These individuals were specially trained to accompany the Lin family's direct descendants through lower-level dungeons. Having spent years at Tier 2, they had long honed their combat prowess to the very pinnacle of their tier.
But Li's next statement left him and many of the clan elders present utterly stunned. Within Tier 3, if anyone from the Lin family can block a single move of mine, I'll concede defeat. In a calm tone, Li uttered words that stunned the entire audience. Tier 3? One strike? Tier 3 encompasses everyone up to level 30 and instant kill with a single strike? That is something only a level 40 player could pull off. He was just a candidate in this year's exam. How dare he make such an arrogant claim? Luna opened her mouth to try to dissuade him, but when she saw the signature confidence on Li's face, she inexplicably chose to believe him. Old Master Wei's fingers, which had been tapping his cane, came to a halt. Li acted this way because he knew that unless he demonstrated strength and potential beyond their comprehension, it would be difficult to change the minds of these clan elders. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Zhanghao clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Excellent! Tier 3. One move. I'll find you an opponent right now." Fearing Li might change his mind, he immediately sealed the deal. Within the Lin Manor, there was a special where clan members could spar with one another. In the arena, there was no need to worry about injuring one's opponent. One could fight with full force, and even killing an opponent merely meant elimination from the arena. All the clan elders made their way to the arena area. They were eager to see exactly how Li would take down a Tier 3 player in a single move. They wanted to witness with their own eyes as Li's empty boasts were debunked and to thoroughly humble this outrageously arrogant young man. Li flashed a smile at Luna, then stepped onto the arena. Lin Zhanghao had found him an opponent, a middle-aged level 30 mage. Given his talent, he could have broken through to the 3rd tier long ago, but he had consistently avoided completing the tier break quest. He had deliberately kept his level capped at 30 so he could lead the younger generation of the Lin family through dungeons below level 30. His strength far surpassed that of the average level 30 player. But in Li's eyes, it made no difference. Whoosh! This season level 30 mage opened with a powerful crowd control spell, aiming to immobilize Li even for just a second so he could follow up with another spell to eliminate him. A mind-shaking mental control spell, impossible to defend against or dodge, was cast upon Li. A look of delight flashed across the veteran level 30 mage's face. For players within Tier 3, this move was practically unbeatable. It cast quickly, and the opponent could neither block nor dodge it. Just as he was about to unleash a high burst damage skill to finish off the immobilized Li in one fell swoop. Whoosh! A flying sword whizzed by with effortless ease, piercing through his body at blinding speed. Whoosh! His body vanished from the arena and reappeared below the stage. One move. A single, effortless move. It instantly took down this top-tier, highly experienced level 30 veteran mage. Silence, a deathly quiet fell over the arena. All the clan elders watched the scene in utter disbelief. Even smiling tiger Lin Zhanghao couldn't manage a smile anymore. His fingers clenched tightly. He intended to expose Li's bluster, but never expected him to actually pull off a one-move instant kill against a 3rd-tier player. Instead, he given Li the chance to prove himself, shooting himself in the foot. Luna, however, relaxed completely, flashing her first smile in 2 days. No matter what, seeing Li grow stronger made her happy. Impossible, I clearly had him under my control. How could he still use a skill? The level 30 veteran mage still couldn't fathom what had just happened. Li stepped down from the arena. With the boost from the spirit ore, his current mental power had reached over 10,000, an astronomical figure. This level 30 mage's mental power was at most 3,000 or 4,000, a vast difference from his own. Even if the mage had hit him with a control skill, it wouldn't have affected him in the slightest. He didn't even need to use holy baptism. And with over 10,000 points of mental power, his flying sword moved at an incredible speed. The mage didn't even realize how he'd been eliminated before the flying sword instantly killed him. The spirit ore was also one of the reasons Li dared to claim he could instantly defeat a Tier 3 player.
You just said that as long as anyone from the Lin family within Tier 3 could block a single move of yours, you'd be considered the loser, is that right? Lin Zhenghao's gaze darkened slightly.
That's correct, Li nodded. Very well.
There are still quite a few powerful fighters among the Tier 3 members of the Lin family.
Let us see how you manage to take them all out in a single move.
Lin Zhenghao immediately ordered his men to summon all the third-tier powerhouses of the Lin family to the arena. Li, of course, accepted the challenge without hesitation. It suited him perfectly. Upon stepping onto the stage, his opponent this time was a younger member of the Lin family, a first-year student at the Imperial Academy, a rare-class blood shadow assassin at level 28. He was considered one of the top performers among the third-tier members.
Whoosh!
As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he used his invisibility skill to vanish from view.
Li, however, burst into laughter.
This invisibility skill was full of flaws. In his presence he didn't even need a detection spell. He could clearly sense the young man's presence using only his mental power.
Whoosh!
After locking onto him, another flying sword shot out. This young member of the Lin family, who prided himself on having unmatched speed among third-tier practitioners, now found himself completely unable to dodge the flying sword that had locked onto him.
Whoosh!
With a flash, he too appeared below the stage.
Next,
Li beckoned to the third-tier powerhouses below the stage.
Put! Seeing Li like this, Luna couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Lin Zhenghao, however, felt as if two invisible hands had just slapped him across the face. But now that he had no way out, he could only hope that someone among them would be able to block one of Li's moves. Without even realizing it, he had already lowered his expectations to the point where he'd be satisfied if just one third-tier expert could block a single move from Li. He had completely overlooked the fact that Li was still a candidate in this year's competition.
But the clan elders present hadn't forgotten.
Watching Li defeat the Lin family's third-tier experts one after another, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt.
Was Li's earlier claim that he would reach the pinnacle of combat power really just empty boasting? Did those peak human combatants possess combat power like his at his level and age? Was it really worth offending such a genius with limitless potential just for the sake of Lin Zhenghao's lineage?
Many of the clan elders were already beginning to waver. Meanwhile, Li stood on the stage, ready to face his next opponent. This opponent was also a talented young member of the Lin family, a tank clad in luxurious defensive gear that provided a 30% damage reduction on
its own.
Before taking the stage, Lin Zhenghao had specifically instructed him to use his ultimate skill right away. As long as he could block a single attack, he'd be considered the winner. And that's exactly what the chubby youngster did.
Holy shield descends!
The chubby boy roared, and a massive golden shield descended from the sky, blocking his path. Even a high damage level 30 dungeon boss wouldn't be able to break through this shield in a short amount of time.
Trying to hold out with a defensive skill, are you?
Li feared nothing more than a turtle playstyle.
Like to tank it head on?
Then I'll treat you to a few more flying swords.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
6 flying swords shot out at once, each packing nearly 50,000 damage. With a combined total of nearly 300,000 damage, they instantly shattered the massive golden shield, and the chubby guy behind it was instantly wiped out.
Another move.
The clan elders present were thoroughly impressed. It seemed his claim to instantly wipe out any third-tier powerhouse wasn't just empty boasting, it was a fact. Lin Zhenghao was completely disheartened, knowing that sending out the remaining few third-tier experts wouldn't change the outcome in the slightest.
Is that it?
Li shrugged, clearly not yet satisfied. He hadn't even used his all-around enhancement, One Sword Breaks All Arts, Sovereign Fist, or Dream Weaving yet.
After stepping down from the stage, Li walked over to Luna and teased, "So, did I let you down?"
Luna's expression was somewhat complex. It held both the joy and emotion of seeing him appear here like a peerless hero, as well as the worry of not wanting Li to get dragged into this. A mix of emotions swirled in her heart, crystallizing into a single sentence: "Having you by my side is my blessing." The vote counts between the two sides were nearly even, so the deciding vote now fell to Elder Wei.
Elder Wei.
Appointing Tianyang as the heir to the clan head is not only the wish of our branch, but also the will of Master Tianyang. Lin Zhanghao spoke up to remind him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the clan elders shifted slightly. This was precisely why many of them had changed their minds. If this was truly the will of Master Tianyang, then surely no one could change it. Elder Wei, his cane in hand, paused briefly to consider the matter. Just as he was about to announce the result, suddenly, one of the Lin family's subordinates burst in. 2 invitations have just been delivered at the gate.
Invitations?
The clan elders exchanged glances. Only high-ranking figures or major clans would send invitations to those of equal standing when hosting a banquet.
Who are they for? Lin Zhanghao asked impatiently. Li. The subordinate replied hastily. In an instant, all eyes in the council chamber turned to Li. Li looked somewhat surprised. He knew the provincial governor would use invitations to show his support, but why had 2 arrived at once? The fact that the invitations were delivered directly to the council chamber at that very moment made the intention crystal clear. They were openly siding with Li and backing him up. Who sent the invitations? Asked one of the clan elders. One is from Zhang Yueshan, the provincial governor of Dongshan province, the subordinate said, pulling out an invitation, glancing at the name, and reading it aloud.
Lin Zhanghao breathed a sigh of relief. He is just a provincial governor. He doesn't have the power to meddle with our Lin family.
What about the other one? The aide glanced at the invitation below and said, it's from the Li family. The Li family? Which Li family?
The clan elders were all somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the 2 backers Li had brought in should be of comparable standing, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent 2 invitations at once.
Li's surname is Li. Could it be his own family?
But he is from Dongshan province, where the local clans hold no real standing in the capital.
Li was puzzled as well. He was just a commoner. What kind of family could he possibly have?
However, the clan elders present, as well as Luna, all believed that this was the family he had enlisted.
The aide glanced at the 4 full characters on the invitation and said, the Li family of the capital. The moment those 4 characters were spoken, all the clan elders present, including Elder Wei, Lin Zhanghao, and Luna, turned their gaze toward the invitation.
There might be many families with the surname Li in the capital, but only one dared to use capital as a prefix. Wherever this Li family appeared in the capital, its name was known far and wide. This was because it was the head of the 4 great families and could even be called the number 1 family in Huagua. So at first, the clan elders didn't dare to associate this invitation with the Li family of the capital.
Lin Zhanghao rushed toward his subordinate, snatched the invitation, and scrutinized the 4 characters on it, as well as the blue seal.
The Li family of the capital had its own exclusive seal, one that no one could forge. After obtaining the invitation, Lin Zhanghao examined it repeatedly. It wasn't until he had studied it for over 10 seconds that he finally came to terms with the reality. The invitation had truly been sent by the Li family of the capital.
Luna immediately looked at Li with a look of astonishment.
She had never imagined that the man she had set her heart on would actually come from the Li family, the head of the 4 great families of the capital.
Could it be that, like her, he had come to Northwood to temper his mind and body, seeking to distance himself from the arrogant nature of the scions of prominent families?
Li, on the other hand, was even more bewildered. He didn't even know anything about the Li family, but judging by the reactions of the people in the council chamber, he could guess that the Li family must wield considerable influence in the capital, far surpassing that of provincial governor Zhang Yueshan.
A hint of fear even crept onto old Wei's face.
As the most senior member of the Lin family at present, he had dealt with the Li family on numerous occasions and was the one who felt their power most acutely. In fact, a shadow of fear toward the Li family still lingered in his heart. Although the Lin family was also listed among the 4 great families, its influence had waned in recent years, and had now ranked last among the 4. The Li family, on the other hand, had always been at the pinnacle of all families in the capital. Countless military elites, guild masters, and high-ranking officials of Huagua hailed from the Li family. Compared to the Li family, the Lin family's strength paled in comparison. Everyone in the council chamber except Li was well aware of this. But Lin Zhanghao still refused to accept it.
He opened the invitation, eager to see if it was indeed addressed to Li. The black and white text on the invitation finally shattered his last shred of hope. Li family Luna actually found a legitimate heir of the Li family to support her.
Lin Zhanghao found this outcome hard to accept.
After all these years of hard work, was he really going to fall short at the very last moment?
The fact that the Li family had sent an invitation at this time was proof enough of Li's standing within the family. Ordinary members of the younger generation of the Li family simply wouldn't have been qualified to have an invitation sent in the family's name. The invitation was addressed to me.
You opened it without permission, that's hardly acceptable. Li said, walking toward Lin Zhanghao with obvious displeasure.
Lin Zhanghao was about to use his status and influence to intimidate Li, but he suddenly remembered the invitation from the Li family in his hand. Reluctantly, he smoothed out the invitation and handed it to Li with both hands.
Li, didn't he reach out to take it, is that it?
If the Li family finds out,
it's my fault,
Lin Zhanghao said, his face darkening. To admit fault to a junior in front of all the clan elders in the council chamber was, without a doubt, a complete loss of face for him.
Only then did Li take the invitation. It seemed the prestige of the Li family was quite effective at intimidating people.
It had forced a family patriarch of unfathomable depth to immediately bow his head and admit fault.
After the Li family's invitation arrived, the clan elders' attitudes shifted noticeably.
Elder Wei immediately announced the outcome of the meeting. The heir to the family head remains unchanged, it is still Luna. Hearing this result, Luna finally let out a sigh of relief, and her whole body relaxed. No matter how reluctant Lin Zhanghao was at that moment, he had no choice but to accept the outcome. With a grim expression, he strode quickly out of the council chamber. The clan elders also left one by one, and before departing, they all cast intentional or unintentional glances at Li. This prodigy, with both exceptional talent and a top-tier background, was certain to become a powerful figure who could call the shots in the capital in the future, and it wasn't out of the question that he might even become the future head of the Li family. Elder Wei also gave Li a long, thoughtful look. If the Lin family could truly forge a connection with this prodigy, they would undoubtedly be able to restore their former glory and no longer have to worry about being ousted from the ranks of the four great families.
Once everyone had left, Luna could no longer contain her emotions and suddenly threw herself into Li's arms. The two embraced each other tightly. With such a major incident happening in the family, why didn't you tell me?
Li asked, his arms wrapped around her slender waist. Resting her head against his chest, Luna said shyly, "Humph. It's your own fault for not telling me you're from the Li family in the capital."
Actually, I don't even know myself, Li admitted honestly.
According to the memories he inherited from his previous host, he'd grown up in Northwood as a child and couldn't recall a single thing about the Li family.
Huh? What's going on then? Luna lifted her head. I don't know, and who cares?
As long as I can help you keep your position as heir, that's all that matters. Li didn't really care much about any of this. In his view, the only thing that mattered was his own strength. Family ties were irrelevant. His goal was to reach the pinnacle of combat power.
Luna's beautiful eyes flickered. Holding on to that position is only temporary.
I've heard that my great-uncle's son, Lin Tianyang, has already become a disciple of the military department's war god.
The military department's war god?
Li felt a slight jolt of surprise. This was a true powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of combat prowess, the strongest figure in the military department who had long garrisoned the human Great Wall, deterring the demon clan from launching large-scale invasions. If he returns in person to vie for the position of clan head, there's no way I could ever compete with him.
Luna was well aware of the current situation.
The reason the clan elders had changed their minds was precisely because news of his being taken on as a disciple had reached them. If he returned bearing the will of the military department's war god, the clan elders would naturally rally behind him and nominate him as the new clan head. The war god of the military division was a legendary figure among the human race, but Li wasn't as sentimental as Luna. Moreover, he had always believed that human effort could overcome fate. He was certain he would one day stand at the pinnacle of the human race's combat power, not to mention that Lin Tianyang was, after all, merely a disciple of the war god.
Don't worry, I've got this.
As the saying goes, when the enemy comes, we'll fight. When water comes, we'll block it. Li was very confident in the speed at which his strength was improving. By the time Lin Tianyang returned, he would only be even stronger.
I believe in you. Encouraged by Li, Luna no longer worried about Lin Tianyang as a potential threat and turned her attention to Li instead. Since the Li family sent an invitation, they must want you to return to the clan. Do you plan to go back? Li hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Since the Li family has always known my identity, that means they could have invited me back long ago. But they're sending an invitation right now. Isn't that just plain opportunistic? I'm not going back.
In truth, there was another, more crucial reason he didn't voice. He had only been in this body for 3 years, and he had already forgotten most of the memories he had inherited. He had absolutely no recollection of the Li family at all. Going back now would make it all too easy for his true identity to be exposed. In any case, his aunt surely knew what was going on. It wouldn't be too late to consider his options after going back to ask her for clarification. With the grand exam approaching, the two didn't exchange many words. After offering each other words of encouragement, they agreed to meet again after the exam. After leaving the Lin residence, Li handed the invitation from the Li family to Zhang Yueshan. The invitation doesn't specify a time, which means you can visit the Li family at any time, Zhang Yueshan said, spotting the issue at a glance.
After returning the invitation to Li, he added, it seems they long suspected you might not be willing to return.
By sending the invitation at this particular time, they're likely trying to make their stance clear and mend their relationship with you. The provincial governor truly lived up to his reputation. He saw the crux of the matter at a glance.
Li had been agonizing over what excuse to use to temporarily decline the Li family's invitation.
From the looks of it, the Li family wanted demanding that he return to the family right away. They had simply extended an invitation, and he could return at any time with the invitation in hand.
Zhang Yueshan didn't ask about the details of Li's situation with the Li family. He simply remarked, if you return to the Li family right now, you probably won't be taken very seriously, but things will be different once you become the national champion.
Li nodded slightly. If he had been expelled from the Li family, it would be rather humiliating to be invited back with just an invitation. He decided to put the Li family matter on hold for now and focus on improving himself and preparing for the grand exam. With Zhang Yueshan personally escorting him and no more assassins appearing, Li returned safely to the provincial capital. Over the next few days, Li spent his time grinding monsters in the provincial governor's mansion dungeon. At Zhang Yueshan's arrangement, he also underwent several specialized, targeted tests. In past grand exams, many heavy favorites had stumbled at the last hurdle because of flaws in their classes or abilities.
Moreover, once you become a favorite, you become a target for everyone. Countless people are watching you during the grand exam.
However, Li achieved perfect scores in all the tests because he possessed ultimate skills for every class. He was immune to mind control and invisibility skills, and he wasn't afraid of his opponent's attack, defense skills either. Additionally, he leveled up twice more in the leveling dungeon at the provincial governor's mansion. Acquired rare class Eagle Eye Archer ultimate skill, Full Vision. Full Vision penetrates all camouflage and invisibility skills in the vicinity. The skill can lock onto any target within the range of mental detection. A functional skill, not bad. This effectively compensates for the weakness of Li's flying sword, its inability to lock onto opponents with extremely high agility while also rendering invisibility skills useless against him.
Acquired legendary class Paladin ultimate skill, Paladin S Domain.
Paladin S Domain, when the domain is active, all of your attributes are increased by 50%. Enemies within the domain have their stats reduced by 30%, 50% based on the strength of your mental power. Weakening opponents while strengthening yourself, it's the ultimate move for defeating a stronger foe. Li was quite fond of this skill. However, he could also sense that leveling up in dungeons was becoming increasingly slower as he progressed. No wonder everyone heads to the human Great Wall or the demon realm to battle once they've leveled up. It seems that that's the only way to level up faster. Killing demons yields more experience points than killing beasts, and to level up quickly, one must hunt demons of a higher level than oneself. But with the grand exam just around the corner, Li naturally didn't have time to head to the human Great Wall. He planned to wait until the grand exam was over before heading there to hunt demons and level up properly. Just like that, a few days flew by, and soon it was the eve of the grand exam. public discussion about this year's grand exam had reached a fever pitch. According to reports from various sources, many media outlets are speculating that this year's grand exam might be the most prestigious one in the past decade. Isn't that a given? No one has ever reached the 29th floor of the Tower of Trials before the grand exam before. So what? This Lee was a complete unknown before. Now plenty of people suspect his Tower of Trials record is a cheat. For the past few days, Lee has been actively preparing for the exam at the provincial governor's office and has not appeared in any public settings. The only thing circulating about him is his record of reaching the 29th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a result, public skepticism toward him has been growing. Many believe that Dongshan province provided him with cheating devices to create a superhero image, which is the only way he could have reached the 29th floor. After all, this record is simply too extraordinary for a candidate before the grand exam. In contrast, Hugo has been continuously breaking records in the major dungeons of the capital, and media coverage of him has increased accordingly. Furthermore, Celine from Magic City, Titan from the capital, and Zack the top prodigy from Jiangnan province are all currently in the spotlight. They are the undisputed leaders in their respective regions. Aside from Titan, who is overshadowed by Hugo in the capital, both Celine and Zack are regarded as surefire contenders for the national championship in their own regions. Other provinces also had top-tier prodigies considered contenders for the national championship, though they fell slightly short of these four. Right behind them was the traditionally powerful Jiangnan province, followed by the other provinces. It wasn't until Lee finished grinding through dungeons that evening that he saw the rankings. They only ranked me fourth? That jerk Hugo is actually number one. This really annoyed Lee, and he resolved to give Hugo a thorough beating at the grand exam. At the same time, he also saw the reports circulating outside claiming he had cheated to clear the 29th floor of the Tower of Trials. You suspect me of cheating in the Tower of Trials, huh? Well, you won't suspect me of cheating in the grand exam, will you? Lee couldn't wait for tomorrow's grand exam. A grand exam that had captured the nation's attention was about to begin. The next day, after leaving the provincial governor's office, Lee headed straight to the exam hall in Imperial City. All candidates for this year's exam, regardless of their region, were to proceed directly to their local exam hall, as everyone would receive the exact same test. The Ministry of Education was solely in charge. Neither the House of He clan nor the guilds were allowed to participate, and not even the provincial governors had any say in the matter, ensuring absolute fairness and impartiality. Zhang Yueshan didn't give Lee any specific instructions, because he knew that with Lee's abilities, he was more than capable of defeating any opponent standing in his way and winning the national championship in a way no one could have imagined. Just as in previous grand exams, he entered a manor to watch this year's event while enjoying a few drinks with the provincial governors from the north. This had become a tradition for them every year. With the entire nation's eyes on the grand exam, the provincial governors were no exception. They, too, hoped to see the geniuses from their own provinces shine brilliantly in the competition. However, they were divided into several distinct circles: the northern faction, the southern faction, the capital's aristocratic families, and the guilds and chambers of commerce in Magic City. Brother Yueshan, you're here. You're beaming. You look in great spirits. Hearing his old friend's teasing, Zhang Yueshan replied without hesitation, "How could I not be happy when our province has produced a national champion?" "Ha, the grand exam hasn't even started yet. And you're already so confident in your Lee?" "Of course the national champion is bound to be Lee." The capital's exam hall. Like many other candidates, Lee waited quietly at a teleportation array inside the exam hall. The grand exam treats all participants equally whether you're the heir of a distinguished family or the young vice president of a guild. There are no special privileges. Everyone must abide by the rules in the exam hall just like ordinary people. Silence. A voice of great authority rang out, and the previously noisy atmosphere instantly fell silent. I will now announce the rules of the grand exam. The first round is the basic exam. For primary damage dealing classes, this is the basic damage test. For support classes, the basic support test, and for defensive classes, the basic tanking test. If your test rating falls below the minimum D grade within the allotted time, you will be immediately eliminated. The better you perform in the test, the more points you'll earn. Furthermore, the use of any items is strictly prohibited during the grand exam, and after the rules were announced, the candidates present were all teleported directly to the appropriate test sections based on their classes. Lee, however, was a bit troubled because he wasn't teleported away immediately. Instead, 3 options appeared before him. As an Omni class, he could choose any one of them for the test. Which one should I choose? Suffering from decision paralysis, he suddenly had a brainwave. Why not just choose them all? Driven by curiosity, Lee selected all 3 tests. Whoosh! The very next second, he, too, was teleported into the test. At the same time, at the Imperial City testing site, the examiners from the Ministry of Education noticed this. Someone actually selected all 3 tests at once? How did he do that? Exclaimed a young examiner in surprise. The elderly chief examiner glanced at the records and read aloud, Omni class, Lee. Another examiner exclaimed, so it's him. But even if he is an Omni class, there is no way he can excel at all 3 tests. If he doesn't perform well on one, it'll actually drag down his scores on the other 2. Young people are so arrogant. This first round of testing will teach him a lesson, said the chief examiner, folding his arms behind his back. No one had ever been so presumptuous as to select 3 tests at once. All the examiner's attention was now focused on Lee, eager to see how he would manage to pass the triple test. Whoosh! A flash of light, and Lee was teleported into a sealed chamber where 3 wooden dummies stood before him. Each dummy displayed a health bar and a countdown timer. Please attack the dummies as much as possible within the time limit. The higher the damage dealt, the higher your final rating will be. The countdown was set for half an hour. Lee glanced again at the health bars on the dummies. Each had 300,000 health points, totaling 900,000. For the average candidate, this was already an astronomical figure. At the same time, many candidates were giving it their all, striking the dummies to deal as much damage as possible within the allotted time. Lee, however, shook his head slightly. These 3 dummies have way too little health. I don't even need to exert myself. He casually summoned 20 flying swords with a slight flick of his finger. They shot toward the dummies. Boom! 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 The 3 dummies exploded instantly, their health vanishing in an instant. His strength attribute was now as high as 5,000, and each flying sword packed a power of 50,000. This test was child's play for him. In exam hall's central monitoring room, he blew them up with a single strike. Are these balloons? Is this a bug? Did they set the parameters for the dummies wrong? How could 3 dummies with 300,000 health points shatter at the slightest touch? The examiners hurriedly checked the dummies' parameters. After several of them took turns verifying the data, they confirmed there was no bug. Lee had genuinely destroyed all 3 dummies in a single strike. This is almost absurd. He cleared the basic damage output test in 3 seconds. I think the previous record was 28 minutes and something, right? He has shattered the record in one fell swoop, and this is a feat that has never been achieved before and is unlikely to be matched again. With just a brief display of his skills, Lee's prowess had completely won over these examiners from the Ministry of Education. After passing the damage output test, Lee was immediately rated SSS, the highest possible clearance rating. His name appeared prominently at the top of the leaderboard for the first round of testing in Dongshan Province. At Northern Manor, the provincial governors were still exchanging pleasantries. After all, results for the first round of testing would take at least 20 minutes to come in. However, the Dongshan Province testing site was the first to produce an SSS-level candidate. What is going on? I haven't even raised my glass yet, and Lee has already passed the first round? Amid their astonishment, the provincial governors raised their glasses one after another to toast Zhang Yuoshan for having such a prodigy. Many provincial governors let their envy show in their remarks, wishing only that Lee were their province's prodigy. Imperial City testing venue. After passing the damage output test, Lee immediately moved on to the basic support skills test. Before him stood another wooden dummy, but this one was covered in debuffs, and its 500,000 HP bar was completely depleted. Restore the dummy's status as quickly as possible. So I'm supposed to use support skills on the dummy?
That's something I'm actually pretty good at.
Looking at the dummy covered in debuffs, Lee immediately cast the Holy Mage's ultimate ability, Holy Baptism, on it.
Whoosh!
Bathed in the light of Holy Baptism, all debuffs on the dummy including poison, bleed, stun, slow, fear, and spellbreak were completely removed.
Full recovery. A green light descended, and the dummy's health bar was instantly refilled. However, Lee didn't stop there. Here's a full buff for you, too. Another extremely powerful support skill tripled the dummy's base stats. As a result, the dummy, which had been on the brink of death and covered in debuffs, not only had all its debuffs removed and its health fully restored, but its stats were also tripled. The support test for the second stage was, without a doubt, an SSS rank. At Northern Manor.
Before the provincial governors had even finished offering their congratulations, they saw another SSS rating appear next to Lee's name.
Am I seeing things? How did Lee get another SSS rating? Ha, old who, are you drunk before you've even had a drink? It's true. Come over here and take a look. Dongshan Province First Round Basic Test Rankings. First place, Imperial City Test Center, Lee SSS level. That's really 2 SSS levels.
Brother Yoshan, I've watched so many editions of the Grand Exam, and I've never seen anyone achieve 2 SSS levels in the first round. The provincial governors were all both astonished and skeptical. Logically speaking, every profession has its own strengths and weaknesses, which is why the first round basic tests are divided into 3 categories. Yet Lee had achieved 2 SSS rank scores in a row, indicating that he had performed flawlessly in 2 of the basic test categories, a scenario that had never occurred in previous grand exams. Zhang Yuashan's lips curled upward. This was exactly what one would expect from Lee's caliber if he didn't pull off something unexpected in this grand exam. That would truly be a surprise. At the Imperial City exam site. Before the examiners could even process what had happened, Lee had already moved on to the final defensive basic test.
Defend against the attacks with all your strength. The more attack waves you withstand, the higher your final rating will be. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At first, 3 ordinary arrows streaked toward him.
Lee conjured a sacred shield to envelop himself.
Clang!
The 3 arrows lost all their power the moment they struck the shield. Immediately afterward, wave after wave of attacks came crashing in from all directions, lightning striking from the sky, fireballs appearing out of thin air, palm strikes sweeping across the battlefield, and more. Each wave of attacks was stronger than the last. Lee simply maintained his sacred shield, standing idly in place, bored out of his mind.
This is so boring.
This level is designed to test your defense and damage resistance, so you have no choice but to passively take the hits. And with Lee's current mental power, once he activates the sacred shield, he could likely hold out against attacks of this magnitude until the end of time.
He is actually zoning out during the defense test? This kid is taking it a bit too far.
The examiners in the main monitoring room were starting to lose their minds from here. They could see the surveillance feeds of all the candidates. At that moment, the candidates still in the basic defense test were all in a sorry state. Once their defenses were breached, they could only rely on their substantial health pools to tough it out. Lee, however, stood there daydreaming, unscathed, a stark contrast to the attacks constantly appearing around him. Of course, Lee didn't want it to be this way, he simply had nothing else to do. If he'd known what the examiners were thinking, he would VE retorted, "You won't let me fight back, so what else am I supposed to do but zone out? Am I supposed to break into a disco dance right here for you guys?" And so, during that long wait, Lee weathered every attack in the basic defense test and earned an SSS rating with his health bar fully intact. When another SSS rank was added to the first round test results for Dongshan Province, the provincial governors at Northern Manor were left slightly stunned. Wait, 3 SSS ranks. This Lee is even more incredible than the rumors suggested. This means he achieved perfection in all 3 basic tests. Not only is he powerful, but he is also an all-around genius. Brother Yuashan, why don't you seem surprised at all? Zhang Yuashan, however, smiled and said, that fits his persona. As the first round of basic tests came to a close one after another, the final rankings for each province were released.
According to the grand exam rules, those who achieved an SSS rating in the first round of basic tests would receive 1,000 points. After earning 3 SSS level ratings, Leah's points rose to 3,000.
Soon, the provincial leaderboards were consolidated into a national ranking. The real-time National Grand Exam leaderboard was also released by the media.
First place, Li Dongshan Province 3,000 points. Second place, Hugo Beijing 1,000 points. Third place, Titan Beijing 800 points. Fourth place, Zhak Jiangnan Province 800 points. Li. 3,000 points?
I thought the maximum score was only 1,000.
No. A single perfect run is worth 1,000 points.
If he scored 3,000, that means he achieved 3 perfect runs. The first candidate in history to score 3,000 points in the first round has emerged.
As the media released the official Grand Exam leaderboard, the news that Li had scored 3,000 points in the first round instantly went viral across major media platforms.
If this weren't the Grand Exam where cheating is impossible, skepticism toward Li would surely have surged again. But this was the Grand Exam, and no one dared to accuse Li of cheating. The Beijing test site. After giving it his all to destroy the 3 wooden dummies in the output test, Hugo stepped out and saw Li's name on the real-time leaderboard. His eyes reflected not only confusion but also resentment.
How is that possible?
In his view, since he had already scored a perfect score in the first round, he was certain to be in first place. Yet Li had somehow managed to score 3,000 points, leaving him far behind. Upon seeing Li's 3,000 points, Titan Zhak also felt a sense of urgency. If he wanted to win the national championship, he would have to give it his all in the
upcoming rounds.
With the first round of testing over, nearly half of the candidates who failed to meet the standards were immediately eliminated, without even a chance to participate in the second round.
The second round begins. This round is a monster hunting trial.
The format is similar to the Tower of Trials. A monster will appear in each stage, and after defeating it, you'll advance to the next stage.
The more stages you clear, the higher your final score will be.
An emotionless voice rang out simultaneously in test centers across the country, and the qualifying candidates were once again teleported to the next round's testing area.
Whoosh!
A flash of light later, Li found himself teleported into another circular, enclosed space, illuminated by torches hanging on the surrounding walls. At the same time, a level 5 swift shadow wolf was teleported into the center.
Roar!
The swift shadow wolf let out a howl and lunged toward him. Li calmly retrieved the Ice Soul Cloud sword from his spatial ring and gave it a light swing forward. The swift shadow wolf's body was split in 2 as easily as tofu. Killed a level 5 swift shadow wolf, plus 30 experience points. After the swift shadow wolf died, its corpse vanished, and Li advanced to the second stage, where another level 7 rampaging ape was teleported in. Li felt no pressure at all from the monsters he defaced so far. A single light swing of the Ice Soul Cloud sword was enough to instantly kill one. He charged all the way to level 10, where the monster was a level 15 sky-splitting tiger with extremely high stats and incredibly swift movements. Whoosh! A flying sword locked onto it and instantly killed it. Defeated level 15 sky-shattering tiger, plus 1000 EXP, plus 22 strength, plus 16 agility, plus 5 defense, plus 5 spirit. His powerful mental strength, combined with Blade Call, made him virtually unstoppable. Once these monsters were locked on, they didn't even have a chance to dodge. Using Blade Call in this way, Li charged all the way to level 15, the final level of the second round of testing. A giant wolf, standing 4 meters tall even while seated, was teleported onto the scene. Mountain-shaking celestial wolf level 23. Just sitting there, the giant wolf's sheer size created an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the main control room of the Dongshan Province Testing Center, the examiners, caught off guard, suddenly realized that Li had already reached the final level. That speed, not even a nuclear-powered donkey could be faster than him. The other candidates have only just passed the first stage, and he is about to clear the entire exam? The chief examiner immediately ordered, prepare to activate the contingency protocol. If he is in good condition after clearing this stage, keep spawning higher-level monsters for him. In past grand exams, there have been geniuses who cleared all 15 stages. A level 23 demon beast was no match for them, which is why the contingency protocol was prepared. Whenever this situation arises, the system can continue to spawn higher-level monsters for the candidate, allowing their true limits to be tested. At the same time, if they manage to defeat the monsters that respawn after a kill, their score for that round will exceed the original cap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flying swords shot out, and the massive mountain-shaking celestial wolf collapsed the instant its health bar hit 0. Defeated level 23 mountain-shaking celestial wolf, strength plus 100, agility plus 130, defense plus 50, spirit plus 110, experience plus 6,500. To other candidates, a level 23 demon beast might seem invincible, but to Lee, it was no different from any other minor monster. He had already instantly killed numerous demon beasts of even higher levels within the secret realm. Whoosh! After the mountain-shaking heavenly wolf died, another monster was quickly teleported in. Lee wasn't the least bit surprised he hadn't felt any pressure from this round of the test yet. Demon Warhorse level 25. A half-demon, half-horse creature appeared ahead, wielding a black spear. Its upper body resembled a human-s, while its lower body was that of a horse. Immediately after being teleported in, it unleashed its skill, Warhorse Charge. Come at me. Lee wasted no time either, immediately striking it with a sovereign fist. Boom! The power of his fist erupted instantly, and the charging demon warhorse was instantly blown to pieces. Killed a level 25 demon warhorse. Experience plus 9,000, strength plus 180, agility plus 150, defense plus 100, spirit plus 50. Not bad. Taking the grand exam actually boosts my strength. Lee was quite satisfied with these two monsters in the 20s. Not only did they grant experience, but they also significantly boosted his stats. It was just a shame that the monsters he fought earlier were too low level, yielding very little experience and stat gains. If only there were more high-level monsters ahead. While he was lamenting the monsters' low levels, the examiners in the central control room were fretting. What should we do? He even one-shot the level 25 monster designed to test his reaction time. We still haven't managed to gauge his full potential. The chief examiner hesitated for a moment before saying, "Send him that level 30 monster." The examiners immediately exchanged glances. One of them said, "But that wasn't meant for this year's candidates. Level 30 is the absolute limit for Tier 3 and below. What if something goes wrong?" The chief examiner waved his hand decisively. "If something goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Didn't you see that even the level 25 monster couldn't withstand a single blow from him? A level 30 monster. Spawn it for him. If he really manages to defeat that level 30 monster, I'll give him an extra 1,000 points." With the chief examiner's approval, the other examiners no longer hesitated. They immediately teleported the only level 30 monster in the Dongshan province exam venue to Lee. Whoosh! A flash of light, and a short, entirely black demon with claws for hands appeared before Lee. Claw-splitting demon shadow level 30. A level 30 demon. Now this is finally getting interesting. Lee's eyes lit up with interest. Only monsters of this caliber could capture his attention now. Whoosh! The moment it was teleported down, its body instantly transformed into a blurry black shadow. This wasn't because it had used a stealth skill, but because its body was constantly in a state of high-speed motion, creating afterimages. Such speed! It seems the demon race's innate abilities are truly extraordinary. Lee realized that with his current mental power, he couldn't lock onto it directly with his flying sword. He could only reach it by using area of effect skills like Sovereign Fist or Thunderstorm. However, Lee didn't want to go through all that trouble. He simply activated full vision. Whoosh! In an instant, everything around him looked different, as if the world had shifted into slow motion. If there were a fly nearby, he could clearly see its wings fluttering. The level 30 claw-splitting demon shadow before him was no longer an elusive, high-speed target. He could even predict its movement patterns. Under these circumstances, he simply summoned a few flying swords, locked onto the claw-splitting demon shadow, and fired them. Put! This extremely fast, assassination-specialized demon was instantly pierced through the body by the flying swords and, given its already low defense and thin health pool, was instantly killed.
Killed a level 30 claw splitter demon. Experience plus 60,000, strength plus 200, agility plus 600, defense plus 50, spirit plus 150. Congratulations! Player has reached level 23. Strength plus 400, agility plus 400, defense plus 300, spirit plus 800. Lottery attempts plus 1. Level 30 monsters really do give. The examiners, who had overseen numerous editions of the Grand Exam, had never encountered such a prodigious talent, one who had shattered records time and time again during the first 2 rounds of testing. Inside the exam hall, Lee was still waiting for monsters to respawn when a notification suddenly appeared. You have cleared all stages of round 2. You may choose to take a break. Is that it? Lee felt a bit bored, but at least he could take a break to spin the prize wheel. Obtained a Tier 3 legendary accessory, Soul Collector Pendant. Soul Collector Pendant, mental power plus 1000, restores 1% mental power for every unit killed while equipped. Restores 1% mental power for every unit killed. This is perfect for grinding monsters. Lee quickly removed the rare tier accessory he was wearing and replaced it with this Tier 3 legendary accessory. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about wasting too much mana by using his flying sword to kill mobs. He could unleash it to his heart's content. After all, a single use of the flying sword consumed less than 1% of his mana, so while farming mobs, it was practically like having unlimited mana. Oh, right. Looking at the pendant around his neck, Lee suddenly remembered something. The provincial governor said he'd prepare a full set of Tier 3 legendary gear for me before the Grand Exam. How could he have forgotten? And how could I have forgotten to ask for it? No way, I'll have to go ask for it after the Grand Exam is over. Lee had always been pretty thick-skinned when it came to things like this. Just as Lee was idly waiting for the second round to end, candidates at exam sites across the country were fighting with all their might. The capital exam site. Hugo, clad in white and wielding twin swords, was locked in a fierce battle with the level 15 Shaking Mountain Celestial Wolf. His class was the legendary tier Empyrean Blade, a class renowned for its exceptional one-on-one combat prowess, yet he was still struggling immensely in this stage. The Mountain Shaking Celestial Wolf was no ordinary demon beast. It possessed not only immense health but also formidable attack power and speed, a creature with no apparent weaknesses. Finally, amid the fierce battle, he spotted a gap in the Mountain Shaking Celestial Wolf's defense. He unleashed his ultimate skill, struck the demon beast's eyes with 2 sword energy blasts. The single blow dealt massive damage, and he finally defeated it. Phew! Hugo let out a long sigh. By this point, his health was down to just 10%. If that strike hadn't instantly killed the beast, he would have been the one eliminated. That was a close call. Still, Hugo was in good spirits. He pulled off another perfect run in this round, earning the highest score ever recorded in the Grand Exam. Clearing the second round grants 2,000 points right away, so I'm up to 3,000 now. Hugo's eyes were filled with hope. As long as I give it my all in the remaining rounds, overtaking Lee shouldn't be too hard. But the moment he stepped out of the testing area and saw the national real-time leaderboard, the hope in his eyes was completely dashed. 7,000 points? Why? Hugo was on the verge of a breakdown. He'd already scored perfect marks in the first 2 rounds, yet he was still 4,000 points behind Lee. What the hell is going on here? Why does he have more points than me, even though I got perfect scores? Hugo couldn't wrap his head around it. Could it really be that the examiners in Dongshan province arbitrarily gave him extra points? What he didn't know was that he scored 3,000 points simply because that was the maximum his ability allowed. As for Lee's 7,000 points, that was the maximum number of bonus points allowed under the Grand Exam rules. Of course, he wasn't the only one devastated. Celine from Magic City, Zack from Jiangnan province, and Titan from the capital, after emerging from this round of testing, looked at the scores they earned by giving it their all, then saw Lee's full 7,000 points. It was impossible for their minds not to be shattered. However, they all had their pride. As fellow candidates in the same cohort, they didn't believe they were any worse than anyone else. When the national top 10 were announced, they could challenge each other.
As long as they defeated Lee at that time, they could take his place on the rankings no matter how many points he had. After all, the grand exam was ultimately a test of true strength. Even if he performed perfectly in the tests, what mattered in the end was actual combat ability. Therefore, even though they felt Lee's score was out of reach, they still gave it their all, preparing to overtake him in the final challenge phase.
Northern Manor. The provincial governors were already clinking glasses and celebrating.
After all, Lee was a genius from their northern provinces. It had been so long since the north had produced such a prodigy.
Ha ha! We're not leaving tonight until we're drunk, exclaimed the governor surnamed Wu, raising his glass with great gusto.
This governor was a man of passion who didn't care in the least about his image in front of his colleagues.
Zhang Yuoshan tapped the table calmly. Old Wu,
don't get too carried away. This is only the second round of the grand exam.
So what?
We've been held down by the South for so long now. We've finally made a name for ourselves. Governor Wu downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Previously, the mere thought of the North consistently coming in last in every grand exam had filled him with frustration, but Lee's sudden rise to prominence had undoubtedly lifted that weight from his heart. Zhang Yuoshan raised his glass and said, "What I mean is, if you're this hyped up in the second round, how are you going to stay hyped when Lee sweeps aside all the other geniuses later on?"
Ha ha ha. Brother Yuoshan, aren't you usually pretty low-key?
Why are you talking so big today? The second round tests in various regions had also come to an end one after another, and Lee finally reached the third round after a long, tedious wait.
The Monster Dungeon Test.
There are 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. The levels of the monsters and the points awarded for defeating them vary by difficulty.
The time limit is 30 minutes.
During this time,
kill as many monsters as possible to earn points.
You may choose to team up with players of other classes to complete the test. In this round, players would face an enormous number of monsters, testing their ability to clear mobs quickly and sustain combat over time. However, the test designers were thoughtful enough to include a matchmaking system to ensure that ranged classes like archers and mages wouldn't be left without frontline tanks to absorb damage. It also allows frontline classes to be matched with damage-dealing classes, and all candidates matched are of similar skill levels with point totals that are roughly equal to their own.
However, each time you select a partner, a portion of your points is split among them.
In this round, points are not awarded based on the number of monsters killed but are divided equally among all partners. The more partners you choose, the more evenly the points are split.
Hell difficulty, solo.
Lee made his choice quickly and was immediately teleported to a vast, ancient battlefield stretching as far as the eye could see. It wasn't as if no madman had ever chosen this option before, but without exception, they all failed within the dungeon.
Moreover, this round of testing had an additional rule. If eliminated from the dungeon, all previously earned points would be halved. Consequently, many prodigies didn't even consider soloing to play it safe. They had to bring a tank and a support.
Otherwise, if they failed to clear the dungeon, not only would they earn no points, but their previously earned points would also be halved.
In the Dongshan Province Central Control Room. Sure enough, he chose solo hell difficulty. This round of testing is completely different from the last one.
Even if his combat power and defense are strong enough, without a support character, his mental energy probably won't be enough.
That's right.
In hell difficulty, a massive wave of beasts will swarm him. He'll have to constantly use skills to fend them off.
The mental energy drain alone will be astronomical. The examiners still didn't hold much hope for Lee in this round.
After all, many ants can bring down an elephant, and this is hell difficulty. The number of demon beasts is terrifyingly high.
Inside the exam arena, Lee stood on a vast, ancient battlefield.
Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, as if an army of thousands were charging toward him. So they actually gave the candidates some preparation time. They didn't just teleport the beast horde right in front of us from the start.
Lee gazed at the approaching horde and gently twisted his wrist.
The examiners had no idea that this was his favorite kind of scenario, and the round of the test he excelled at most.
Bring it on!
Hundreds upon hundreds of flying swords instantly materialized behind Lee, and thunderclouds seemed to be gathering in the sky above.
Whoosh! A golden light shone upon him. Full boost. His attributes tripled instantly. As the demon beasts charged toward him, the flying swords behind him instantly transformed into an unstoppable torrent, sweeping through the horde. Boom! The thunderclouds in the sky fully coalesced, and bolts of lightning struck down, each strike wiping out swaths of demon beasts. The torrent of flying swords, like a tsunami, swept away the raging tide of beasts before him with overwhelming force, leaving behind a mist of blood. Killed a level 9 iron armored rhinoceros, plus 110 EXP, plus 15 defense. Killed a level 8 fiery maned horse, plus 80 EXP, plus 8 strength, plus 5 agility, plus 3 spirit. Killed a level 10 fire lion, plus 140 EXP, plus 12 strength, plus 8 agility, plus 5 defense. Defeated a level 9 iron armored rhinoceros, plus 110 EXP. The kill notifications cleared the screen in an instant, and the wave of beasts before him was being wiped out at a visible pace. After summoning the torrent of flying swords this time, Leah's mental energy remained at full capacity. This pendant really comes in handy. In the main monitoring room, the examiners, who had witnessed everything clearly, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the events unfolding before them. Is that even a test taker? Clearing hell difficulty solo in just over 10 seconds? What was that skill just now? It wiped out the entire beast horde in one go? Having proctored so many sessions of the grand exam, the examiners considered themselves well versed in spotting geniuses, but they had never seen anyone like Lee. He kept shattering their expectations time and time again. That's insane. Even if I went up there myself, I couldn't clear it that fast, an elderly examiner exclaimed. Enough said. Let us grade him. The chief examiner rubbed his temples. One examiner hesitated and asked, well, how many points should we give him? Give him the maximum possible. This time, we once again pushed the limits of our grand exam rules, yet he hasn't even reached the limits of his own ability. Soon, just as the other candidates were entering the dungeon, Lee had already cleared it, and his score had risen by another 5,000. Reaching an unprecedented 12,000 points. As Leah's score fluctuated on the national real-time leaderboard, the public went into a complete frenzy. Holy shit! The third round has only just begun. How the hell does Lee already have 12,000 points? I just want to ask, isn't this a dereliction of duty on the part of the Ministry of Education's examiners? How could they make such a rookie mistake? Exactly. Everyone else hasn't even started yet. What's the deal with adding 5,000 points to Leah's score? Is this some kind of inside job? People following the grand exam raised doubts one after another. Many media outlets began calling the Ministry of Education to inquire about the situation, but the response they received was that Leah's score was correct. However, even with the Ministry of Education's official confirmation, many people still refused to accept this outrageous score. The top 10 nationwide will be announced in the next round. When they challenge each other, I'll see just what kind of god Lee is. Does he really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Exactly. If the Ministry of Education is pulling a fast one, it'll definitely slip up during the challenge round. The top 10 national challenge will be broadcast live. I'll see how the Ministry of Education pulls off this scheme then. Many conspiracy theorists began spinning stories online about the Ministry of Education's plan to create a god, speculating that Lee might not dare accept any challenges by then. After all, Lee's scores and the speed at which his points were accumulating were simply too absurd, leading many to take these rumors at face value. However, the prominent clans in the capital, as well as the provincial governors across the country, naturally wouldn't believe such a preposterous story, though at the same time, they found it hard to fathom. The fact that someone could clear the hell difficulty solo so quickly only heightened their anticipation for Lee's performance in the upcoming Top 10 National Challenge. The capital, the Lee family residence. Third Master. Lee's score on the grand exam has broken all previous records. An elderly man dressed in a Tang-style robe rushed into a simple, antique-style room. Inside, a middle-aged man in white sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, his eyes closed as he rested. The son of the 5th brother, he truly is extraordinary. The middle-aged man had a gaunt face, his eyes remained closed, and he didn't move a muscle, his face betraying no emotion whatsoever. I remember the highest score on the grand exam was over 7,000 points, right? He broke the record. Could he have surpassed 8,000 points?
No, it was exactly 12,000 points, nearly double the previous record, the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire said excitedly. In his eyes, Li was a member of the Li family, which naturally filled him with a sense of pride. Only then did the middle-aged man open his eyes. His gaze was like two sharp sword blades, making it difficult for anyone to look directly at him.
It seems we can't wait any longer. We must find a way to bring him back to the family as soon as possible, he murmured to himself. The elderly man in the traditional Chinese robe agreed, saying, "The Li family is the foremost clan of our time. I'm certain Li Wan-ti refused the many benefits that returning to the family will bring him." Although Li had cleared hell difficulty in a matter of seconds, the third round of testing was still in full swing across various regions. Hugo chose nightmare difficulty and teamed up with a tank class to absorb most of the pressure from the beast horde at the front, while he charged into the fray from the flank to engage in a bloody battle. As a legendary tier class, he not only possessed immense frontline combat power but also benefited from the bloodthirst passive skill, which restored his health while dealing damage. Otherwise, the overwhelming number of demon beasts attacking him would have long since drained his health to zero. The tank taking the brunt of the damage was also a legendary tier class, the top-ranked student in Northwest Province who temporarily held off the beast horde's main assault for him. Even so, the two of them were still struggling immensely. Celine and Titan were also having a very tough time. They had both selected nightmare difficulty and opted to be matched with two DPS teammates. Given their already extremely high rankings, they were mostly matched with geniuses like provincial champions. However, since neither of them was skilled at group combat, their performance in this round of testing wasn't particularly impressive. At that moment, Zack was having the easiest time battling through nightmare difficulty. He had chosen a support and a tank. As a mage specializing in area of effect damage, he simply stood in the back, continuously casting spells to take down hordes of monsters, while the support constantly applied buffs to boost his damage. After 30 minutes of intense combat, only Hugo's team and Zack's team remained, having eliminated all the monsters on nightmare difficulty. Celine's team and Titan's team barely managed to hold their ground and avoid being eliminated by the monsters. After both players cleared nightmare difficulty, Hugo was awarded 1,500 points, bringing his total to 4,500 points. With the conclusion of the third round of testing, the national real-time leaderboard stopped updating. First place, Li Dongshan Province 12,000 points. Second place, Hugo Beijing 4,500 points. Third place, Zack Jiangnan Province 3,200 points. Fourth place, Titan Beijing 2,800 points. Li claimed the top spot with a record-breaking 12,000 points, a full 7,500 points ahead of second place Hugo, something no one had anticipated before the competition. In the pre-tournament predictions, Li was ranked only 4th, and many even suspected he might have cheated to clear the 29th floor of the Tower of Trials. Even now, some still refuse to believe Li's score is legitimate, given that he had barely appeared in public before the tournament. Unlike Hugo, he hadn't broken numerous dungeon records either. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere, so naturally, many were skeptical of him. After the third round of testing, those who ranked in the top 50 in each province could challenge one another to determine the provincial top 50 list. Those with total scores ranking in the national top 10 would advance to the national top 10 arena, where they would also compete against each other to determine the final national top 10 list. In the past, it wasn't unheard of for the player with the highest score to be defeated and ultimately miss out on the national championship. Ranking first in points proves that you are strong in every aspect, but the head-to-head challenge phase tests even more. Combat skills, strategy, on-the-spot reactions, and adaptability, all of these factors influence the outcome of the battle. At the Dongshan Province testing site. Whoosh! A beam of teleportation light descended. A flash of light filled Li's vision. When his vision cleared, he found himself teleported into an arena. Surrounding him were Hugo and the others, who had also just been teleported in and were still looking a bit dazed. The 10 of them stood in a circle around a fighting ring, each with a stone chair behind them. An array of magical restrictions encircled the area, preventing them from leaving. Li wasn't the least bit surprised by this. He'd watched last year's national top 10 tournament, and the scene here was identical. So, does that mean we're being broadcast live nationwide right now?
Lee realized this as he scanned the other 9 people present. Sure enough, his 3 acquaintances Hugo, Celine, and Titan were there. He didn't recognize the others. They didn't seem overly surprised by being teleported here either. After a brief moment of bewilderment, they all sat down on their stone chairs, their faces radiating confidence and pride. In the past, they had always watched the top 10 battle on streams. Now, it was finally their turn to sit in these seats. This proved that they were indeed the 10 strongest competitors of this year's competition.
Above each stone chair were their names, rankings, and scores.
As soon as Hugo took his seat, he fixed his gaze intently on Lee. Lee would be the first person he challenged. After catching sight of Lee, Celine and Titan's faces immediately betrayed their astonishment. They never imagined that the powerhouse who had guided them through the secret realm was actually a contestant in this year's grand exam. As a dark horse who had burst onto the scene and as the top-ranked contestant who had shattered the scoring record, Lee naturally drew the most attention and gazes from the other 9 contestants present. However, he paid no heed to this, gazing ahead with an impassive expression. To him, these 9 individuals who had stood out among millions of test-takers were no different from ordinary people. Meanwhile, the top 10 national finals were being broadcast live. Many people had been eagerly awaiting this moment, including numerous candidates from this year's exam. They, of course, wanted to see just how powerful these top-tier geniuses from their own class truly were.
Northwood. Look. That's really my brother. He's South currently in first place, the young girl Joy excitedly showed off to her classmates. Principal's office, 3rd high school.
Howard sipped his drink while watching this prodigious genius, a product of their school, on TV, his face beaming with pride.
I never expected this, truly never expected it. You're 100 times better than I ever imagined.
Grace was watching this scene at home as well, murmuring to herself, you really are just like them. At the Beijing exam venue, the big screen was also broadcasting footage of the top 10 national championship.
Luna was among the many candidates watching.
Given her natural talent and ability, she had originally had a very good chance of making it into the national top 10. However, after a family crisis, her progress had stalled. Still, with her current scores, she would still be able to gain admission to the Imperial Academy.
Upon seeing Lee, her eyes lit up. The national top 10 ranking battle has begun. Select an opponent to challenge. A notification popped up. Everyone in the arena was eager to compete, but no one stepped forward first. Lee was already ranked first, so naturally, he had no need to challenge anyone else.
Celine and Titan had originally planned to challenge Lee as well, but upon seeing him in person, they abandoned the idea.
Hugo stepped forward first, ranked second. His intention was clear, he was going to challenge Lee. The geniuses in the arena instantly sat up straight. This was likely to be the most intense matchup in the top 10 tournament. Could the main event be unfolding right from the start? Viewers on major streaming platforms were also buzzing with excitement, all eager to witness this intense battle. Hugo. Defeat Lee. Show everyone that you're the true national champion. 12,000 points.
Lee is bound to become the strongest national champion in the history of the Grand Exam. Given Hugo's skill, he is already among the top tier of past national champions, and Lee has even broken the scoring record. This battle is going to be fascinating. While some supported Hugo, others backed Lee, but everyone was eagerly anticipating this epic showdown.
Inside the arena, Hugo stepped forward, his gaze burning with intensity as he fixed it on Lee. Lee.
It's time for us to settle this once and for all. The two had already agreed outside the Imperial City trial dungeon that they would face off at the Grand Exam. Hugo, of course, was desperate to defeat Lee in this, to prove to Luna that he was stronger than Lee. Lee accepted the challenge and stepped onto the stage. Just moments ago, he feared Hugo wouldn't dare challenge him after seeing his score, but by the looks of it, Hugo was a true man after all.
Come on, let us settle this once and for all.
Lee, too, wanted to use this battle to make Hugo give up on him once and for all. After both of them stepped onto the arena, a 10-second countdown appeared, and the battle officially began when the countdown ended. Everyone unconsciously grew tense. A battle between geniuses could be decided in the blink of an eye. After all, their class skills were incredibly powerful, and their damage output far exceeded their own health pools. Hugo drew his twin swords and closed his eyes, resembling a sharp blade poised to strike. Li hadn't even drawn his own sword yet. He watched the countdown with a calm expression, as if those 10 seconds were dragging on too slowly.
3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, the light screen in the center of the ring vanished, and the battle officially began. Whoosh! Hugo snapped his eyes open, like a divine sword being drawn from its sheath, enveloped by countless waves of sword intent. Empyrean Dragon Slash. Hugo gripped his swords with both hands, his body moving as swiftly as the wind as he spun rapidly. The twin blades traced silver trails through the air, forming two intertwining dragon-shaped sword auras. He knew Li was formidable, otherwise he wouldn't have earned so many points, so he unleashed his most powerful ultimate skill right from the start. The two dragon-shaped sword auras intertwined as they surged toward Li. This ultimate skill was, in itself, a high-damage burst attack. Hugo had been building up his power before the battle began, pushing its potency to the absolute limit. Even a legendary tier tank of the same level would be instantly killed if caught off guard. Yet Li remained standing in place, showing no sign of panic. Instead, he maintained a confident demeanor throughout. Whoosh! A golden light shone upon him, tripling his stats. Sovereign Fist. Li clenched his fist and slammed it forward with all his might. The power of Sovereign Fist was already influenced by all his stats, and with them tripled, its destructive force reached an absurdly high level. But just then, the ring was enveloped by a black barrier. The outside world could no longer see what was happening inside, and even the other 8 contestants in the arena were unable to witness the battle. To prevent the exposure of human race prodigies' professions and skills, the remainder of the battle will be blocked. A notice issued by the Ministry of Education appeared on the screen. What is going on? Why has this never happened before in the grand exam? Are they pulling our leg? They must have seen Li was about to lose and deliberately rigged the match. Yeah, I don't think Li stands a chance against Hugo's full power sword strike. The live streaming platforms outside the arena instantly erupted in chaos. On the stage, undeterred by the changes around him, Li unleashed another punch. Boom! The two dragon-shaped sword energies were instantly shattered by the fist strike, while the residual power of the Sovereign Fist continued to slam toward Hugo. Hugo watched as his most powerful attack was effortlessly shattered by Li, and his heart sank. Was he really going to lose like this? His eyes were filled with resentment. Even the residual power of the Sovereign Fist was difficult for him to withstand. Though the Empyrean Blade was legendary class, it excelled only in combat and slaughter, not in defense. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out of thin air and shattered the residual power of the Sovereign Fist. Li was stunned. This was clearly not Hugo's skill, so why was a third party using a skill during their challenge? Before he could say a word, an even more powerful bolt of lightning began to coalesce overhead, a force that clearly far surpassed the third tier. What is going on? Could there be foul play in the grand exam too? Li sneered, summoning the Vajra ape and conjuring countless flying swords behind him. Even when facing an opponent far stronger than himself, he wouldn't sit idly by and wait for death. Instead, he would confront the threat at his absolute peak. Not far away, Hugo seemed to have figured everything out. He watched the various skills Li was displaying, as well as that summoned beast with absurdly high attributes. He realized just how vast the gap between himself and Li truly was. You're strong, but this year's national champion must be Hugo. The House of He will compensate you afterward. A voice rang out from high above. Immediately, the bolt of lightning above Li's head was about to strike. Stop! Hugo suddenly roared, his voice trembling as he said, "Second uncle. How dare you commit such fraud during the grand exam?" The darkness hovering over the two of them seemed to freeze in place. The House of He, one of the 4 great families of the capital, derived its power and foundation from the education system. Hugo's second uncle served as the chief examiner for this year's grand exam. At the same time, many members of the House of He held the position of principal at numerous prestigious schools across Huagua. Can you really do something like this just for a national championship? Hugo's eyes were filled with bewilderment. This was, after all, the stage everyone considered the fairest of all. Lee looked at him with some surprise, not expecting this haughty scion of a prominent family to possess such passion. This matter no longer concerns just you personally, do you understand? It concerns the very rise and fall of our family. The voice in the darkness sounded somewhat agitated, yet dared not reveal too much. Could it be that this year's national champion is somehow different? Lee began to wonder. Before the grand exam, all those media reports had been deliberately orchestrated by the House of He, part of their so-called God-making plan, which was actually designed to elevate Hugo. Yet he himself had been kept in the dark the whole time. Even those dungeon runs had been guided by clan members. It wasn't until now, as those scenes flashed before his eyes, that he finally understood all of this. If I win by such means, I'll never have peace of mind for the rest of my life. Hugo closed his eyes briefly and took a deep breath. A loss is a loss. I accept it. With that, he drew his twin swords and plunged them forcefully into his chest. Whoosh! In the next second, his body vanished from the ring and reappeared in the stands of the arena. Challenge ended. Lee wins. As the challenge concluded, the darkness shrouding the ring dissipated, and Lee was teleported back to his seat. In the arena, the remaining 8 contestants looked at one another in confusion, unsure of what had happened. They hadn't seen a single moment of the final battle. Why had Hugo lost the moment the darkness shrouding the ring vanished? Moreover, Hugo now looked as if he'd lost his soul. His dazed and dejected appearance bore no resemblance to what one would expect after a fierce battle. Something must have happened inside the ring while it was shrouded in darkness. The 8 people in the arena were still merely suspicious, but the major platforms were already in an uproar. Rigged. It's definitely rigged. Hugo clearly had the upper hand. Why did Lee end up winning? If this isn't rigging, what is it? You can tell Hugo's been dealt a blow just by looking at him. I never thought such a brilliant prodigy would fall victim to rigging. After what had just unfolded, everyone on the outside assumed that Lee was the one who had rigged the match. After all, Hugo's prowess had been repeatedly confirmed by the media. As for Lee, the only records available were his Tower of Trials results and grand exam scores. Since the public hadn't witnessed either of these firsthand, there was room for suspicion of rigging or cheating, which is why they were naturally more inclined to support Hugo. However, those familiar with Lee knew that, given his ability and character, he would absolutely never cheat. Yet under the current circumstances, it was impossible to defend him. Northern Manor. What just happened? How could someone use jamming devices during the challenge tournament? The provincial governor, surnamed Wu, said, clearly annoyed. Zhang Yueshan furrowed his brow. As I recall, the House of He Qin is in charge of all matters related to this year's grand exam, isn't it? The provincial governors present were all shrewd men. They knew full well that there were no more than 3 people capable of tampering with the results under the circumstances just now, and the House of He was the most likely culprit. Damn it! Daring to rig the results on a stage like the grand exam, has the House of He gone mad? Governor Wu slammed his fist down on the table. The House of He holds absolute power over the education system. Without concrete evidence, it's very difficult to take action against them. Since they dared to do this, they must have had a backup plan, someone to take the fall. The provincial governors were all well aware of the clout of the 4 great families of the capital, but what puzzled them was why, after the House of He had rigged the exam, Lee had ultimately emerged victorious. Could it be that the House of He had a change of heart in the end? But that was even less likely. Zhang Yueshan, however, was ashen-faced. Public opinion was now heavily against Lee, and even the entire Dongshan province was being affected. Many were questioning whether Dongshan province had cheated on Lee's behalf. Inside the arena, a man with fair skin and soft, almost feminine features suddenly turned to Lee and asked, "What exactly happened on the stage just now?" Hugo lowered his head. The arrogance of days past had vanished from his face, replaced entirely by shame. "Are you asking me?" Lee found it somewhat amusing. "You'd better explain this clearly, or I'll have every reason to suspect this was a fixed match." The man sat up straight in his seat, looking righteous and indignant. Meanwhile, excitement on various online platforms was once again reaching a fever pitch. Zach! Way to go! That's how you stand up to this kind of corruption. Zach's got guts, he's not afraid to call out this underhanded scheme.
I'm curious to see how Lee will explain this.
Let us see how he gets out of this one.
Lee was, of course, unaware of the public outcry, but he had no intention of letting these people think the underhanded scheme was meant to cover for him. There was indeed foul play.
As soon as Lee spoke, excitement in the arena and across external platforms exploded once more.
A look of delight flashed across Zach's face, and he pressed his advantage. So you're admitting you falsified your results? You actually lost that fight just now.
I lost that ring match just now. Hugo stepped forward at that moment and spoke up.
But his words were now meaningless. Everyone believed he'd been coerced into conceding defeat.
You're quite an interesting guy.
Lee narrowed his eyes slightly. What I meant by underhanded dealings is that during the fight just now, someone from the House of he tried to help Hugo win. He laid everything out on the table. Even without Zach's questioning, he would have found an opportunity to reveal this during the live stream. Whether it helped or not, he was determined to expose these injustices.
Zach, however, burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? If you're claiming the House of he rigged the match to help Hugo, then why were you the one who won in the end?
Exactly. Based on the final result alone, most people had already sided with Hugo. At that moment, Hugo was torn between his sense of justice and the family that had raised him and helped him achieve his current success. If he went public with the situation now, he would conclusively prove the House of He's crimes. Not only would the House of He face nationwide condemnation, but the family fortune accumulated by countless members of the House of He over generations would be destroyed in an instant. Lee naturally didn't expect him to speak up. His final act of self-sacrifice during the arena battle had already made Lee look at him with new respect. At the same time, he understood that words alone wouldn't suffice at this moment.
If you think my strength is all a sham, then you can challenge me right now.
Lee looked at Zach, already determined to give this cocky guy a little taste of his own medicine. Zach, however, laughed again. When it comes to strength, I'm no match for Hugo.
What if you just can't beat him? Besides, who knows if there'll be more underhanded dealings in a match against you? What if I end up getting dragged into your schemes too?
Lee scanned the group, noticing that they all harbored some degree of doubt toward him. Even Titan and Celine's eyes wavered.
How about this?
Lee stepped onto the ring, hands clasped behind his back, and faced them all.
Come at me all together.
I, Lee, never turn down a challenge. Even if there's foul play, it's impossible for me to manipulate all of you at once.
Whoa!
The others instinctively leaned back, their faces filled with astonishment, and the confident expression on Zach's face froze.
That was downright arrogant to challenge all of them single-handedly.
No one had ever done that in the history of the grand exam. If I lose, I'll immediately withdraw from this year's grand exam, and all my previous results will be voided.
Lee added. Zach was instantly tempted.
If Lee were eliminated, his ranking would move up a spot, putting him in contention for second place and securing third. The others were thinking the same thing, and their fighting spirit was ignited. They already doubted Lee's abilities, and now that he was being so arrogant, they naturally couldn't stand it. You said it yourself. Zach was the first to step down from the stage. I'll see just what gives you the right to be so cocky. The top student from Beihai province leaped from his seat.
As the two of them entered the arena, the rest followed suit, including Celine and Titan, even though they knew Lee was formidable.
Still, they wanted to seize the opportunity. If Lee withdrew, they'd have a shot at the national championship. Besides, there's strength in numbers with so many people using their skills simultaneously. No matter how strong Lee was, he might still slip up. The two of them felt they still had a very good chance of winning. Of the top 10 in the nation, all 8 except Hugo stepped onto the stage. Hugo, of course, had no face to fight again, and besides, he had his own pride. He refused to join in a group attack against Lee alone. A 1 versus 8 battle unprecedented in the history of the grand exam was about to begin. Those who had been questioning Lee's abilities fell silent, their eyes fixed on the battle unfolding on the stage. Among the 8 opponents facing Lee were assassins, mages, tanks, and warriors skilled at charging into the fray, a truly well-rounded lineup. When working together, the synergy was definitely greater than the sum of its parts, which is why players of different classes team up outside of dungeons. Zack donned a full set of mage gear and gripped a crystal-clear, ice-white staff. Celine wore a form-fitting black assassin-s outfit and held dual blades, ready to teleport behind Lee the moment the countdown ended to launch a surprise attack. After putting on his armor, Titan stood a full size larger than everyone else, taking his position at the very front, ready to block Lee's attacks. The rest of the group also assumed combat stances according to their classes, mages ready to cast spells at a moment's notice, and warriors gripping their spears, poised for action. It was easy to imagine that as soon as the countdown ended and the light screen vanished, they would launch a devastating assault on Lee.
Across from them, Lee still hadn't drawn his weapon.
He simply stood there nonchalantly, calmly waiting for the countdown to end.
This guy is such a show-off. I wonder what he'll do without the black screen. Taking on 8 opponents at once? Lee is way too cocky. Even if he has the skill of a national champion, he doesn't stand a chance doing this. I bet Zack backed him into a corner, forcing him to issue this challenge, but I never expected anyone to actually accept it. On virtually every major platform, almost no one was rooting for Lee. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the situation on the stage changed in an instant.
All 8 fighters held nothing back, unleashing their full power.
Whoosh!
The 3 mages simultaneously cast control spells. Zack swung his staff, freezing Lee, and the other 2 mages followed suit with their own control spells. In mage versus mage arena battles, their strength lies precisely in their crowd control skills. At the same time, the remaining 5 each unleashed their most powerful abilities, aiming to instantly take Lee down. With multiple crowd control effects on him and a barrage of powerful skills coming from the front, this would be a certain death scenario in the eyes of any player of the same level. Yet Lee merely raised his hand slightly, and a holy light shone down upon him. All his debuffs vanished instantly, and he immediately drew the Ice Soul Cloud Sword, slashing forward with a single strike.
Whoosh!
A dazzling sword light illuminated the world, all surrounding skills vanished in its glow. Celine, who had been mid-charge, discovered that the charge effect of her skill had suddenly disappeared. Titan watched as the holy shield he had raised vanished under the sword's glow, his face betraying utter astonishment. Not only that, but under the sword's light, they discovered that all their skills had become unusable, leaving them vulnerable to the spell-breaking effect.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, countless flying swords streaked toward them from behind Lee.
Unable to use their skills, the 8 of them looked on at the rain of flying swords descending from the sky with nothing but despair and helplessness in their eyes. They seemed utterly powerless to resist. As the flying swords struck, the 8 were instantly eliminated and reappeared at their respective seats the very
next second. Lost? Was it over already?
Confusion filled their eyes, a mix of disbelief and a deep sense of helplessness. During that battle just now, it seemed they hadn't been able to do a thing. It was no wonder Lee faced them with such nonchalance. Given his strength, there was truly no need for him to take them seriously. Zack watched as Lee returned to his seat, his expression still calm, as if he'd just done something trivial. He suddenly felt that his earlier behavior had made him look like a clown. That battle had been like 2 resounding slaps across his face.
12,000 points.
Given his skill, he truly deserved that score. Hugo wasn't even a match for him. At that moment, the major platforms were flooded with question marks.
What just happened? That was insane. Lee basically took out all 8 of them in an instant. Who dares say Lee was cheating now? Speak up.
All the voices that had previously questioned and slandered Lee vanished, replaced by screens filled with shock and praise. Perhaps even those who had doubted Lee before were now shouting, "Lee is awesome." With his overwhelming skill, Lee shattered all doubts and achieved the unprecedented feat of taking on 8 opponents at once in the top 10 tournament, defeating them all. After that, everyone following the grand exam was left reeling from the shockwaves Lee had sent through the competition. Few people paid much attention to the remaining battles for ranking in the top 10 round, and soon the final grand exam rankings were announced. The champion was, of course, Lee's second place went to Hugo, third to Celine, and fourth to Zach. Titan, a tank class, wasn't well suited for arena combat and could only settle for fifth place.
National champion Lee. As the results were announced, the news flooded every major platform, and some even hailed Lee as the strongest champion in the tournament's history. Lee's eyes lit up with anticipation. He wasn't surprised by the outcome, he was simply eager to discover what the reward for this year's national championship would be. The reward for each champion is exceptionally valuable, yet each one is unique. After all, the champion's reward far surpasses that of the runner-up and can even be described as one of a kind. Moreover, given that House of He was willing to resort to underhanded tactics to help Hugo win the national championship, the value of this champion's reward was likely even higher. After the results were announced, Lee was teleported to a secluded mansion. A middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Hugo walked over. "Congratulations." Although he was offering congratulations, there wasn't a trace of genuine celebration on his face. Lee spoke boldly, "Are you Hugo's second uncle?" The middle-aged man's mouth twitched slightly, he was clearly taken aback by Lee's words. Clearing his throat, he said, "The person who interfered in the ring has already been caught. I hope you won't spout any nonsense later." Lee immediately let out a cold laugh. That interference had nearly cost him the national championship and led everyone to believe he was behind the underhanded dealings. How could he not seek revenge? Naturally, he planned to report it to the real bigwigs when he collected his reward, and now, at last, he found his chance. "I'm not Lee if I don't take you all the way to the top." Quinn felt a twinge of unease as he watched Leah smile, but he had long since prepared a countermeasure. He turned around and left with one sentence, "Come with me. The Elder wants to see you." The Elder? Leah's heart skipped a beat. There were only 5 peak human combatants in Huagua, and the Council of Elders founded by these 5 elders constituted Huagua's highest decision-making body. They were also the 5 strongest fighters in Huagua. No wonder the House of He was so desperate for Hugo to win this championship. It turns out the winner gets to meet an elder. Receiving personal guidance and rewards from an elder brings immeasurable benefits. If one were even accepted as a disciple by the elders, it wouldn't just mean securing a powerful patron for one's family. It would also mean a future full of boundless possibilities. Which of the elders could it be? As Leah's thoughts swirled, Quinn had already led him into the inner courtyard. An elderly man, standing as straight as a pine tree, had his back turned to them. "Elder, I've brought the person." Quinn bowed to the old man in the gray robe, then immediately withdrew. The gray-robed elder turned around, his face gentle and kind, looking just like an ordinary old man. If he hadn't known the man's identity beforehand, Lee would likely have taken him for an ordinary person. "Sit." With a wave of the gray-robed elder's hand, a pair of rosewood chairs and a table appeared on the floor, with a pot of hot tea set on the table. Lee didn't stand stiffly, he sat down casually but took the initiative to pick up the teapot and pour the old man a cup first. "I am Garrick," the old man in the gray robe said with a gentle smile. "Senior sword god," Lee exclaimed in surprise. He was completely different from the fierce and domineering figure described in rumors. He looked just like a retired old man in a park. None of the past national champions ever had the chance to receive guidance on reaching peak combat prowess except for this year's champion. "You are fortunate." Lee was just about to nod in agreement. Garrick, looking like an elderly gentleman, spoke again. "I, too, am fortunate. This turn of events has revealed to me that there is actually a second person in Huagua capable of using Blade Call." Lee had no intention of hiding it and replied candidly, "I am an Omni Class 1 acquired Blade Call by sheer luck." Garrick didn't dwell on the matter at all. With a wave of his hand, the surroundings instantly plunged into darkness, and clusters of wooden dummies appeared in the distance. "Summon a flying sword and attack those dummies." Leah's heart leapt with joy. He knew the sword god was about to personally instruct him. He immediately focused all his attention on conjuring a flying sword. Whoosh! He unleashed it with all his might. The flying sword pierced through 3 wooden dummies in succession before its power was exhausted. Lee was fairly satisfied with the power of that strike,
but the very next second, he noticed the heavens and earth change color as sword intent gathered at Garrick's fingertips like a mountain roaring and the sea roaring. Boom! The numerous wooden dummy stakes in the distance instantly exploded. A single strike destroyed all of them, its power immeasurably greater than that of Lee's flying sword. What shocked Lee even more was that he hadn't been able to make out the trajectory of the flying sword, nor the sword energy that shot skyward after the explosion. If his own flying sword was like a bullet fired from a handgun, then the sword goddess' flying sword was a missile that arrived in an instant. Not only was its power astonishing, but it also dealt area of effect damage. Both were blade call. Could the difference really be this great? At our level and equipment are no longer the primary factors in improving strength. Garrick returned to his elderly appearance as he poured tea and said, "Your flying sword currently lacks sword energy. Even if you reach a higher level and become more powerful in the future, it will never be capable of area of effect damage." From that moment on, Lee could no longer view him as an ordinary old man. The display he'd just witnessed had left him utterly awestruck. The sword god truly lives up to his name. Every move he makes carries the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. You're absolutely right. Even if I improve my level and stats, it would only be a numerical increase in power. I wouldn't be able to unleash the kind of power I saw just now. Lee had also realized the gap. If his flying sword could be imbued with sword energy, he wouldn't need to summon so many of them during future group battles. At the same time, if all his flying swords were imbued with sword energy, summoning a torrent of them would increase their power by far more than just a few times. Garrick extended his right hand, and a pulsating blue energy appeared in his palm. "This is a wisp of my primordial sword energy. As long as you can comprehend it, any skill related to the sword will be able to be imbued with sword energy, greatly increasing its power." Lee quickly caught it with both hands, cradling it with the utmost care, for he could sense the power contained within this strand of sword energy enough to level a mountain. He was naturally very pleased with this champion's reward. It was far superior to experience points or equipment rewards. It would enhance his most frequently used skill, blade call, and provide a permanent boost. Stay here and study it carefully. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Garrick turned to leave. "Senior, there is one more thing," Lee said suddenly. "Is it about the House of Hes interference during the grand exam?" Garrick asked, his back turned, as if he already knew. Lee nodded. "Senior, you already knew about this? I've had Quinn stripped of all his positions at the Ministry of Education. He won't be appearing at the grand exam again." With his back still turned, Garrick added, "I know that dealing with Quinn alone is far from enough. But the House of He has rendered great service to Huagua, and with the demonic tribes outside the human Great Wall lying in wait, Huagua faces internal and external threats. It is not the right time to take action against such a prominent family." As an elder, he naturally had to consider the bigger picture. Lee didn't expect more, nor did he intend to do anything to the House of He. Such a prominent family, with a heritage spanning centuries, had long been deeply rooted in Huagua. The fact that the sword god had offered even a brief explanation was already a great show of respect toward him. Although he was the national champion, his current strength and influence were still far too insignificant compared to those of the House of He. After Garrick left, Lee turned his attention to the strand of sword energy in his hand. Just as he was pondering how to comprehend it, all his thoughts were suddenly drawn to that strand of sword energy, causing him to become completely immersed in it and lose all awareness of his surroundings and sense of time. Garrick, who had just stepped out of the courtyard, watched Lee, who was completely absorbed in the practice, and a rare look of surprise flashed across his face. It was unclear how much time had passed. Lee suddenly snapped out of his contemplation of the sword energy. As his thoughts gradually returned, the strand of sword energy before his eyes had dwindled to almost nothing. "You've already grasped most of it. Now your flying sword can be imbued with sword energy." Garrick's voice rang out from behind him. With a wave of his hand, another row of wooden stakes appeared ahead. Lee eagerly conjured a flying sword and, applying the true essence of the sword path he had gained from his contemplation of the sword energy, infused it into the blade. Once imbued with sword energy, the flying sword's speed increased dramatically. Upon striking the wooden stakes, the sword energy erupted violently, obliterating all the surrounding stakes. With sword energy, the flying sword moves faster and its power increases by about 3 times. Moreover, upon hitting a target, the sword energy explodes, causing secondary area of effect damage.
Li was very satisfied with this improvement. After all, this was just the effect of a single flying sword. If he summoned several more and combined their power, the result would be even more staggering. However, it was only then that Li remembered to ask, "Senior, how long have I been meditating?"
"Only 3 hours, Garrick replied, a look of admiration in his eyes.
3 hours? Yet to Li, it felt like several days had passed.
"If I hadn't interrupted you, I'm sure you could have mastered this entire strand of sword energy in one go.
But there has been an incident at the human Great Wall. Perhaps you can be of assistance." Garrick's expression suddenly turned serious. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, Li was both startled and skeptical.
The human Great Wall was the most crucial bulwark against the demon race. If something went wrong there, the entire nation of Hua would be affected.
Yet he was also puzzled with his current. What kind of help could he possibly offer? Whoosh!
While Li was still pondering, a flash of light and shadow swept past, and he found himself high in the sky, hurtling toward the distance.
Standing ahead of him was Garrick, clad in a gray robe.
"The situation is urgent.
I'll explain as we go." It was Li's first time flying high in the sky like this. Although the sensation felt very novel, he still pricked up his ears and listened intently.
A few hours ago, 2 peak-level demon clan powerhouses led a massive army to the human Great Wall.
Li's heart sank. Have they launched a full-scale assault? Garrick shook his head. They've come to negotiate. Negotiate?
Li found the term quite unfamiliar. The demon clan wants to exchange Fenshin, one of the 9 divine artifacts, for the 3 northern provinces of our Huagua.
Garrick stated calmly. The 9 divine artifacts. The 3 northern provinces.
Li knew these were secrets known only to the very highest echelons of power. The 9 divine artifacts could significantly boost the peak combat strength of the human clan. And the territory of the 3 provinces was equally vital to China, not to mention that surrendering without a fight was a cardinal sin in military strategy.
So did we agree to it? Li asked, a touch of worry in his voice. Garrick suddenly laughed heartily and declared, "Of course not. Even though China's territory is vast, we'll never give up a single inch of land to the demon clan for nothing." Li breathed a sigh of relief. The demon clan's desire for China's northern frontier must surely stem from ulterior motives. But the demon clan didn't give up there.
Instead, they proposed a wager. If China wins, we'll obtain the burning heaven. If the demon clan wins, we'll have to hand over the 3 northern provinces.
A wager?
Li suddenly realized that the sword god's decision to bring him here might
well be related to this wager. Did we agree to it? Li asked. Garrick nodded. The 3 northern provinces are extremely important to the demon clan, but the Fenshin is just as important to us in Huagua. Although Li wasn't sure exactly what these 2 things meant to each side, the fact that the demon clan had proposed such a wager meant they were certain the Fenshin held immense appeal for Huagua, leaving Huagua with no reason to refuse. What are the terms of the wager? Li asked.
Garrick explained patiently. Each side will field combatants up to the 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd tiers, respectively, in a best-of-5 series. If one side wins 3 consecutive matches, the remaining combatants need not participate.
Up to the 3rd tier? Li's eyes lit up. He was unbeatable at that level.
No wonder the sword god had brought him here.
You must not let your guard down.
While you're certainly strong among your peers, the fact that the demon clan dared to propose such a wager means they've undoubtedly come prepared. As he spoke, Garrick turned back and gave him a meaningful look. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. You must never underestimate your opponent. The demon clan has no shortage of invincible warriors within their own ranks. Li felt as if he'd been struck by a bolt of lightning. He nodded repeatedly. This junior understands. The demon clan's ability to completely suppress the human clan wasn't solely due to their numbers. Among them were many formidable powerhouses of the same rank.
In a battle against the demon clan, a single defeat could cost one's life.
Although Li had never been defeated among those of his own rank, he had rarely faced life or death battles, a fact that greatly concerned Garrick.
We've already signed a contract with the Demon Clan. The wager has begun. For now, you'll watch the battle from the Great Wall.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lee found himself standing atop the human Great Wall, surrounded by soldiers cheering
and celebrating. We're already here?
Lee looked completely bewildered. The capital was at least several thousand kilometers from the human Great Wall, yet he had somehow traversed such a vast distance in the blink of an eye. He quickly crouched at the edge of the Great Wall and looked down, only to see a dense, seemingly endless sea of Demon Clan troops standing below. In the space between the Demon Army and the Great Wall, a human warrior clad in a silver robe and golden armor, wielding a golden spear, stood his ground.
You wretched demons! You're nothing special.
He pointed his golden spear toward the Demon Army, fully embodying the majesty of Huagua. Cheers erupted from the human side of the Great Wall, with everyone chanting, Yang Jinshan, the Golden Spear War God. The name Yang Jinshan was also a household name to Lee, who had just graduated from high school. He had single-handedly repelled the Demon Clan's invasion of Nanbua City, saving at least several 100,000 people within the city. He was a hero of Huagua with illustrious military achievements. However, having just arrived at the scene, Li hadn't yet figured out exactly what was going on, so he asked a Great Wall guard standing nearby.
Bro, what just happened? Oh man, it's such a shame you missed that battle.
The soldier became incredibly excited as soon as he mentioned the battle, and through his account, Li finally understood. Yang Jinshan was the representative of the 6th-tier powerhouses on the Hua Kingdom's side. The Hua Kingdom had already won the first 7th-tier battle, so naturally, they had also won this 6th-tier battle. At this point, Huagua had won 2 consecutive rounds in this wager. They needed only one more victory to win the entire wager, allowing Huagua to obtain the Fenshin, one of the 9 divine artifacts, without paying any price.
Looks like I won't even need to step in after all.
Lee was in high spirits. A winning streak was ideal. It seemed Huagua held a significant advantage over the Demon Clan in both the 7th-tier and 6th-tier powerhouses. After Yang Jinshan secured the victory in the 6th-tier battle, the Demon Clan's army sent out a 5th-tier expert clad entirely in a black robe, with only a pair of green eyes peeking out from beneath the hood. Naturally, Huagua had also arranged its candidate long ago. A mage dressed in loose, flowing robes stepped forward. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a handsome face, and though he didn't look very old, his expression was exceptionally confident.
Wow! It's Li Daoyan. That's right. How could I have forgotten we have Li Daoyan among our 5th-tier fighters? How could we possibly lose this round? He is even stepping in.
Looks like the higher-ups are on the same page as us. We're going to take this round in one fell swoop. Li, however, hadn't heard that name before and muttered under his breath, Li Daoyan. No way, kid, you've never even heard of him, the soldier from earlier asked, looking utterly astonished.
Who is the kid? Lee felt a twinge of annoyance but asked anyway, is he famous?
Of course.
He is the young head of the Li family, the foremost of the 4 great families of the capital. Former national champion of the Grand Exam, hailed as the mage prodigy with the greatest potential to reach the pinnacle of human combat power in recent years. The soldier went on and on about it, as if his titles alone could fill a book. To think he was actually a member of the Li family. Li's interest was piqued, and he wanted to see just how powerful this 5th-tier mage prodigy really was. On the battlefield outside the human Great Wall, Li Daoyan wore a loose, white and blue mage's robe, forming a stark contrast to the 5th-tier demon race powerhouse facing him, who reeked of filth and blood. The blood of a genius. It must be delicious. From beneath his black hoodie, the demon race powerhouse stuck out his long tongue. High atop the human Great Wall, a towering, battle-hardened structure covered in weathered scars, Lee and the numerous guards stationed there stood on the ramparts, watching the battle unfold. Hurry, hurry! The battle is about to begin. This is a great spot, we can see the whole battlefield. Just then, a group of young men and women climbed onto the ramparts and looked down from a spot next to Lee. Huh, you're not a soldier here. Could it be that, like us, you're a student at Mo Bay Academy? Asked one of the girls, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lee shook his head slightly and replied noncommittally, no.
Dressed in plain clothes, he certainly stood out among the soldiers in their uniforms. The girl didn't ask any further questions. She and her companions all turned their attention to the battlefield below, as the battle was about to begin. Below the Great Wall, a gust of wind swept across the battlefield, carrying a cloud of yellow sand. Li Daodian wore his long hair tied back in a crown, clad in a loose-fitting Taoist robe, and clutching a flywhisk in his hand. He exuded an otherworldly aura, looking every bit the Taoist master.
Grandmaster of the Tao.
You truly are extraordinary, said the girl with sparkling eyes, her tone brimming with admiration and awe.
Taoist Master of the Tao, is that his title? Li wondered with a hint of curiosity.
The fifth-tier powerhouse sent by the demon clan, by comparison, was rather ordinary. He was shrouded in a black robe and exuded an aura of darkness and corruption. Both the human Great Wall and the demon army were unusually quiet at that moment.
Li watched with some nervousness. Would they win this battle?
As the auras of the human and demon powerhouses simultaneously dissipated, the battle officially began.
Thunder magic. Li Daodian swung his flywhisk in an instant, and a thick white bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Crack! The lightning shattered the demon's black robe, revealing his true form.
This demon possessed a physique as perfect as a sculpture. Every inch of muscle contained explosive power, as solid as a mountain. After withstanding a direct hit from the thunder magic, only a shallow mark remained on his back.
What a monstrously powerful racial talent! Li couldn't help but let out a low exclamation.
Even the strongest tank class at the same level wouldn't dare to take a direct hit from a top-tier fifth-tier mage with their bare hands.
This is a war heaven demon from one of the 5 major branches of the demon clan.
They specialize in physical prowess, but their weakness is that they have few skills and are only skilled in head-on melee combat. Among the young people, the woman with a fresh, refined demeanor, gentle as an orchid, her long hair flowing freely, spoke up. She appeared to be a teacher at Mo Bay Academy. While clarifying things for Li, she was also explaining the situation to her students.
It sounds pretty similar to the warrior class on the human side.
Li didn't respond, as the battle was still raging. The battle heaven demon had long since fallen into a frenzy, charging madly toward Li Daodian, seemingly having lost all reason in the heat of battle. Li Daodian, however, remained composed, using his skill to float in midair while continuously retreating, all the while conjuring skills from his hands and hurling them at the fifth-tier battle heaven demon.
Boom! Boom!
No matter how formidable the war demon's physical form was, it couldn't withstand the barrage of Li Daodian's skills, and its body was soon lacerated. Yet it still couldn't land a single blow on Li Daodian. Defeat was clearly inevitable.
Cheers erupted from the human Great Wall side as they cheered for Li Daodian and celebrated the imminent victory. Awesome! Li Daodian!
The students of Mo Bay Academy also shouted excitedly. Truly, there are always those more skilled than you, and the sky is not the limit. Li couldn't help but marvel as he watched the battle. Although the Celestial Master class is inherently powerful, Li Daodian's execution and chaining of various skills were undoubtedly flawless. He didn't give the war demon whose physical form was invincible the slightest chance to close in. This inspired a sense of admiration in Li. To reach such a level truly lived up to all those titles.
It seemed the demon clan's plans for this battle had fallen through. On the battlefield, the war demon, dragging its severely wounded body, fled in disarray. It had already given up on attacking Li Daodian and was now focused solely on escaping. Li Daodian had no intention of letting it go.
With the upper hand, he naturally intended to press his advantage, especially since the battle wasn't over yet, and the battle heaven demon hadn't conceded defeat. He hurled a golden talisman. Whoosh! The talisman flew above the battle heaven demon's head, transforming into a golden cage that descended, trapping it firmly inside. Seeing that the battle demon was trapped, he immediately leaped forward, preparing to unleash his ultimate skill to deliver a fatal blow and slay it right there.
But just then, the battle demon trapped within the cage suddenly underwent a drastic transformation.
Its head snapped back into its abdomen, and miraculously, a massive maw sprouted from its belly.
I've finally waited for you to come close on your own.
His tone was brimming with triumph. The massive mouth on his abdomen opened once more, expanding to a width equal to his waist.
Whoosh! A powerful suction force surged from that gaping maw, as if capable of drawing everything around it in. Though startled, Li Daoyan did not panic. He continued to unleash his ultimate skill, sweeping his flywhisk to emit a dazzling beam of light. But before the beam could fully materialize, it was sucked into the War Heaven Demon's massive mouth, and even Li Daoyan himself was pulled in against his will. This terrifying suction rendered all his skills useless. He could only watch helplessly as he drew closer and closer to the gaping maw. On the human Great Wall, the battle felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Li also rushed to the edge of the wall, staring intently at the scene. Li Daoyan used every skill at his disposal, but to no avail. He was about to be sucked into the gaping maw. He suddenly turned his head, and Li could clearly see that his face showed no fear or despair, only resilience and composure. Whoosh! The battle demon sucked him into its belly, snapped its massive jaws shut, and then its stomach began to churn, as if it were digesting him. Ha 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 ha! The flesh of a human genius is truly delicious. The war demon patted his belly and burst into laughter, then turned and walked toward the demon clan's army. A gentle breeze carrying yellow sand swept by, leaving only the white-haired whisk behind. Led by the war demon, the demon clan's army also erupted into loud laughter. In stark contrast, the human Great Wall was shrouded in complete silence. Li Daoyan, who had held an absolute advantage just moments ago and was on the verge of victory, had met his end inside Zhang Tianma's belly? No one could believe what had just unfolded. Inside the general's mansion at the human Great Wall, a middle-aged man leaped to his feet, crying out in grief, "Daoyan!" Those present were all high-ranking officials of the Hua nation. Witnessing the fall of one of the nation's top geniuses, they all felt a deep sense of heartache. This was especially true for the representative of the Li family. Present Li Daoyan had been groomed by them to be the future head of the family, and he had lived up to their expectations, growing into a figure of which the entire Li family was proud. Yet he had perished just like that. He could have grown even stronger and had a very good chance of joining the ranks of the human race's peak combatants. To fight to the very end, even in death, he has no regrets. He is the pride of our Hua nation. What a pity! Such a terrible pity! Who would have thought that in the battle against the heavenly demons, one could awaken such a divine ability? None of them had anticipated that Li Daoyan would perish in this battle. Otherwise, even if they were to lose this fifth-tier match, they would never have sent him into battle. Clad in a gray robe and seated in the seat of honor, suppressed the sorrow in his eyes and said, "Arrange for a fourth-tier candidate to take the field." But there's only one top-tier fourth-tier candidate. Are we really going to send her into battle? Someone said hesitantly. It seemed that, having witnessed Li Daoyan's death, they couldn't bear to let this fourth-tier prodigy take the field as well. Another man with a square face and a powerful aura spoke up, "We cannot afford to lose this battle. Otherwise, we'll have no advantage at the third-tier level and below." Right. We must win this one. Silence reigned atop the human Great Wall. Li's emotions were quite complex. Li Daoyan's final, fearless expression was deeply etched in his mind. Unflappable in the face of any situation, he had exhausted every possible means at his disposal, and right until the very end, he had displayed a spirit of accepting death without hesitation. This quality of character was even more rare than his profession or his natural talent. Soft sobs drifted from beside him. Li noticed that the young people standing next to him, a few years his senior, had tear-streaked faces. But they had no time to grieve. A fourth-tier powerhouse had already stepped forward from the demon clan's ranks. This demon was short in stature and hideously ugly, yet he possessed a slender tail, the tip of which bore a sharp black blade. From beneath the human Great Wall, a graceful figure clad in purple and wielding a sword stepped forward. A wave of gasps immediately swept through the crowd, and the grief on the faces of the Mo-Bay Academy students was replaced by fresh astonishment. It's Song Ziwei from the Imperial Academy. She has actually come to the human Great Wall to fight as well. It seems our side really has made some preparations after all. This time, Li didn't need anyone to introduce her. He knew exactly who Song Ziwei was, for she had already become famous throughout the nation during his very first year after being transported here. That year, she had won the national championship by a landslide. Her poise and charisma were virtually identical to his own today, and she was undoubtedly a top-tier prodigy.
Seeing her enter the fray, everyone's confidence soared yet, recalling the sudden twist at the end of the 5th tier battle moments earlier, unease crept into their hearts.
We have to win.
The girl with the lively eyes clenched her fists tightly.
Song Ziwei was the most dazzling genius of their class, one who had left her peers gasping for breath during the grand exam.
Li naturally hoped she would win as well, but victory would likely not come easily. Since the Demon Clan had proactively proposed such a wager, it meant they were extremely confident in their chances. Dressed in a purple robe and wielding a long sword with a purple hilt, Song Ziwei walked step by step toward the 4th tier Demon Clan opponent. She had, of course, watched the previous battle. Li Daoyan had always been the one she strived to catch up to and the senior she admired most. His death did not instill fear in Song Ziwei, on the contrary, it ignited her rage for vengeance. Whoosh! The auras of suppression between the human and demon clans vanished, and the battle was about to erupt. Song Ziwei instantly split into dozens of identical clones, each gripping a sword and lunging toward the short demon. Whoosh! The 4th tier demon vanished from where he stood and suddenly appeared behind one of the clones, violently swinging the blade on his tail. Splatter! A spurt of blood splattered onto the yellow earth below. Song Ziwei's long hair fluttered in midair, her face frozen in shock.
In the blink of an eye, the 4th tier demon had located her true form, bursting forward with unimaginable speed to appear behind her and precisely piercing her heart with the blade on his tail. Both possessed high burst damage and agility. After taking this fatal blow, Song Ziwei's health plummeted instantly, and her life force rapidly faded away. With just a single strike, the 4th tier demon had slain Song Ziwei, the former national champion and a prodigy among Huaguo's 4th tier fighters, on the spot. An indescribable gloom descended upon the entire human Great Wall, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. In the rear encampment of the Demon Clan's army. "Ha, the High Priestess' calculations were indeed spot on," roared a Demon Clan luminary clad in armor, whose every movement exuded a divine and demonic charm. This gamble had, of course, been meticulously planned long in advance. Their objective was not only to seize the territories of the 3 northern provinces but also to eliminate these 2 human geniuses. The High Priest had already calculated the order of deployment for the Huagua side and had effectively arranged the lineup of combatants. In reality, the 5th and 4th tier Demon Clan combatants were not stronger than Li Daoyan and Song Ziwei in terms of raw power, but their racial abilities provided a significant advantage against the 2. The High Priest had even simulated the scenarios of their clashes and personally instructed Zhan Tianma and the 4th tier Demon Clan member on the specific tactics they must employ to secure victory. Zhan Tianma's only chance was to seize the moment when Li Daoyan drew near, unleash his divine ability to suck him into his belly, and deliver a fatal blow. The situation was much simpler for the 4th tier demon. Its teleportation ability was a powerful counter to Song Ziwei, and the High Priest had already calculated the location of her true form in advance. A High Priest, his neck adorned with skulls and a bone staff in hand, spoke as he continued his calculations. "In Huagua, there is no one below the 3rd tier left who can face the Imperial Prince in battle." In the center of the tent, a Demon Clan member with twin horns on his head, seated on the throne of the Demon God, sneered, "That's unnecessary. I'll fight. We won't lose this battle." With the High Priestess calculations, the Demon Clan leader who had spoken earlier grew even more confident about the Imperial Prince taking the field. Had the High Priestess calculations not been accurate, he would never have allowed this spoiled heir whose background was terrifyingly powerful to take the field. The human Great Wall, General's mansion. We've fallen into their trap. No wonder their 7th and 6th tier combatants retreated so quickly. It turns out the 5th and 4th tier forces had been preparing all along. They're trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only do they want to seize Huagua's territory, but they also aim to eliminate Huagua's prodigies. But realizing this only now was clearly too late. They had no time for heartache or regret. The final battle was imminent, and this clash would determine the ultimate outcome of the wager. It was of the utmost importance. The square-jawed man, whose aura was as steady as a mountain, furrowed his brow. "We must win this final battle at all costs. But who should we send out?" It wasn't that Huagua lacked strong fighters below the 3rd tier, rather, it lacked a standout figure who could single-handedly lead the charge.
Moreover, the two geniuses they had previously sent, one at the 5th tier and one at the 4th, had both been specifically targeted.
For a moment, the atmosphere in the room froze.
Summon all eligible candidates below the 3rd tier here.
We'll select them ourselves.
Garrick, who had remained silent until then, spoke up.
Inside the General's mansion.
Among the high-ranking officials of Huagua present, Garrick was the undisputed leader in terms of strength, status, and prestige. Naturally, no one dared to oppose his words. Soon, powerful figures below Tier 3 from the military, the major clans, the merchant guilds, and the professional guilds were summoned to this location one after another.
God of War, please allow me to fight.
A major in military uniform stood at attention and pleaded. His face was etched with resolve. He showed not the slightest trace of fear or hesitation despite the outcomes of the previous 2 matches. However, the 2 representatives from the guilds and merchant associations both below the 3rd tier were visibly shaken.
Even geniuses like Li Daoyan and Song Ziwei had perished on the spot.
Naturally, they had little confidence. Even if they lost the wager in the end, it wouldn't affect them much, but stepping into the arena meant a high probability of death.
Although neither of them showed any outward signs of hesitation, the changes in their mental state and aura did not escape the notice of the high-ranking officials present. Showing fear before the battle even began, these 2 were immediately and unanimously excluded from the list of combatants by the high-ranking officials.
Now, aside from that military powerhouse, only 2 scions of prominent clans remained, but their current strength likely stemmed largely from their families' resources. They were no match for the military powerhouse who had spent years at the human Great Wall, honing his skills through constant combat and climbing the ranks step by step.
After a brief moment of deliberation, the high-ranking officials had settled on a candidate.
Though he wasn't particularly impressive, he was the best option available.
Shanghai,
said the representative from the military department, a man with a square face.
Present.
Shanghai, a 3rd-tier powerhouse from the military department with a stern countenance, immediately stood at attention, awaiting orders.
Come back alive.
The military department representative lowered his gaze, trying his best not to look at Shanghai's resolute expression. Shanghai came from a poor background. Everything he had achieved was due to his extraordinary effort and determination. He truly couldn't bear to see such a promising young talent from the military department go to waste. I will spare no effort to secure the final victory for Huagua. Shanghai saluted the representatives of the major factions present, then strode purposefully toward the exit. To secure victory, he had long since cast life and death aside. However, just as he was about to leave, a young man who still looked somewhat inexperienced burst in.
Senior, please let me fight.
Li had made his way here on his own and finally arrived just before Shanghai was about to enter the arena. Everyone present looked at this sudden intruder with some confusion. He appeared younger than even the few 3rd
powerhouses in the room. Garrick watched Li burst in and let out a soft sigh.
When he first learned of the wager, he brought Li along on a whim, hoping to find an opportunity to let him fight.
However, after witnessing the deaths of Li Daoyan and Song Ziwei, he had changed his mind.
From Li's grasp of sword energy alone, he could see the young man's terrifying potential. It was by no means limited to being a national champion. Thus, he harbored a personal concern. He did not want such a prodigy to risk perishing. Several high-ranking officials present were originally prepared to reprimand him, but upon noticing that Li had been brought by the sword god, their attitude softened considerably.
You're only level 23, you'd better stay out of this. This battle is of the utmost importance. We absolutely cannot act on impulse.
They could tell Li's level at a glance, and judging by his appearance, he looked younger than all the sub-3rd tier experts present, meaning he undoubtedly had vast room for growth and strength. Aside from high school students and this year's examinees, they rarely paid attention to the grand exam, so they were unaware that he had just won the national championship. However, in their eyes, that title meant little, especially since Song Ziwei was also a national champion, yet she had been instantly defeated with a single move. Li offered no explanation, fixing his gaze on Garrick, who sat in the center. He knew that this elder of Huagua held the final say. As if sensing Li's resolve, Garrick's eyes flickered slightly, and he said, "Give us one reason to let you compete." Li stood tall and took a step forward, meeting the gazes of the high-ranking officials as he declared, "Because I can win."
Win. That was something none of the representatives from the major factions present, including Shanghai, dared to guarantee. Yet he stated it so matter-of-factly, and his confidence was so palpable that it won them over. The high-ranking officials immediately turned their gaze to Garrick. Li had been by the sword god, and the final decision rested in his hands. Garrick closed his eyes and nodded. He had no reason to refuse Li any longer. But he also knew this battle would be perilous. No one could say for certain whether he would win, and defeat meant certain death. To step forward and strongly recommend himself at a moment like this, that kind of resolve alone was enough to live up to the name of a genius. Everyone present understood this as well. The looks they cast at Li were filled with a newfound sense of respect and encouragement. It was precisely this spirit of selfless dedication of one generation following another that had allowed Huagwei to stand strong to this day. I will not disappoint you, senior. Li turned around and walked toward the door under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As he passed Shanghai, the man showed no resentment at being replaced. Instead, he saluted Li with a crisp, military salute. Li nodded slightly in response. After leaving the general's mansion, he saw Yang Jinshan, a 6th-tier combatant with a golden spear at his side, as well as Yi Yuqi, a 7th-tier combatant with jet black hair and a slender build. They were all well aware of the difficulty of this battle. The demon clan had likely been preparing for this, and the danger might well exceed that of the previous two battles. Seeing the solemn and respectful looks in their eyes, Li, on the contrary, smiled unconcernedly, and his stride grew light and confident. Are the demon clan really that terrifying? Just watch as I slay a 3rd-tier demon lord with my sword and avenge my 2 compatriots. But when he reached the city gate, his expression unconsciously grew serious. Countless city guards filled the city gate and ramparts. Upon seeing Li appear, they saluted him in perfect unison. Feeling their emotions, Li's conviction of victory grew even stronger. He strode out through the city gate, when suddenly, someone behind him shouted, "Go for it! Wipe out those demonic scum!" In that instant, the crowd's emotions erupted. They all began shouting at the top of their lungs, both to vent the pent-up frustration from the previous 2 matches and to cheer Li on. Feeling the thunderous roar behind him and the weight of countless gazes, Li realized that at this moment, he bore the hopes of everyone on his shoulders. This battle must be won. What else with all the dithering? Is there no one in Huagwa brave enough to step forward? Bunch of cowards. Don't even bother fighting, just admit defeat. The Demon Clan's Imperial Prince, a combatant below the 3rd tier, had been waiting on the battlefield for quite some time, hurling constant taunts at the Human Clan's Great Wall. This Demon Clan Imperial Prince wore black armor, stood nearly 2 meters tall, and possessed a physique as perfectly chiseled as if carved by a knife and axe. Aside from his purple skin and the twin horns on his head, his appearance was indistinguishable from that of a human. He bore no resemblance to the hideously ugly Demon Clan fighters who had battled earlier. Generally, the Demon Clan possessed formidable combat prowess but limited intelligence unless they had reached a certain realm. However, this fighter below the 3rd tier displayed a level of intelligence that seemed far superior to that of the previous combatants. This clearly indicated that his bloodline must be exceptionally powerful. Li drew the Ice Soul Cloud Sword and walked forward step by step, his eyes radiating a calm and composure rare for someone of his age. The Imperial Prince Imo Chen, observing the quality of the sword in his hand, couldn't help but sneer. It seems Huagwei really has no one left. They plan to send you out to die and you actually dare to enter battle wielding a sword like that. Li chuckled softly. This sword is more than enough to kill you. In the tent of the Demon Clan's main army. This man was not part of our previous calculations, the High Priest said, divining as he held his bone staff. Then might His Highness the Imperial Prince be in danger? Blood-Sea Heavenly Demon, a powerful figure among the Demon Clan, grew anxious. Rest assured. His Highness's bloodline is unparalleled in the world, and his physical body has been forged by His Majesty using the blood of 10,000 saints. No one within the 3rd tier can harm him. The High Priest remained utterly composed, brimming with confidence in the Imperial Prince's strength. His Highness not only possesses a formidable physical form but has also mastered the arts of curses and demonic energy that I have taught him since childhood. He has not neglected a single aspect. He has no rivals below the 3rd tier. What is there to worry about? Seeing that even the infallible High Priest spoke thus, Blood-Sea Demon was completely reassured. On the battlefield. Chen slowly drew a battle spear shrouded in demonic energy from the palm of his hand. The mere aura emanating from this spear was enough to strike fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. You will meet the same gruesome end as those two humans earlier. You will die a miserable death on this battlefield. Chen gripped the black battle spear and pointed it at Li. At that moment, the demonic army behind him erupted into a chorus of cheers, a reception even the 7th and 6th tier demonic powerhouses had not received when they entered the fray. At the General's mansion, the high-ranking officials of Huagua had already used their powerful mental energy to take in every detail of the battlefield. Judging by the strength of his bloodline, this appears to be the most direct lineage of the Demon Emperor, speculated the vice president of the Huagua General Guild. Garrick narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "He is the Demon Emperor's 11th son." What? At those words, even the high-ranking officials of Huagua paled. They had originally assumed he was a direct descendant of the Demon Emperor's bloodline, but never expected him to be the Demon Emperor's son. This meant the combatant possessed an extremely pure bloodline and had been exposed to the most advanced divine abilities and training since childhood. They never expected the Demon Clan to send an Imperial Prince into battle. This match was going to be dangerous. Many of Huagua's high-ranking officials had already braced themselves for the worst. On the human race Great Wall, several students from Mo Bay Academy, along with their teacher, noticed that the contestant was none other than the young man who had been watching the match with them just moments ago. It's actually him? Amidst their surprise, they also felt a sense of worry. Could he really win? Whoosh! The auras of the two tribes' powerhouses vanished abruptly, and the battle officially began. Chen, however, stood his ground, spear in hand, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Go ahead. Use your strongest techniques, otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shone down as Li was the first to activate his all-around boost, tripling his attributes. But he didn't immediately use Blade Call to summon a torrent of flying swords that was his ultimate trump card, so naturally he had to save it for last. Otherwise, if his opponent had a countermeasure, using it first would be a waste. Whoosh! Li charged forward fearlessly with his sword raised, simultaneously unleashing a sovereign fist with his left fist. Boom! An incredibly powerful fist imprint caused Chen's expression to change. Gripping his battle halberd, he unleashed a surge of demonic energy and swung it toward Li. Boom! The fist imprint dissipated, and Chen was knocked back. This was a curse skill that inflicted both control effects and sustained damage. Moreover, it required no targeting. Once cursed, the effect would persist unless the victim moved far away from the caster or killed the caster. However, Li didn't panic in the slightest. A beam of holy light shone down, instantly purifying the skeleton shrouded in black demonic energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li stopped testing his opponent and violently unleashed even more flying swords. After all, the duration of the full buff was only 1 minute. Crack! This time, Chen was completely overwhelmed. The flying swords, imbued with sword energy, kept exploding against his body, shattering his armor. His flesh was also lacerated by the flying swords, leaving him covered in blood. Inside the Demon Clan's camp. Didn't you say that no one below the 3rd tier could harm His Highness? The Blood Sea Heavenly Demon roared, his eyes bulging with fury. The High Priest furrowed his brow deeply, constantly analyzing the battle, but the more he analyzed, the deeper his frown became. On the human race's Great Wall, cheers erupted for the first time in a long while. Inside the General's mansion, the high-ranking officials of Huagua stared intently at the battlefield, their eyes filled with astonishment. Even they, with their deep reserve, found it difficult to conceal their excitement. On the battlefield, Li gave Chen not a moment's respite, constantly increasing the number of flying swords in his assault, worsening Chen's injuries and leaving him drenched in blood. Chen's occasional long-range attacks launched despite his injuries were all repelled by Li's sacred shield. Chen had lost all trace of his earlier arrogance. Now he was desperately fending off the flying swords assaulting him from all directions. Previously, he had always boasted of his vast array of techniques and divine abilities, but now that he faced Li, he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. His opponent clearly possessed even more skills than he did. No matter what skill he used, Li managed to counter it, and he simply couldn't get close enough to Li to capitalize on his physical strength advantage. Li had this once arrogant demon clan prince completely pinned down. Whoosh! Countless flying swords coalesced around Li. He was done testing his opponent. He was determined to finish Mo Chen off with everything he had. More than 50 seconds had passed since the battle began, and the effects of the full-scale enhancement were about to wear off. If you've got any secret techniques up your sleeve, go ahead and use them. Li gripped his sword with one hand as the flying swords behind him rained down on Mo Chen. Depending on their race and innate bloodline, members of the demon clan naturally awaken incredibly powerful divine abilities that are almost always exceptionally formidable. For example, that 5th-tier battle heaven demon had used a divine ability to devour Li Daoyan. This 3rd-tier demon, whose bloodline was clearly of a higher caliber, must possess an even more powerful divine ability. You brought this on yourself. Mo Chen lowered his halberd, his expression turning ferocious. He extended his right hand, and a black sphere that constantly contracted and expanded instantly coalesced in his palm. Inside the demon clan's camp. Demon Emperor's transdimensional realm. The Bloodsea heavenly demon couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, a look of envy gradually spreading across his face. Such were the benefits of noble bloodline. The demon emperor had even bestowed his own exclusive divine ability upon him. The high priest standing nearby remained deeply troubled in his divination. Li had remained shrouded in chaos, making him impossible to fathom. On the battlefield, the crowd watching from the human race's Great Wall hadn't even had time to marvel at the vast number of flying swords Li had summoned when they spotted the black sphere in Mo Chen's hand, which resembled a black hole. Whoosh! All the flying swords Li had launched were subjected to a massive suction force. Absorb the opponent's attack and then strike back, is that it? I know that move too. Upon seeing the Demon Emperor's transdimensional attack, Li immediately decided to counter it with the Tai Chi Bagua Palm. Boom! The Demon Emperor's transdimensional attack collided with the Tai Chi Bagua formation, and a massive amount of energy was instantly absorbed and channeled into Li's body. However, the Demon Emperor's transdimensional attack was already extremely powerful in its own right, and having absorbed the power of numerous flying swords, the Tai Chi Bagua formation struggled to fully absorb it all at once. Fortunately, Li's mental power was formidable. He forcibly activated the Tai Chi formation to complete the absorption of the Demon Emperor's transdimensional strike, channeling all its energy into his own arms. You little demon brat! Do you dare take a palm strike from me? Empowered by this immense force, Li was brimming with confidence as he slammed both palms toward Mo Chen. The moment Mo Chen saw his Demon Emperor's transdimensional strike, which he had unleashed with all his might, being absorbed, he froze in shock. He had absorbed the power of the flying sword to unleash the Demon Emperor's transdimensional attack, only for Li to absorb it and turn it back against him? Mo Chen was about to curse, but then he saw a milky white palm print even more powerful than the Demon Emperor's transdimensional attack slamming toward him. With no time to spare, he hurriedly shrank his body to about 1 meter in size. This was his second top-tier divine ability, the minuscule escape and wound healing art. By shrinking his body, his defense doubled, and the damage he took was reduced by 90%. Boom! The powerful, milky white palm strike slammed down, leaving 2 massive handprints on the ground, with Mo Chen lying in the center, his black armor shattered. Blood gushed anew from the wounds inflicted by the sword energy moments earlier, and blood flowed incessantly from his mouth. He looked utterly bedraggled. Even at the very last moment, when he activated his demonic technique to double his defense and reduce damage by 90%, he was still on the brink of death. Of course, the defensive burst his armor unleashed before shattering, along with his already incredibly formidable physical body, played a crucial role. Meanwhile, after unleashing a barrage of flying swords and, in the end, used his mental energy to forcefully absorb the interdimensional energy, Li's mental energy was also nearly depleted. Whoosh! But just then, a green light shone down, and Li's mental energy was fully restored. You demonic scum! Die! Without hesitation, Li summoned more flying swords and hurled them at Mo Chen, who lay on the ground. By now, Mo Chen had lost most of his combat effectiveness, and his health was critically low. Naturally, he had no will to continue fighting. I surrender, I surrender. As the imperial prince of the demon clan, it was with great difficulty that he managed to utter those 3 words. However, his voice was faint, and Li naturally had no intention of sparing him. "Weren't you being so arrogant? Get on your knees and die." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flying swords shot out one after another from behind him, targeting the still dwarfed Mo Chen. Mo Chen immediately sensed danger. He dropped his battle halberd and ran toward the Demon Clan's army. Whoosh! A shield of demonic energy surged around him, absorbing part of the flying sword's damage, and he also had the divine ability of the subtle escape and wounding technique at his disposal. By the time the flying swords struck his body, their power had already been significantly reduced. Moreover, Li's all-around enhancement effect had faded, allowing Mo Chen's formidable physical prowess to shine through. The flying swords could only leave shallow, bloody gashes on his body. "He's really tough." Li couldn't help but exclaim, "But with this many flying swords, I'll see how long you can hold out." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without holding back his spiritual energy, he summoned a massive barrage of flying swords once more. This time, Mo Chen truly sensed the danger. Casting aside his status as an imperial prince, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Blood Sea! Save me!" Whoosh! In the Demon Clan's ranks, the Blood Sea heavenly demon who had long been unable to contain himself immediately soared into the sky. In an instant, the sky above the Demon Clan's army was filled with a blood-red glow, and an incredibly powerful force instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Li instantly felt as if he were suffocating. The blood in his entire body seemed to have congealed, and he could no longer control the flying swords he had summoned. "How dare you!" A dazzling sword beam slashed down from above the human Great Wall, cleaving through the sea of blood. Beneath that single strike, a large portion of the demon army below was mowed down. Inside the demon camp, the high priest burst forth. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the entire demon army formed a massive formation, pooling their collective power to barely withstand the strike. Garrick hovered above the Great Wall, an ancient, unadorned longsword in hand, and delivered another simple yet powerful strike toward the demon army. Faced with the sword's glow, the Blood Sea demon found nowhere to hide. Splatter! A torrent of blood spurted into the sky. The Blood Sea demon let out a piercing scream as the strike nearly severed half his body. Had it not been for the high priest drawing upon the power of the demonic hordes to provide a slight buffer, he would have perished under that strike. "Garrick! Do you intend to provoke a full-scale war between our two races?" The high priest exclaimed in shock and fury. He himself was one of the demonic race's peak warriors, and the Blood Sea demon lord was but a step away from peak strength, yet now he lay gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Yet his only response was wave after wave of incredibly fierce sword energy. Although both were at the peak of their power, there was a disparity in their abilities. The high priest specialized in various curses and arcane arts, while Garrick's combat prowess ranked among the very best at the peak level. The high priest was too busy fending off the sword chi to help the Blood Sea demon, who was instantly slain on the spot by the successive aftershocks of the sword chi. "This is the price you pay for meddling." Garrick's cold, domineering voice drifted over indifferently. The high priestess' wrinkled face was contorted with rage. The Blood Sea demon was one of the top figures among the Demon Clan, just below peak combat strength. His importance to the Demon Clan was self-evident. In fact, his value to the Demon Clan even surpassed that of Li Daoyan and Song Ziwei to the human race. He never expected Garrick to be so audacious, nor did he anticipate that the other party would actually slay the Blood Sea demon lord right before his very eyes. While the divine beings battled above, Li below still showed no mercy toward Mo Chen. "Run! Keep running!" Li controlled his flying sword, relentlessly pursuing Mo Chen, who was fleeing like a hunted dog. True to his status as the son of the Demon Emperor, Mo Chen possessed numerous divine abilities. As his physical body recovered, his health bar had replenished significantly. However, at this moment, Li had completely terrified him. He was focused solely on escaping for his life, and his health continued to deplete under the flying sword's attacks. While the peak-level combatants faced off above, below, Li continued to chase and attack Mo Chen. The human Great Wall erupted in jubilation at last. They had vented the frustration from the previous two battles. Boom! Suddenly, the demonic energy surged from the direction of the Demon Clan's army. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage fighting Garrick alone, the high priest used the priestly array to teleport in two more figures radiating extremely powerful, mysterious auras.
Even Garrick could not discern their identities, but one thing was certain: these two were also peak-level warriors. This caused Garrick to furrow his brow slightly. It seemed the Imperial Princess status was even higher than he had imagined, so high that 3 peak-level warriors had been dispatched to protect him. It must be understood that peak-level warriors are few and far between in this world. They are needed to guard various strategic positions and keep the human race's peak-level warriors in check. There aren't many peak-level warriors among the demon race either. Their simultaneous appearance here indicated that the Imperial Prince below, who was on the verge of being defeated, was the son the Demon Emperor valued most.
The wager is over. We concede defeat.
One of the mysterious demonic figures spoke up.
The battle isn't over yet. There is no such thing as conceding defeat.
Garrick gently ran his hand along his ancient long sword, standing alone against 3 peak-level warriors.
The high priest immediately flew into a rage and threatened, "What exactly do you want? If His Imperial Highness the Imperial Prince perishes here, the demon clan will launch a full-scale attack on China. You're welcome to try."
Garrick took a step forward, sword in hand. Even facing 3 peak-level warriors, he still displayed the unyielding spirit of the sword.
"Poof. Even if you don't think of yourself, you must think of China.
The 3 of us joining forces will surely breach the Great Wall, and then how many innocent people will meet a tragic end?" Another mysterious peak-level demon clan warrior spoke. He seemed quite skilled in the art of psychological warfare. To their surprise, Garrick burst into hearty laughter. "If you attack, others of your kind will surely step in to stop you. But I will enter the demon clan's territory alone, with just my sword."
How many demons could survive against a peak-level warrior?
Among peak-level warriors, he was unrivaled in lethal combat. His destructive power even surpassed that of these 3 peak-level warriors combined.
If he were to charge recklessly into the demon clan's territory, the blow to the demon clan would undoubtedly be massive.
This suicidal tactic left the 3 demon clan peak-level warriors momentarily speechless. Knowing Garrick's character, they had no doubt that if a full-scale assault were launched, Garrick would inevitably charge into the demon clan's territory and unleash a massacre. They had originally intended to threaten Garrick into calling off the battle below, but now it was they who found themselves on the receiving end of the threat. Li, of course, was unaware of the negotiations taking place above between the 2 sides' peak-level warriors. He continued to pursue Mo Chen with all his might. After all, if the sky were to fall, the sword god would be there to prop it up.
Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a hazy, dreamlike veil instantly enveloped Mo Chen.
After chasing him for so long, he finally found this opportunity for a killing blow. Li manipulated his flying swords into a torrent, ready to unleash the full force upon Mo Chen.
Will of the demon god.
A phantom image of the demon god suddenly materialized behind Mo Chen. In an instant, he broke free from the dreamscape and continued charging recklessly toward the demon clan's army. In his heart, he kept cursing under his breath, why hadn't the high priest stepped in to rescue him yet?
Die! Li's torrent of flying swords still reached Mo Chen from behind. Split of 10,000 demons. Dozens of figures identical to Mo Chen instantly split out from behind him.
These clones possessed the same attributes as him and mirrored his every movement.
In an instant, dozens of Mo Chens were charging toward the demon clan's army from the same spot. Boom! The torrent of flying swords was instantly blocked by the clones. Whoosh! A glow once again shrouded Li's eyes.
As he activated the full vision skill, he instantly pinpointed the true body among the multitude of clones. The torrent of flying swords instantly changed direction, hurtling straight toward the true body.
Boom! Mo Chen's true body was instantly sliced into pieces by the onslaught of flying swords. But Li's expression didn't relax in the slightest.
Since no kill notification appeared, he quickly scanned the other clones. He saw that the real body had transformed back into
of the clones. Damn, he is hard to kill.
Li realized he could switch freely between these clones and his real body to kill him. He'd have to eliminate all of them.
Whoosh!
Li swung his hand, and a thundercloud coalesced in midair, enveloping the entire area.
Good thing I still have an area of effect skill. You're still going to die. Glancing at Mo Chen's distance from the demon army's position, Li was confident he could kill him before he reached the demon army. Mo Chen, running ahead, saw bolts of lightning striking down from above and couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Damn it! Why is it so hard to run?" Crack! Bolts of lightning, combined with flying swords, instantly wiped out a large number of his clones. Seeing that he was about to meet his end right there, Mo Chen steeled his resolve. Whoosh! A beam of black light shot out from his heart, and he cast aside his physical body, flying at breakneck speed into the heart of the demonic horde. Not far from the demonic horde, he chose to sacrifice his arm to save his life, abandoning his physical form and escaping with nothing but his demonic heart. Damn it! The demon heart was flying too fast. Li didn't have a moment's notice to stop it. A demon heart cannot survive long once separated from its physical body. As soon as he burst into the demon army's ranks, the high priest cast a spell to lift him up and used his own cursed power to recreate a phantom body for him. However, his strength was greatly diminished, and his aura had grown exceptionally weak. Ah! Mo Chen roared in fury from his ethereal state. This battle had not only nearly cost him his life, but he had also lost that powerful physical body. His level had been reset to 0, and he was once again level 1. Seeing him escape back to his own ranks, Li felt a pang of resentment but could do nothing about it. However, at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Mo Chen's original body, which lay motionless on the ground after losing the demon heart. Li stepped forward, lifted Mo Chen's body with one hand, and walked toward the demon army ahead. In full view of all the demons, he tossed Mo Chen's body high into the air, then used his flying sword to shred it to pieces. You! Mo Chen's eyes widened and fury rage seemed to burst from his eyes, and the humiliation in his heart reached its peak. High Priest! Do something, kill him! Faced with Mo Chen's frenzied roar, the High Priest remained unmoved. Every one of his movements was under Derek's watchful eye. If he dared to act at this moment, not only would he fail to kill Li, but he might also end up killing the fragile Mo Chen standing beside him. Behind Li, the human Great Wall, which had been in a state of jubilation all along, suddenly erupted into even more intense cheers. We won! We won! That was so thrilling! He chased the demon down and killed him the whole time. Ha ha! He chased the demon so hard he scared the crap out of him. He even abandoned his own physical body. Everyone on the Great Wall erupted into celebration, as if they'd just won a great victory. The 3 northern provinces have been saved. Inside the general's mansion, a high-ranking official of the Hua Kingdom couldn't hold back the tears welling up in his eyes. Just moments ago, they had all braced themselves for the worst and were already making plans to evacuate the civilians from the 3 northern provinces. After all, the power of the contract was irreversible. Not only have we saved them. According to the contract, we'll also obtain the Fenshin, one of the 9 divine artifacts. With it, Huagua effectively gains half a peak-level combatant. This will greatly reduce the pressure on our garrisons defending the various fortresses. With one more divine artifact, the casualties among Huagua's soldiers will be significantly reduced, and will gain more clout at the Human Clan Council. The high-ranking officials of Huagua were all deeply moved. This was a major event that would strengthen the nation's power. Originally, they had all thought they were going to lose the wager that not only would the divine artifact Fenshin slip away, but they would even have to cede the 3 northern provinces, and they themselves would be branded as traitors to Huagua. In the end, in the final battle, Li single-handedly and decisively crushed the Demon Clan's Imperial Prince, winning the decisive victory. The wager is over. Hand over the Fenshin. Garrick's detached voice drifted into the ears of the Demon Clan's 3 peak-level warriors. Humph. One of the Demon Clan's peak-level warriors snorted coldly, "I'll see how you explain this to the Demon Emperor." After directing those words at the High Priest, he vanished from where he stood. Another peak-level warrior also turned to the High Priest. "Is this the favorable outcome you predicted? You claimed we'd acquire the territories of 3 provinces in Huagua without lifting a finger, yet now we're being forced to hand over Fenshin?" The High Priest lowered his eyelids, his gaze fixed on Li. It was precisely this genius from Huagua, who had appeared out of nowhere, that had altered the outcome of his predictions. "Please be patient, Demon Sovereign.
This endeavor hasn't been entirely without gain, the high priest said slowly. The demon sovereign, who remained shrouded in darkness, said nothing, waiting for him to continue. At the very least, I've discovered a human who will pose a massive threat to our demon clan in the future. Holding the bone staff in one hand, he performed another divination with the other before saying, I have calculated a plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only will it allow us to recover Fentian, but it will also secure the immortal demon emperor of the 3 northern provinces, and eliminate this human who poses a massive threat to our demon clan.
The demon sovereign folded his arms behind his back. What's the plan? Set up another wager.
The demon sovereign burst into laughter. But how can you guarantee that Huagua will accept your wager?
Because I will once again offer a wager they simply cannot refuse. Shattering the body of the demon emperor's son right before the eyes of the entire demon clan, Li's actions not only enraged Mo Chen. It also stirred the entire demon army into a frenzy. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face to all the demons if not for the terrifying sword energy suppressing them from high above. They would have long since charged forward and torn Li to shreds. However, Li showed not the slightest fear.
Seeing the demon seething with rage, he actually felt a sense of vindication. Witnessing the deaths of Li Daoyan and Song Ziwei, he couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice and resentment, and he had been holding his breath all this time now. At last, he had finally vented it. I will not rest until this grudge is avenged.
I swear I will never become a demon. Mo Chen let out a thunderous roar. A defeated foe,
Li said without a trace of courtesy. That said, under normal circumstances, he would instantly defeat any genius of the same rank. The fact that Mo Chen had managed to hold his own against him for so long was proof enough of his terrifying strength. He had simply come up against someone even more formidable, himself.
Whoosh!
A flash of sword light, and Li found himself enveloped by a familiar sword energy, transported back to the general's mansion. Appearing there alongside him was Garrick, looking as calm and composed as ever.
We've secured the divine artifact, Burning Heaven.
Garrick's detached tone carried a hint of excitement and joy.
The high-ranking officials of Huagua were all beaming with joy.
Although they knew the demon clan would not go back on their word under the terms of the contract, confirming this news still made them unable to contain their excitement.
Li also breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded in his mission. Excellent. Excellent.
We won this wager.
It's all thanks to you.
7th-tier combatant Yi Yuqi and 6th-tier combatant Yang Jinshan had also been invited here, and the senior officials of Huagua looked at them with eyes full of admiration.
Li sat up straight.
He was naturally delighted to have achieved such a great feat for Huagua so soon after the grand exam. While candidates his age were likely still fretting over which academy to apply to, he had already played a pivotal role in Huagua's wager with the demon clan.
The difference between them was self-evident.
Yang Jinshan said with sincere conviction, the 7th and 6th ranks in the bet with the demon clan were merely a smokescreen. Their focus was on the 5th, 4th, and 3rd ranks and below.
The credit for this achievement lies primarily with Li. Yi Yuqi nodded in agreement.
The final battle had left them both feeling thoroughly satisfied, and they were also astonished that Li could unleash such combat power at the 3rd rank and below. The high-ranking officials of Huagua had also taken note of this.
After exchanging a few words with Garrick, the square-jawed military leader confirmed the rewards for Li.
This wager has had a massive impact on Huagua, and Li deserves the lion's share of the credit.
The Ministry of Defense has decided to directly appoint him as a Colonel Inspector. He will also be awarded a National Special Class Medal of Honor. Upon hearing these 2 rewards, Li was taken aback.
The position of Colonel Inspector is typically held by at least a 5th-rank powerhouse. The holder can mobilize all garrison troops within a city and holds a status and rank equivalent to that of a city lord. Reporting directly to the Ministry of Defense, the Colonel Inspector exercises supervisory authority on its behalf with extreme autonomy, a position usually held concurrently by powerhouses of the highest standing. At the same time, the Colonel Inspector enjoys a full range of benefits and privileges, such as the ability to choose a private residence in any city and eligibility to ride high-speed trains.
Finally, my aunts can live in a grand mansion.
Li decided to surprise them. As soon as he returned, he would set up his colonel's residence in Northwood, where the estate's grounds would certainly be no smaller than those of the city lord's mansion. A residence of this caliber couldn't be bought even with money in the city, where real estate was at a premium. It was high time his aunts enjoyed some luxury. As for the National Special Class Medal of Honor, it was the highest level honor in Huagway. In fact, the highest level medals awarded in recent years had been no higher than the Second Class Medal of Honor. This alone demonstrated the immense prestige of this Special Class Medal of Honor. It could be said that these two awards represented the highest honors the Ministry of Defense could bestow. The square-jawed military leader personally presented Li with the medal and conferred upon him a specially designed military rank. However, Li did not wear the rank insignia on his shoulders. He was still a student, about to enroll at the Imperial Academy, so there was no need to be so ostentatious. Unless some reckless rich kid, relying on his family's influence, provoked him, or someone tried to intimidate him with their status and position. After the square-jawed military department elite had announced the rewards, Garrick spoke again. On behalf of the Senate, I am enrolling you in the Huagway Torch Seed Program and designating you as a peak-level potential seed. The Torch of Hope program? A peak-level potential seed? Li was completely baffled. While the other high-ranking officials stood in shock, the square-jawed military elite explained, the Torch of Hope program was jointly established by the elders with the aim of selecting the very best geniuses among the human race for intensive cultivation. All those included in the program are the future pillars of Huagwa. Garrick added, should Huagwa suffer a catastrophic disaster, these seeds will be the ones to rebuild the nation and carry on its legacy. Therefore, no one included in the program may disclose any details about it to others. Li nodded repeatedly, glancing around at the same time. Clearly, Huagway's high-ranking officials were aware of this. Yang Jinchan and Yuchi were also seeds included in the program. Therefore, there was no need to keep it a secret from them. However, judging by the shocked expressions on their faces, they likely had not yet reached the level of peak-tier seeds. Everyone included in the program is personally recommended by the elders, who also determine their specific cultivation potential. The stern-faced military leader addressed Li's second question. Based on the natural talent you've demonstrated, you'll be assigned a designation. Different designations come with different resources and benefits. Peak-tier seeds are the highest designation, indicating a high probability of becoming a peak-level combat powerhouse in the future. Only the elders are qualified to designate someone as a peak-tier seed. Li's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean he was guaranteed to receive the nation's most elite training? At the same time, he asked curiously, Senior, what exactly does the program entail? Garrick patiently answered Li's question, it varies from person to person. Going forward, I'll arrange multiple secret realm trials for you, without interfering with your training at the academy. But don't think you can just sit back and do nothing while your strength improves on its own. Every true powerhouse is forged through battle and hardship. Once you're included in the program, you'll only get busier constantly traveling in and out of various secret realms. You'll encounter more opportunities and gain more experience. You must make the most of them. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? Li's heart leapt with joy. With the status of a peak-level seed, the speed at which his strength would improve would likely be even more staggering. Rest assured, Senior. I will certainly not disappoint your expectations, Li promised. Garrick gave a gentle nod with a benevolent smile, then changed the subject. The Demon Clan has proposed a new wager. The match will take place in 3 months, right here. Mo Chen, the son of the Demon Emperor, will face off against Li. The high-ranking officials of Huagway immediately exchanged bewildered glances. Li was also somewhat taken aback. It seemed that Mo Chen, whom he chased all the way, was still far from accepting defeat and was seeking revenge. The guild representative immediately chuckled. Has the Demon Emperor's son lost his temper? Is he desperate to redeem himself? Proposing a wager out of the blue must be a trap. We have no reason to gamble with them again, the man with the square face stated his opinion. The other representatives largely shared this view. They had already reclaimed Fenshin. This time the Demon Clan would surely be racking their brains to set another trap. There was no need to gamble with them again. Garrick continued, according to the terms of the contract, if we lose, we must return Fenshin and cede 3 provinces.
If we win, the Dragon King may return. The Dragon King? The former strongest warrior of the military department? One of the human race's peak combatants. Leah's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, not to mention the representatives present who had lived through the Dragon King's era. Is my master still alive? The man with the square face clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. During the last great war between the two races, the Dragon King had charged deep into the heart of the Demon Clan's territory and never returned. Everyone had assumed he must have fallen in battle. So when the representatives present heard these words, they were all overcome with disbelief. Garrick's expression was equally complex. The Demon Clan has already prepared the contract. The wager is genuine. As for the Dragon King's current condition and how much power he retains, that remains unclear. If it weren't for this wager, he wouldn't have even brought up this bet. He would have rejected the Demon Clan on the spot. Yet another wager we simply cannot refuse, sighed a representative from the Merchants Guild. Previously, they had desperately needed Fantion to boost their peak combat power. Now, the Demon Clan had even put forward a wager as significant as the Dragon King himself. The Dragon King had once been a genuine peak-level powerhouse, striking fear into the hearts of Huagua for many years. Nearly all the representatives present had benefited from his kindness, and many of the military's current elite were his disciples. His contributions to Huagua were truly outstanding. Now that there was a chance to save him, how could they possibly pass up such an opportunity? However, the Demon Clan had specifically named Li as their opponent, so the key was whether Li would agree to the challenge. The representatives' gazes once again turned to Li. Naturally, they hoped he would step into the fray. After all, the Dragon King was of immense significance to Huagua. Garrick also shared a deep bond with this old comrade in arms, but he didn't want to put pressure on Li. He closed his eyes, leaving the decision entirely up to Li. Li, however, felt no pressure. He took a step forward, his face still bearing that signature confident smile. Esteemed elders, I can beat him now, and in 3 months, I'll utterly crush him. I accept this wager. Just 1 day had passed since the grand exam, and the buzz surrounding it had noticeably died down across the country. Generally, it was high school students or this year's examinees who were the main audience following the grand exam. Only in Northwood did the excitement not wane in the slightest. In fact, the entire city was abuzz with discussions about every detail of the grand exam. This was because the national champion, who had delivered a mind-blowing performance at this year's grand exam, hailed from Northwood, an achievement that instantly propelled the entire city into the spotlight. House of Shui. Shuekue paced back and forth in his home, his face etched with anxiety, deeply regretting his earlier behavior at the garrison camp. How much time has even passed? And he has already reached this level. Although he had recognized Li's immense potential during the grand tournament, he never could have imagined that Li would perform so brilliantly in the grand exam. As the record-breaking national champion, barring an untimely death, he would undoubtedly become a figure of immense influence whom the House of Shui could never afford to offend. Sighing, Shuekue felt immensely relieved that he had restrained the members of the House of Shui who had sought revenge earlier, but the events that had unfolded still left him feeling uneasy. No. I must prepare a generous gift to express my apology. As a family that had been entrenched in Northwood for many years, a House of Shui was fairly well off. Shuekue steeled his resolve, summoned his butler, and immediately sold off part of the family's assets to exchange them for spirit stones. If he didn't smooth things over now, it would likely only take a single word from Li to bring about the House of Shui's downfall in the future. Moreover, presenting a generous gift now would not only smooth things over but might even allow him to curry favor with Li, a rising power to be reckoned with. On the streets of Northwood, Zhao Qi's dazed figure wandered aimlessly through the crowd, like a stray dog. His grandfather's furious voice still echoed in his mind. Take your things and get out. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Zhao family. You have absolutely no connection to the Zhao family whatsoever. He had been pushed and shoved out of the Zhao family compound, and from that moment on, he was completely on his own, no longer under the protection or guidance of his clan, reduced to a state where he was even worse off than the commoners he had once looked down upon. Because he no longer had a family. All of this, of course, was because the family had learned of the conflict he had with Li back in school. Seeing Li rise like a comet,
the Zhao family feared being implicated and expelled him from the clan.
Li, whom he had once looked down upon at school, had now become someone he could never hope to match. Thinking about Li's future achievements and his own current situation, sadness, regret, and a sense of disbelief welled up inside him, and Zhaoqi found himself weeping uncontrollably. While some were sad, others were happy. Howard had also become a celebrity in Northwood these past few days. He went about his daily life with a beaming smile, appearing at various events and telling everyone he met that Li was a graduate of his own school. Third High School had also become the high school in Northwood with the most applicants. The city lord's mansion. Mom, it's been a day since the grand exam ended. Why isn't my brother back yet? Joy sat on the sofa and asked Grace, who was sitting beside her. Ever since the grand exam ended, they had been personally invited here by Lord Arthur, the city lord, and would no longer have to live in that somewhat cramped old house. Since Li was certain to be admitted to the Imperial Academy, they could either live in the Academy's family housing complex, or Arthur could arrange a new residence for them within the city. Grace was peeling fruit and was about to speak when she noticed a pair of legs appearing in the doorway. Brother! Joy rushed over excitedly and threw her arms around Li. Brother, you're so amazing! At the top 10 challenge. The little girl chattered excitedly, pouring out her admiration and recounting her classmates' reactions to Li's performance on the grand exam. Li listened to her for quite a while before Joy finally calmed down, and the two returned to sit on the sofa. Immediately after leaving the human Great Wall, he had boarded the high-speed train bound for Northwood. After the grand exam, there would be 2 days of rest, and on the third day, the various academies would issue acceptance letters to the candidates. Now that a day had passed and the day the acceptance letters would be issued was just 2 days away, Li planned to get some proper rest today. He'd been working non-stop without a break these past few days.
However, it would only be a brief respite. The Demon Clan's wager had undoubtedly placed considerable pressure on him, and the final words of advice from the Sword God Senior still echoed in his ears. There are numerous methods for rapidly increasing one's strength among the Demon Clan. In 3 months, one might reach an incredibly extraordinary level. Otherwise, the Demon Clan wouldn't have dared to propose such a wager. He had to do his absolute best to improve during these 3 months, and after 3 months, he would strive to completely slay the son of the Demon Emperor. Win the wager and rescue the Dragon King. Grace seemed to sense that Li was carrying too much on his shoulders. She deliberately avoided asking too many questions that might add to his stress, instead bringing up amusing stories from Li and joyous childhood. This helped Li relax considerably, and his nerves, which had been on edge these past few days, finally eased. After chatting for a while, Joy went back to her room to play. Only then did Li ask about the Li family in the capital. He inquired via text message last time, but his aunt hadn't given a clear explanation. Could there be some unspoken reason? Grace sensed what Li was thinking and immediately smiled. It's really nothing. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid it would affect your grand exam. We are indeed members of the Li family in the capital. Li's heart skipped a beat. It was exactly as he suspected. However, as the head of the 4 great families, the Li family is vast and powerful, with incredibly complex internal factions. We're just a declining branch of the family. After your parents passed away, we no longer had a place in the Li family. You were only 6 or 7 at the time, so I had no choice but to take you and Kuexin away from the Li family and come to Northwood. Although Grace's tone was extremely matter-of-fact, Li could still sense the hardship she must have faced back then. They must have been driven out by the Li family. Did the Li family offer absolutely no help at all back then? Li frowned. With the Li family's influence, even the slightest bit of assistance would have prevented Aunt Grace and the others from struggling so much over the years. Grace shook her head. In the Li family's eyes, we were just dispensable back then. One cared about us at all. Grace spoke without any emotional fluctuation, as if she had long since come to terms with it. Li, too, sensed the coldness of that prominent family, much like the households of ancient emperors. Devoid of any familial affection. Once you lost your value, you were ruthlessly cast aside. Didn't my parents leave anything behind? Li was still a bit puzzled. His parents had been quite capable. Surely they couldn't have left nothing behind, forcing his aunt, an ordinary person, to support him and his cousin all on her own. Internal strife within the Li family is severe. After your parents passed away, everything that originally belonged to our branch of the family was divided up long ago.
Grace didn't seem eager to discuss this. She lowered her head and said, "If the Lee family invites you, then go back. You've already shown tremendous potential, they value you there." Lee keenly sensed that something was off with his aunt's mood. There must be more to the story behind what happened back then, and he already had some suspicions of his own. He suspected there were other reasons for leaving the Lee family back then, and the circumstances were certainly not as simple as his aunt had made them out to be. However, this was clearly a sore spot for his aunt, so he didn't press the issue. Instead, he asked, "What about you, Aunt? Do you want to return to the Lee family?" Grace shook her head almost without hesitation. This only strengthened Leah's conviction. It seemed she had been forced to leave the Lee family back then, and it must have had something to do with certain people within the family. Back when they expelled him and his aunt from the family, no one had thought to offer even the slightest help. Yet now that they seen the strength he demonstrated, they had the audacity to invite him back without a shred of dignity. Do they really treat me like someone who can be summoned at will and dismissed just as easily, discarded when useless and called upon when needed? Lee flashed a bright smile. "Aunt, if you're not going back, I'm not going back either." Grace suddenly looked up, intending to persuade him, but she saw the unusually resolute look in Leah's eyes beneath his smile. She was now ranked as a peak-tier seed, able to enter the nation's most elite secret realms, and she lacked nothing in terms of equipment or skills. The Lee family held absolutely no appeal for her. After gaining a general understanding of the full picture, Lee was even less inclined to return. "Auntie, I'm going to become more powerful than anyone in the Lee family. By then, not a single person who ever bullied us in the Lee family will get away with it," Lee promised her aunt. Grace merely smiled faintly. "I'm already very happy to see you doing so well. Let us just let the past stay in the past." Watching her aunt, who looked slightly melancholy as she reminisced, Lee suddenly pulled out a Colonel's officer ID from his spatial ring and said he wanted to take her to see the Colonel's residence arranged by the military headquarters. Grace stared at the Colonel's officer ID as if in a dream. Although she knew Lee had a very bright future ahead of him, he was, after all, still just a candidate at the moment. How could he possibly have been directly appointed as a colonel by the military headquarters? After all, the rank of colonel requires not only exceptional combat prowess but also substantial military merits. Nearly every colonel has either fought their way to the rank on the battlefield or achieved extraordinary military feats. "Come on, once we get to the colonel's residence, you'll see for yourself if it's real or not." Lee took his aunt's hand and led her away. Just then, City Lord Arthur walked in. After exchanging pleasantries with the two of them, he handed over a crystal card. "This is an apology gift that the head of the House of Shui asked me to deliver." An apology gift? Lee took the crystal card. It seemed Shui Kuei was quite tactful after all. He didn't have much in savings right now, so this crystal card came at just the right time. "There are 200,000 crystals in there." Shui Kuei really went all out, Arthur remarked. One stone is equivalent to 10,000 yuan, so 200,000 is 200 million in cash, a significant financial blow even for the House of Shui. However, for 4th and 5th tier powerhouses, this is merely enough to purchase a full set of gear. But for Lee in his current situation, it was already a substantial amount. At least he wouldn't have to worry about spending spirit stones for the time being. To ordinary people, this was an astronomical sum, but Grace, having once been a member of the Lee family's collateral branch, knew that such money meant little to powerful cultivators. After a few minutes of small talk, Arthur couldn't help but complain. "Sigh, I just got a notice from my superiors saying a colonel from the Ministry of Defense is moving here. I really don't get it. Why would a colonel from the Ministry of Defense set his sights on a small, obscure town like Northwood?" Upon hearing this, Lee silently pulled out his officer's ID once more. "Huh?" Arthur hurriedly snatched it from him and examined it repeatedly. Only after finally confirming it did he exclaim in astonishment, "A colonel below the 3rd rank, this is a first in the history of Huagua. I never would have thought the two of us would end up at the same rank." Lee took the officer's ID back and said quietly, "Actually, I didn't expect it either." Back at the general's mansion, he hadn't expected to receive these rewards after winning the battle at the time. He simply didn't want to see Huagua lose and had just wanted to do his part.
Upon learning that Lee was the colonel who had come to Northwood, Arthur immediately arranged for staff to help with the move. The colonel's residence was indeed every bit as spacious and elegant as the city lord's mansion. Joy and Grace looked around, feeling as if they were in a dream. "Auntie, from now on, you and Curson will live here and enjoy a peaceful life." Lee handed the keys to his aunt. Grace's face beamed with pride seeing how successful Lee had become. She was happier than anyone else. Early the next morning, universities across the country began sending admission letters, emailed to top-performing grand exam candidates nationwide. Candidates waited nervously by their computers or cell phones. As the national champion, Lee naturally had no worries about not being admitted. If even he couldn't get into the Imperial Academy with his scores, it would only mean the Imperial Academy had no intention of admitting anyone this year. Luna had already received her admission letter from the Imperial Academy, and she immediately asked Lee to join her for orientation. As a direct descendant of the Lin family, she knew the Imperial Academy inside and out. "Please be my guide when the time comes," Lee said, looking forward to the opportunities the Academy would offer him for further growth. However, as the minutes ticked by, Lee still hadn't received his acceptance letter from the Imperial Academy. That's strange. What is the Imperial Academy up to? Is there a system glitch? Lee found this very strange. Upon hearing the news, Luna immediately asked her family to look into it. After all, the national champion should have been the first to receive the notification. Before long, Luna, as the heir apparent to the Lin family, discovered the reason through the family's network of connections. It was He-shun, the president of the Imperial Academy, who personally struck your name from the admission list. Luna said over the phone, sounding both anxious and bewildered. "He-shun? Is he a member of the House of He in the capital?" Lee asked. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he immediately understood. "So, this is the House of He's retaliation against me." Quinn must have already been removed from all his positions at the Ministry of Education, and the House of He had surely been affected as well, so they were taking it out on him. Moreover, the conflict between the two sides had intensified, and the House of He naturally didn't want to see him grow stronger, so they were determined to keep him out of the Imperial Academy. If you won't let me in, then I'll just have to force my way in," Lee retorted, his temper flaring. "Don't worry, I'll mobilize my family's influence right away to negotiate with the House of He," Luna said on the other end of the line. Lee, however, was full of determination. "No. Yunchi, don't get involved in this, I'll handle it myself." If he were someone without connections, even a national champion personally rejected by the Imperial Academy as dean, there would be no way he could get into the Imperial Academy. But he was a top-tier seed who could contact Garrick, a member of the Council of Elders, at any time. "Dare to bar me from the Academy? I'll make sure your tenure as dean comes to an end." No matter what, the House of He could never have imagined that Lee was now a top-tier seed who had achieved tremendous feats and was the most promising young talent in the eyes of Huagui's high-ranking officials. In the House of He's view, however, although Lee was a national champion, he was still a rookie who hadn't even reached the third tier. Even if Garrick had met him in person, it had been nothing more than a fleeting encounter during which he offered a bit of guidance. After all, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. How could a peak-level human warrior possibly have much interaction with a rookie who hadn't even reached the third tier? Just as Lee was about to contact the Sword God and file a formal complaint against House of He intending to make this matter public, a knock sounded at the door. A visitor from the Lee family of the capital, Li Yuan. What is the Lee family doing here at a time like this? Lee was taken by surprise. He stepped out of the house and made his way to the main gate of the compound. Upon opening the gate, he saw a man and a woman standing outside. The man was dressed in a suit, exuding an air of refinement as he stood ramrod straight. His face showed no signs of having weathered life's hardships. He appeared to be only in his 30s. He radiated an innate nobility and reserve, coupled with the arrogance of a person in a position of power. Clearly, he held a distinguished status. The woman was only in her 20s, with delicate eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. Her expression was haughty and condescending, constantly giving off an air of superiority. Just one glance was enough for Lee to feel no sympathy whatsoever toward either of them. "Lee, right?" "I'm Li Yuan of the Lee family," said the man standing in front, extending his hand with a blank expression on his face.
"What's this about?"
Li folded his arms and leaned against the doorframe. Li Yuan frowned slightly and had no choice but to withdraw his hand.
"Elders from the Li family have come to visit in person. Shouldn't you invite us in to sit down?" The young woman glared coldly at Li as she stepped forward.
"Elders?"
Li suddenly smiled. "Where were the elders when we were expelled from the family? Where were they when my aunt and I were struggling to survive together in Northwood? Now that I've just won the national championship, the elders have finally shown up? You!"
Li Fenglan glared at Li, but found herself at a loss for words. "The Li family did indeed act improperly back then, but I hope you can put the past behind us. Only then can we achieve a win-win situation."
Li Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in a conciliatory tone. "Win-win?" Li found the term rather novel.
Li Yuan explained, "You can gain access to the Li family's resources and training, while the Li family gains a highly promising young talent, not to mention, you're already a member of the Li family."
"I don't need that kind of win-win." Li rejected the offer outright.
As a peak-level seed, he would naturally be provided with a clear path for further advancement and the necessary resources. It was the Li family that needed him, not the other way around. Li Yuan's expression darkened slightly. He hadn't expected Li to refuse so decisively. However, in his view, Li was simply acting out of spite and still harboring a grudge over being expelled from the family all those years ago.
"Father, let us go."
Only when he matures in the future will he realize just how great an opportunity he turned down back then. In her view, this guy who had grown up in a remote, impoverished backwater with little worldly experience had absolutely no idea what the Li family represented. With her and her father coming in person to extend the invitation, Li and Grace should have welcomed them with trembling reverence, but she never expected him to adopt such an attitude.
"Goodbye, no need to see us off."
Li couldn't be bothered to say more and was about to close the door and leave.
Li Yuan suddenly spoke up, "You think you've been wronged, don't you? You think the Li family shouldn't have abandoned you back then, and you think rejecting us now is a sign of integrity, is that it?
But what I want to tell you is that this is simply how the world works. The weak are weeded out, and the strong enjoy more resources. The Li family has always been this way, and it is precisely because of this that the Li family stands at the pinnacle of all noble families." To Li Yuan's surprise, as he spoke these words, Li's face showed no shame or inner conflict at being called out. Instead, it bore a hint of a mocking smile. "You place too much importance on the Li family. I have no memories or feelings toward the Li family, so there is certainly no question of me feeling wronged." Li's gaze remained calm as he spoke calmly to the two of them. "As for whether you should abandon me, that's your decision.
My answer right now is also my decision.
Also, I don't think rejecting you is something to brag about, nor do I think it makes me any more principled. But one thing is certain, rejecting you feels more satisfying to me than accepting you, that's all. Finally, I don't need any help from the Li family at all." These words left Li Yuan, that arrogant, self-assured fellow, speechless, while Li Fenglan seethed with anger, yet found no way to refute them. Li Fenglan's expression shifted, and in the end, he had no choice but to play his trump card. "Without the Li family in to speak on your behalf, you wouldn't even be able to step foot through the gates of the Imperial Academy." They actually knew that he'd been struck from the Imperial Academy's admission list. Li instantly realized the purpose of their visit. They were likely trying to use this to force him to return to the Li family.
But they miscalculated. Seeing that the matter had been laid bare, Li Yuan no longer beat around the bush, having completely alienated the house of He. "If you don't have a major clan backing you, you won't be able to take a single step in the capital. Returning to the Li family is your best option right now."
A smug smile flashed across Li Fenglan's face. After all that talk, they were still forced to compromise in the end. Otherwise, he wouldn't be admitted to the Imperial Academy, and his progress would be left far behind by the geniuses there. "Believe it or not, if I make a single phone call right now, the Imperial Academy will issue your acceptance letter immediately."
Li didn't wait for their response.
He took out his phone, stepped aside, and called the Sword God. At the main gate, Li Fenglan suddenly felt uncertain. She looked at her father. "Father, judging by how confident he sounds, could he really resolve this matter?"
Li Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. It's the dean of the Imperial Academy and the House of He who are blocking his admission. Aside from our Li family negotiating with them, it's useless for him to approach anyone else. Among the four great clans, only the Li clan could firmly outmaneuver the House of He and force them to abandon their targeting of Li. He clearly knew that Li had close ties to the direct heir of the Lin clan as head, but the Lin clan, in its current state, was simply incapable of making the House of He back down. After Li made the call, he hung up after just 2 sentences and walked over to the two of them. Do you two have anything else to discuss? If not, you can go. Li Yuan and Li Fenglan were both taken aback. Just a quick phone call with a couple of words and it was settled? Who was he trying to fool? Even Li Yuan himself couldn't possibly pull that off the matter with a single phone call. He would definitely have to take some inducements to the House of He for negotiations. Only with sufficient inducements, combined with the Li family's influence, could the House of He be persuaded to stop targeting Li. Li Yuan let out a long sigh, thinking that Li was stubbornly clinging to his pride at his own expense. Being barred from the Imperial Academy and deprived of the Li family's resources and support were both enormous losses. After all, even a national champion is merely a promising prodigy. There is still a long road ahead before becoming a true powerhouse. And in this journey, rigorous training and resource support are, of course, indispensable. Without the resources and protection of a prominent clan, trying to climb the ranks step by step on one's own would be as difficult as scaling the heavens. You're so stubborn. If you don't join the Li family, you're destined never to become a true powerhouse. Li Fenglan said contemptuously, then turned to leave. Are you that certain? Li's curiosity was piqued. You've always been a member of the Li family and have consistently benefited from their resources and cultivation. So, what is your current strength? Li Fenglan turned back, her face still bearing that signature air of arrogance. I'm currently level 35, at the peak of Tier 3, and I've reached the 38th floor of the Tower of Trials. This seemed to be her proudest achievement. In the Tower of Trials, every 10 floors correspond to a specific stage. The 30th floor corresponds to Tier 3 players. Among Tier 3 players, reaching the 35th floor is considered the mark of an absolute powerhouse, and each subsequent floor represents a new tier. Reaching the 38th floor at level 35 was ample proof of her formidable strength, and with 4 levels still to go, she was very likely to reach the 39th floor by level 39, becoming an unrivaled force among Tier 3 players. Reaching the 39th floor as a Tier 3 player signified the ability to sweep aside everyone else in that tier. That is why, when Li reached the 29th floor back then, some people suspected he was cheating after all. Reaching the 29th floor at a Tier 3 level meant he was the absolute peak combatant within Tier 3. And at that time, he was only level 16 now. His strength had taken a massive leap forward. 7 days. Li held up 7 fingers. What? Li Fenglan looked puzzled. Within 7 days, I'll beat your record in the Tower of Trials, Li said confidently yet calmly. Li Fenglan froze on the spot. She hadn't expected Li to say something like that at all. Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? Even someone with Li Fenglan's temperament couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Yuan also raised the corners of his mouth slightly, thinking Li was talking nonsense. Li paid no heed to her laughter and continued, if I can't surpass your record within 7 days, then it proves the Li family does indeed have some ability. I'll gladly take back what I said and return to the Li family. Upon hearing this, both Li Yuan and Li Fenglan's expressions turned serious. Fine, if you can beat my Tower of Trials record, I'll apologize for what I said earlier, admit that I'm no match for you, and acknowledge that you can become a powerful fighter even without the Li family. But Li Fenglan believed this was impossible. Perhaps Li could make rapid progress in the early stages, but after that, each level would require a massive amount of experience points. Without the accumulation of time, it would be impossible to level up. Not to mention certain special methods of advancement, which not only require specific secret realms and special venues but also a great deal of time. Take, for example, the Imperial Academy's experience boost rooms, attribute enhancement rooms, and skill training halls. Such facilities didn't exist at other academies or even within the House of He clan itself. If one couldn't rapidly boost their strength through these resources,
how could they possibly surpass her Tower of Trials record within 7 days? Just as she was thinking this, Lee pulled out his phone and suddenly smiled brightly. I need to get ready for enrollment, so I won't keep you any longer. Out of the corners of their eyes, Li Yuan and Li Fenglan both caught a glimpse of the admission letter that had just popped up on Li's phone.
He actually pulled it off.
The two exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Li had actually resolved the enrollment issue with a single phone call. After all, this was a matter handled personally by the dean.
Who else but the dean could send an admission letter?
Beijing, the Lin family residence.
Luna was frantically giving instructions to Uncle Fu and the others,
trying to find a way to get the House of He to stop targeting Li so he could successfully enroll. Miss, the House of He has made it clear that their conflict with Li is nearly irreconcilable, unless we use forceful measures to make them back down.
Uncle Fu looked troubled. Which faction in Beijing had the power to do that? I don't care. Even if we have to draw on the family's resources, Li must be admitted.
Luna said, hands on her hips, her gaze resolute. While the Lin Zhenghao faction won't agree. They love nothing more than to rub salt in the wound.
We simply can't mobilize much of the family's influence, Uncle Fu added.
Although Luna had secured her position as heir apparent, the vast majority of the family's power still lay in the hands of the Lin Zhenghao faction.
Luna also sensed the difficulty. She pulled out her phone and said angrily, "Humph. If they won't let Li enroll, then I'm not going either."
But just then, she noticed that Li's name had been added to the admission list, and he had also sent her a message inviting her to join him as his guide.
Wait, is the problem solved just like that? Imperial Academy.
Today was not only the day the acceptance letters were distributed but also the day the freshmen began their studies. Faced with the demon clan lurking menacingly beyond the human race's Great Wall and a situation growing increasingly precarious, the students had virtually no time for vacation. Seizing every moment to enhance their strength was the only way forward. Filled with anticipation, the freshmen stepped into this academy, ranked number 1 in Huagua. The academy's grounds were significantly larger than some small cities, exuding an air of antiquity and solemnity. There were no skyscrapers, but instead, numerous training halls and hidden realms. Most of these places were unique within China and formed the very foundation of Imperial Academy. While the freshmen were completing their enrollment procedures, some sophomores had gathered in front of the Skills Training Hall, a long-standing academy tradition. On their first day, freshmen are robbed by the sophomores, and the instructors turn a blind eye. It's considered the freshmen's first lesson. It teaches them that even after entering the Imperial Academy, they must continue to work hard, otherwise, they'll simply become targets for bullying and robbery. If they don't want to suffer this ordeal, they must work hard and become stronger than the sophomores.
Rob the freshmen? Do the instructors really just stand by and do nothing?
Li and Luna walked side by side through the academy grounds, which were as vast as a forest park. Luna explained with a smile that as a hallmark of the Imperial Academy, it strongly encourages internal competition to maximize motivation and drive. It's to prevent those from prominent families from relying on their family's resources early on, getting into the Imperial Academy, and then just coasting on Hua's top-tier resources without striving for improvement.
As a direct descendant of the Lin family, she naturally knew a great deal about the Imperial Academy. On their first day of enrollment, freshmen are granted training time in facilities such as the Experience Boost Room, the Attribute Enhancement Room, and the Skill Training Hall. This training time, allocated on a fixed monthly basis, is precisely what upperclassmen plunder, and it's even more valuable within the academy than spirit stones or equipment. Li nodded immediately. That's a great rule. Do you think this will motivate everyone more? Luna asked.
Li's eyes lit up as he said, I think this is perfect for me to go plunder.
Plunder? Luna's expression froze. Li's way of thinking was truly out of the ordinary.
Upon learning about this tradition at the Imperial Academy, her first thought had been to avoid the Skill Training Hall, the Experience Boost Room, and the Attribute Boost Room on her very first day to prevent herself from being plundered by upperclassmen.
You're going to plunder those freshmen? Luna asked.
Li waved his hand grandly. Hey, how can I just pick on the weak? I've always treated everyone equally. I won't let the upperclassmen off the hook either.
Upperclassmen preying on freshmen is a tradition.
Freshmen preying on upperclassmen, however, would be an absolute reversal of the natural order. Everyone admitted to the Imperial Academy is a genius from their respective provinces. Having trained for an extra year, if they were still beaten by freshmen, they'd have truly wasted that year.
Xian, you're not joking with me, are you? Luna blinked.
Second-year students at the Imperial Academy have all completed their advancement quests and successfully advanced to Tier 3. Their levels are all well into the 30s, putting them on a completely different level from the freshmen. Each 10 levels constitute one tier. Starting at level 29, players must complete an advancement quest before they can reach level 30 and become Tier 3 players, at which point their strength will jump to a significantly higher tier.
Advancement quests are randomly generated based on a player's strength, though there is a minimum threshold.
The higher the tier, the harder the quest, which is why many players get stuck on these quests, with their levels perpetually stuck at 29, 39, 49, and so on. But those who made it into the Imperial Academy certainly wouldn't be held back by Tier 3 advancement quests. Their strength has already risen to a whole new level.
Of course I'm not joking. How much cultivation time could you possibly get just by snatching up freshmen?
Li looked at the student ID card he'd just received. It showed a paltry 1 hour of cultivation time.
That meant he could only spend 1 hour in facilities like the Experience Boost Room, the Attribute Enhancement Room, or the Skill Training Hall.
This was the fixed monthly allocation given to all first-year students. To earn more training time, students had to complete various academy quests and break records in the Academy's major dungeons to receive corresponding rewards. This system was designed to prevent students from getting something for nothing and to motivate them to work hard and improve. Therefore, freshmen who had just enrolled simply couldn't have much training time.
The real payoff comes from competing with upperclassmen.
Li couldn't wait any longer.
He couldn't help but urge, Yunshi, hurry up and take me there. We've got to go earn some training time.
Having just arrived at Imperial Academy, he didn't know his way around yet, so he had to rely on Yunshi to lead him to places like the Skill Training Hall. After receiving their allotted hour of training time, freshmen are usually eager to experience these renowned locations. After all, this was the very foundation that allowed players to rapidly boost their strength. So the upperclassmen would station themselves at the entrances, quietly waiting for these innocent, hopeful freshmen to walk right into their hands.
Imperial Academy, First Year Academic Affairs Office.
Director Zhang Bailey, sporting a long beard, was organizing the files for this year's freshmen. Just then, a freshman mentor knocked and walked in, smiling in an attempt to strike up a conversation. Director,
how is it going? Any promising prospects among this year's freshmen?
Zhang Billy glanced up at him, his eyes filled with weariness. Tomorrow was the day these mentors would select their students, and a whole stack of mentors had already come by to gather information during this period. Those qualified to serve as mentors at Imperial Academy were all formidable, at the very least, 5th-tier powerhouses. Such experts typically held positions in various departments, such as the military, the guild, and the Ministry of Education. Some were even stationed at the Great Wall, battling the demon race on the Demon Realm battlefield. Therefore, aside from their daily teaching duties, the mentors had their own primary responsibilities to attend to. They simply didn't have the time to analyze each freshman's performance on the grand exam. At most, they glanced to see who had won the national championship.
I do have it, but I wonder if you dare to take him on.
Zhang Bailey pulled out the file of one of the freshmen and placed it in front of the freshman instructor.
The instructor glanced at the name and immediately broke into a wry smile. Is this the one who even tripped up the dean?
He is this year's national champion, the most outstanding genius among this class of freshmen. Zhang Bailey said as he organized the files.
Well, I wouldn't dare accept him either.
The freshman advisor hurriedly pushed the file back. Li wasn't just a household name among this year's freshmen. Even among the faculty, he was known to everyone. It could be said his fame had spread throughout the entire academy. That was because he was the first national champion in the history of Imperial Academy to be personally rejected by the Dean's order. But not long after that order was issued, the Dean personally sent him an acceptance letter and announced that he would be stepping down temporarily, with the Vice Dean taking over all academy affairs.
The reasons behind this were likely known only to the dean himself. The students were unaware of this, but word had long since spread among the Academy's leadership and faculty. They knew that this national champion had a mysterious background and powerful connections, yet also harbored a grudge against either the dean or the House of He. Consequently, with his background unclear, no advisor dared to accept him as a student. Past national champions have always been the cream of the crop in your eyes, yet you're all avoiding this year's champion like the plague, Zhang Bailey said, shaking his head as he picked up Leah's file. If we accept him, it would mean going against the dean who would have the guts to do that? The freshman advisor shook his head and hurried away. They were terrified the director would force this hot potato onto them. Zhang Billy let out a long sigh. These freshman advisors were all scrambling to avoid Lee the moment they heard his name. At this rate, not a single advisor might be willing to take him on by tomorrow. Beginner Skills Training Hall. A group of sophomores was sitting on the steps by the entrance, looking every bit like highwaymen. They made no attempt to hide their intentions, since the freshmen had no idea about the Academy's first day tradition. They never imagined that upperclassmen were actually allowed to rob the freshmen on campus. Brother Wu, a freshman only gets 1 hour of training time. If we split it, we won't get much, said a short guy with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks. Wu Zhanpun, the leader of the five, gave him a tap on the head. What do you know? It's precisely because it's so little that others won't bother with it. Otherwise, how could such a good deal ever come our way? Exactly, and we can really take it out on these freshmen, a chubby guy said, slapping his left palm with his right hand. Back when they were freshmen, they'd been thoroughly humiliated and robbed by the sophomores of that year. Finally, after enduring a year, they'd made it to their sophomore year, and now they could properly bully this year as freshmen, venting all the frustration they'd suffered before. Quiet. Freshmen are coming, Wu Zhanpeng warned. In the distance, 3 freshmen were walking toward them, looking around curiously. They seemed fascinated by everything about the academy, their faces brimming with excitement and full of hope for the future. Walking in the middle was none other than Zach from Jiangnan province, and the 2 beside him were also freshmen from Jiangnan province. Brother Zhe, we're all Imperial Academy students now. I heard that most of Huagui's strongest warriors came from here, so we're basically alumni of the same school as those powerhouses. A bespectacled, well-mannered young man spoke with excitement and great pride. Zach clenched his fist and declared proudly, I'll become one of those powerful warriors someday, too. Another girl short with a sweet, delicate face nodded emphatically, Brother Zhe, I believe you can definitely do it. A smile immediately spread across Zach's face. He was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being praised. When they arrived at the skill training hall, ready to enter and experience this exclusive Imperial Academy facility rumored to enhance skills, a chubby guy walked over from the side and blocked their path. Classmate, please move aside, Zach said, slightly annoyed. Who is your classmate? I'm your senior in the sophomore class, the chubby guy said, folding his arms and looking smug. Hearing this, the other 2 instinctively stepped back behind Zach. Having entered the academy a year before them, this meant his strength was undoubtedly far superior to all 3 of them. Zach didn't dare act arrogant, so he could only say politely, Senior, please step aside. We need to go in. You can go in if you want, but first hand over your training time to me. The chubby guy held out his hand. What did you say? Zach furrowed his brow. They could only claim this 1 hour of cultivation time once a month. It was the key to improving their strength. There was no way they could just hand it over like that. I said. The chubby guy's plump face was beaming with a smile, but a golden light flared from his right hand as he slammed it violently into Zach's abdomen. Boom! Zach was instantly sent flying backward. He hadn't even had time to react before the punch sent him flying. Brother Zhe! The bespectacled, frail-looking guy and the girl with the petite face cried out in shock. Although they hadn't expected the fat guy to attack, they immediately used their skills to counterattack. Whoosh! The fat guy extended his left hand, and a shield formed from gold light appeared on the back of his hand, blocking all of their skills. Trying to tickle this fat guy? He clenched his right fist again and slammed it violently into the ground. Boom! A shockwave surged from the ground toward the 2 of them,
instantly knocking them flying and leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to get up.
Ha ha! They're no match for me. The fat guy burst into laughter. The thrill of humiliating freshmen was truly exhilarating.
He took out his student card and swiped it one by one over the three, who were now completely helpless. Their cultivation time was immediately transferred to his card. This was a rule of the academy: as long as an opponent was defeated to the point of being unable to resist, their cultivation time could be directly seized. Zack and his two companions lay on the ground, watching in bitter frustration as the 1 month of cultivation time they earned was swept away by the fat guy. The two sides were simply in completely different leagues in terms of attributes and strength. Even if they fought 10 more times, the chubby guy would still utterly dominate them.
Bro woo! 3 hours of cultivation time in the bag.
The chubby guy returned excitedly to Wu Zhanping and the others. In the end, they would split this cultivation time evenly among themselves. Wu Zhanping nodded slightly, while the others watched with envy, itching to step in and give the freshmen a taste of their own medicine. Soon, another batch of freshmen arrived. This time, the short, sharp-nosed, gaunt-cheeked guy burst forward. "It's my turn now." He was an assassin class character. Before the freshmen could even figure out what was happening, he snatched the cultivation time away from them. 2 more batches of freshmen followed, and in each case, they were easily taken down by the upperclassmen before they could even react. You're robbing us. "Aren't you afraid the academy administrators will find out?" one of the freshmen exclaimed, filled with grief and indignation. Zack was struggling to his feet at that moment and threatened, "I advise you to give back the cultivation time. Otherwise, I'll definitely report this to the academy administrators and have you all expelled." However, upon hearing this, Wu Zhanping and his friends burst out laughing. "Go ahead and report us. Let the college administration expel us. Ha ha. Fatso, these guys are just like you were in your freshman year. They're going to run crying to the administration too." Fatso was instantly struck at his weak spot and hurriedly covered up, saying, "Who cried? I was just standing up for you guys, wasn't I?" Only then did he realize that he had actually become just the very people he used to despise the most. Once a victim of bullying, now a bully himself, yet he actually relished the feeling. Wu Zhanping slowly rose to his feet, standing on the steps and looking down at these freshmen filled with grief, resentment, and humiliation. They were all top-tier geniuses from various provinces, once prominent figures, the center of attention, and geniuses adorned with countless accolades. Yet now, having arrived at Imperial Academy, they had suffered such a blow. This is the first lesson you'll learn upon arriving at Imperial Academy. Standing on the steps, Wu Zhanping declared in a deep voice, "The survival of the fittest is the eternal truth." This tradition was meant to make it clear to the geniuses who had come here: don't assume that just because you're at Imperial Academy, you'll be protected by rules. Here, the weak will be bullied. On the battlefield, the Demon Clan won't go easy on you just because you're weak, nor will they fight you on equal terms. If you want revenge, then train hard to improve your strength. In the future, defeat us and take your revenge with your own hands. As soon as these words were spoken, a blazing fire ignited in the freshmen' eyes. Alongside their resentment as geniuses, they all possessed a fierce pride. They were confident that before long, their strength would surpass theirs, and when that day came, they would repay every humiliation they suffered today. Wu Zhan and the others knew exactly what these freshmen were thinking at that moment, but they weren't the least bit worried. Everyone who made it here is a genius. While you're improving, we certainly won't fall behind a year's worth of strength gains. Isn't something you can catch up to easily. Just then, 2 more freshmen, a boy and a girl, approached from the distance. This time, it was the chubby guy's turn again. He couldn't wait to jump to his feet, ready to show off his skills once more. Meanwhile, the freshmen lying on the ground all felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing the new arrivals. Lee and Luna were walking side by side toward them. Lee had, of course, long since noticed the freshmen lying around and the upperclassmen itching to prove themselves. "Don't come over here. These upperclassmen are stealing our training time," one of the fallen freshmen warned. Lee was this year's national champion, the strongest among the freshmen and, in a sense, their representative. If he were to fall here too, it would bring shame upon the entire freshman class. Some of the upperclassmen recognized Lee as well.
He looks like this year's national champion.
As soon as those words were spoken, Wu Zhanping and several other upperclassmen felt a jolt of alarm and sprang to their feet. Plundering other freshmen was one thing, but plundering the national champion, the sense of accomplishment and thrill were on an entirely different level.
Li seemed not to have heard them and continued walking toward them. It's over, it's over. There's no escaping this now. A wave of despair washed over the freshmen.
Only Zack felt a hint of anticipation moments ago. He practically lost all face in front of his friends. But if even Li, the national champion, were to fall here, then being robbed himself wouldn't be such a big deal.
As soon as Li approached, the fat guy jumped right at him. So you're the national champion, right? What's up? Li flashed a harmless smile, asking the question he already knew the answer to.
Haha, hand over your cultivation time, the fat guy said with a cold laugh as he walked up, cracking his knuckles.
Li gestured for Luna, standing nearby, to step back, then turned and smiled calmly. What if I don't hand it over? Either you hand it over now, or I'll beat it out of you. The fat guy grinned widely. He never experienced the thrill of bullying the national champion before. Li's smile grew even broader as he whispered to him, actually, I'm here to borrow some cultivation time from you guys, too. Whoosh! No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li unleashed a punch. Golden light and the aura of the Way of the King intertwined to form a fist seal that erupted instantly. The fat guy was ready. He conjured a golden shield on the back of his left hand once more. Already skilled in head-on combat, he intended to take the blow head-on. Boom! But when the golden fist mark slammed into the shield, his expression changed drastically as he felt an unstoppable force blast outward. The chubby guy was instantly blasted away by the sovereign fist. Both the upperclassmen and freshmen watching the spectacle stood frozen in shock. The freshmen were simply astonished that Li, on his very first day of school, could knock a freshman who'd been there for a whole year flying with a single punch. The upperclassmen, on the other hand, were well aware of the chubby guy's strength. He was a level 35 player who had reached the 34th floor of the Tower of Trials in the outside world. That made him one of the top tier 3 players, and even at the Imperial Academy, he was considered a respectable tier 3 powerhouse. But he'd been sent flying with just one punch? Li, meanwhile, was gauging their strength through this single strike. As expected, tier 3 players weren't so easy to take down. That punch had merely knocked the chubby guy back and reduced his health by a quarter. It was nowhere near enough to render him incapable of fighting back. Sovereign Fist was, after all, a legendary class ultimate move, which meant the chubby guy's stats far surpassed his own. So this is this year's national champion, Wu Zhanping muttered under his breath. Normally, freshmen admitted to the Imperial Academy each year don't exceed level 20, and their strength barely reaches tier 2. Even past champions were only considered extremely powerful within tier 2. They certainly didn't possess tier 3 strength. That was why they initially assumed the fat guy alone would be enough to handle him. Attack together. Take him down. As soon as Wu Zhanping spoke, he sprang into action. With a sweep of his right hand, 3 ice blades transformed into streaks of blue light and flew toward Li. His class was Polar Hunter, specializing in head-on combat and skilled in ice-based abilities. Watch out! Luna called out a warning. He didn't need the reminder. Li's spiritual energy had already detected them the moment they moved. 3 flying swords imbued with sword energy materialized behind him. They collided with the ice blades, and the energies of the 2 forces cancelled each other out. At that moment, he took a step forward. Whoosh! The Paladin's domain expanded instantly in all directions from the center of his feet, enveloping all 4 senior students facing him. Wu Zhanping and the others felt their stats drop significantly within the domain. Crack! Another thunderstorm gathered above the 4, and bolts of lightning instantly struck down. The group had no choice but to focus on defense, but the short man with the sharp nose and monkey-like cheeks leaped out of thin air. In the next second, his body appeared directly behind Li, and the blade in his hand stabbed toward Li's back. Whoosh! A Tai Chi Bagua diagram suddenly materialized behind Li, engulfing the assassin's entire arm holding the blade. Li absorbed the force and then struck out with a palm strike. Boom!
Caught off guard, the short assassin was struck squarely in the chest, taking the full brunt of both his own and Lee's. Meanwhile, the three opponents had already broken free from the sea of lightning. Lee knew that if they closed in on him, he'd be in trouble dealing with their various and varied skills, so he held nothing back. A flash of holy light tripled his stats, and immediately, countless flying swords materialized behind him, sweeping toward the three.
The best defense is a good offense.
With such a massive barrage of flying swords sweeping toward them, the trio couldn't even think of attacking Lee. They had to exhaust every means to defend themselves, and their counterattacks could only slightly reduce the number of flying swords.
The vast swarm of flying swords surrounded the three.
Wu Zhanping wielded a long spear forged from ice crystals, unleashing wave after wave of icy gale winds before him.
Clang! Clang!
One by one, the flying swords were shattered by his spear, but as they exploded, they dealt secondary damage from their sword energy. He and the other two stood back to back, each guarding a section of the area to withstand the pressure of the flood of flying swords. The fat man, wielding a shield in one hand and a sledgehammer in the other, excelled at head-on combat. In this situation, his combat prowess was maximized, and he poured every ounce of his brute strength into the torrent of flying swords without wasting a single bit. Even with the three of them joining forces at full strength, their maneuvering space continued to be relentlessly squeezed by the countless flying swords. Even when they used their ultimate moves to temporarily clear a space, the sheer number of flying swords was overwhelming. The moment a gap appeared, they were immediately filled again. Just then, Lee raised his hand and waved it once more, enveloping all three in a hazy dreamlike veil. Caught off guard in the heat of battle, the three instantly fell into the dreamscape.
In that split second of distraction, the flying swords closed in on them, leaving them all immobilized.
With Lee's current mental power, he was able to control the situation with pinpoint precision, causing all the flying swords to hover just 2 or 3 centimeters away from their bodies. Seeing that his opponents had lost all ability to resist, Lee retracted his paladin realm and walked toward them, student ID card in hand. The freshman lying on the ground stared in stunned silence as Lee single-handedly took on 4 upperclassmen and completely overwhelmed them all.
Just how strong is he, exactly?
Once those flying swords come out, there is simply no stopping him.
As expected, what he showed in the grand exam wasn't even his full potential. Excitement sparkled in the freshmen's eyes as they had been bullied and crushed by the upperclassmen.
Lee had descended like a savior, defeating all the upperclassmen and venting their pent-up frustration. Zack clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the ground. Just then, a familiar, soft voice suddenly reached his ears.
"He is so cool." His fangirl from Jiangnan province was now gazing at Lee with adoration.
Even the bespectacled, bookish guy stared at Lee with a look of awe. Their idol had already shifted from Zack to Lee. Luna smiled, her lips pressed together, her face radiating smugness and pride. In her eyes, this was exactly how Lee should be doing things ordinary people couldn't imagine, and dominating the scene.
"Thanks for the credits."
Lee took out his student ID card and transferred all of their cultivation time onto his own card. In an instant, the cultivation time on his card reached 28 hours. This included the original cultivation time that the 4 of them had accumulated.
Wu Zhanping and the others immediately wore expressions of resentment and distress. Even as sophomores, they didn't receive much cultivation time each month. This was the amount of training time they managed to accumulate over half a month. "By the way, this is the first lesson I've taught you since coming to Imperial Academy." Lee then mimicked Wu Zhanping's mannerisms from earlier and declared with confidence, "Freshmen can take from upperclassmen, too."
Holy shit, 4 of them couldn't help but curse inwardly. Back in their freshman year, they'd been beaten by sophomores. Now that they were sophomores themselves, they were getting beaten by freshmen.
How the hell could they be this unlucky?
After the battle just now, Lee realized that while their strength was weaker than Emochen's, their attributes weren't that far off. They simply didn't possess as many powerful divine abilities as Emochen. This made him curious about where their strength ranked among third-tier cultivators and among second-year students, so he could gauge his own current combat prowess.
"How far have you guys made it in the Tower of Trials?" Lee asked casually. After being defeated by a freshman, Wu Zhanping and the other upperclassmen were clearly reluctant to answer him. "Huh?" Lee cracked his knuckles and glared at the fat guy.
The chubby guy immediately stammered, "I made it to the 33rd floor, and the other two did too." Brother Wu made it to the 34th floor.
So where does your strength rank among the sophomores? Lee asked again.
Once he knew the upper limit of the sophomore's strength, he'd be able to figure out which upperclassman to target next and whether he needed to go all out. "Of course, we're among the top few," the short, sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked guy blurted out.
"Nonsense." Luna walked over at that moment.
"The top geniuses in this year's sophomore class have all reached around the 38th or 39th floor of the Tower of Trials."
She knew a thing or two about the Imperial Academy's sophomore upperclassmen. Lee nodded slightly.
He knew that after the 30th floor of the Tower of Trials, the strength of the monsters on each subsequent floor increased significantly. The monsters on the 38th and 39th floors were already far beyond their own capabilities. The short guy's remark was undoubtedly meant to egg him on to plunder those top-tier second-year geniuses. Given his current strength, he probably wasn't yet a match for those top-tier geniuses, but plundering these ordinary second-year seniors would be more than enough. He would then use the cultivation time he looted from them to boost his own strength. He was confident it wouldn't take long before he surpassed them.
"Get lost."
Lee raised his hand and recalled the flying swords. Although Wu Zhanping and the others were reluctant, they couldn't win a fight, so in the end, they could only grit their teeth and turn to leave.
"Do you guys still have any cultivation time left?"
After they left, Lee asked the surrounding freshmen, who had sustained significant injuries. The freshmen all shook their heads in frustration. They each only received 1 hour of cultivation time, which had been snatched away by the upperclassmen before they even had a chance to get their hands on it.
Lee was undoubtedly their savior, having reclaimed the cultivation time from those upperclassmen.
Not only had he restored their dignity, but he also made up for their losses. Truly worthy of this year's national champion, truly worthy of being their idol. Just as they were feeling moved and filled with admiration, a look of disappointment crossed Leah's face.
"Nope.
I was actually hoping to make a little extra profit," he muttered to himself.
Make a little extra profit? What does that mean?" After a moment of bewilderment, the freshman finally grasped what Lee meant. Was he planning to take it from us? Luna, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle.
She stepped forward, ready to enter the skill training hall with Lee to experience its wonders firsthand.
But Lee had no intention of going in just yet.
Instead, he said, "Yunshi, don't rush. This amount of training time isn't nearly enough."
"Huh? You're still going to steal it?" Luna was surprised and asked in confusion, "But didn't you already take all the training time from those freshmen just now?"
Besides, the freshmen who aren't here right now have probably all heard about this tradition, so they're too scared to stay at the academy anyway. We wouldn't be able to find anyone. Lee shook his head slightly.
"Actually, I never intended to steal the freshmen's cultivation time. After all, how much cultivation time could they possibly have? Not stealing from the freshmen." Luna stroked her jade-like chin. "Then whose are you going to steal from?"
"Whoever has the most cultivation time, that's who will take it from." Lee chuckled wryly, already having a plan in mind.
"Huh? You're still going to keep stealing cultivation time from the upperclassmen?" Luna's pretty face was filled with shock. Not only were they stealing from the upperclassmen stuck in the skill training hall, but were they really going to head over to the sophomore dorms to ambush them and steal from them too?
That would be like the upside-down heavenly gangs opening the door to absurdity so absurd it would lead straight to the upside-down heavenly gang's house.
Exactly.
The Academy's tradition only allows snatching training time on the first day. This event ends tomorrow, so of course we have to make the most of today.
Lee rubbed his hands together, ready to pull off a major coup. If he succeeded, he might secure a half-semester's worth of training time.
At his strong urging, Luna took him to the campus where the second-year students were. It had to be said that Imperial Academy was truly vast, and with so few students, the campus seemed eerily quiet and empty everywhere they went. Soon, they encountered their first second-year student.
"Is he one of those top-tier geniuses in the second year?" Lee quickly asked Luna to help confirm.
He wasn't stupid. If he rashly challenged those top geniuses, he might end up in serious trouble.
Luna took a close look and shook her head.
Whoosh! Lee immediately charged forward and blocked the student's path. Hand over your cultivation time.
What? The upperclassman looked completely bewildered. Robbery. Don't you know today is the Academy's annual robbery day? Lee said with a straight face. Robbery day. The upperclassman pondered for a moment, then immediately realized, you mean, on freshman orientation day, upperclassmen are allowed to rob freshmen of their cultivation time? Lee nodded, exactly. If upperclassmen are allowed to rob freshmen, then freshmen must surely be allowed to rob upperclassmen too. Are you a freshman? The upperclassman instantly perked up. He'd been planning to head over to the freshman campus to try his luck and earn some cultivation time, but he never expected a freshman to come right to him. Cut the crap. Hurry up and hand over your cultivation time. Lee urged. Here. I'll give it to you. The upperclassman reached out and grabbed a blood-red battle axe, which appeared in his hand, and swung it violently at Lee. Boom! Countless flying swords shot out in response, instantly enveloping the upperclassman and defeating him in the blink of an eye. Lee swiped his student ID card, securing another 5 hours of cultivation time. If you'd just done that from the start, this would been over already. Leaving the stunned upperclassman behind, Lee turned and walked away, joining Luna in search of their next target. And so, the two began scouring the sophomore campus, hunting down and robbing the upperclassmen there, their cultivation time skyrocketing. Every upperclassman who was robbed was stunned and couldn't believe it. How could they have been robbed by a freshman? At first, the upperclassmen were too embarrassed to speak up, but as more and more of them were robbed, a heated discussion finally erupted on their sophomore forum. Being robbed by a freshman, this was something that hadn't happened at Imperial Academy in years, and it was a profound humiliation for this year's sophomore class. A freshman coming to our sophomore campus to rob us. Is there no justice? Is there no law? If we don't beat this kid until he is on his knees begging for mercy, what will become of our sophomore class's reputation? Let us go. Anyone who has cleared level 35 or higher in the Tower of Trials, gather up. Let us go take down this kid together. On the sophomore campus forum, furious upperclassmen began rallying the top players to band together and hunt down this presumptuous freshman. Just as they were organizing and about to set out, Lee had already received inside information and returned to the freshman campus with Luna. After all that looting, I only managed to get 56 hours of cultivation time, Lee thought, feeling rather disappointed. If the upperclassmen hadn't reacted so quickly and banded together, he would have definitely made a killing. Moreover, with his current strength, he could only target weaker sophomores, and besides, none of them were in the habit of saving up cultivation time. Even after robbing quite a few upperclassmen, he only managed to get a little over 20 hours of cultivation time. That's actually pretty good. Freshmen can only claim 1 hour of cultivation time per month, Luna remarked as they walked alongside each other. Even sophomores, under normal circumstances while completing quests, don't get much cultivation time in a month. Lee then pulled out his student ID and said to Luna, "Give me your student ID." Luna, however, clasped her hands behind her back and said playfully, "No way. Besides, the Academy prohibits giving cultivation time to others." Lee was about to try to persuade her. After all, without her intel and guidance, he'd still be completely lost inside the Academy and would never have even thought of robbing upperclassmen. Moreover, if it hadn't been for her final inside tip, he might have been surrounded by those furious upperclassmen and forced to give back all the cultivation time he'd just looted. However, Luna remained firmly opposed. With her hands behind her back, she walked forward and said, "You have your own path to ascension, and I have mine. Forcing what you've earned onto me isn't that just like pulling up seedlings to help them grow? This is also the original intent behind the Academy's ban on gift giving. All resources and benefits must be earned through one's own efforts. Otherwise, over time, it will foster a habit of laziness and battle fatigue." As she spoke, she turned her head and flashed a radiant smile. "You wouldn't want me to end up as a mere ornament, someone with high levels and stats but no actual combat prowess, would you?" Lee stood there dumbfounded for a few seconds before offering a smile. I hadn't thought that far ahead. He put away his student ID card on this point. Yunchi saw things more clearly than he did. Right now, pretty much every second-year student on campus is looking for you. I'm afraid even the freshman campus isn't safe anymore, Luna said with concern. Lee already had a plan for this. I'm going to head into the skill training hall and the training boost room. After all, the training time I have on hand is enough for me to stay in there for 2 days and 2 nights and then some. As for those upperclassmen looking to exact revenge and save face, let them keep looking. Once the event ends tomorrow, anyone who dares to engage in reckless looting on campus will inevitably face severe disciplinary action from the academy. Luna nodded with a smile. All right, but tomorrow is the freshman mentor selection ceremony. Don't overdo your training. Got it. The two parted ways in front of the skill training hall, and Lee decided to enter this renowned place first to get a good feel for it. The skill training hall was a 3-story building that covered a vast area. Since it was located on the freshman campus, the place was completely empty. The freshmen either knew that the first day was looting day or had already been looted. Lee walked up to a machine and placed his student ID card on it. Please select the skill you wish to train and improve: Blade Call, Summoning Vajra Ape, Tai Chi Bagua Palm, Scouting, Shadow Stealth, Sovereign Fist, Full Recovery, Dreamweaving, Full Amplification, One Sword Breaks All Laws. Thundercloud Storm, Holy Baptism, Full Vision, Paladin's Domain. He rubbed his forehead with a slight headache. This Lee, he really is a little troublemaker. We're in for a rough ride from now on. Skill Training Hall. Skill Paladin's Domain upgraded to level 3. Skill Tai Chi Bagua Palm upgraded to level 3. Sovereign Fist upgraded to level 3. After another 3 hours of training, Lee had upgraded all 3 skills to level 3, making their effects even more powerful. Paladin's Domain provided greater boosts to his own attributes and stronger debuffs against enemies. The maximum damage that Tai Chi Bagua Palm could absorb was also increased. Sovereign Fist benefited from a 1100% boost to all of his attributes. All 3 skills were powerful weapons against enemies, so Lee prioritized upgrading them first. I wonder if upgrading the summoned beast, the Vajra Ape, will increase its level or its attributes. Although he was curious, 3 hours had passed, and Lee had expended a significant amount of mental energy. Besides, it was already late at night, and drowsiness was setting in. Lee stepped out of the skill training hall and decided to check out the experience boost room. Perhaps he could gain experience points while sleeping there. With that in mind, he entered the adjacent experience boost room, which was also completely empty. Let us see what this does first. He started by selecting the shortest training duration, half an hour. Whoosh! He was teleported into a quiet chamber surrounded by walls on all sides. Yet the space didn't feel claustrophobic. Instead, it helped clear his mind and bring a sense of tranquility. Experience plus 200. Experience plus 200. Experience plus 200. Soon, Lee saw his experience points rising at a visible rate. Whoa! I can really gain experience just by lying here. Lee's heart skipped a beat. How could he pass up such a good opportunity? When the half hour was up, he immediately chose to sleep for 8 hours in the experience boost room. Ding! With a swipe of his student card, the 8 hours of training time were deducted, and Lee entered the meditation room and fell asleep right away. Gaining experience just by sleeping, where else but the Imperial Academy's experience boost room could you find such a great place? This way, he could improve his strength 24 hours a day. The 7-day bet he made with Lee Fonglan might even be completed ahead of schedule. Experience plus 200. As soon as the 8 hours were up, Lee was teleported out. He was instantly wide awake and hurried to check his current level. Level 26. He actually leveled up 3 times in a row. It truly lives up to its reputation as the Imperial Academy's South-only sacred place. Lee marveled once more. Since sleeping grants experience, he could treat this place as his dorm from now on, though he'd need to ensure he had enough time to train. Along with the stat boosts from leveling up 3 times, he also gained 3 additional chances to draw. Without hesitation, Lee immediately pulled off a triple draw. Obtained Rare Class Shadow Warrior Ultimate Skill, Clone Technique. Clone Technique, upon use, briefly summons 3 clones with the same equipment stats as the user, but they cannot use skills.
Obtain rare class Radiant Walker exclusive skill, Spatial Flicker. Spatial Flicker instantly teleports the user to any location within a 100-meter radius, can be used 3 times in a row.
Obtained legendary summoned beast, world-destroying demon dragon. 3 draws, 2 purple and 1 gold. Clone technique only replicates my own stats, but it retains the equipment I'm wearing. This skill can create a convincing illusion and prove incredibly effective in critical moments. Lee was naturally very satisfied with the diversification of his skills, as this made his arsenal even more comprehensive. He no longer had to worry about being countered by certain classes, and at the same time, he could counter most classes, naturally boosting his actual combat power. Needless to say, Spatial Flicker allowed him to advance or retreat at will. It could be used to ambush opponents or as an escape skill, leaving the enemy completely off guard. If I combine Clone Technique with Shadow Stealth and follow up with Spatial Flicker, I'll probably leave my opponent completely confused. Just thinking about this combo made Lee feel it was incredibly overpowered. By then, his opponent wouldn't have a clue which clone to attack. Finally, regarding this legendary tier summoned beast, Lee hurriedly entered the summoned beast space to take a look. There, coiled within the summoning space, was a small black dragon radiating an aura of destruction. Its scales shimmered like gems, a purple glowing horn protruded from its forehead, its flowing mane and whiskers fluttered in the breeze, and its eyes seemed to burn with apocalyptic flames. Apocalyptic Demon Dragon, Level 1. Strength, 150. Agility, 200. Defense, 100. Spirit, 300. Skills, World-Destroying Demon Flame, Dragon Claw Ambush, Descent of Dragon Might. It's still only level 1. Lee rubbed his chin. However, the experience he gained from slaying demon beasts and monsters could be shared with it, and given the amount of experience he accumulated so far, all he had to do was kill a few more demon beasts to level it up. Judging by its skills and attributes, the world-destroying demon dragon seemed to be a skill-oriented summoned beast, unlike the Vajra ape, a frontline warrior specializing in melee combat. Alright, if these two work together, they might even be able to clear some secret realms and dungeons. Lee glanced at the time. It was already past 7 in the morning. At 8 a.m. today, the mentors would be selecting new students. If he missed it, he wouldn't have a mentor to guide and lead him. Student management at Imperial Academy was relatively lax, but few dared to slack off, as the Academy conducted monthly evaluations of students. Those who failed to meet the standards were immediately expelled. To quickly improve one's strength, choosing a good mentor was undoubtedly the most important step. A mentor would point out the path best suited to you at the moment and advise on which areas to focus on next. They can recommend which skill books to study to compensate for your class's weaknesses and point out the dungeons best suited for leveling up. He didn't know much about the Imperial Academy, and his understanding of the various classes certainly couldn't match that of an experienced mentor. So he quickly set off for the Freshman Plaza on the first-year campus, where today's mentor selection ceremony was taking place. Hey! Did you hear? Yesterday, Lee single-handedly defeated 4 upperclassmen in front of the skill training hall. Put. That's ancient history. I heard he later went to the sophomore campus and stole the upperclassmen's training time. Is that true? He actually dared to go to the sophomore campus looking for trouble? Of course it's true. My cousin is a sophomore. He told me the sophomores were practically furious yesterday. They lost face, but they couldn't find the guy anywhere. At Freshman Plaza, most people were discussing this major event that had taken place the day before. Zach, who had witnessed it firsthand, stood silently among the crowd. Hugo had naturally heard rumors about it, but hearing it again, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. At first, when he met Lee, he hadn't taken him seriously at all, but after learning of his ranking in the Tower of Trials, he still refused to acknowledge the gap between them until Lee displayed his incredibly overwhelming strength during the grand exam. In that moment, his pride was completely shattered, yet he still held on to his fighting spirit, viewing Lee as a goal he would surpass sooner or later. But now that Lee could easily defeat even upperclassmen, the gap between them was growing wider and wider, so wide that all he felt was a sense of helplessness. As for his feelings for Luna, he could only bury them deep within his heart, because in his view, strength meant everything.
Since Li was stronger than him, he should step aside voluntarily and stop disturbing them. Celine and Titan were naturally among the freshmen as well. Upon hearing this, they couldn't help but smile wryly. It was exactly in character for him.
"Look! Li's here!"
someone shouted, and the freshmen immediately turned their gaze in that direction. There, Li was walking side by side with Luna, though the stunningly beautiful Luna was completely overlooked
the crowd. "You're a big star among us freshmen now," Luna said.
"Not just that, I'm probably a bit of a celebrity among the sophomores, too," Li said after a moment's thought. After the commotion he caused yesterday, his photo was probably posted on the sophomore forum. After all, they'd been hunting him down everywhere the day before.
Luna giggled. That was definitely true.
At 8 o'clock in the morning, the freshmen had assembled in the square right on time. Li, Hugo, Celine, and other standout freshmen naturally stood in the front row, making it easier for the mentors to select them later. Based on past experience, there were only about 10 mentors per class, and each mentor typically selected just 5 students to provide personalized guidance. Therefore, only 10% of the 500 freshmen present would be chosen by a mentor and become mentored students. Li, Hugo, and others looked relaxed, unconcerned about not being selected. Those who had entered with average or lower grades weren't nervous either, knowing it was impossible for a mentor to choose them. Only those with decent grades whose grand exam scores hovered around the top 50 nationwide were extremely nervous. Having a mentor's guidance would undoubtedly help them chart a clear course forward, save a lot of time, and avoid going down the wrong path. Plus, with a mentor backing them up, they wouldn't have to worry about being bullied by upperclassmen. Without a mentor, they'd have to settle for attending open lectures, which couldn't provide the guidance best suited to their individual needs. After all, careers cover a vast spectrum, and everyone's situation is different. Mentors are highly experienced and have a broad perspective. They can point you toward the most precise path, organize your daily tasks, and set short-term goals for you.
"Which mentor will you choose?" Hugo suddenly asked. Li turned to look at him and asked, "Aren't the mentors supposed to choose us?"
Although the House of He harbored deep hostility toward him, Hugo had shown a resolve on the ring, preferring to take his own life rather than accept the national championship title arranged for him by his family, and Li truly admired that. Moreover, he made a point of separating the House of He from Hugo himself. Hugo seemed to recall Li's recent performance, smiled, and said, "Given your skills and recent performance, there isn't a single mentor who wouldn't want to take you on as a student." When multiple mentors choose the same student, that student can, in turn, choose their mentor, which means you can pick any of the 10 mentors in this cohort. Hearing this, Li furrowed his brow. Previously, he hadn't taken the process of choosing a mentor very seriously, so he hadn't even looked into who the mentors were or what their abilities and teaching styles were like. Hugo sensed what Li was thinking and offered. "Among this year's mentors, there are 3 who are the strongest and most competitive: Tang Hai, who comes from the military department and is known as the Mad Lion, and Chen Feng, the director of the Academy's Secret Realm Management Office."
Tang Hai is a colonel in the military department.
He can take his students into the Demon Realm battlefield to fight, gain experience, and earn experience points.
A colonel in the military?
That's exactly what I am. Li shook his head inwardly. This held no appeal for him whatsoever. Director Chen Feng needs no introduction. He oversees all the Academy's secret realms and can pull strings to grant his students free access.
Secret realms?
As a peak-tier seed, he'd be able to visit China's most elite secret realms anyway. This held no appeal for him either.
Li listened while mentally rolling his eyes, but these details were likely insider secrets that ordinary freshmen would never have access to.
As a direct descendant of the House of He, a family that was a titan within the educational system, Hugo had naturally been briefed by his elders on the circumstances of each mentor.
What about the third one? Li noted that Hugo had initially mentioned 3 competitive mentors.
The last one goes without saying. You wouldn't choose him anyway. Hugo kept him in suspense, added, "If you choose him, someone's going to be unhappy. You'll see when you meet him." Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Li didn't press the issue. Before long, the mentors walked over from the other side, with Zhang Bailey sporting a pair of sideburns leading the way.
"Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Bailey, director of the first-year academic affairs office."
Zhang Bailey first introduced himself, then delivered a lengthy opening speech before finally allowing the 10 mentors behind him to begin selecting freshmen. Instantly, Hugo, Celine, Titan, and the others instinctively sat up straight. The mentors would naturally start by selecting the strongest of these freshman prodigies. Only Lee seemed uninterested after learning the criteria set by the two most competitive mentors. None of them really made him feel compelled to choose any of them. The 10 mentors stepped forward. After a brief exchange of glances, 3 of them stepped forward together and selected Hugo. Hugo's face was filled with surprise. In his mind, Lee was supposed to be the first one chosen. However, his own qualifications were top tier across the board. Although he wasn't this year's national champion, his skill and talent were absolutely on par with past champions. Moreover, he was a direct descendant of the House of He, the strongest prodigy of his generation within the House of He, and Dean He Shin was his great-uncle. Talent, background, and connections, he had it all. Since he was the first to be chosen, naturally no one gave it a second thought. Lee didn't overthink it either, as he surveyed the 3 mentors who had stepped forward. The first was a burly man with long hair slicked back and piercing eyes. He must be Tang Hai, known as the Frenzied Lion. The one in the middle stood with his hands behind his back, wearing black-rimmed glasses and appearing taciturn. He must be Chen Feng, the director of the Secret Realm Administration Bureau. The last one captured the attention of all the freshmen the moment she appeared. With her long hair cascading down her shoulders, skin as white as jade, and delicate features, she was clearly a beautiful mentor who could easily rival Luna in beauty. No wonder Hugo said he didn't know the moment he saw her. Just based on her looks alone, she had a clear advantage. After all, who wouldn't want a mentor who has a beauty a pleasure to look at? It seemed like choosing her as a mentor wouldn't be a bad idea. No sooner had the thought crossed Lee's mind than he sensed a pair of eyes fixed on him from behind. If he chose her, Yunchi might not be too pleased. After much deliberation, Lee still couldn't decide on a mentor. In the end, Hugo chose Tang Hai, the Mad Lion, from among these 3 most competitive mentors. He seemed to prefer heading to the Demon Realm battlefield to improve himself through combat and fierce battles. After Hugo chose his mentor, everyone assumed it would be Lee's turn next, but the mentors instead selected Celine. Next came Titan, Zack, and others. Lee felt as if he'd been forgotten by the mentors. The new students all found this strange, and Lee, of course, sensed something was off. No mentor had chosen him. Could the House of He be behind this again? On stage, Zheng Billy had anticipated this turn of events, though his gaze kept drifting toward a certain mentor surnamed Lee. This mentor hailed from the Lee family, and rumors circulating outside suggested that Lee had once been a member of the Lee family. If that were true, then this mentor surnamed Lee should have spoken up right then to accept Lee. But he showed no intention of acting. Could the rumors be wrong? Was Lee not actually a member of the Lee family? Hugo stood behind Tang Hai and asked in confusion, "Teacher, why didn't you choose Lee?" Tang Hai glanced back at him. "Do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to?" Hugo opened his mouth, then he immediately thought of something. Could it be because of what happened with second grandfather? Tang Hai folded his arms behind his back and nodded. Who here dares to offend the dean? Who dares to provoke the House of He? It's not worth taking such a risk for a single gifted student. Soon after, Luna was also selected by the beautiful mentor. She approached the beautiful mentor from behind and pleaded, "Teacher, please take Lee under your wing." The beautiful mentor, Suruoli, glanced at Luna, who was pleading with her pitifully, and couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear young lady of the Lin family, you're really putting me in a tough spot here." She had no real standing within the academy and didn't belong to any faction there. If she offended the dean's faction, she'd be finished at the academy. Luna lowered her head, wondering if there was any way to get the mentor to choose Lee. "Don't worry. Look, he doesn't seem the least bit disappointed. Maybe he doesn't even want to be taken under any mentor's wing in the first place?" Mentor Suruoli's words made her look up at Lee. She saw that Lee wore an expression of calm detachment. He showed no frustration or confusion at not being chosen, but instead appeared completely at ease. That's right, Lee's abilities were extraordinary. He could always accomplish things ordinary people found hard to believe. So what if he didn't have a mentor? As time passed, all 10 mentors had selected their students, and the chosen students stood behind their respective mentors.
Their faces beamed with excitement as they looked down at the unselected freshman with a hint of pride. At the same time, a wave of confusion swept through the minds of all the freshmen present. Why hadn't any mentor chosen Lee, whose performance had been nothing short of extraordinary? Feeling the strange stares from those around him, Lee remained calm. He could naturally figure out what was going on. Dean Heishan had been forced into retirement, but having held the position for many years and given the influence of the House of He, his clout within the academy couldn't vanish overnight. But that didn't matter. He wasn't particularly interested in these mentors anyway. It made no difference to him whether they were there or not. Zhang Billy had anticipated this scene. He took a deep breath, about to step forward to deliver his closing remarks and offer some encouragement to the students who hadn't been chosen. Just then, one of the mentors stepped forward, looked at Lee and said with righteous indignation, "As this year's national champion, yet with no mentor to choose you, don't you feel ashamed?" The mentor who had stepped forward to rebuke Lee was named Zhao Miao. He was not a member of the House of He, but he was one of the most loyal supporters of the Dean's faction at the Imperial Academy. He was furious at Dean Heishan for suspending Lee, and even more furious that Lee remained calm and composed despite having no options left. Zhang Billy had anticipated Zhao Miao's outburst and was about to step in to defuse the situation. Ashamed? Why should I be ashamed? Lee was baffled by his sudden appearance and cut straight to the chase. Isn't the reason I have no mentor to choose from precisely because of the House of He, because of Dean Heishan? At these words, the freshmen were both shocked and suspicious. How dare Lee address the dean by his given name in public? And from the sound of it, was the dean along with the House of He, one of the four great families of the capital, the one preventing him from choosing a mentor? How dare you show disrespect to the dean? Zhao Miao's face was flushed with rage. He doesn't deserve my respect, Lee said calmly. Blocking his admission to the Imperial Academy because of the House of He affair was already a violation of professional ethics. Why should he continue to show him any respect? Oof. Even though you were the national champion before, once you stepped through the gates of the Imperial Academy, you're just another freshman here. Showing disrespect to the dean is an act of treason. Zhao Miao immediately leveled a serious accusation at him. Lee, however, wasn't having any of it. With a look of contempt, he retorted, "That's still far better than being a lackey for the House of He like you." Whoa! The sound of people gasping filled the room. How dare he speak to a mentor like that? What is Lee trying to do? The freshmen's hearts were in their throats. Zhang Billy's eyebrow twitched violently. Although he had long since labeled Lee a troublemaker in his mind, Lee's audacity still far exceeded his expectations. Tutors like Tang Hai and Shen Feng were initially stunned, but soon adopted a spectator's attitude, watching the drama unfold. Zhao Miao, as a loyal member of the Dean's faction, wasn't particularly skilled and hadn't contributed much, yet he managed to secure the most generous compensation. This was something they had long resented. Zhao Miao never expected that Lee would not only ignore his remark but actually call him a lackey, a comment that struck him right in the heart. His face flushed instantly. He intended to embarrass Lee, but now he was the one left with no way to save face. If this had been outside, in a dungeon, or anywhere else where he could have acted, he would have already slapped Lee so hard he'd have flown across the room. But this was the Imperial Academy. If he struck out, Zhang Billy standing nearby would immediately stop him. Moreover, Lee's background was no small matter. If he lashed out, even the House of He might not be able to protect him. Yet at that moment, his status as a mentor clearly held no sway over this audacious bastard, so he had no choice but to force him to back down and admit his mistake through other means. You rely on a bit of talent to act recklessly, insulting your teachers and slandering those with distinguished achievements. Do you even deserve to be at the Imperial Academy? Zhao Miao snapped harshly. Then have the guts to expel me, Lee retorted, determined to shock everyone. He, too, was boiling with rage. He originally had no quarrel with the House of He, but first they rigged the grand exam, nearly costing him the national championship and framing him for the scandal. Later, they blocked his admission to the Imperial Academy. He only resolved the matter by seeking help from the sword god himself. He never expected them to resurface now. Not only were they preventing him from finding a mentor, but they were actually turning the tables and accusing him. Do they really think I'm made of clay and 1T get angry?
No one present expected Lee to dare speak like that.
Was Lee really just a freshman? He dared to talk back directly to the mentors whom everyone else viewed as lofty figures worthy of reverence.
The freshmen were once again stunned by him. The mentors were surprised by Lee's youthful audacity, but they all knew he had the backing to say such things.
Even the dean, who had tried to block his admission, had been suspended. Who else in the academy could possibly expel him?
Zhang Billy wanted to interject at that moment, but he didn't know which side to take. Zhao Miao was backed by the dean's faction, while Li's background was mysterious and powerful. Neither side was one he, as the department head, could afford to offend, so he could only sit back and watch the two tigers fight. At the same time, he began to reflect inwardly, with this troublemaker around, his days as department head would likely never be peaceful again. Zhao Miao clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembling slightly, clearly seething with rage. Lee, on the other hand, stood ramrod straight, meeting his gaze without a hint of fear. He'd encountered plenty of powerful figures, many times his own strength. Why would he be afraid of this man?
Ha, how amusing. After all these years, someone in the academy has finally dared to go head-to-head with the dean's faction.
A man with long, unkempt hair and a slightly unhinged appearance walked over, laughing loudly. As this long-haired, somewhat unhinged-looking man approached step by step, everyone present turned their gaze toward him.
Lee was also sizing him up.
He had his hair in disarray, a scruffy beard, and an unkempt appearance. Holding a wine flask in one hand, he staggered forward while chugging from it.
Li Yen.
This is where freshmen meet their advisors.
You're not a freshman advisor, don't come here to cause trouble. Billy snapped.
The drunkard staggered over and sat down on the steps, muttering under his breath, I haven't gone by the surname Lee for a long time. The advisors all seemed somewhat wary of him, so Zhang Billy stopped trying to shoo him away.
Zhao Miao, however, continued to confront Lee. Even if you're a genius, you must maintain absolute respect for your seniors, especially those who have made immense contributions to the Huagua and defended the human Great Wall. As soon as these words were spoken, the mentors and Zhang Billy knew he was about to pull his usual stunt, using his status as a member of half the military department to morally pressure these freshmen who had never seen combat. If Lee refused to back down, he would undoubtedly be accused of disrespecting a decorated military veteran. If the matter were escalated, the military headquarters would certainly send someone to punish him. All right, this matter ends here. Instructors, please take your students and return to your quarters.
Zhang Billy wanted to put a stop to the situation before it escalated further.
That's it?
Director Zhang, if that bastard doesn't apologize to me today, I will report his insults against me to the military department, and let them decide the matter.
Zhao Miao looked utterly righteous.
At those words, even the instructor's expressions changed. The military department had always been known for its domineering, iron-fisted, and protective nature, and it feared no noble family's influence. If they were to intervene, there would likely be few who could save Lee. For an instructor to actually rely on the military headquarters to bully a freshman, that's truly shameful, said Li Wenyan, the drunkard, as he sipped his drink. Upon hearing this, Zhao Miao's face flushed red, then turned pale, but he dared not rebuke him. Zhang Billy rubbed his fingers together. It wasn't the right moment for him to interject anymore. Li's earlier words had clearly enraged Zhao Miao to the core. He certainly wouldn't let this go.
Youthful impetuosity always leads to
few stumbles. He glanced at Li. Luna stood anxiously behind Su Ruoli, her mind racing for a solution. If she rashly stepped forward to represent the Lin family now, it would only escalate the situation and things might even get worse.
You want to report this to the military headquarters?
Do you think I want to report the insults you just hurled at me to the military headquarters as well? Li, of course, wasn't intimidated by the military headquarters he brought up. If you're going to compare military merits with me and talk about contributions, do you really think I'm going to let you get away with it?
Zhao Miao froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. What my status, and what yours?
You're not even worthy of comparing yourself to me. As he spoke, he pulled out a medal with a green background in gold border. A hero of Huagua, adorned with the third-class National Honor Medal.
How dare you slander and show disrespect to me? Zhao Miao held the medal high so everyone present could see it clearly. It really was a third-class National Medal of Honor.
This was a national-level honor, meaning it was awarded only to those who had made contributions at the national level. And anyone awarded a national-level Medal of Honor could be considered a hero of Huagua. Zhao Miao had actually achieved such a feat during his time on the Demon Realm battlefield. Now the situation looked even bleaker for Li. If a third-class Medal of Honor qualifies one as a hero of Huagua, what about a special class Medal of Honor? Li, remaining calm, retrieved from his spatial ring the special class Medal of Honor featuring a deep red emblem at its center and bordered by golden patterns. Before the crowd had even recovered from the shock of Zhao Miao's third-class medal, they were confronted with something even more staggering. If it had been surprising enough that Zhao Miao, a sixth-rank mentor with some connections in the military, could obtain a third-class medal, then for Li, a freshman, to produce a special class medal was nothing short of a fairy tale. You. Zhao Miao was momentarily at a loss for words. At first, he wanted to rebuke Li for daring to forge such a thing, but the more he looked at it, the more he felt the medal shimmering with an indescribable radiance of glory. Everyone else's gaze was also completely captivated by the special class Medal of Honor in Li's hand. It's real. Li Wenyan, sitting on the steps, was the first to let out a soft gasp of astonishment. Even he hadn't expected to witness this medal symbolizing Huagua's highest honor with his own eyes once again right here. And it was in the hands of a freshman who had just enrolled. Zhang Billy clenched his teeth, struggling to contain his shock. Just how powerful is this kid? It's one thing to have connections, but to actually possess something like a national-level special class Medal of Honor? This was by no means something that could be explained simply by having ability or connections. At first, the instructors present shared Zhao Miao's suspicion, assuming the special class Medal of Honor must be a forgery after all. A freshman receiving Huagua's highest honor seemed like a fairy tale no matter how you looked at it. But the glory radiating from the special class Medal of Honor was simply too dazzling. It inspired awe at first glance, and it was simply impossible for anyone to forge something of this caliber. Even the mentors present were stunned, let alone the other freshmen. They felt as though they were getting to know Li all over again. Originally, they had considered him the strongest among this year's freshmen, but his one stunning performance after another made them dare not view Li as just another freshman anymore. What freshman would dare to confront an instructor head-on? What freshman could possibly earn a National Special Class Medal of Honor? Hugo's expression shifted slightly as he muttered, "No wonder even second grandfather has been staying indoors." Luna let out a long sigh. It seemed Li no longer needed her help. What crime is it to insult a recipient of the Special Class Medal of Honor? If I report this to the military headquarters, Li turned the tables on him. Don't! Zhao Miao was immediately startled. His third-class Medal of Honor was, after all, a collective honor he managed to secure through connections while serving in the demon-suppressing army. It was a world apart from the Special Class Medal of Honor Li held. After all, the Special Class Medal of Honor must be personally awarded by a war god-level figure from the military headquarters. If such a high-ranking official found out that he was flaunting his collective honor medal everywhere, they might revoke his medal, and his acquaintances in the demon-suppressing army would suffer the consequences as well. It's my fault. No mentor chose you. It has nothing to do with you. With that, he turned to leave the area with the students behind him. Is that it? Not a shred of sincerity. Li, of course, had no intention of letting him off that easily. After all, he just called him an asshole. Zhao Miao's face flushed red instantly. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, bent over, and bowed, saying, "I'm sorry. I've been disrespectful. Please forgive me." That's more like it. Li nodded. He believed in letting things go when he could. He wasn't the type to hold a grudge. Since Zhao Miao had bowed and apologized, the matter was settled for now. Zhao Miao instantly felt as if two invisible slaps had struck his face, leaving his cheeks burning. This made him want to leave immediately, so he hurried away. The students following behind him also felt their pride crushed. Zhang Bailey let out a soft sigh. It was only the first day, and Li had already caused such a huge commotion. Although this might not have been his intention, with him around, things were unlikely to stay peaceful from now on.
Now that all the mentors have selected their students, I'll announce. Wait. Li Wenyan, the drunkard, raised his wine flask and interrupted Zhang Bailey. Who says everyone has chosen their students? I, Jian Xiaoyao, haven't chosen mine yet.
Jian Xiaoyao Zhang Billy was at a loss for words. That was the name Li Wenyan had given himself. He could guess what Li Wenyan was up to, but he still didn't want to break the rules. Li Wenyan, you're not a first-year mentor. You can't choose freshmen as students.
Besides, how can you possibly teach students well when you're in a constant daze? Clang!
Li Wenyan suddenly drew a long, blue sword and pointed it straight at the sky.
Who says I'm in a constant daze?
It's just that my sword hasn't been drawn yet.
Whoosh! The blue longsword instantly gave the impression that it could cleave the heavens and the earth.
Although he hadn't unleashed any power, the mere presence of the sword sent shivers down people's spines. Its blade contained an utterly terrifying force. The expressions on the mentors' faces all changed with that sword drawn. Not even everyone present combined could stand a chance against Li Wenyan.
Li Wenyan raised his sword and looked at Li. Kid, do you want to possess this kind of power?
Man, this teacher is such a show-off. That was exactly what Li was thinking inside, but he didn't dare say it to his face. After all, this teacher seemed a bit unhinged and was quick to draw his sword at the slightest provocation. He might accidentally slash himself, and that would be a disaster. A gleam lit up in every freshman's eyes. Who wouldn't want their own mentor to be the strongest among all the mentors, capable of overwhelming the competition?
Aren't they just afraid of offending that old man He Shun? I'm not afraid.
Li Wenyan continued, sword raised. As long as you take me as your master, neither the Dean
faction nor the House of He will be anything to fear.
Anyone who dares to bully my students, I'll slash them to death with this sword. As he spoke these words, his expression was utterly serious, without a hint of jest.
The mentors present, including Zhang Billy, naturally knew of this madman's exploits.
While others might talk about slashing people with a sword just for show, this madman actually dared to do it. He had once wielded a long sword to slash at the head of the Li family himself. What else was there that he wouldn't do?
Li's expression still betrayed some hesitation.
He hadn't even planned on looking for a mentor in the first place, since the conditions offered by those mentors were, to him, neither here nor there. But after the slightly unhinged Li Wenyan appeared, it really made it hard for him to decide. He knew practically nothing about him. He could only tell that he was extremely powerful, but he had no idea what benefits or drawbacks there might be to becoming his disciple.
One-on-one training from an 8th-tier powerhouse, what else is there to hesitate about? Li Wenyan continued, holding up his sword. 8th tier? He is actually an 8th-tier cultivator.
This statement sent shockwaves through the hearts of the freshmen present. Their first-year mentors were only 6th tier, after all, making Li Wenyan a full 2 tiers higher than any of them.
And one-on-one, that meant he never had a student before. To devote his full attention to training Li alone was truly enviable. According to school regulations, this isn't allowed.